rap stuff everywhere. All right. Did I just see my boy Jared in the building? Oh, Nessu. I'm still call you Nessu. Let me just call you Nessu, man. What's up, Ness? How you feeling? She said, my name is Ness and I ain't in that mess. There he is. Auto post your live highlights to attract more viewers. What? Interesting. What just pop up on the interesting. Post at most one highlight clips as a public video. Every 20 minutes, you can manage these videos and post it. I don't know about all that. I gotta see about that. I'm just gonna be posting any and everything. I don't know if I want to say that name.
That's my baby's nickname. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna call you Ford.
All right. But yeah, I was reading your prompt. The one that caught my eye was, does it make sense to keep having babies? I said, oh man, I got 6.
Hey. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have 6
Football
kids.
team. A little more than the football. You got the football team with the bench. Okay.
Yeah, I have 6 kids. We love our kids here.
Better.
But I think I'm done.
You said you think you're done?
I think I'm done. Yeah, I think I'm done.
What makes you feel like you're done?
I'm probably just done for now because they all back to back.
Okay, that's
Yep,
good.
they're all back to back. I have 6 kids, and the oldest one is 7. So
that's I think that's a good way to, that way they can be, that's why I want
pretty close.
to be that way. Yeah.
I have 3 older boys and 3 girls. But yeah, but this it says it's different generations the problem, or the era we're in today. Oh, so I guess it's like the trickle effect, and then it's also the things that came in like technology and stuff.
Yeah. You know why I ask that question is because I hear a lot of people, especially older folks, they be like, what about this gen? And my gen didn't do this, my gen. And then again, I see their gen keeping up with this era that's going on.
Right.
It ain't really, it's not a generational thing. It's just people adapting to what's going on. So I'm like, nah, that don't mean that.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. They say, oh, these kids have no respect. Well, who taught those kids, and who taught their parents and their parents, y'all? Yeah.
Facts, you get it. Yeah.
Yeah, what happened in between that time?
They don't want to talk about that. That's why a lot of times I always blame. I gotta blame the parents, man. They keep putting on
when the kids do something, you gotta blame the parents. Now, when they grown and old enough to make their own decision, oh well.
It's a little bit different, exactly. But a lot of times,
all of this disrespectful stuff and yeah, it's a lady that just posted something yesterday. I said, oh, I'm logging out. She said, y'all think it's a flex to tell people that y'all kids know better not to talk back to y'all. She said, meanwhile, I'm raising self-thinking, self-sufficient kids. They get to talk back to me. I said, whoa.
Wait, what the?
Yeah. She said, because she's doing the gentle parent thing, I think, and she
Gentle
said, if I tell my kids to clean up and they say they're doing something right now, they can suggest, like, can they clean up in 20 minutes? I said, oh, she got me bent. I said, so these are the
And it's a
kids running
woman
around
too,
the school
ain't it? That's
disrespecting
crazy.
these teachers and stuff. I said, okay, I get it now.
Is it a father? You believe the father is in the house when the one that said that?
I went to her page. He's not. I did. I started stalking because I got
The way
scared.
you
I said,
said
is
it.
she trolling? Is this real? And she said she let her, and she's arguing with people in the comments, and I'm reading them. She let her kids talk back to her, and they compromise. She compromises with, of course, you can do a little, like, if your kid want to go outside, but they ain't cleaned up, they not going outside without cleaning up their room, though. But still, but you know what I mean. You could be like, well, after you done cleaning up your room, you go outside. But all of that, you could, well, what do you want to do? What do you think? No. So she let him argue back and talk back to her. I said, good luck being in the grocery store and people get the pew-pewing. You gonna tell them to run and they gonna be sitting there trying to ask you why and tell you why they shouldn't run.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. They don't realize the balance between authority versus. So it's a time that you question things, and there's a time that you just put your foot down.
Yeah, most
Everything don't need to
definitely.
be questioned and explained all the time. You know, you
Yeah.
gotta realize that. That's just like dealing with police officers. Like, yeah, I don't care if you know law or not. You gotta realize too, they got the upper hand. You gotta take that stuff to court. It ain't about trying to make them feel less than, because it could be a stupid cop, but they could take your life. You know what I'm saying, and then get away with that junk. You know, so it's not about knowing what you know. It's just
Yeah, all of that. Don't matter if you know the law, like you just said. Just chill sometimes. Everything not up for arguing and getting your point across. Chill.
Said gentle parent only work for gentle kids. Oh, explain that. What you mean by that?
I know that's right. I never seen a gentle kid in my life though, but I thought that's right. I'm sure it do work for gentle kids.
Okay. Well, okay. I think somebody did tell me it's a difference between gentle parenting and I think it's another one called I forgot what it's called. Start with a P. And that's the one where they actually got the kids talking over. So gentle, I think gentle is different. As in like per child, some of them you have to teach differently. Yeah. So it's not the same as soft parenting. You know what I'm saying? But I can't think of the other word they say. Yeah. So.
Yeah, because my daughter, all you have to do is just, one of my kids, you could just tell them to do something and they gonna go do
She
it.
said it. There you go. Permissive parenting.
Permissive parenting, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Come on up, please. But yeah, because like one of my kids, you have to really like get down like with them, because he's like real, I'm not gonna say hard-headed, because he's a good kid, but he's one of those kids that try and be like, well, can I do it in a minute? Like, you know, he'll try and get around it. So you gotta really get down with. But yesterday you said, but then, like, you know, my daughter, she's real sweet. All you have to do, you barely have to raise your voice with her, and she get her little feelings hurt so fast. She's in the corner crying somewhere because I said, didn't I tell you already to do that? I'm like, all I did was talk to you. What you crying for?
How is it, like, you know, having like having the family you have and seeing them grow and all that stuff? Do you believe that's like where your true happiness is?
I do. Even when I was like, before I got married, I loved kids. I really did. I loved everything about them. Like, when I was little, I had 7 brothers growing up, and I'm the only girl. But I used to like take my babies and dolls around the house and make my brothers hold their fake nieces and nephews.
You have to be a selfless person to have that mindset. I noticed the selfless people tend to get married faster.
Oh wow!
Because you know, or selfish people they can last for a little bit, but eventually it'll fade because it's all about eyes instead of we.
Oh yeah, and having kids, it's not all about you all. You have to take care of yourself, but it's not about you all the time once you have kids.
Yep.
Or even a husband, it's not about you no more all the time.
Yep.
It's
there
about
you
y'all.
go. There you go. That's how me and my baby came about.
I know that's right.
Man, we have to realize, so it ain't about us and our feelings. It's about the purpose we got. And we got God in the middle too. So
yep, and God. Yep.
That's
how
that
man is following God, I'm following him.
Cause like people put their feelings in it and all that stuff, and like, shoot, of course you're gonna get in your feels sometimes. You might get hurt or whatever, but shoot, A lot of times you gotta be like, all right, what I'm really with this person for? Do they really love me? What's their core and all that stuff? So
Yep.
that's what it really matters for.
But yeah, I love it. I love it. Like, the people like, oh, I didn't get no sleep, and kids don't let you get sleep. I love the late nights. Last night, my two babies, I have two under two. So I have
Yeah.
a 6-month-old and a 1 year old. They stayed up
Huh?
till 5, 6 in the morning singing songs. What the 1 year old was singing. The 6-month-old was just staring at her like she had a problem. But so they stayed up watching it's called Minnow Bible Stories for Kids.
Mhm.
It's so good. It explains it to kids real well, and it's like a cartoon version. And they stayed up watching that and singing the little songs and stuff. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna turn this TV off so they can go to bed. But I haven't been to bed yet. It's almost been 24 hours. I feel because I
Hey,
homeschool.
it's
So
worth it though. Hey, you homeschool down, you'll get it. Yeah, you'll get along very well, with my girl. That's what
really, she
she named her.
homeschool.
Yeah, she do homeschool. That's literally her name is Rachel JP Homeschool.
Oh, she's doing her
Yep.
thing.
Yep.
Yep,
Cause we
she's doing
both
her
do
thing.
live and
Kudos
stuff.
to her. But yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it ain't easy sometimes, but hey, it's just the thing to do. It's nice.
Yep.
Almost too many
Exactly.
people teaching the babies. It's hard having different people teach babies. Then they come
Yeah.
home telling you things that you didn't want them to even know yet, and you like, whoa,
Yep. It
don't
help
say
you love
that.
your child more, understand them more, and that's less influences that your child get. And I can understand it. Like I say, it's pros and cons to both school
Mm-hmm.
and being homeschool. So I think both of them have a
Yeah, it's pros and cons to it. Yeah.
yeah. Yep. Yep. Taps, yo. Oh, I say it for myself then. Yo. Okay. There you go. Uh. Sheesh.
Yeah, I love now. Also, like just a quick fact, it's funny, and people think
Hmm.
it's funny when I say this because I did used to be embarrassed by it when I was in high school. I stopped playing with dolls and Barbies when I was 16 years old. So
At 16? Oh, wow.
I stopped playing with dolls and Barbies when I was 16, and my brothers would threaten me like, "I'm gonna tell your friends at school that you still play with Barbies. You better leave me alone," And I'm like, "No,
What did you
please
like about
don't."
it to extend that long? What did you like about Barbie? Because like, because it seemed like you stopped because other people how they viewed it.
Um, I kind of stopped on my own when I was about to turn around 16 because I started doing other stuff. School got tough. It
Mm.
was more studying. I started
Yeah.
doing more artwork instead. And then I started, but my brothers, they started having children, so I started watching real kids. So so
Hmm.
that's
That's
kind
probably
of
why
why I
you.
stopped.
That makes sense now. It probably why you. So I think I found the answer though. Why you were into Barbie so much? Is it probably remind you like children
It
and you
did.
grew
I
up.
loved dolls and
Yep.
Barbie until I was way big. Everybody was,
Mhm.
doing their thing and what they do in high school. You know how high school was, and
Yeah.
I'm sitting here secretly playing with Barbies when I get home, and only my mom and my brothers knew. And I realized nobody else does this, so I didn't really
Yeah.
have any friend girls or nothing like that.
Hmm.
I'm like, nobody else is doing this, and if I say that I still play with Barbies and dolls and stuff, they gonna clown me. So I kept it to myself. My brothers would threaten it, but they never told nobody though.
Yeah. Taps, it look like you back now.
What's up, buddy?
Yo.
Yo.
How you feeling? How was your Christmas and stuff, man?
Oh, it was pretty good. I had a decent Christmas.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Me too, myself for sure. It was with the fam and stuff, eating good in the neighborhood.
Man, I went to my people's house. All right, and let's just say I'm glad I ate before I got there.
Uh, that sounds bad.
Bro, bro, some people can't cook. You feel what I'm
Oh
saying?
man, it was that bad.
That ain't right.
The damn yams look like somebody boiled carrots.
Dang.
Well, I don't want to bring up nothing hurtful, but is Grandma still here with us?
Yeah, but I typically do it. I was on my pop side. And
Oh, okay,
Dang.
I typically do the cooking.
okay.
Hmm. Done did it bold, man.
But what we talking about? Let me see. Is different generations the problem or the era we in today? I would have to say it is the era we in today.
Why you say?
Because if we
Oh,
if
let me
we
turn
do
this off.
what we actually supposed to do and learn from the people's mistakes and not contribute to their mistakes that they've already made, then us ourselves should be a lot further if we were going off of that principle. See, the problem with our era, our generation today, is that instead.
Yeah, phone call. Something happened.
No, my fault. What you but the problem with our era today is instead of breaking the cycles and ending the curses and readjusting and relearning, we solidified them in stone. We taught we brought our kids up the same way we hated when we was getting brought up, with the same mannerisms and same energy that our parents gave us when they were in their most frustrated ways. Um, yeah, that's why I would say the era we are in.
Hey, you
And
know what? With that, I be hearing people say that, and somebody had helped me change that too. I think we need to change calling it generational curse and start calling it habit, generational habit. Because when we look at it as a curse, it make it seem like that's nothing we can change, and it's really just continuous habits throughout life, and we just follow it.
I agree.
I mean, curses can be broken though. So when you describe something as a curse, I think that word curse just solidifies the importance of whatever that said thing is. Like, but it doesn't mean that curse can't be broken. You can look at the word curses the same way we look at the word cycle. It can definitely be broken. It can be conquered. It can be defeated. It just puts an exaggeration on how bad this particular thing needs to be defeated. This is the problem right here. My father's problem, my father's problem, and my problem. My father didn't break the curse, so it was on me to break the curse. So I decided to break the curse or the cycle. It's just a exaggerational word. Exaggerational word. Is
Yeah, I feel you.
exaggeration a word?
Yeah, I feel you on that. I guess because I look at it how the normal or the average view it. You know, they view it and they use it as an excuse to not become better. Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
times people not trying to do it, they'll view it as it being broken. Really, they just view it as, no, this is a curse. This just got passed down. This is in my genes. This is genetics and all that other stuff. Whatever. It's like, nah, you can be the one that changed it though, but you just don't want to.
yeah, that's a person that has been completely seduced by complacency. They're in
Right.
love with that.
True.
How
You got
long
me.
will you
What you got
sleep
for me
and
for?
slumbered?
I feel like her name gonna get me in trouble on
Uh-oh.
TikTok. They were like, "You're being racist." I know.
Uh-oh.
I gotta stick with 4.
Okay. What was the question? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying how you felt about that. Like,
Oh,
do
I
you know how to?
agree. I
Mm,
agree. And when you say curse, sometimes some curses can be broken, but it make people be like, well, it's just a curse. It's kind of not too much we can do about it. So let's just it
hmm
make you more comfortable in it.
Yeah.
I would
So I
expect
get
that. I would expect that from the person that doesn't that has put limitations on themselves.
it. Mm-hmm.
Most people
Yep.
do.
Yep.
I think when we change up I think wording can help us change the way we move though. Cause it's like people like we a lot of time people like to say hard. This is hard, this or whatever. So it's like a defeated type mentality
Mm-hmm.
instead of saying challenging. You know, this is a
Challenging.
challenge, right? So I think it's all about motivation and try to use motivating words and terms and stuff. You know, some people be like, I what they say, I'm not healed, I'm healing or I'm on this journey, something like that or whatever.
Oh,
Instead of
like if somebody say, like we don't let our kids say they're sick. I'm like, don't call yourself sick. Say I'm healing. You know, your body's in the process of healing.
There you go. Yep, it's all about
that's what the body's doing when you ain't feeling good. It's just healing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There you go. And it make you view things. It change the mind state and stuff or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I stand with Jasmine Croc. What the heck you talking about down there? I don't even see where that's at up there. People be bored, I guess. So the main thing, this came from my man's topic though. I just added the first green part. But he has our children better, our children worse than we were. That's what I get for copy and pasting.
Our children better or worse than we are than we were.
That's what was meant. Yeah.
Shit, I think it's about. So I can answer that question two ways. Right? I can say that they're worse, but I can also say it's about the same. The moment I want to say they're worse is because they got technology and now they're more exposed to stuff at a faster rate. But we was doing the same shit. We just didn't have the technology to fucking catch us up. If anything, you know what? What are we basing that off of? Like how they act, what the things that they go through. Because I feel like if you're an effective parent, then
hey, you gotta go based on what you believe it should. I mean, believe it is, or what do you view? You know, what do you see?
Say that one more time.
What do you see, and what do you believe in general? Like things that you might feel like they might be worse in or better.
I feel like okay, all right. Then if we basing off what I see and what I believe, then they're worse. They're worse because it's not a lot of structure. It's not enough male. It's not enough fathers in the home. It's not enough. It's not enough. We don't teach. A lot of people don't teach emotional intelligence at a young age. How to deal with those things. It's a lot of things we lack, and it all starts in the home. And don't get me wrong, I'm hearing and seeing a lot more active fathers, but I don't see enough. And you can look outside and see the product of that. Kia boys, people breaking and stealing in your cars. These is kids doing these things. I was watching a video where a 13-year-old and 11-year-old, and I think it was either another 11 or another 12-year-old. They stole a car and laid the police on a dance high speed.
Girl, that ain't funny. Why my baby laugh at that? That's sad.
Because she know how to identify.
She laughed
ignorance.
At that. Yeah,
she know how to identify.
Looking at the screen while you talking, and my 6-month-old laughed at it.
Yeah, you know how to identify ignorance.
Sometimes you gotta laugh at disappointment. Sometimes
I see, but yeah,
and don't try to understand it. I've been telling my friends all week and for the last couple weeks, be wary of understanding stupid shit. Because if you can understand stupid shit, guess what? You done got stupid. But yeah, that's in my opinion. That's what that is. I'm gonna let somebody else talk now.
All right, let's squeeze some of the newcomers up here. I think Tori was up here. Then we got my family, Ness in the building, and Alexis. What you got for me, Tori?
Oh, what's going on, bro? I mean, I'm probably going to collide with what he was saying. Pretty much what he was saying. He was saying so the 12-year-old and 11-year-old, right? Around that time, I'm 38, so the generations we don't teach. I would say we stopped teaching the next generation. So who to point the blame on? But they definitely are different. The problem is, I'm trying to answer the problem. What the errors right now? Yeah, and the errors getting worse. So we get worse and worse because we're not. I say we're not. I mean, because I feel like we did in a way. Like we still had old heads back when I was growing up. Now, I had my 20s, and young boys was sparking at old heads. It was I'm from Philly, so it was kind of like a little shift in power because the young boys they were carrying straps now. So just looking at that angle, where it's no more a old head Well, you know what I mean, you go to the old head on the block before you make a move with somebody else on 55th Street or something like that. Just in that aspect, it changed a lot. So now it's like you got Young Boy, like you know about that 6-7 song, right? That's from the Young Boys who started that from 67 from Woodland, Southwest Philly, and they ain't nothing but like younger than 24 years old. And all they do is just spark. They be shooting. They be let me not say that. Let me not say that. They be They be fighting 55th Street, 60th Street, and it'd be like these are kids. You're like, I mean, I was out there too, but 11, 12 years old, like he was saying, I was still shoveling snow for money.
Yeah, we were riding bikes and stuff.
I was still raking leaves for money. Like I ain't get into the mix until probably my late teens. But I mean, so that's it, man. I ain't gonna talk long, but
So
I
I do
definitely
want to
agree with
let
what he was
y'all
saying.
know, like with this topic, I'm kind of coming from the angle where I hear this all the time, especially with older folks. They say like, "Oh, I'm from generation this, and I'm from generation that." You know, my generation never did this, and But then again, you will see a lot of people even in my generation, right? Because I can just say I'm from the tough generation. You know what I'm saying? But then at the same time, I see some soft ones that's from the same generation that I'm in. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, is it really the generational thing, or is it we adapting to this era that we're in? You know what I'm saying? I seen some people that might have been a potential big mamas and start turning to nannies now. You know, they like, oh, now I want to be a twerking queen now. Forget all that. I want to look as young as the young ones. So is it really the generations that's the issue, or is the era we in? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm kind of the angle I'm coming from with this green one.
I would definitely say it's the era then. If I'm gonna reword my answer real quick, I'm gonna say it's the era then, because I see too many people my age. They be 40, and I'm like, they act like they 20-year-olds. I'm like, you're not sexy red generation, but like you my age, you 40. Like I'm 40. Like I don't tell people I'm 30. I say I'm 40. I don't even. I just jumped 2 years because there's no point to play around with it. But and I'm like, I like y'all 20. So you're right. It's the era. I mean, because my generation still act. Some of them still act like they. So it's the era. They
Okay.
adapt to the environment, try to adapt to what's around, what's hip. Like look at Jim Jones. Jim Jones my age. Look how he still act. Like, come on, bro. I grew up with you, man. Come on, bro. Like he still act like that. Like, come on, Jim. Come on, man. Hey, but it's the era. You right.
Okay. Ness, what you got for me?
I think it's both. I think it's the generations, but I also think it's the era too.
Okay.
I think it's the era because of the culture that is going on right now. Like the culture right now is just like you don't give a F, I don't give an F, you know?
Cancel culture.
And that's a sad time that we're living in because a lot of I don't want to say like my generation because I feel like it started during my generation where people, like when YOLO came out and stuff like
Oh,
that. Like
yep.
that's when people really started like that's when it started right there. YOLO. I only live once, so I'm gonna do what I want instead of living your life for a purpose. But also, it's the generation's fault too because growing up, there was a lot of parents that started permissive parenting and gentle parenting, and that's when kids started to get entitled. I mean, I didn't grow up like that. My dad would whoop my butt if I acted the way these kids act now. But
Mm-hmm.
it started. I remember being
She probably getting a phone call.
Oh, I thought that was me. Oh,
sorry. My that was somebody was calling me.
no,
I
okay.
just think that it wasn't important. um, but I remember being in school.
It's important to
They
do.
mad at you, girl.
let me let me go see what's going on because it's my
All right.
sister-in-law and she's with
For
my
sure.
dad and
For
my
sure. For
dad's
sure. We
here.
here. We here.
Uh-oh.
All right. Alexis, what you got for me?
Hello, guys. Well, I am a mom. I have a 13-year-old girl, and I've been able to stay home with my daughter and take care of her, and we have like a movie type of relationship. And I genuinely feel like the older generation didn't really give a fuck. If you really care about your kids, you're there and you give them the time. I make sure that we always do something together every day, even though we're in the same house, but we're
And
in
she's
the
serious, y'all. Y'all hear that clapping? She's serious.
It's
yeah.
real.
Like I always make sure that we do something every day. I understand like if she's mad, like I've taken my time to get to know her, which is something that my parents didn't do with me. And sometimes I even be crying. We cry together like, oh my God, like our relationship is so perfect. And the reason is because I actually care. I care. I even Google like how many hugs a person has to get in a day. It's like 14. I genuinely, hey monkey, I genuinely care for her. I genuinely pay attention to her face when she's sad, when she's mad, when she's having problems with kids in school. I sit down with her. She even been on Roblox and some random guy talks to her weird and she's like, oh my God, I think this is an old man. And I think that the older generations, they were raised in a way that their parents didn't, their mom and dad didn't care, and they try to pass that and try to pass the pain. And I think that it takes it. A kid requires money. A kid requires care, and a kid requires for you to really pay attention. And I think that's the real problem. You know, it's not about in respect. And it goes both ways. My mom used to tell me, you have to respect me because I'm your mom, even when she was wrong. And to me, it's like, I feel like I have to respect her as well. And that made a change in my relationship with my daughter. You know, like she's up and is 11 in my country, and I let her be up because she's such a good girl. She's playing with her kids. I know what she's doing because I have all of her accounts in my phone and my tablet, so I'm always aware of what she's doing, and I am paying attention, which is something that a lot of our parents didn't do. That's what I wanted to say.
See, that's important. My mom used to come home. Well, she had 7 kids, so I don't really blame her. But she used to come home. But I don't do it though, and I have 6. But she used to come home from work, stumping home. Y'all better be quiet so I can get my sleep and slam the door. And that was like for years. And she didn't get to know us and stuff like that.
Like even I'm sorry, monkey to interrupt. Even the things that you don't like, and this is one thing that I noticed because sometimes I sit down with my mom and she be on her phone or paying attention to something else. Even the bad things, you need to get to know your kids and love them for who they are and respect them. That's important. And even when I'm tired, if I try to explain like I'm having a bad day or I was crying or this is happening to me, so she can understand that I'm a human too. You know?
Oh, wow.
But that has to do as well because I was able to get to an economic level where I am able to be home and I'm not stressed about the money. And that was really important to me.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
that's a huge thing about why the relationship is so good. So to the women, like if you don't have any kids, that's an extremely important thing. You have to be, because the money will make you mad. Like if you don't have it, it's important. You have to take in consideration a lot of things, too many things. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm talking too much.
No, girl, I heard you though.
I feel
Yeah, I
you.
heard you.
I feel it. All right, so let me get we got Nessa first. I gotta say it right, and then we got Ness after that. So I gotta let Nessa go first, just because she had to just cap back, and then we gonna let Ness go. Then we can open panel from there. I call her Nessu.
Yeah. I forgot where I was. What was I?
You,
Well,
you were talking.
I remember now. I remember being in school. There's a lot of kids who got whatever they wanted, and that's when I felt like things were gonna start to get rough growing up. And now you see it. Like there's kids out here unaliving each other over dumb shit. Like, what are we doing? Where are your parents? You know, parents don't really care to. Not all, but a lot of parents don't even care to look to see what their kids are up to or what their kids are going through. And I think that's where the generations differ, because a lot of parents back then, even though they were working, they were still in their kids' lives trying to figure out what their kids were doing. I mean, kids hide shit all the time, but it was more prevalent for the parents to be involved in kids' lives. Nowadays, parents are too busy with whatever they want to be doing that they're not paying attention to their kids. So their kids are out there doing whatever they want and they're getting into trouble, into real trouble, you know?
Hmm.
True.
Okay.
That makes sense. But the parents need to understand as well. Like, if kids are going to school and they need certain things like trends and stuff, like the iPhones and stuff, we gotta think back when we was younger as well. I do this as well. Like, I understand what she wants certain things, and I make sure I get them if I'm able to, or if she earns them, because we have to understand when we was kids, we wanted certain things, which is something that I feel that our parents didn't do. They didn't feel like, well, when you was younger, you went through this thing. We understand the societal pressure that comes,
Yeah.
So I make sure that I think when I was this age and I wanted these things that they were not given
Nelson,
to me,
before you go
how
too
was I
far, let me let
affected?
Ness in real quick. Then you can do
Yeah.
your thing.
Hi,
Ness,
host.
what you got for me?
Thank you
Oh,
so
my
much for
other
having
brother
me.
coming in. Both my brothers and unnecessary and Jared in the building. What you got for me, Ness?
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. This
Um,
the one in the green down there. This topic, it was inspired by him. Actually, I copied and pasted the bottom part. I added the green one, but he it's his topic, unnecessary names.
are we
Oh,
kind of
he coming up too
answering?
for this one. He said, "I'm coming up for this." Well, say it again.
Are we answering like every question, or are we kind of
Just the
answering?
green one. Just the green
Perfect.
one for now. Yeah.
Yeah. So, is it different? It was different generations the problem, or the era that we're in today? A few things I've heard, and I do think it's the era that we're in today, and our parents probably thought this too, right? But I have very specific expectations for my kiddos. Like, we don't do screen time. Screen time does not exist in my house. Therefore, they understand that tablets and computers and all that stuff exist. They don't exist here. We have a house phone. Like, if you need, we focus on being present. The shows that they watch or the things that they do, like on, TV or whatever, those things are very catered to making sure that you grow up thinking about things. They're very low stimulation. Like, they watch a lot of very oddly, they really like Full House. But things like that, things that aren't super dramatic or super loud or super whatever. I lines in the library, like, those are so important. And from the beginning, that's what I wanted to instill, and it's been great. I think another big thing for me is sports and an instrument. Those, I don't care what sport you play, I don't care what instrument you play, both of those things are mandatory. And a lot of people say, like, oh, well, what if they do things that they don't like? What if they don't like an instrument? You have to be disciplined in the things that you don't like as well. My mother, for example, she made me play piano growing up. Do you know how in stupid situations piano has come in handy in my life? The dumbest situations, it has come in handy, and I'm so grateful. So I think now we are allowing kids to kind of do whatever they want, and you find your own path. No. As parents, you find their path first, and then they can venture off and see what they like and don't like. But if you let kids sit on their butt and do nothing and attempt to find themselves, they're not going to find a dang thing but trouble. So.
Hello.
What's up? Let me see. Hold on. I think who came up? Was it him that came up first? After okay, we're gonna get you in, and then I'm gonna get unnecessary, and then Jared. Actually, I'm gonna get unnecessary last. This is his topic. So we're gonna get you, Jared, my brother Jared, and unnecessary. Then open panel from there, guys. We can talk about it, expand on it. What you got for me, Just fam?
How's it going, guys?
Oh, just a family
Just a
man.
family man.
Yeah, got you. Yeah.
Is different generations the problem or the era we are in today? I try to think that we can be the solution because we've seen our parents do what they did. Oh, you guys don't understand. No, we are the solution now. So instead of saying, oh, because look, we're all at the age of 30, 40 right now, and we're busting our butts just as much as our parents, right? So the difference that we can say is like this. All right, because I bust my ass working all day, and my dad did too, but I can spend that extra 10, 15, 30 minutes to read to my kid instead of just popping open up a bottle of beer and watching the game. That game is not going to help my kid understand what he needs to understand for his life. But if I spend 15 minutes reading to him or her, that's going to make a whole big difference, right? I'm a mail carrier, guys. So you can best believe I'm working 10 to 12 hours a day. But there was a time when I could come into work, at 8:30, because I told my manager that, hey, I got to drop off my kid. So I got that 30-minute window. Within that 30-minute window, drop my kid off at 8:10. I could drive back to, be at work by 8:20. But no, I would spend 10 minutes to read to the kids, not just my kid, but to the kids. For a whole 2 months, I did that. And every single time I came back after that, and even if I was in a hurry, they'd be like, hey, Mr. Mailman, they would actually grab a book and come over and ask me to read a book to them. Like that one little thing that I did changed their aspect on how it was about, making reading fun. And we can be the solution. Just because I was
Sorry,
tired.
host. I'm sorry. Can we get the clapping sounds for him?
No, guys, no. Like, I'm very humble at that. It's just thank you, but that's all we can do. Like, we can be that change. Just because I'm tired, and I'm telling you, I work 12 hours a day. I walked 20,000 feet, but I'm gonna be damned if I don't come home and at least give my kid. By now her mom's got her in bed, but usually we're spending time. Like that 10, 12, 15 minutes, guys. It makes such a big difference in their life. It really does. Okay. But I'll land on that. Well, one quick question for Ness. One quick question, Ness.
Well,
So,
before you do the
Hammy.
question, we're gonna do that for open panel.
Yeah, we'll go to the open panel. Sorry about that laugh.
No,
All
you
right.
good, you good, because you just a family man. I like that. You living up to it though. That's what there you go. Hold on, I gotta give another. All right.
Thank you, guys.
So my brother Jared in the building. I like to call him Gerard. Nessu just heard me. I be calling her Nessu. Her name is Nessa.
There we go. There we go. Nah, I want to make sure I said you're not spending time when you're doing that. You actually invest in time, brother. When you spend time, you divest.
Yes.
Yeah. But man, it's different generations the problem or the era we are in today. Man, you're saying the same thing. Because the era we in today is definitely subjected to the generations that are currently at play right now. What gets me is this though, Kel. This is just Jared, as you say, Gerard. But this is just Jared. My thoughts on this is anytime.
You want me to tell you the angle I'm coming from with this too, also?
Please.
Because I know y'all just got in here though. What I'm meaning about this topic is that, like I said, I hear from a lot of older folks. They always be like, "Well, my gen isn't that, and I'm Gen X." They always like to say all the different gens, but then also they adapt to the same era we in today. So it's like, is it really a generational like difference, or have every generation and adapt to what's going on in this world? So it's like, can we really say, oh, we wasn't as soft as back then, but you turn soft this year? You know what I'm saying? You turn soft this type of era and stuff because you're adapting to, what's going on now. So it's like, is it really a generational difference for real? Or, that's what I'm kind of coming from with that.
Yeah, and it still aligns with what I was gonna say, man. I was having this conversation with my wife sometime this year. And look, man, so when we say, this generation, that generation, okay. Kev, I think you and I are around the same age, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You and I both know that everybody in our generation do not act, think, believe, or behave the same.
Right.
Because of that, if we go back and we look at, let's say, those who were in the so-called silent generation, when we look at these different generations, we have to consider that these are composed of people who all had different priorities, focuses, cultures, perspectives, intelligence levels, and all types of stuff. So you had those who were consumers and you had those who were producers. If you're a consumer, you're just functioning within the household. That's it. If you're a producer, you're selling to the households. But if you're operating within government, you're not functioning as those who are just the typical, household function now. That's not what's going on. But then you have those who worked in the bank, for the bank, own the bank, are the bank. What I just listed are the 4 sectors of economy in this country specific. So depending upon what sector you function inside of, what your education level is, what your family ties are. Like if you have a family that comes from multiple generations of a specific lifestyle, they are only going to be aware of that lifestyle. So if you have a family of individuals who come from fraternities or sororities or whatever the case, whatever that specific, so masonry, whatever, that's the only world you know. So when it comes to talking about generations at that point, that is literally subjective to the culture that an individual's family comes from, on top of what generation it was. It's literally it's literally different. You have people who have not stopped moving the exact same way because of the standards they've been living by for over 100 years. Their values, intentions, beliefs, and expectations have not changed. And because of that, they haven't allowed certain so-called generations to determine how they was going to move. I think what the problem is when we have individuals who don't know who they are, raising individuals who don't know who they are, and everybody trying to tell everybody who's right and who's wrong, and my generation is my. But then the moment you step out specifically of America, you start talking about generations. There is no silent generation, millennials, Gen X, or Gen Z outside of America.
Mm.
And I'll land my plane on that.
I like that how you dang, I was gonna go to. I gotta call him the junior co-host because when baby get here, she gonna get a she the co-host. But I gotta say junior co-host because this is more of his topic, so that's the reason why. Because I know he got a better he got his what I want to say. Basically, he can probably explain what he really mean about this topic itself, though, because he the one that came up with this. But I couldn't think of the right word. I want to miss. So Sharon, let me get Sharon, and then I'm gonna go to the junior co-host until my baby wake up.
Word up! It's an awesome chat, man. The convo is dope. Yeah, it's a transition, man. I come from a time where there was no the fastest thing was texting. The best phone was a flip phone. We couldn't do like Star Trek and touch your screen and make shit happen. Excuse me. But now you do. When you're 3 years old, when you're 4 years old, you playing around with the most expensive Apple phone that's out there. And you know how to work it. You know how to program it. You know how to get into its substructure and make it do what you want to do. And you're not even in double digits yet. So this is the end of, when you were in class, you had to pass a note on a piece of paper to the girl you like behind you or in front of you. You're not doing that no more. That's over with. Like anything you do can be instantly transmitted to probably 1 million people if you want it, or more, depending on your popularity. So the reaction of your mindset is instant information at your fingertips all day, every day, and everything you do. I never could have went when I was younger and said, hey, Kroger, send me a pizza and a bottle of sake. I did it just a couple of weeks ago. That felt great. But I could never do it in my 20s. They didn't have that. You had to go there and do it. Instant information. All I'm saying is we live in a time of instant information. And unfortunately, now that information is not lawyered or ruled on being accurate. It don't got no rules because the technology has outran the moral and law rules, and the moral and law rules will never catch it. It will never grab it. It will never leash it in. It will never make it do what it wants to do because it's just like exploded, man. So, yeah, there is a difference between generations, man. This generation now is the instant information generation. And their job is to decipher whether or not the information is good, true, right, accurate, or does it need to be transmitted at all. In other words, does everybody need to know every damn thing you're doing every single minute of the day? In my school, you probably don't want to let people know your every single move, but in the new school, you do. So people can attach and connect and know. And Spotify, but not like the app. I'm just saying Spotify, like spot you right there with my fi. You know, that's my definition of Spotify, being old school. But I'll bring it in for Landon. Thank you.
All right. Why you sound like that dude off of Pop the Balloon? That one dude that had the suit on.
You pegged me. You pegged me.
That's all. Just wait till I find him. I think I found his brother. Oh my. So, all right, we got the star of the night that came up with the topic. Said I was gonna do it for him. What you got for me, my brother? Unnecessary in the building.
Good evening, brother. How you
Don't
doing?
come over
I'm
here with that
good. I'm
stuff
blessed.
unnecessary. We was just in the same room, bro. Don't come
Don't
over
be
here.
vague either. Don't be vague either.
Don't
Oh,
come
y'all
over here
two in
with
the
that
same room.
stuff.
I know that's
Yeah,
issues.
don't come over.
I know that's problems with y'all two in the same room.
It was definitely an issue for sure. But man, I see what we talked about, and for you to put it like this, like I put it in the chat, man. Hey, you are an artist, man. I appreciate you putting what you and I talked about and have turned it to this, man. You're a real one. So what
Appreciate
really
it.
sparked this was my family and I, we were at an outlet shopping, just shopping. I have two girls and a son, and my girls and my wife like to shop. Women don't come at me for that. That's just real in my household. That's anecdotal, but I like to shop as well for particular things. But so as we walk around, for some reason, I just really noticed families that particular day and how the children were reacting and responding to what their parents were telling them to do. And I asked my wife, I said, man, did we respond or act like that when our parents asked us to do something? Or did we just do it? And I found myself lately, I want to use the word compromising, but being more understanding that I'm not going to fully disagree with the person that just spoke, but just a little bit that things are different. But I do believe scripture when it says that there is nothing new under the sun. So the wording of how children say particular things to their parents, I believe that we said those same things or did those same things just differently. So when people say, oh, this generation is more disrespectful, I'll say you was just as disrespectful, but in another way. You may not have said it the way that thank you, appreciate that, man. You may not have said it the way that this new generation has said it, but you was just as disrespectful. Like, don't get it twisted. A lot of us our parents have said you the most disrespectful person, and now you 30, 40, and you act like your parent ain't never said. No, they said it to you. So while we think that this new generation is more disrespectful, is you older, you wiser, and I like to call it Holy Ghost amnesia. You've gotten saved, you accepted Christ, and the Holy Ghost made you forget that you was once that disrespectful person. That's all that it is, and all of us want to forget that. But when it comes to writing a note, do you like me? Yes, no, maybe so. That hadn't changed. You just text that now. Like everything is still the same. That's what we think that the technology age has ushered in this totally no. It's still the same. The words just changed, and the way you do it is different. Dudes are still texting girls, "Hey, do you like me? Yes or no? Maybe so." Dudes are still walking up to girls, hey man, can you go with me and play Shy Brother? I have a daughter in college. She tells me all the time. Girls are doing the same thing. They call it two man. One, they that's what they do. So nothing has changed. We're just older, and we want to forget that we were once bad ourselves and not land.
hmm That's true. That's why I did want to go back to where somebody put in the comments earlier. It was like, they're more disrespectful or something like that, right? And I said, is they really though? Like, because I do believe it just was done differently, right? Or it's more in the open, it's more exposed and stuff. Because I believe a lot of this stuff have just been the same. I mean, I could see, and I think it was just, I don't know. I felt like it was done differently, but then also I also feel I might can agree, but I just want to see like in what ways, like, because maybe it was too like kids ain't really have a say so back then, and now that they looking at kids talking more, that's disrespectful or whatever, because they not allowing the parents to actually, well, the parents not running their children over no more, or I mean, I guess it just varies though. That's what I'm noticing though. So, but it's open
Being
panel,
too
y'all.
vague. You're being too vague, Kev. You're being too vague, man.
I know I'm vague. Look at motivation ain't there.
So I
I
got a
said
question.
drop a.
I got a question.
That's
Mhm.
what I want
When is Rachel coming up?
Right. Because I need to move. But Jared, I got a question.
You gotta
Growing
ask
up,
it
man,
in a nice, non-vague.
did you ever say, "Man, mom, I don't want that to eat"?
Of
Like
course.
whatever exactly. Why are we saying we didn't have a voice? Like I may have got
I don't
hit in
want
my
that to
mouth.
eat.
Right. I may have got hit in my mouth, but I told my mom, I'm tired of spaghetti today. Well, you're not hungry enough. I still said it. And it's
Mm-hmm. I
2025 and we
couldn't.
act
Yeah.
like that stuff wasn't said.
I think a
Like
lot
It
that
of the
was
stuff get.
said though, but it.
Okay.
What'd you say, Jared?
I think a lot of stuff just be getting repeated, man. Like they'll say, this generation is this, and I think they heard that from somewhere, and then they validated it. I think it's just a lot of confirmation bias that takes place because that's a fact. Humans are human. People are people. People still dealing with the same stuff people been dealing with their whole lives. You make decisions, right? There you go. So when you make a choice, you got to deal with the consequences, negative and positive. So if you
But
don't want something, go
Jay, don't
ahead.
you think consequences and societal expectations have changed, and that I would argue shapes more of how we react to things or what we think is appropriate?
So when I hear consequence, growing up, I hear negative. But as an adult, I understand consequences is simply a result. It's neither negative nor positive. It's just literally the result. So no, I don't think consequences at principle, the principle of consequences have changed at all. I don't believe that.
Okay.
For example, Ness, I heard you mention you don't do screen time.
No.
There's no screen time in your home.
Mm.
The consequence of not doing screen time in the 1800s is still the consequence of not doing screen time in the 21st century, neurologically speaking. However, that doesn't change the fact that there's a perspective that didn't exist in the 1800s, which is the 19th century, and that is screens exist. So there may be a temptation for the children to feel like they're missing out on something, FOMO. But at the end of the day, the consequence of it neurologically, as far as the effects of it, are the same in the 19th century as the 21st century. The only difference is what they don't learn right now when it comes to technology, They will have to learn if they want to be successful in the culture that they operate inside of. But if, say someone's a Mennonite or someone is Amish, they don't they really don't need that because that's not the culture they're coming from. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And I think your logic applies to all scenarios because, for example, like kiddos being afraid of their teachers, or afraid of, I'm going to call mom or I'm going to call dad, right? That, I would tell you, that used to be my biggest fear. But now a lot of the times you see kids and they're like, okay, do it, right? Because they're not afraid of their parents because we haven't instilled, and I think fear is important, okay? But we haven't instilled that idea of consequence. I think that's the biggest difference now. Yes, consequences are the same, but those consequences to kiddos don't hold any weight because we don't set proper expectations. You can't have a consequence without an expectation.
Okay, so I'll take that what you just said, and I'll add this. I've always, my wife and I have been homeschooling our children for the past 9 years, and our eldest is 9, by the way. So that has zero to do with my household. However, the principle that you're speaking on is a healthy fear. If children have a healthy fear of their parents, then there is a respect. There's a respect because instead of, oh, well, I'm going to call your parents, it now goes, I'm going to tell your daddy.
Yep.
Oh, well, if the kids ain't afraid of daddy because the teacher said it, they sure ain't afraid of daddy if mama said it. That has nothing to do with generation. That has everything to do with a lack of intention. This is a prime example of wise versus pride. Wise stands for walking in simplicity every day. You don't want the complex, hard, complicated stuff. You want the simplest things. But pride stands for perpetually repeating ignorant decisions every day. If you keep doing the dumb stuff, you're going to get dumb results. Those are called consequences. If you continue to do wise things, you're going to get wise results. That's called consequences. Does that make sense?
I love it. I love
Can I
it.
ask you a quick question, Ness?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh, from forever ago. Yes.
Yeah, because I'm a classical pianist myself. So how long did you practice handing for every single day?
We had an allocated amount of time when I was growing up. We had to do 20 minutes of piano a day. And over time, I learned to love it more and more. So I did it on my own. But I would argue I did that for about, 9 years, maybe more.
Would you believe me if I told you that I would be playing Hannon for literally an hour every single day and then go into my composition? Yeah, that's the crazy household that I had, right?
Yeah.
So when it came to discipline, I was more fearful, but that fear eventually it made me the pianist that I am, right? However, as I become a parent of a 3-year-old and want
Yeah.
them to engage in music, I feel that in order to
Is it
push my
what?
child, say again?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I think
oh,
he's
sorry.
talking to somebody else.
In order for them to actually enjoy learning, I have to be more kind because let's just say my dad used a lot of corporal punishment. If I
Sure.
was wrong on 1 note, 2 notes, even an 8th note, for the love of God, the wrath of fear was coming out, and I hated to. I want to believe that if I were to be approached in the sense where my father made it more enjoyable, I'd be there with Chopin right now. Honestly,
Yeah.
if he made it more enjoyable. But through fear, I was forced to be good, not necessarily not to enjoy it. And I think it goes with every aspect of learning, right? So if we find a way to show our children, okay, there's consequence, understood. But let me show you a way where it can be enjoyable so that you become the person that you need to be, right? A lot of
Yep.
the times kids don't get where they need to be because we instill too much fear.
hmm
That's what I think.
I agree. And I told my husband, I don't care if they play the triangle. Like, I don't care if that's, your favorite thing in the world. Yeah, let's do it. I just want them to be happy with doing something creative and then also a sport. I think sports are so incredibly important. for a multitude of reasons, but like I agree with you. I don't think fear is great. I don't think saying, hey, you have to do this, or there's no way you can miss it, or whatever the case may be. I don't think that that's productive. I do, however, think that discipline is the biggest factor that we're building. Like one thing that my husband wishes that his dad did was go to the gym with him, like when he was really young, right? He would have built that discipline instead of figuring it out in high school and then college and then X, Y, and Z and how to do all of this. So you go when you don't want to go, because you build that discipline. So I just want to instill that, like, this is important and it's going to pay off in the end, but I also want them to love it. So that balance is hard, because at the end of the day, we're all doing this for the first time. And let me tell you, I thought being a parent was going to be so much easier. I was on the moon. I was like, I can do this. I got it. I can handle every situation. Boy, was I humbled. But it's just one of those things where, like, I think that if I approach it in a way that, they understand that I love them and I'm here with them, and, we can do this together, that'll make a difference. I'll get back to you in about, 10 years or so, see if it worked.
No, the Tiger Mom
Listen,
approach in the Asian community. Yeah, go
hey,
ahead. Sorry.
just family man. I want to make y'all aware of something. Is that okay?
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Always.
What y'all are describing is called intention. It's not necessarily discipline. It's intention. And it's not simply intention alone, it's also intentional education. The word educate, etymologically, historically, has always meant to train up a child. It also means to train up an animal, but that's not the point. It is to train, is literally dealing with child rearing. That has historically been the meaning of education. So if you are rearing up your children, you are training them up. This is a form of discipline. And so once again, discipline, just like consequence, is not a negative word. It's not. So what you were describing was intentional skill development. And then you are intentionally guiding them through perseverance, determination, resilience. However, these are virtues. I don't know if y'all know that, and there's nothing wrong with what y'all saying at all, but you're literally describing intentional cultivation of virtues, and the actual methodology that you're going about doing it is your choice. Nothing wrong with it at all. Me personally, I've played the piano since I was 3 years old. I never had
Sweet
anyone to
deal,
force me
brother.
to do it. No one forced me to do it. Therefore, there was no cultivation of desire. It was literally a natural passion. To this day, I still play the piano, but I also produce music. And I do this for other people and get paid for it. The reality is, yes, there are some things that you're going to do with your parents, and you're going to enjoy that, and those memories are going to be there, but it may not lead to you functioning within a specific career path based off of what it is you did with your parents. Your parents might ask, hey, do you still do that? Yeah, from time to time, but it's a hobby attached to a great memory. It is not something that you're going to do for the rest of your life if it's not something you're passionate about. Or if you do, you feel guilt. I notice y'all mentioned fear. Nothing wrong with fear. There's nothing wrong with fear, healthy fear. I will not go to the zoo and try to hop in with the lions and tigers and bears. No, oh my, no, I will not do that. That's not wise. It's foolish. But I also will not.
Gerard, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry.
Kev, don't say nothing. It's Jared, man. Yeah, but good. You good.
Jared, sorry. Yeah, he confused me. I heard two different names. I'm like, Gerard, Jared. Okay,
You
Jared,
Jared,
thank
but go
you.
ahead. Yeah, no problem.
My question is this, right? You've probably been
Uh-huh.
a parent longer than I have, obviously, right? So, how do we overcome our own frustration so that we don't put it on our kids, right? Because sometimes as parents, it's the fact that we get so aggressive with our children. It's because we are frustrated with the way that we don't know how to teach them. So, how do we overcome that and not be that scary parent, essentially, like how our parents used to scare us because they were frustrated with themselves, so they decided to use corporal punishment. So how do we avoid, not necessarily avoid that frustration, but how do we address it in a way where we can be like, okay, I know I'm frustrated as a parent. You're not understanding what I'm teaching you, but how do I how do I address it so that you can understand what I mean, so that you can grow as a person, as a child?
Oh my
I think
goodness,
a
that's a
lot of
good
times,
question.
The same
right?
thing you do with your car when they need the oil change. You take it to
Mm,
somebody that knows how to care about it. If you don't know how to do an oil change in your car, you're gonna try to do something you don't know how to do. Go get them
mm,
a tutor, someone that cares about their particular profession, so they can teach them the right way and won't get frustrated at them for learning.
mm.
Yep. That is absolutely that's a fact what he gave, and I was gonna give the more just first principles version of it.
Mm.
Did y'all let Conscious in? I just thought about that. I don't think I heard him say anything.
Y'all can finish, man.
Oh.
Meeting right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta head in before the wife disciplines me. So you guys have a good night.
Good
Okay,
night.
guys.
Good
All
night,
Have
right,
a
man.
all
nice
Nice.
right.
day.
I'm gonna follow you, man. All right,
It's
but
getting
I still
good.
want to
Take
answer
care,
his
guys.
question.
Go ahead, Jerry. Yeah.
Yeah, the fundamental first principle of that is patience. Patience is willful endurance of an undesirable circumstance without complaint. And I have to catch myself often, like checking myself, like, you know what? He's 7. He just 7. I got 2 girls and 1 boy. And it's like you have to literally remember you were once a child. And it took you as long as it took you to understand how whatever it is that was being told to you 100,000 times. And just like it took time for you to get it, it's going to take time for them to get it. And also, like what you said, unnecessary is like you take them to somebody, you literally delegate it. You have to delegate. Um, there's this, here go another one, unnecessary. But
Uh-oh.
there's this framework that I just recently
Here we
put
come.
together. It's called Road. You know, my belief is in the Bible. That's where I get my wisdom from. So there's a scripture that says, in all your ways acknowledge him and he'll make your path straight. Right before that, it says, trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not lean on your own understanding. In a nutshell, if you don't know what God has already said about the matter, that's the first thing you need to go figure out. Not what is he going to say? What is he trying to tell you? No, what he already said, because he's the ultimate authority. So the in all your ways, that means literally whatever path that you take, whatever path you are on, whatever road you are traveling, consider what God already said on the matter. Road stands for what is your responsibility, your ownership, your authority, and what do you need to delegate? Like literally, you need to consider like, man, what level of responsibility do I have in this matter? What level of ownership, what level of authority, and what level of delegation? Because you can't delegate something you don't own, by the way. You can't delegate something you're not responsible for. You can't delegate something you don't have authority over. So delegation sometimes is the best thing to do once you recognize, you know what? It would be irresponsible for me to try to do this because I don't know what I'm doing and I know somebody else does. Ownership says, hey, I gotta own that. I literally have to steward what I own. It belongs to me or it doesn't belong to me. And I'm just a steward over this. So let me make sure I exercise my ownership appropriately and accordingly. And then as far as authority is concerned, I may not be the expert. If you are an expert on something, you are an authority. But if I ain't an expert on that matter, then shoot, I need to delegate that. Otherwise, it's gonna be some trouble, and then I'm gonna be upset at what I did, and it's on me. Now I'm not frustrated with the child; I'm frustrated with myself. But I don't realize that until later sometimes. So it's like you gotta literally consider the path that you're taking and what God already said on the matter.
Why we all three of us doing this? All three of us
Sometimes I trip.
except for mine's got filtered out. Mine got filtered out. All three of us thinking the same thing. Mine got filtered out. I put cough. I said cough supposed to stand for call over upper great holes.
Oh my
Whoa,
god.
I don't know. I try to think of something.
I was like, he picked a
whoa.
really long word.
Right, I
Like,
know. I try to think of something. Then unnecessary talking about road responsibility on.
mine's the
That's
funniest.
Says C.
no. He
stands
Kev,
for
Kev.
sometimes
He was
I trip.
Kev. He was writing down what I said,
I mean, sit
clown.
down.
They go
There's
main thing in the building.
That's
I'm
funny as
keeping that
hell.
sit one. It's
Yeah,
not bad.
that ain't bad.
Sometimes
Sometimes
I
I
do
trip.
trip. That means sit down. You're doing too much.
Yeah,
Ooh,
have several. Take several seats.
hey.
I want to while we on here, I do want to give Jared his flowers. I listened to one of his things, just like I do Kev. I call them you all short talks. I listened to one of your short talks, and I implemented this Christmas Day. I asked each one of my children to hug me tight, and I said,
Mm.
me as tight as possible. The difference was that I added to it, Jared. I said, now ask me to do that. And they said, Daddy, do it. And each one of them said, ouch. I said, your father should never give you everything because it may hurt you.
Give him a clap. Give him a clap. Boy,
Get
that's a
that man
DJ
a
horn.
clap.
Oh,
My
yeah.
So
goodness.
necessary, unnecessary.
but I got it from Jerry because it made me think as a father, like sometimes we don't think we're enabling, but you can be, because sometimes if you give them everything, you are hurting them, and they're saying ouch by the way that they're going about their life, and you're not hearing it. And I was like, doggone it, Jerry made me think again. But that was cool, man. That was
Think
cool.
stands
Appreciate
for
it.
take. It's like, no, I'm sorry, I can't.
Oh my Let it.
Hey, man. Think stands for, is it true? Is it helpful? Is it important? Is it necessary? Is it kind?
Oh, of course
My
he had it.
God.
Of course he
You
did.
know
I
he
didn't. I
did.
didn't. I didn't make that one up though.
I need
I
to
didn't
stop
make that
playing with
one
him
up.
when it comes to that, man. He got
I'm gonna
literally
throw
every
it.
word.
Do you have one for Thessalonians?
Oh,
No, don't do it. He will. Don't test him. Don't
I
test
don't
him.
do long words, bruh. That is not necessary.
right.
Unnecessary.
He
Pun
would have did
intended.
it too. He would have
He
did it.
said that's
He was like, I don't do
unnecessary.
long words, but watch it come later.
I promise you, I
Right.
won't.
Speaking of Thessalonians. Right.
That foolishness. Hey,
That's
Kev,
so
My
funny.
baby
Rachel.
laugh is so
Ah,
cute.
man, you about to get me in
I
that.
just love when
I'm
you
about to get in your
laugh.
inbox again.
Hey, Kev and
Hey, that's
Rachel.
exactly how I ended up in her inbox the first time. Talking about my laugh.
Hey, Kev and Rachel, I got I got a suggestion I would like to make.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rachel, I saw the other day you were doing something fire. You had them folks just tapping the screen.
Oh
I'm
boy,
talking about
she is good.
like you
Man,
had them
listen,
just
these people
tapping.
came on there to get false prophecies. I'm teasing you,
Boy,
Rachel. I'm teasing you.
boy, they was in there too. But what you, I don't know if you understand the principle you were moving inside of. You were literally commanding the room,
Mm-hmm.
but while commanding the room, you weren't converting the room because you had nothing to offer. Don't you realize if you actually just had a simple offer for the people, you literally could have actually like you could at least, let's say, build your email list, or
Oh yeah. Yeah, I feel you.
you literally should have something for when people are already in momentum of listening and following your instructions. You ain't doing nothing malicious. It's just you want to guide them into something that could actually help them and benefit them. And you demonstrated that the other day in such a way. I'm like, you know what? I don't think she knows this, because this is what takes place in a lot of virtual events. They literally are converting as well as commanding the room. The difference is they have offers that are, they cost some money, but people are trusting them. There's a like, there's a know, and there's a trust. So you build like, know, and trust, and you get people in momentum, and now they want to do whatever you say, not to their detriment, but they rocking with you. So
Yeah.
if you say, "Hey, y'all, listen, if you enjoyed this, I got something for you," and y'all could literally teach individuals how to actually run their own TikTok panel.
You know what? You might be on to something with the TikTok thing, because somebody inboxed me asking me how I do my prompts and stuff like that. And like, there's a couple people that asked me like, "Oh, how do you do this or do that?" And I was gonna make a tutorial.
Yeah, if somebody that is an actual one unnecessary ABC, I always be closing. But yeah, if not, it's for real. He ain't lying. I ain't we ain't make that up. But in all seriousness, yeah, if someone is asking you for it, then you might as well give them what they're asking for because that's how business goes. You just they if there's a market for it, then just literally solve the problem. That's a problem. You have a solution, and they'll pay you for it, whether they paying you in attention or they paying you with their information so that you can
Hmm.
continue to keep in touch with them if that's they give you permission to, or they paying you in dollars. You can do a low ticket offer that literally just teaches them exactly how to do exactly what they ask you.
Hmm. Did you see the other game I came up with? Were you there?
Which which one?
Man, I came up with one the other day. What was it? Was it
With the
Thursday?
names?
Was it Thursday? It was Thursday.
Was it about the
Yeah, it was
names?
Christmas Day. No, it
You
was
talking about the one where they look at our
Oh, with the
profile
topic
picture?
one.
with the
Yeah, yeah,
topic.
that was a good one too.
So like they basically they choose the topic, right? And we talk on the topic for 10 minutes, and then once the time is up, the next person gets to go, and they can decide to either to change the topic or keep the topic. And if they decide to change the topic, everybody has 1 minute to send an interactive gift if they want to go against that decision. And it started getting so lit.
Wait, like make sure you explain those rules correct because we don't want nobody
Yeah.
wrong.
My God, it can
You
get
know,
bad.
Sent the
okay,
whole
so
dragon in that thing. They be like, dog.
so let me translate what you just said. What I heard you say is, Jared, I held. Hold on. How long did you do this? How long were you on live doing this?
They would have kept going if I didn't stop. I was like, hey guys, I kind of do have to do holiday stuff with my family.
So 5 hours, 20% of the day. Okay. So you know the 80-20 rule, Pareto's principle. 20% of your input is responsible for 80% of your output. So 20% of the work you do is responsible for 80% of the results you get, the fruit of your labor.
Mm-hmm.
So had you leveraged that appropriately, at the moment, you literally could have made an offer and people would have said yes because they trust what you're doing. Because you're like, hey y'all, you want to learn how to do this? You want to know how to do this? Oh well, join my community. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what you were doing was teaching people. You weren't even teaching. You were leading them in leadership development skills as well as public speaking. And you did it within a structured format to where you put a time limit on it. So you gave people hosting lessons as well as speaking point lessons. This is public speaking. This is communication all day. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but public speaking is, they say 70% of people are afraid of public speaking. They literally have a phobia of doing so.
Yeah.
You create a room where individuals can come in and be themselves, and half of them don't have a real name on there anyway, so they get to be anonymous, but they get to practice. They get to practice leadership. They get to practice hosting. You're literally helping them. You're like a virtual Toastmasters. Yeah, like a virtual Toastmasters for TikTok.
Yeah, you
By
know,
doing
it's
that.
crazy. I just found Toastmasters, and I went to one of their meetings but just before I left Georgia, and I'm looking for another Toastmasters here. Cause you're right, Jared. I did notice that like I kind of do have a gift for public speaking, and I have to just kind of like own it.
Yeah, what's your
Yeah,
role
you're
with
onto
that?
something right there.
Rachel, say I'm on a you listen, I'm not cocky. I'm not cocky at all. I'm literally telling you what I tell clients. I'm just treating y'all like friends and family that I ain't trying to sell nothing to. But this is not me being on to something. This is me telling you what you did. This is literally me telling you what you did and you recognizing, you know what? Yeah, because they did have that. The person had to keep the time. They had to keep the time. They had to check the ums and the ahs and the filler words. We had to do a table topic. I did Toastmasters. I definitely got awards and all that stuff. So if you're aware that this is what you're doing, and you're aware that you're already naturally a speaker, meaning you ain't afraid to speak, then you may be aware that there are people who feel comfortable talking to you, and they don't even know you.
This is true. This
Boom,
is so true.
boom. I'm just telling you what I understand. That's all.
Jared the voice. Okay, let's get it.
Give that man a clap.
He is good.
Yeah, what?
That's dope. You did it as well. That get off. All right, now let me let y'all get to the prompt and talk to these folks. 'Cause they just sitting here. They ain't said nothing. I'm let me get
Conscious all in his conscience right now, and that's just
chilling in the cut.
Jonathan just came up. What you got for me, Conscious? What you
Jared, I had to do it because of my calling. So I don't know if he was on that particular day. So I've been preaching since 2006 and have a degree in theology. So that kind of came with me being a public speaker. So that's why.
Oh my God.
That's why a lot of times I am in the chat because Toastmasters, as well as being on the debate team and as well as my beliefs, I can't come up a lot because I don't want people to feel a particular way about me and who I am. I just like to be unnecessary.
You know what's crazy is you and I got a bit in common. I do not have a degree in theology. I do not agree with a lot of the people who think that, well, you got to go to seminary. You got to get it, man, to study it. 'Cause we are all theologians. Man, bruh. Man, R.C. Sproul's got a whole book called We Are All Theologians. But at the end of the day, you and I got a lot in common. I'm not somebody's pastor or anything like that. But for many years, I was actually the actual primary preacher and teacher of a specific congregation for a while, man. And one thing that I gained a perspective on is, man, everybody has their own opinion about a lot of stuff, but it's not until you can connect with somebody and actually do what you're supposed to be doing that you start seeing why what needs to be said needs to be said. So for you to say you like to be unnecessary, I think you're very necessary. And you are aware of that, and you're conscious about it, and you're intentional about it. So you're so necessary that you choose to be unnecessary, which is oxymoronic, but that's neither here nor there.
Call him Jared the life breather.
Hence, my wife's name on here is Mrs. Necessary Names. So we play off each other.
Aww. Oh my God, Jared's laugh.
Why did it last that long? It caught me off guard. I said somebody broke his mic.
No, man, it was really funny.
That's funny because that's how I met Jared.
I know that little snicker.
I said, who is this guy? And then he started preaching out of nowhere. I'm like, what the?
Man, cut it out. Hey, let's welcome everybody in. We got some new people up here.
That's right.
So Conscious, we got to go back to Conscious. And what's up, Jonathan? And we know Mocha, that's our sister Mocha, the new mod in here, but she ain't got her mod page in here. We just got done cussing each other out earlier, but we be back.
Oh yeah, for the record, Rachel, I am not a mod on your panel. You be thinking I am because you told me I am, so I act like it, but I am not a mod. I'm not a mod.
Selling you a dream.
They're like, who's one of my mods? I'm like, I can't meet nobody because I promise you.
I swear you a mod.
I swear, man, that happened to some other people. I'm like, what? Shoot. I got you.
Nah, I'm a mod on here. I'm a mod on here.
I will make sure you have the mod powers.
Got the badge and nothing you can do with it.
Boy, top flight security.
Just look tough. Said I'm gonna threaten you guys, I swear.
Top flight security of the world.
I will mute you. Stop talking like that. I will mute you.
Yeah, I can't do that.
What you talking about, bro? What's going on?
Oh, okay. Conscious is back.
But then
I'm back.
There you go, Conscious. You said what, Conscious?
What we talking about, man?
I'm talking about nothing.
as always.
What we talking about nothing. All right,
Back to the prompt. Back to the
back
prompt.
to the prompt. Hey, is everybody just circulating what's going on?
Okay, they waiting for us to get back to the prompt.
So
Yeah, because I had left and came back, and y'all still wasn't talking about the prompt. You know, I'm just being messy.
he was speaking life into people. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you gotta let him speak, man.
Hey, you conscious? You about to be next in a minute, conscious,
right?
You know?
Oh Lord, man! I just came here to chill, man. I ain't come.
Nah, you can't do that
I
here.
don't know nothing, man.
More
I
than
don't
just
know knowledge,
conscious.
man.
You are-
I don't know nothing, man. I don't know nothing, man. I be chilling, bro.
Man, your name is conscious, not
I
unconscious.
don't know no information. I don't know no information about nothing. I don't know nothing. Hey, Kev, I'm playing dumb this year. I don't know nothing.
Nah, you conscious, bro. You conscious. You too conscious to play dumb.
See, there you go. There you go. Breathe that
I'm
life
glad
for
you
them,
know.
my boy. I tell you, that's your new name. It ain't gonna be the voice. It's the life breather.
Jonathan gonna be like, me
man.
next, me next,
Me next, right? Please tell me something, mama.
Hey, I'm just sitting here listening. The way I look at it, the Lord gave me one mouth and 2 ears. I sit back and listen.
Ooh, see?
Amen.
And then you gonna be like, the Lord gave you life too. You know what I'm saying?
Jared don't miss.
Jared right here ain't gonna
Jared don't miss. Y'all better go ahead and listen to that man.
You want me to answer the prompt? Yes, I do believe that generations is the problem because the same children, for the most part, not every one of them, because my kids ain't this, but we got a whole lot of people out here doing this little soft parenting bullshit that it does not work. I'm sorry, I can't say that.
No, you
go
good?
ahead, do your thing. Stick your
No, go ahead.
They want to sit here and talk about, no, you're going to be in timeout and all this. It's mainly the YT people, let's be honest. You follow what I'm saying. Everybody on this prompt knows what I'm talking about. You want to sit here and try and argue and have a conversation with a child and just tell them how it's going to be, and we ain't going to have no damn discussion. If I told you no, it's no. Don't ask why.
Are there times it's okay to ask why?
Negative. Not whenever you're dealing with a young child.
I mean, look, sometimes them children, like, it's like they be asking why. They're like, really, they just want to know the reason why. Like, I feel like you should give them just a little slight, short explanation. Then you know.
Sometimes it's okay. My God.
If my child and my kids are 15 and 19 at this point, but if you were to ask me why is the sky blue, I'll tell you because all light waves have different frequencies diffused by oxygen and nitrogen. I'll explain that shit. But if I tell you you need to sit down, why? Bullshit. I said sit down.
You won't be able to sit down when I'm done with you.
Exactly. You get my point. Yes, sir. I do agree. There is a time and a place to give an explanation to a child. But there's also a time and a place. If I said do this, that's what you do.
Authority.
And we have way too many people out here soft parenting. So I do think there's a generational difference.
That's not what you said earlier, Jonathan. You said
Let him make it, Rachel.
Nothing, bro.
Let him make it, Rachel. I heard him too, but he made his point. He said what he meant.
I did.
Afterwards,
No,
he
I-
escalated.
No, I did. I made it racial, and I'm a white man, but I ain't raised my kids the way these people.
We said Rachel.
It does not matter about your color. Parenting is parenting. Black people parent the soft way too. They do gentle parenting too. It's not a color. I know they like to portray all these stereotypes, but try to stay away from that.
You know, I learned something from my coach. His name is Myron Golden, and he said there are 4 levels of parenting. The first level is between the ages of who is going to the bathroom. That's just nasty.
I'm sorry. It's my sink. I'm filling up my water.
Welcome back, Ness.
Sound like you're bathing, girl.
No, I've
like
been
you've
washing
been drinking
dishes. I've
water.
been on mute washing dishes.
Right, all that time
okay.
you got
I
off mute and said
I wanted to get off mute to tell Jared I fucking love your voice, dude. I could listen to you all damn day.
I appreciate that.
I just embarrassed myself though.
Nah. You cleaned it up when you
life into Jared. That's a reverse Uno card.
Hey, go ahead.
What's up, Antonio?
Nah. Hold on,
He said, "Hold up, you talk about voices. Let me show you something real quick."
no. I was telling y'all about the 4 levels of parenting. The 4 levels of parenting between the ages of 0 and 5, pretty much. At that point, is you are literally doing what you're teaching, you're training. You're just training to obey what I tell you to do. This is life or death. Do what I say. I don't have to explain why, because you don't even comprehend that between 0 and 4, or really about 0 and 5 and 0 and 4. But at the end of the day, if I tell you don't go in the street, stand right there, this is to save your life. There is no explanation. You don't get it yet. You're too young. But then between the ages of, let's say, about 5 and 8, now this is where we move into teaching. Because all of the things that I was telling you not to do, remember all that stuff? Yeah, this is why. Because I have to teach you to reason with logic, reason with wisdom. This is a whole process of teaching you these things, because between the ages of 9 and 12, this is called transition. Because you're going to be making adult choices for longer than you're going to be making childish children choices. So between 9 and 12, I literally need to be transitioning you into making adult decisions. Simple stuff like, okay, what we eating today? Pizza. Okay, where we eating it at? Are you gonna make it at home? We gonna buy it? What? We gonna order it. Okay. Are we gonna tip? I don't know. No, I'm trying to teach you to actually make decisions on your own, because a lot of kids are indecisive because ain't nobody ever gave them the opportunity to make decisions. So they literally, whatever you want. No, because an indecisive person is a dangerous individual. And you have a lot of adults who are indecisive. They don't know what the flip they want. So because they don't know what they want, they let everybody else tell them what they want and who they are. This is consumerism all day. So once you get to that 4th level, that's trust. I have to trust that I did my part enough to actually give you the tools so that you can have the skill set, the tool set, and the mindset. I'm still there to supervise. I got your back, but you're not a child anymore. So I literally just have to make sure I remind you and reinforce what I already taught you and transitioned you in. That's the 4 levels of parenting. I'm so glad I learned that before I had teenagers, because I ain't got no daggone teenagers yet.
Clap, 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 clap.
Oh yeah, right.
I was just about to ask you that, Jared.
Yeah, mine are 5, 7, and 9, bro.
All right, let me get Antonio in real quick. Then I'm gonna go back to Conscious if you want to try again.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Oh my, another voice.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, why you apologize for that voice? That is a great voice.
Get your girl, bro.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing. I ain't want to say it though.
Nah, what I wanted to say is, in reference to the prompt, and I, like what Jared said, man, I just want to piggyback on that real fast. Is I really think it's the era we in today. Because in actuality, if you think like we have a lot of our elders who then, really passed on in life, so like that level of teaching that a lot of us have had when we were younger in different times. Like for instance, of course I'm still young, but I'm a 90s baby. So I'm 35. And for instance, when I was at age like Mr. Jersey, like 11, 12, right? I still had my great grandparents around, my grandparents as well, aunts, uncles. So I had that village, that we all know that today is really a lack thereof in a lot of different people cases. It was even around a time when families really got together. Nowadays, it seemed like ever since COVID had hit, it's like everybody's distant. It's been distant since then. And then, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of conspiracy stuff, right? But it just seemed like these years feel like weeks and months now. They just flying by. Like I'm still trying to think back, like we was just in 2020 and that's about to be 2026 that fast. It's like the era we in right now, it's crazy. And then like around that time, we had internet, but remember we had the dial up, the AOL dial up, we had MySpace, things like that. Even Facebook at the time was really for majority college students at the time. Now you got Instagram is the least of our worries. You got TikTok, you got all of this stuff. So it's like we have all of these access to things now where it's like time is moving so fast where it's not on our side. So it's like even with the parenting, right? It's like we all, like I have kids as well, but like, we all do our best as parents, right? And that's whether man or woman, right? And whatever you may be, right? In whatever position you play. But it's like when we look up, it's like the school year be over and it seemed like it just started. So it's like it seemed like time's just not on our side when it comes to really trying to sit down with one another, whether our kids, whether our families, and really trying to take time of whether if it's, learning from one another, dialoguing with one another, spending time with one another. Even if you're in relationships, it's like it can get stressful, bills is billing, stuff going up, so I just feel like it's just the error at the end of the day. And it's just, we're all trying to adjust, but it's like, it's just like, it just seemed like it's no adjustment we able to do, so I land my plane.
Hey, Antonio.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir.
Are you have like, do you work a job, or you in entrepreneurship? You work
Yeah,
government?
I have 2 jobs in the LLC. I work, so I'm home based in Washington, D.C. area. I work DC government.
Okay, so you said DC government? Oh, okay.
DC government, yeah.
Okay, so you got 4 sectors of economy. You familiar with that, right?
It sound familiar, but break it down for me.
Okay, so you have household economy. This is where the consumerism takes place. We got to buy the things that need to be purchased in order for stuff to stay in circulation as far as these dollars are concerned in America. So you have the household, then you have, that's that one sector. And then you have private businesses. That's another sector. Then you have banks. That's the third sector. And then you have government. That's the fourth sector. So if you're functioning within household, that's consumers, pretty much just the employees. Like, hey, I go to work, I get my money so I can pay these taxes and feed my family, pay my bills. But then when you move into private businesses, this is where, okay, I don't pay taxes on this check. I pay taxes based on what I got left over. So it don't come out immediately. There's a difference. It's a completely different field because you're the one that's producing the products to the consumers, which are the household. Then you have the banks. The banks are the ones loaning money and all of that good stuff. You're not selling nothing to the bank. The bank is buying stuff from you, even though they're not telling you. Because the moment you give them your money, they literally owe you. That's another conversation for another day. But then you have government. Now, government works completely differently when it comes to household and whatnot, because you literally dealing with tax dollars and all of that stuff, but also contracts. Government contracts and everything. It's just a lot going on. So there's those are 4 different sectors. When you say you said time is speeding up and you 35, so you was born in 1990, you about to be 36 this upcoming year. What I hear you saying is it's a whole lot that you have not done that you want to do. And it's probably a few things that you started, but you didn't continue to do or you didn't finish. My suggestion to you is to take this into consideration. How many hours are in a day?
I would say about maybe 12, if that. But it feels even less than that because it's supposed to be 24. But we know definitely, it's definitely not.
Okay, well, I get it with the day and the night, but specifically in a night and day scenario, like when God said, let there be light, and then it was light, and then you have afternoon, you have morning, you have the afternoon, is it. So in context of that, would you say it's 24 hours?
I would say yes, supposed to be, but it don't feel like it,
Okay, got you. So, but you had an answer. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
If I ask you how many hours in a day, you got an answer. But then if I ask you how many hours in a week, what's going to be your response?
Based on what's supposed to.
Okay, my man's up there said 168. Absolutely correct. Most people do not know that. But then when I get smart individuals like yourself who are aware, it's like, okay, it's 168. Great. So you're aware of how many hours in a week. Then I ask, how many minutes are in a day?
1,440.
So you know that there are 1440. So how many minutes in a week? It's 10,080, right?
Actually, yes.
So if I ask you what 1% of a
Uh-oh,
day is,
Mr. Vay coming up.
so if I ask you what is 1% of a whole day, what will be the answer?
Wait, what? Can you ask that again?
Yeah, 1% of a 24-hour day is what?
It's either 14.4 minutes or 864 seconds.
Yep, so that's 14 minutes and 24 seconds.
Yep.
I hurt my head. I'm doing too much math. I'm good at
No,
math.
this is the math that you live in by because the systems that you operate inside of are very aware of the percentages, especially if you function within the industrial community. So if you know that 1% of a whole 24-hour day is just 14 minutes and 24 seconds, don't we realize that 1% of a big number like a billion is still enough to maintain the rest of your life for a long time without having to probably work again?
There's 86,400 seconds in a day, 24 hours, 3,600 seconds per hour times 24. And 1% of that is 864 seconds or 14.4 minutes or 14 minutes and 24 seconds.
Absolutely, which makes
At
You're
it
least I know
8,000,
it's
100% right on
different
that.
levels to nerdism.
which makes it 8,760 hours in a non-leap year. So when we start looking at time from the perspective of, man, these are just numbers, and they are subjective because the moment you start moving into different stratospheres and atmospheres, it changes. But based on what the systems that we
Did
function inside of,
you say 8,760 hours in a non-leap year?
correct.
Okay, yeah, 365 times 24. Yep. Okay. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't like doubting you. I just
No, you good, man.
okay.
You good. You good. So I don't have a calculator in front of me, so I wanted you to check me if that was the case. But
He
the
is the
whole point,
I don't
calculator.
have a calculator in front of me. I'm just good with numbers.
he had to
I
show
love
us.
it.
He
I
thought I
love
was
it.
a calculator, huh?
Well, your brain is a calculator, kid. But the point is this: when you know that 1% is more than enough, like the minority is typically responsible for the majority, principally speaking. So if you know that 1% of a day is simply 14 minutes and 24 seconds, and then I tell you the average family only spends 42 minutes a day together outside of weekends, that means if you simply function within 5% of a day, which is 1 hour and 12 minutes, you are literally above average. And that's not a lot of time. That's not a lot of time at all.
Whoa, wait, hold on. You said the minority carries the majority of our country?
No, the minority is responsible for the majority when it comes to decision making.
That's kind of a bar right there, actually.
So,
I mean, seriously.
so for Antonio, the time that you want to spend with your family, you don't spend it, you invest it. Because to spend is to divest, it's to take away from. You can't get anything back from that. To invest is to put your time or your energy and money forward so that you can get a desirable outcome in the future. Investments are always future based. So if you invest your time, the little bit of time that you do have, you don't even have to do just 1%. You can literally do 2% of a whole 24-hour day. 2% is less than 30 minutes, man. 28 minutes and 48 seconds.
28.8 minutes.
Yep. So if you do that, you won't regret any of it, even if you're tired and everything, because the reality is this: that's enough time to watch one episode of something on Hulu, Netflix, Prime, whatever. That's literally enough time to program somebody to watch on television, to have a conversation about a show that means nothing until the next episode the following week. You can give your family something to talk about in just 2% of a day, man. Literally.
But then at the same point, if you can give yourself 20 minutes a day on average, 15, 20 minutes a day to, like, educate yourself to real actual political truth and real and 20 minutes to history, because every great man throughout history, every great man that's ever added anything to society, they've always had some level of knowledge of history. And whether it be art, or, politics or anything like that. You know, to actually like learn the history of what went down during World War II, what went down during World War I. And there are so many lies that have been published in the textbooks that our children and us ourselves even read. There are so many lies that are out there, and it feels like, we as a nation, and that we have been told we have to support these other countries because that's just what we have to do. And I don't believe that. I do not believe that at all. I want to look at what is best for, as being a union member and having spent 4 years teaching American blue collar, people, a trade union. I don't feel I need to have any loyalty to another country. I need to have a loyalty to American citizens. And having been somebody who earlier on in my career, yeah, we had to they call them dosimeters. And we had to put down our job number, and that would register, how much radiation we would take. And then we would go into areas underneath nuclear reactors, and that would monitor whether or not the amount of radiation we were taking while we were making welds underneath nuclear reactors. If it went beyond, 500, I'm drawing a blank on it right now. I know it was 2,000 millirem a year, but there would be spots where we would be welding where we'd be taking 500 millirem an hour. And we were taking 500 millirem an hour, and we weren't supposed to be taking over more than 2,000 a year. And they'd have 2-3 groups of people, and us certified welders. We'd go in.
Hey, just being real.
We do a 45-minute jump, and then
Hey,
we
just
come
being
out,
real.
and somebody else would go in.
Hey, just being real. I want to make sure I'm following you, bro, but I don't know where we're going.
Well, the working class are the people that are the working class people in this country. We need to band together because we're the ones that they're okay with, making us look like some kind of, radiated chimp if that's what's going to keep, the lights on. And and I'm sorry, but obviously y'all know I'm a white dude. Okay, you can tell that by the way I talk.
What is happening?
We would have never thought
But
that.
I never knew.
what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this.
That's such
I am when it comes to the labor movement, I'm one of the most militant people you will meet. And I don't give a damn what you look like. I don't care what your religious beliefs are. But if you are willing to walk a picket line with me, you're my brother, you're my sister. That's all I need to know. Just make sure that you got my back, I got yours. That's all I need to know. Okay, because I've taken radiation. I have burn scars all over my body from doing the job I've done. I also spent years teaching people how to do this trade. I am
Praise Jesus. Hey, so real fast, so we gonna get back to this print real quick. Man, we got a couple of new people up here. Motivation, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. Got Tops up here.
I
Man, so
appreciate
hey,
that, man. How's everybody
absolutely,
doing,
man. We doing
What's going
good,
on,
man. Just trying
Ken?
to see the
Rachel?
difference.
Blessed and
Hey.
We
improving.
doing good, you know.
Hey, real
Yeah,
quick,
yeah.
real quick. I'm sorry, motivation, real quick, because we kind of got sidelined earlier.
You started that.
I
You
know,
started
man. I'm so sorry. I'll take all responsibility. Antonio, when I said what I said, man, was that helpful to you?
It definitely, I mean, it definitely was helpful in a certain extent. Like I understood everything you said, and good learning, teaching for me. But I do still stand firm on what I was saying in reference to that in this day and time and and I don't want to say too much. I know Mr. Motivation want to talk. That time in this day and time is not on none of our side.
Gotcha.
These days, how back it was back in the day to today, days don't even seem long anymore. So, and I keep going, but I'll just let somebody else talk. I'll let my brother.
You good, bro. I just want, because we kind of I started nerding out in a way I didn't expect to, because somebody started going along with my inner nerd. But I
It's
wanted
all
to make
good.
sure I circle back to that, because I don't like saying stuff just to be saying it, because I'm not. And no matter how much time we got, the time you got enough time with the time you got. You ain't getting no more, regardless of how much time it actually is. I just know that the limited time you have to raise your kids, you only get one chance to do.
Oh,
So
no, for sure. No, I
be
wasn't making no excuses or nothing. I was just saying in general to the prompt that, in this era, that's really the blame is the era we in now.
bet. Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna be quiet. Motivation, my bad, brother.
It's all good, bro. First of all, shout out there, Rachel, Kev, man. Of course, my brother Jared. You know what I'm saying? Unnecessary.
Good to see you,
You know what I'm
man. Good
saying?
to see you.
Absolutely,
We
bro.
asked for
Y'all
two
fellows are
rules.
right on that.
We asked for
That's
one rule. It's not to be vague and watch out for galaxies.
Watch out for those galaxies.
I got you. I got jokes, man.
well,
Man,
I
that's
got
hilarious,
like
bro.
I will say this. I
Hey, my boy
provided.
still trying to talk. Ain't
Hey,
nobody else got to talk.
I
Did
was
you know
thinking,
this?
bro.
Is you fully aware of this just being real? Like literally nobody was talking but you. You ain't noticed that? Like everybody ain't have a chance yet? You still trying to squeeze some
So,
stuff in. Go ahead, motivation.
is different generations the problem or the era we are in today? I would say it like this. I think different generations were taught some wrong things, but the era today isn't as strong as older generations. They're softer, and we okay. I would say that parents have to blame themselves. I hear a lot of parents say something like, "I'm gonna give my kids everything I never had." Brother Kev, Sister Rachel, that's the worst thing you can do is just give your kids everything without them earning anything. When kids earn things, it builds up their character. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about they young. Nah, like you do give them some things, absolutely. But as they get older, they earn some things. They understand the value of a dollar, hard work. They didn't just get something. Like something didn't come from nothing. Like someone had to sacrifice time, energy, and also they had to sacrifice not spending time with their child. Now that's the reason why Kev and Rach, that's why I operate different. That's why I am a entrepreneur. And yes, in the front end, I put in a lot of work. I do. I put in a lot of work, whether it's with my cleaning company, whether it's especially building up my passion, my business as a motivational speaker, teacher, personal development coach. But I know on the back end, once I have that the foundation built up and that infrastructure and the systems in place, I'm solid. I'm solid. And I'm not saying I won't be busy, but my ultimate goal is to take my family with me. So when I'm speaking, I have speaking engagements across the country. When I have speaking engagements in other countries, my kids are coming with me. My wife is coming with me. Like when I build my company, as I build my company up, my wife is gonna have a job position that pays her 2-3 times what she makes at her current job, working in my company. So there's a vision I had to create to where I will be able to spend time with my family. My family will spend time with me. My children would spend time with their great quality time with their dad. And they do now. I make time to spend great quality time with them now. And I realize everything comes with a sacrifice, whether it's a traditional 9 to 5 or whether it's being an entrepreneur. That's just what the process looks like. But once you have a certain system in place, then you have more flexibility and you can be able to spend more time with your children and spend more time with your wife on your terms and not someone else's terms. That's why I said Kev Rachel. That's why I knew I wasn't the guy that was going to be working for somebody else for 20, 30 years. I knew that 20 years ago. I knew that 25 years ago. I was not that guy. And I was going to create something that was mine, that was going to produce income so I could provide for myself and provide for my family. If I didn't know how I was going to do it, I was going to figure out how to make it happen, period, point blank. That was the only option. Is that the only question so far? Are you our children better or worse than we were? Are we not doing that yet?
We stand on the green right now.
I want to
First
say
one
to
right
you,
now.
sir, that you're
Up to you, co-host Junior. I gotta say Junior because my baby here.
and actually to the gentleman I was just talking. You know what? That
Man, so we appreciate
Thank you
that
so much.
everything, bro. What's up, Taps, man? What you got for us today, man? Right now, y'all, we just on the green. We hadn't transitioned to the last 3 yet, but we gotten some interesting takeaways from this so far. Except for one, we're not gonna talk about that. But what you got for us, Taps?
Is different generations the problem or the era we are in today? I think, like I said earlier,
apparently not.
what do you say? Anyway, is different generations the problem or the era we are in today? I'll still say the era we're in today. Nobody is teaching. There's no structure. It's a plethora of problems. It's just a plethora of things that should have been done different. It's a plethora of cycles that should have been broken by now. It's things that should have been cemented into our children. It's certain behaviors, emotional intelligence, because that's what we're talking about at this point. Like, we're talking about what's coming up behind us, what's coming up after us, the next generation. We should be preparing for the next and not contributing to their demise.
The next generation is ready, and we're just
Hey, just real quick, man. Let people land, brother. Let people land. Okay, go ahead and mute yourself. Go ahead, Taps, finish.
The next generation, I feel, is not ready in the slightest form. Like a bit of what motivation said, they're sensitive. They lack emotional intelligence. They don't know how to handle certain losses. It's a lot of missing structure, to say the least.
Let me ask you this real fast, Tap, before we go to open panel. And I see we got a new person came in. We're gonna get to you real quick. So, Taps, what would you say structure looked like 5-10 years ago, or when we were younger? I guess the majority of people on here are maybe 30 and above, versus how structure looks now. Because I've heard a couple of people come up and saying, the future doesn't necessarily look bright, when I think maybe a few weeks ago, co-host Rachel brought out some numbers and percentages of how things look brighter. We're just not looking at that. We're looking at the negative side. So just bring out what structure looked like when we were younger versus what we believe structure look like now in a home.
Are you asking the people that were commenting, or do other people get to?
Bro, nobody. Come on, man. You starting about me, bro.
We getting ready to go to open panel real in a minute. Just not you, but that question was to Taps. Go ahead, Taps.
Okay, fair enough. I respect that. Thank you.
What structure looked like when we was coming up? Damn, that's a good ass question. What did structure look like when we was coming up?
Exactly.
I
Because
had
a lot of
I
people
could
say it was
say
different. How did it look, man? Come on, you got it.
I could say back when I was coming up, I saw the village, and the village was actually instilling life skills within me. Like, don't get me wrong. Even when I was coming up, we still had I got a lot of friends that ain't make it to 18. A lot of friends that's been locked up since they was teens. But I noticed the difference because they didn't have the village that I had. So from my perspective, from what I'm seeing, damn, it ain't no change. It's the same shit.
There we go. And so I want to ask the panel that question before. But I got you, older Barbara. I'm gonna let you answer the prompt, but I want to ask the panel that question: conscious motivation. Antonio, just be like, what did structure look like when we were growing up versus how it looks now?
I want to say this. When we talk about things, there was a gentleman I wanted to address directly earlier on where he figured out like the smart way to move in as far as making money and how when you're making money you got a business this that it's a much more smarter way of moving instead of the way that I moved. Okay. I was like one of those blue collar guys. Like I'm the guy that, they'd slap dosimeter on and when you go and weld pipe onto the side of a nuclear reactor, like they'll put this thing that looks like a pager on you so that they can monitor how much radiation you take. And then this dude, the
So
I appreciate you so
what
much, bruh.
motivation?
I
Go
appreciate
ahead,
you
bro.
so much.
Hey,
Like,
it's all. I promise you, I was praying, and I was like,
bruh,
Lord, let me know when to disconnect because I don't like to be rude. Because sometimes people can go somewhere, but it wasn't going.
He
So y'all,
he he,
real
he wasn't
quick,
he wasn't reading the room, brother.
correct,
He just
and
wasn't
and and,
reading
that,
the
and that's
room,
fine.
and that's respectfully.
Exactly, absolutely. So motivation. How did it look for you growing up versus what you saying now, man?
I'm gonna keep it a buck. First of all, even back then, you had I'm gonna say it like this: you had parents that like they didn't keep their word. Like if you asked enough times, they would cave in. Well, my mom wasn't like that, so I had structure to the point where my mom just whatever she said is what she meant. A lot of kids don't have parents that are like that. And I'm not coming for anybody's neck. I'm saying that's not good for kids though. That's not good for children. When it's like they know if they ask enough times, you'll say, fine, yeah, go ahead, get what you want, but leave me alone. Like they have just learned how to psychologically manipulate you to get whatever they want, whenever they want something. Now with that, like I said, for my mom, never happened. I just lost more things. Like if my mom said something and then I tried to play her, she was like, hey, like for instance, it'd be like she might say something like, I want to go play basketball. She'd be like, say, hey, come back. I'll let you know. She said, I'll let you know. Just sit tight. Then, you know what I'm saying? I think maybe she forgot about it. And I come back 45 minutes later, be like, hey, can I go play basketball? She's like, didn't I tell you I would let you know? Yes, ma'am. And one thing I said, yes, ma'am. There wasn't no yeah or no or huh. Like it was yes, ma'am. What? Like that had that type of structure. But she was like, well, don't worry about playing basketball this week. Don't worry about playing basketball next week. You know what? Don't worry about the week after that either. So, you know what I'm saying? My mom just stood on her word, and whatever she said was actually what she meant. So, and I just had structure in my life. My mom didn't play that. A lot of kids don't have that type of structure. Their parents don't keep their word. Parents fold. Like if a kid presses enough, children know how to psychologically manipulate their parents into giving them pretty much whatever they want. And parents have to stop folding. And pretty much like the word says, let your yay be yay and your nay be nay. Man, just to stick to whatever you say with your children, period, point blank. And if you can do that with your children, they're going to learn how to respect boundaries and not disrespect boundaries. Children learn how to disrespect boundaries from us not keeping our word when we tell them something, and then we allow them to manipulate us. So, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing, but it's just structure. Like the brother was saying about community, man. Like, you know, I'm not saying I had a great relationship with all my family, but we had, I felt I most definitely had community. It wasn't just my mom. There was other people that also looked out for me sometime, with not just my mother, but my mother was my main parent though. But I'm gonna land my plane with that, brother.
All right. New panelists, up here, Constance and Antonio. Y'all hold y'all thought on that question, but we had Older Barber up here first, man. What you got for the prompt? We just doing the green one, not the last three. Go ahead, Older Barber. It's your turn, man.
Is different generations the problem or the era we are in today? I feel it's a little bit of both. I would definitely more so say the different generations, and more so the different generations before us, you know, because I feel like that's how we got to this point. Say anything after the 60s pretty much is the reason for this. It all led up to where we at now today. You know, and I say this generation is a problem as far as not knowing your history and not caring what came before you. So not caring to know the knowledge and, you know, where people was at and what they was doing and how they was doing and why they was doing. You know, a lot about this generation don't care nothing about that. They just more so looking forward, which, you know, to an extent is a good thing. You know, it's good that people in this generation are smarter. It's good that people in this generation are more aware of mental, especially within our community, you know, the certain mental illnesses and things like that we face. That's great, but it's a lot of integrity, morals, and it's a lot of core intangible things that this generation may feel is small that matters, you know, and a lot with this generation that other generations maybe had, even though they lacked other things, was accountability, but having some type of pride about being, I guess some type of conviction and, like you said, accountability. But like this generation don't have that. You know, they don't have that accountability that far wise like want to have integrity or have morals and things of that nature. They don't really care about that type of thing. The family is not even valued in that way. People don't value their mothers. They don't value life, children. Like it's a lot of things that lost value that, you know, that has a lot of value. So I feel it's a little bit of both. But mainly, like I say, the generations that came before felt they failed in educating.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Okay. What you got for Star Girl? Take yourself off mute.
I do feel like it's a little bit of both. I feel like no matter what generation that you're in, there always gonna be some type of problem, regardless. You can't run away from that. That's just how life is. There's gonna be problem here and there. Nothing was ever perfect. Nothing ever was gonna be perfect. I hear what the last guy was talking about, saying there's no family values, this and that. But the thing is, we thought family values were letting other family members disrespect you and having to go through the struggle of what so-called family is. The thing is, there's nothing wrong with being emotional. Emotions are very important. It helps you understand people. Yes, sometimes people could be very emotional, but at the same time, we're learning at this generation how to deal with our emotions. I feel like not even just boys, but girls were told, do not cry, don't show your emotions, be strong, be this and that, especially as a Black person, because we were taught these things to uplift our own selves, don't need no one else, this and that.
Excuse me, I wanted to make sure I heard you clearly. You said that you feel girls were taught to not show emotions and
especially I would say more Black girls. I hear it a lot. I didn't think that was possible, but I heard it. I hear mothers telling them. I'm still finished. I'm hearing mothers tell their own daughters not
Hold
to
on.
cry.
Let her land. Go ahead,
Right.
Star.
I'm hearing mothers telling their daughters not to cry. I'm hearing even their fathers say, don't cry, don't do this, stop being emotional and this and that. So it causes us to lack out emotional responses sometimes. And that's the problem. We're having to listen to our parents who are sometimes not going to be your best friend or not even a friend, but could be your first bully. And I've been around kids my ages, and I've been hearing a lot of stories where mothers are very jealous towards their daughters, and it causes a lot of problem. We think, oh, they're our mothers, so we're supposed to allow them to hurt us and mentally and physically and emotionally abuse us, when that's not the case. These mothers are kicking their 16-year-old daughters out for things they're jealous of their daughters. I've seen it, I heard it, and I feel like we keep putting, oh, they're your mothers, so you have to respect them. No. If your parents, sadly, that's not true. If your parents are not respecting you or just causing problems for no reason or being narcissist or mentally abusing you, you don't have to respect them. That was never the case. Your job as a parent is to be a parent. There's no saying that, oh, you have to go this far and be a narcissist, any of that. No. Just be a parent. There's nothing wrong being a parent. I'm not saying that there aren't children who are disrespectful to their good parents. I'm not saying that. I seen it, and I trust and believe. I know the difference. But y'all keep saying that we're emotional, and that's not true, especially not all the time. We're trying to have y'all understand certain things, and I feel like some generations, especially older generations, don't want to understand that. I also feel like kids are learning, but they're learning differently, and they're learning more stuff because we have the internet, and there's a lot of more things you can learn, whether it's good or bad. I'm not saying everything they're being learned or learning them, teaching themselves are good, honestly, because it's not.
Got you. Hold on just a moment.
Yeah.
I know you keep going. We have Rock Star Face on here, but when you say things like I feel, they let us know that you're using your emotions. But Rockstar Face, go ahead and go.
I think that it's a mixture between of both generations, because I grew up in a generation where it was the internet, and then we were kicked out the house for hours, you know? So I think that's a weird mixture I think that's a very, very odd generation to grow up in, you know? Because I'm 23 and we grew up without internet, and then we grew up with the iPad kids, you know? So it's like we grew up with the internet, and then we grew up without the internet. So it's kind of a weird generation, you know what I mean? So like we're used to the old school ways, and then we're used to the new ways. So we kind of get both sides in a sense. But so I think that we are scared because there's no like the baby thing. Like, I don't know if you heard of like Trump trying to pay people to have kids now. Like, that's why I'm saying our generation is completely different, because like people are actually learning from our old generation, like, hey, don't have kids at a young age. And no, none of my family members had kids at a young age now. All my cousins, and I have like 17 of them, don't have kids.
Let me ask you a question real quick. What's different?
I think we're confused. It's the living situation, like how to live. It's the boys, no one wants to get knocked up, don't get knocked up, you know what I mean? It's like a lot. It's go to school. It's like we don't really, I don't even know how to understand it. It's like we're confused, okay? I think that's what it is. And like,
are you saying y'all are confused about life itself, or
I think it's life itself, because it's like, oh, have kids at a young age because you can keep up with them. And then as you can see, Trump is paying people to have kids now, which no, we're not going to have kids. We can't even afford our stuff to live. You know what I mean?
Trump trying to pay people to have kids for different reasons, and he's trying to pay a certain group of people to have kids.
Just a moment.
It's because our generation, we're not having kids. There's not enough people having kids because we learn.
Ain't enough white people having kids.
No, not white people. I ain't say white
it
people.
Is. I'm just.
Hold on, Barbara.
That's your personal opinion now.
I mean, I got statistics to back that up, but you go ahead.
What? Elder Barbara, man.
I don't know the statistics about that. Because there's a lot of black people that don't have kids either. But anyways, I think it's just, huh?
just finish, please, Rockstar?
Just finish.
I don't know what he's
Yeah.
saying, but
He's not saying
anyway,
anything. Go ahead.
I don't really understand. Like, I think we're just a little confused because we're still trying to figure out life. You know, if anyone gets what I'm saying. If you're like in my generation right now, what I'm
No,
saying,
And that's
I
you
what,
don't
know,
think we get
and
that
that's what,
one.
no one
and
understands what I'm saying. But
that's what I wanted to ask Star. Star, do you understand what Rock is saying? Star Girl.
because I'm in college and I have my own apartment, I have my own car, and life is hard. I'm very independent and life is freaking hard. I don't got no kids. I know a lot of people who don't got kids who are in the same situation as me. You know,
Yeah,
they're trying to
you
figure out
and you
like,
said you're
okay, should I?
23.
Yeah, and everyone they don't have
Yeah.
kids either, and I'm hearing the same thing. Like I'm struggling. Life is hard. Everything. Everyone is saying the same thing. That is my age right now. The same
So
exact
so
thing.
so do you think the generation before you failed you?
No, I don't think they failed us, but I think they're trying to balance. It's like I don't really understand. You know what I mean? I'm stuck in the middle of I don't understand. You know what I mean?
Got you. Yeah. So this is what I want you to do. When we go on mute, I want you to think about it for a little bit because I think you do understand. You just don't know how to put it into words yet. And I'm gonna come back to you. But we got Pretty Mochahannes up here. What you got going on, sis? What do you think about the prompt? Just the green one, and then we're gonna go to open panel. Pretty Mochahannes, did you hear me?
Get up out them comments, pretty.
Seriously. Pretty Mochahannes is going. Okay, girl.
Yeah, became I don't know how to respond no more.
Sorry, y'all. What's up? I'm still in my mama room. She won't yell at me for being loud.
We just on the green. Oh, she wanted to come back. Cool. Okay. So we'll open panel. Older Barbara, you was trying to say something. Don't talk about the Trump stuff, but what were you trying to say to Rockstar?
I mean, I was just more so saying, like, with it, like that, like it's a reason why that man doing that, and if a lot of people go look at it, like, or just look into it, it's more so due to white women not want to have children, and the white race pretty much sooner than later is going to be basically they're going to be scarce. A lot of them are dying off. To where it is that a lot of their younger individuals are not having children, but a lot of the older ones are dying off. So what I'm saying is, with that being said, it's more so a thing to it is that it's about preserving the right ways. If you pay attention to the media, things like that, they encourage and they push for interracial dating. It mainly is black with a white girl. I'm just being honest. And if you see, that's why you see a raise. A lot of kids are more so mulatto. A lot of kids are black and white. You feel what I'm saying? And you see that more so now than ever. And then I was more so wondering, like you saying confused and being confused. I wanted to know, how are you confused and what are you confused about when it comes to this generation and the times that we live in?
Like she's still wet behind the ears, like she's trying to start.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yep, exactly. Yeah, she's fresh, so she's still learning. So, Conscious, are you there,
I
Conscious?
think like, am I doing this the right way? You know what I mean? Because it seems like some older people they're doing it the right way, and then they get
Just
caught
keep
up in it.
living life like the old folks told us. You just gotta live life and learn, man. For real.
Exactly. Life is going to teach you. Hold on, motivation. Antonio, go ahead. What you have for that, man?
Oh no, I was just going to say that, man. Like again, I'm a '90s baby again. So the thing with that is, we even when it came to and I'm not even trying to bring that in here because I don't even like entertaining this guy, but we never paid attention to the president at all when we was coming up. So when I'm hearing like, I be on these different panels and stuff, and where it's like what people bring up about Trump this, Trump that, we never gave a dag on because we already knew in our neighborhoods what the president was doing had nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying? We defended our own. We was our own village. You know what I'm saying? So mind you, while the president doing whatever he doing, I was in church. My grandparents had me in church. I grew up Baptist. I didn't even want to go to church. My biggest thing I was in fear of was falling asleep in church and getting my head knocked off because I wasn't listening to the sermon from my grandparents. So I wasn't worried about no president and what he doing. At the end of the day, I have family that's, military, things like that. And I bring it up because I never even agree with that. Though I have nothing but respect for war veterans, all of that good stuff. But I had always the Tupac mindset. Why am I going to go to another country to fight a war or to help them with anything when I got a war in my own backyard? You see what I'm saying? We be worried about the wrong stuff, I feel like, as a people. You know what I'm saying? Like the young lady said, that, yes, we honestly, I'm slightly young myself, but still, my time was a little bit before hers. It's like the older generation is certain things that they did drop the ball on. They did. And then, like I said in the comments earlier, it's the social media is destroying everything. It literally is. Because like I said, we had nothing but AOL dial-up, and it was MySpace at the time, and Facebook was at that time, and it was for the college kids. It was strictly for college kids, for real. We didn't have all this other stuff that's going on now, like all this AI stuff and all this crazy. This stuff is destroying people, breaking their necks to get a Tesla, then your car, and then how you say it, BLOW up later. You know what I'm saying? Like the Elon Musk crap, all that. We didn't care about none of this stuff. Like, we gotta get back. My opinion is we gotta get back to us, as in serving each other, as in our community, the women, the men. Stop tearing each other down, coming together.
That's not true.
Antonio, because I'm gonna give you small pushback on that, and then I'll give it back to open panel. So I think comparing ourselves or trying to keep up with the Joneses is still happening just like it was back then. It just looks different because back then in our community it was Cadillacs. We have to remember that BLK people is the one that literally saved Cadillac, right? Cadillacs was our luxury vehicle.
But that's because the white people ain't basically want them motherfuckers no well, couldn't afford them because of the Great Depression and what was going on.
Correct.
It's not about race anymore, though. That's where I think y'all generation.
You said it ain't about race no more.
No, I think it's about the internet, like you said, the AI.
It's really more so. If you're gonna say that, I would rather say.
Hold on, y'all relax. Like I said at the very beginning, when bro got started this, there's nothing new under the sun. It just looks different. Everybody is still trying to keep up with everybody. That's all it is. It's just now that it's Tesla. Back then it was Cadillac. Then it went to Lexus, went to Mercedes. A $9,000 house, now $300,000 house. It's all the same. The only thing that has changed is that we are not young anymore. And now we have responsibilities. Back then we were children. Now you pay the bills. Now you have to go get groceries. Now you have to go to work. That's the only thing that has changed. Keeping up with the Joneses is still there.
Rightfully so. I don't see no lies told.
You know what's so different is that every class, math, science, social studies, we're talking about AI. That is the difference.
What you know about Lexus?
That's the difference, right. And it's scaring me that we're learning about AI instead of learning about math.
Bad. It's the
I'm not saying that AI is mad, but it's the fact that in every subject that we're writing papers about AI, that's what's creeping me out. You know what I mean? That's the difference. And like I said, I'm in a generation where we're in the between of we didn't have internet and then we did. So it's like, it's weird for us because like we're hip and then we're also hip to we don't really care. You know what I mean? It's not eating our brains up, but AI is like the new generation and that's what's creeping everyone out. And that's if we're learning AI in every like college in every single subject and we're not even talking about math, that's a problem. So that means that AI is going to take over something. That's a real problem.
So we have to know that AI is not new. It's time to be pushed. But go ahead, Star Girl. Go ahead.
We keep saying how internet is bad. The internet is not itself isn't bad. It's the people. Nothing like he said, nothing is ever new. It's just being shown more and we're actually seeing things that
we never used to be able to see. The internet is just giving us more access to things that are good and that can be bad also. I mean, it's just showing us more things. And the only people that are making it bad are the people that are creating it. So yes, AI is terrible, but guess what?
It's not
made
bad.
by a human. It is terrible. No, it is bad. It's damaging parts of places, but it's because of us. We're allowing it to happen. You keep on saying that somebody was just talking about the president and how we're too concerned with the president and too concerned with other
No one pays attention to the
other
president.
places. The thing is, the only people that talk about United States and any problem in the world are the people who advocate. Y'all keep on saying, well, let's worry about our own backyard. Y'all don't. That's the problem. The only people that talk about the problems in our own backyard are the people who advocate for the things that are happening around the world. That's the only people that talks about these things. So if y'all really mean that, show it. Because things have not been getting better. It's been getting worse.
It's white
Things
people
have been
fighting white
ignored.
people. It's not us
We
black
haven't
people.
been paying attention. We have not been paying attention to things. We've been ignoring things. 2016, let's be honest. We was ignoring things. There were so much bad things going on, and guess what we did? We ignored it because we was listening to good music and we was having a good time and we was doing all these things that allow us to distract ourselves. Instead of being like, hey, we need to focus on this more. We need to focus on our president, on the government, on the other things that are happening around the world. There is a femicide going on.
I mean, and that's due to the
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I don't like
There
meeting
is a
people. But hold on, Stargirl. Hold on.
Asians, Mexicans, white people.
Hold on.
Rockstar, please respect the room. Please stop
White
coming
people
up.
fighting white people. I don't care about our president.
Okay. We know you don't care about the life of the president.
Yeah.
Real cool. So,
Wait, hold on,
Elevate.
no,
Welcome in,
say this real
Elevate.
quick.
I'm
I
sorry,
know-
sis. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Please respect the room. Please respect the panel. Please respect the conversation. If you don't know how to not interrupt every 5 seconds, you're just gonna be gone. You know what I'm saying? And especially when the host or the co-host or the moderators are speaking to you and trying to give you a chance to correct your behavior, it is what it is. All right, go ahead.
Sis, thank you so much for that protection. Elevate, what's going on? Make sure you don't send any motion gifts, so it will be done. No interaction gift needed today, okay? But we're just on the green one right
that shit
now.
don't finish. You don't forget nothing. he told her not to send no forget to send no emojis.
Interaction gift.
Back to the basics. I thought
They all in the queue. It look like.
Okay.
That's
Back
funny.
to the basics.
But I wanted to add to the conversation. I think a major problem is that, if you look at, just the basic concept of evolution, it would take like a couple decades for like a thing to change. It would progressively change like over time, like little thing here, little thing there, to come out to this outcome, right? But when we entered the data era, the internet era, everything evolved way too fast, faster than we could adapt to it. So I think that this is the outcome, unfortunately. This is the outcome of, technology evolving faster than we can, intellectually, everything. So, I mean, I think it really depends what era you're from. But, I mean, I remember being in school and actually being encouraged to speak from like an independent thinking place, to think for yourself, ask questions, ask all the questions, right? And now that's something that's shunned, right? If you don't believe this extreme narrative, or you don't believe in this extreme narrative, you're lost in the dust. You're the outsider. You're the quote unquote conspiracy theorist. You're the quote unquote whistleblower, and you're mocked. You don't have that accepted as actual fact. You don't have the mentality that, even like on a scientific level, that things are constantly evolving. Just because a scientific fact is true today doesn't mean that's the way it always was. It doesn't mean
it's the ultimate truth. And that's the beauty of science, right? We keep on digging to see if the information that's actually put out there is 100% legit, or if there's something more we need to explore here. And you see that constantly in like the medical industry, right? One thing that we thought was good for us one moment, one process that we thought was good for us one moment is the reason why people are ending up with, heart disease or this or that. And that happens on a social level too, where we think something is the right way to go about things.
Elevate. Last point. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm on, and so I think that's the real problem here, that people are too afraid to actually speculate, because if they speculate, then they're out of the pack. They're out of the herd. And then it's wild out here right now with the way people are behaving. And the DSM changes have shown that.
Got you. Appreciate the elevate. We got back to the basics on the panel. Back to the basics. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. So after back to the basics, we're gonna go to open panel, and this is a question I want everybody to think about before we go to open panel. If nothing is new, then what has changed? If there's nothing new, then what has changed? Should everything be the same? But just ponder on that. Back to the basics. What you got for us? We just on the green one, and we're gonna stay there for a minute. Go ahead.
Is different generations the problem? I think so. But first of all, I want to tell Star and Elevate. You know what? I don't like a lot of young people, but I really like y'all. I like the way you guys think, because a lot of young people don't think in depth like that. And I really like the way you think. I love you too, Rachel. A lot of people don't think like you think. And I heard what you were saying. I'm older than you guys. I'm in my 60s, but I feel that you can always learn from a little bit of everybody. You always keep your mind open, because we're always forever more learning if we allow ourselves to. But is different generations the problem? Yeah, I do think so. Instead of getting better, seem like in some areas they did, in some areas they got worse. And somewhere along the way, they lost their way. And I don't know what happened. Lost their way for respect of life, lost their way for respect of individuals, love, understanding, compassion. Became more selfish, self-serving, and I don't care. And that isn't the way we should navigate, because everybody matters. No matter what they bring to the table, it's all a puzzle piece, and we all need all the puzzles to put it together. But as far as from AI, I'm 62, and it's going to be here. And I try to talk to people in my age group to tell them it's not going anywhere. And in order to navigate your way through this life while we're still here, is to embrace it. AI can be used as a tool to build or to break down, to tear apart. And it all depends on how you navigate through that system. That system can be good because of how you prompt it. You can use it to get information from all over the world. Or it can be bad if you don't know how to prompt. And you always know it's just a tool. It can never replace man, but it's getting to the point that it's coming close. They use AI in everything. They're using it in the hospitals, and they're using it in everything. And when I do AI, I welcome change. I welcome the internet. I welcome all these things, because we're supposed to evolve. Like in anything, as we evolve, it can be taken, like I said, for good or bad. But generations are the problem, because the way their mindset is, the way they think. Instead of them advancing in all areas, they advanced in technology, but they didn't advance in the human traits, like in socializing and stuff. And instead, they let that take its course. And now it's not a lot of human socialization. So that is a breakdown. That's what I'm seeing. And that's scary.
So that's where we get that a lot of people are book smart, but they don't have common sense. Is that kind of what you're saying? Back to the basic.
I will take. Oh, what you say now?
Or are you saying that a lot of people are book smart, but they don't have common sense?
Yeah. A
Okay.
lot of people are book smart, don't have common sense, and that's what the problem is. Instead of taking that time out and building, because you know what, you can build that. You can. They say common sense is. They say, well, what do they say about common sense? Everybody, it's not common, but you
Mm-hmm.
also you can build that. That's a tool that you can help grow. You know what I mean? You can help.
Right.
That's something that can grow, because we are sponges. All of us are sponges. All of us have intelligence. Some of us are gifts. Some of us are in different areas. I look at that. I don't see nobody. You know how you say people are less intelligent. I don't see nobody dumb out there. I see somebody they have things to offer. Where I may
Mm-hmm.
not be good in one area, they might be good in another. So we all have things to offer.
Gotcha. Pretty Mocha Hunters, are you there? Are
Yep,
you
I'm
ready?
over here.
Okay, perfect. Because we was getting ready to go to open panel. So go ahead and answer the green pump.
Hmm.
Is different generations the problem or the era we are in today? I say the era we are in today because even the older generations that are supposed to be, setting an example or guiding us or keeping their structure and foundation, they are they up here with the young folks acting a fool. They holding worse conversations via TikTok lives than the young people. They ain't acting civilized. They cutting up. So I think it's the era we're in, because even those people that are in their 50s and 60s and even 70s on this app that should be behaving with a certain decorum in order to set an example just have got lost in the sauce. They just got all lost in this new era. So I think it's the era we in today.
Okay, we're open panel. Star Girl, go ahead and start us off. And then motivation. You can respond to what Star Girl says. Go ahead, Star Girl.
Um, I just want to say, back to the basic. I do appreciate that, and I feel like so the last generation were too aggressive when explaining, and I feel like this generation is too like defensive when explaining. So I completely understand with that. Um, and I do agree with Pretty. She's very very right. I do see some of these older ones acting a fool just like the younger ones, and we have to understand you can't be stooping down to everybody's level. We have to understand that we are dealing with younger people, and not every younger person is going to be mature about things or going to handle things with such elegance. I'm trying to say it right. If you understand what I'm saying. So y'all cannot stoop down to my generation level sometimes, because we do pick, we do troll. But I do see some of the older ones having that trait also, but it's in a way for their age, but they still do troll in such a way. But we definitely have to understand where there's a limit to certain things and how we handle them. But I feel like everyone should handle things with respect and maturity, and to not always hold on to things, especially what I try to do, especially when at my job, I'm a CNA, so I have to work with certain people of certain age groups. And it's not always fun, but I will still not stoop to their level.
Hold on, real fast, Star. So I'm about to shake it up, Kev. I'm about to shake this thing.
You
Shake,
go.
rattle,
There
Uh,
and
you go.
roll.
I'm about to shake this thing because we complain so much about the generation before us. Like last two women, last two young ladies said, the older women act a particular way or whatever. Y'all are not listening to them anyway.
Mm-mm.
Because if y'all were listening to them, life would be totally different for a lot of young women than what it is today. Those women said, keep your legs closed. The majority of women's legs are wide open. Those women said, dress in modesty. Modesty is out the door when you have somebody shaking their behind when somebody's running for president. Those women said, marry before you carry. That's not so. Why should those women say anything or continue to teach anything when what was being taught before was not listened to. And I want
Well,
everybody
Hey,
it's
could
just
I
like
could I
saying,
answer that, or is that
Wake
it's
just
them
just
up,
like
wake
saying,
them up.
it's just like saying, why should a teacher keep on teaching? But at the end of the day, I've been dealt with. It's like saying a teacher should not be teaching when they're in a classroom when people talk. But at the end of the day, does it not mean no one's hearing you?
stop
Because no
smoking?
matter how
Throw them
many
in the
times
garbage.
you're
Pick it up and
talking and
throw it in
other
the
people are
garbage.
not listening to you, doesn't mean no one's listening to you. You're still being someone's listening to you. Someone's going to listen to you, and someone's going to also give that message to other people. But these things have never not happened. These things have always been around. People opening their legs have always been around. It's just now more people are happy to, more people are willing to do it more because disease are not being spread some majority of the time.
Well,
There
nah,
are
diseases are
Dang,
definitely being
what?
spread.
That's
Listen, I'm
crazy.
not done. There are
That's not,
condoms.
yeah.
You have birth control. So there's things for people to use to stop some of these spreads. And honestly, if we're going to be honest,
have you heard of
the
Houston,
number one
Texas?
STD rate
Y'all gonna
is
spread some
in
rabies, though.
the number one STD rates are in home health cares or residents, not in not saying that it's not anyone in younger
Wow.
groups, but it's with a lot of older people. But that's why I'm saying these people are comfortable with doing it because they have certain things
I
to
need to spread that
keep
word
them
in
from
that
harming
Bible.
Yes.
you.
Hey,
Go ahead, older Barbara. I'm sorry, I
I
got
could
you.
hold on. I could
Motivation.
wait. You can
Yeah.
go
So
ahead, bro.
you're gonna be right after motivation. Go ahead, motivation, man.
All right, so there's so many talking points. I just want to
Fact.
stay focused.
Yeah.
I just want to stay focused, but Kev, I got to do it. First of all, ma'am, all due respect, Star Lies. Listen, the STD rates crazy high, especially in certain cities. People are not using protection. We know what they're using. They're using AB as a form of protection.
Afterbirth.
Instead of condoms, they're getting the AB. So let's keep it honest. Let's keep it a buck. Let's speak the truth, please. I believe in speaking clear. So one, let's talk. So let's talk about this right here. The majority of people. Let's keep it a buck. Again, Kev, I'm gonna plug myself, bro. I'm a motivational speaker, teacher, personal development coach. Majority of people do not ever work on personal development. That's the reason why folks are so messed up. See, they told you to go to a job and work that job for 30 or 40 years, but you ain't never looked on the inside. You ain't never worked on the inner man. You ain't never worked on the inner woman. That's why y'all so jacked up. Your mental health is so messed up. Your physical health is so messed up. And your spiritual health is so messed up. That's the reason why we're in this place right now. Ain't no one hardly working on personal development work whatsoever. And that's facts. There's a lot of people that say they do, but they're not doing the real work. They just do that outer surface. It looks good, but not the deep stuff that makes you really think about some things, that shakes things up, to creates real transformation. So that goes back generations, up to generations now. None of y'all, a lot of folks, regardless of the generation, is not working on personal development work on the inside. So this is a conversation that we need to have, that we have to talk about, because it's not the stuff on the outside that's gonna make the major changes. It's the work you do on the inside that's gonna create the major changes externally. But I don't know if we're ready for that conversation.
No,
I
we
don't
not.
really true. I feel like people have there's mental health.
Older Barbara's been waiting for a while. Him and Antonio. Go. I'm gonna let them go, but please keep that thought. Start. Write it down. Take a picture. Go ahead, Older Barbara.
Yeah. What you kind of like what you were saying about when you brought up the fact of I can't, man, I wanted to touch on it. I can't remember vividly what you said. But I do feel like nowadays people are more aware of what they need to work on internally. They're more aware of certain mental health issues, certain traumas that they had. The fact that people even aware that there is traumas or that there is mental health issues within themselves, or things that they may even need to work on. Previous generations before us, and okay, now I remember what I wanted to say when you brought up what you said about this generation and I just forgot again. But it's just when it comes to it, generations before us, man, like it all depends on what you're speaking to. Like, cause this ain't nothing that just happened overnight. This shit gradually happened. I feel like it really started going bad, like in the late '60s, and from that point on, it just deteriorated. You know, the morality deteriorated, people's integrity, family values. It just, you know, people just, you know, it got smaller and smaller. People cared less and less about that shit, you know, and people just, you know, cared, you know, more and more sleeping around. But I feel like now more than ever, people are about their individual self. People are more selfish. People care more about themselves and care about more so what's going on with them. While they may not take the time to do the inner work, they're more aware of the inner work that needs to be done. So, you know, I feel it's a step in the right direction on that note. Like, far as from previous other generations, a lot of other generations wasn't as aware of their self and what they had going on, maybe what they was experiencing. They wasn't aware to even know how to articulate it, yet alone to, you know, what it was they was, to know what it was they was experiencing or what was going on with them. So, yeah.
Feel that, Antonio? What you got, man?
Look, I'm a stand 10 toes on what I said this whole time, and I can bring more points to it, which is it's the social media, man. The era we in and social media. Because let's look at back with even COVID. Everybody was so scared to go take that shot, and y'all didn't even know what was getting in your body. But because they pushed that propaganda on the media, you see what I'm saying? Everybody went to go do it. You see what I'm saying? But when it was back then, when you had great grandma and them in the house, they'd tell you if you felt sick, what you do? Go get an onion, put it in a sock. You know what I'm saying? The remedies. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like it's the propaganda that is being pushed. If you look at the cartoons today with the kids, nothing against the LGBT community, but what are they pushing in those TV shows, in those cartoons? Like, we got to stop like lying to ourselves. It's the social media. You got Zeus Network. That's why you don't have a lot of females that conduct themselves with respect no more. Think about it. And I'm not saying us men, we ain't at fault too for not giving the respect and respecting ourselves as well. But you got to be honest here. I hear a lot of women saying, oh, they want men to respect them, but y'all don't even respect yourselves. We got to be real with it. Y'all look at Zeus Network and then y'all want to go emulate that stuff. Y'all look at Love and Hip Hop, then y'all want to go emulate that stuff. Y'all don't even know how to be actual wives. And then us husbands, and then us men, y'all think we trying to be actual husbands. It's a domino effect. We all are to blame. But a lot of it is the social media, hands down. Mental health, let's be real. A lot of mental health today is the way that it is, and it's outrageous. Come on, you got people unaliving themselves on social media because they're not getting enough follows, or they feel like they're not being loved based on social media. When your family's sitting right there, you got families that's so distant, they only come together when it's a funeral. Let's be honest. Like that's the only time. These are the times we living in. And it's crazy.
Let me ask you this. Yeah, that was a good time for. So I'm about to shake it up again. So let me ask you this real quick, because if we all sitting up here saying that it's propaganda, and it's be for Antonio as well as for Elevate, why the parents ain't stopping it in their house? Like, how is it ending up that all this is happening? Where are the parents? Where are the generation? Like, so hold on. We all saying it's propaganda. Everybody looking at social media. Everybody looking at TV shows. Who is parenting? So to me, you're telling me that we are allowing propaganda and TV shows to be the parents instead of sitting down and telling the children, hey, for me in my house, we're going to do this. That's not how I'm raising you. This is why we don't conduct ourselves in this way. This is why we're raising you all this way. So we're the parents. Go ahead, Antonio, Elevate.
So Mr. Unnecessary, check this out, right? To answer your question, right? I'm gonna ask you one thing, right? When you on this app right here, let's just say TikTok, right? Like, outside of being on y'all own panel, right? When you look at these other panels, what is the main thing you see that's so common on most of these panels outside of your own?
Chaos. I see chaos.
So I'm gonna
answer you were looking for. I'm sorry.
No, you good. So I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna tell you what I see, right? What I see is, yes, and what Mr. Motivation said, dysfunctional behavior, yes. But I'm going to tell you what I see, and the propaganda is being pushed as well. You got the women talking about what the men ain't doing, and you got the men talking about what the women ain't doing. So you got these propagandas of the baby mama, baby father thing. So think about it. When you have all that going on, when you spending your time on all of that, right? Where's the time of teaching the kids that's soon gonna be the generation behind us? You see what I'm saying?
No, I agree. And that's why I said that's chaos, brother. That's chaos. Elevate, what you got? What you got, Elevate?
Well, the thing that I was going to say is that the reason why the parents are allowing that is because the parents are being infected and instilled with this fear. It's emotional manipulation. It's psyops. It's all the things. So, I mean, if the parents don't feel like they're doing anything wrong and they're just trying to protect their children, or they're just quote unquote doing the best they can, then how are they supposed to correct the behavior if they're the ones living that way too? They don't know any better, or if they do know better, they're denying it, like in this deep phase of denial. So it's like a vicious cycle that never stops.
Got you.
May I say
Yes,
something?
ma'am. I was just about to ask you back to the basics. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Everybody being bamboozled. Everybody being bamboozled. Everybody eating a what? Okie dokie.
That's right.
And what it is that nobody is. Let me tell you something. This is the Matrix. This is the Matrix. You hear me? And this what we're seeing is not reality. It's a distraction from reality. Okay. And if you are not able to decipher, which a lot of people aren't, it's just going through the household.
And I believe that's why
the thing about it is you got to educate yourself. You got to pull back. That's why what I did was I pulled back from TT, because TT is the most propagandist engine that we have. It was television, now it's TT. And I had to sit back. TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Please don't give me anything. I don't want anything. No gifts, please. Let me tell you something. This thing right here, this outlet right here, this thing is really negative, and it pushes agendas, and everybody is falling for the okie doke. But what it is the parents are so caught up that they can't govern the kids, and that's the problem. It's a loop. It's a loop. And for people who see it, they stepped out of this. They're coming out of this. They go, wait a minute. And I had to look at the reality of it. You got people on here 24/7. They're not paying attention to what's going on around them. And you know what else happened around the pandemic time? The same thing happened. You were in the house. We were in the house, locked down, right? And guess what? Changes were being made right before our eyes. And when we came out, everything affected us. Somebody said on one of these things is that we weren't paying attention because it wasn't affecting our community. Oh, everything up top trickles down hill. The shit comes downhill. It was affecting us. But the thing about it is now today, we don't have the people to sustain our community. And that is going to be the fruit de God. You understand what I'm saying? We don't have nobody to sustain our community. All of our men have been distracted and displaced, and all of our women have been distracted and displaced. Men know how to be men and women know how to be women. You just need to take your roles and your places. But what we have in our community, is defiant. Everybody is defiant. We have defiant personalities.
Rebellious.
Right. They're rebellious. And that's the problem.
Conscious, are you there? Hold on, Motivation, real quick. Conscious, are you there? Go ahead, brother. Do you have anything to say? Motivation, you go right at Conscious immediately.
Nah,
go ahead,
I'm gonna
Conscious.
I'm gonna let them go because I'm just jumping in. I'm trying to find out where y'all at.
Okay. Go ahead, Motivation, brother. Go ahead.
Apologize. My people got me sick over at Christmas, man. But no, I completely agree. You know, and back to basics. I've spoken on that. We literally are living in the real time matrix. We have to
Mm-hmm.
think for ourselves. Most people, I would say this majority of people, critical thinking skills is something you develop. The majority of people do not have critical thinking skills. The majority of people do not have awareness or discernment. If you don't have critical thinking skills, if you don't have discernment or awareness, you're stuck. You're like a fish in a barrel, and it's so easy to take you out.
Mm-hmm.
And you're most people are programmed. Again, you test this theory. If you ask somebody what things can you not talk about, 9 out of 10 will say politics or religion, right off the bat. Programmed. You don't even think about it. You just say it. It just rolls right off your tongue. Just think about that for a minute. Majority of people are programmed. It's funny when you hear people talk and they be like, you know what? This is how I think about it. I'm like, but is that how you think about it, or is that what you were taught how to think about it? And you're just following your programming, and you don't even realize it. Now it comes a time when you realize, when you start questioning everything and like, hold on, why is this doing like this, and why is that going like that, and why do people talk like this, and why does a certain community push for certain people to have a role in every single movie? The narratives, absolutely, the narratives. So it's like, then you start questioning everything again, like my brother said about those shots, and they're like, why is it pushed? And then all of a sudden you had this unity across the globe. Everybody needs to blah blah blah. I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but I did not get it, because I started to question, why was certain people pushing this so hard? Again, I'm gonna say this statement. Listen, if the majority is doing it, it's probably wrong. If the majority is doing it, it's probably wrong, and it's probably the wrong direction to go into. Just think about that. I'm laying my plane.
And that's why I wanted to say, piggyback on what you said, Mr. Motivation. Like, I just thank God that, I grew up in the time that I did, even though in the 90s, and I had my great grandmother and grandparents around, and grandparents, because unfortunately, and this is no shot at the generation after me, but my heart really goes out to them, and it's sad because the stuff that I thank God that He was able to allow me to be taught in the time of me coming up with my elders, it gives me tough skin now when it comes to stuff that's going on today. Not saying that things are not hard, not saying that I know it all, but what I'm saying is that this generation today, anytime you feel you have to try to unalive yourself because of social media stuff, that's crazy. That's crazy. We didn't want to say it. I'm a 90s baby. We was building clubhouses and had the bike club, you know what I'm saying, on our little bikes and stuff. So getting, falling, having scrapes on our arms and legs, so we was tough. So this stuff right here, this is light to us, honestly. So, that's all I say. I land my plane.
So it may be light to us.
Yes.
But my sister Rachel brought up something, I think it was last week, that I think we're missing. Literally, we're not listening to what we are saying ourselves. We did not have social media growing up. So the weight on this newer generation just may be heavier, right? So no, we were not thinking about unaliving ourselves because there wasn't. We was taught sticks and stones may break our bones, or words will never hurt us. But there was maybe a few people in our classroom that may said something. But when you're on social media, you have thousands of people saying something about you, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And so that may weigh heavier on the new generation versus us.
But Miss Unnecessary, there's one thing you asked a question on. You asked earlier, right? When it comes down to the parenting. Because again, when it comes to like my mother, my elders, as in my great grandparents, you hear me keep saying that, right? They always instilled it. That one, they control what we watched on TV and everything. So if it was something we weren't supposed to see, even down to like my great grandparents, like when it came to cursing on the radio or on TV, cut that off. That's too much of an adult. They controlled that, the rightful control. And then when it came to somebody speaking, talking about you, see, back then, you had your friends talking about you behind your back. It wasn't even about no social media. And your parents would tell you real quick, man, the heck with them kids say. You do what you be your own person. You be a leader, not a follower. So that's what's missing today. That this generation is not being taught that by, the old. Well, can't really say really not being taught that by the older, right? Because a lot of them have passed on. That's the other thing too. And then, like they say, you have babies having babies.
Man, so I'm about to do it again, Kev. I'm sorry.
Please do
Because
it. Please do it.
because what you just said, Antonio, is us millennials have done a horrible job.
We
Right.
have. We
Literally,
have.
Exactly. So
We
why y'all
have.
getting
right.
on your kids so heavy?
So if we have done a horrible job, why are we saying it's the new era's fault?
No. I'm not saying no. What I'm saying, I'm not saying it's the new era's fault, right? What I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is that at the end of the day, we are all responsible, right? Just put it down. We
Correct.
all have
I agree.
accountability.
I agree.
At
Absolutely.
the end of the day, because even in and I'm just saying my generation. I don't know who else is around my age on here, but even in my generation, right? We had to, like, even now had to unlearn certain things that the older generation was passing down to us and our families. Like if it was
Come
family
on.
secrets,
Teach that.
if it
Teach
was,
that.
if
Yep.
it was the mental health stuff that didn't want to get addressed, no counseling being done. So we had to, so like for instance, I'm doing that now. I'm like maybe now a third person now, but that is now I have a LLC, my own business. Though my business not booming yet, I just started, got my paperwork, everything in order, so I'm getting it off the ground. But mind you, my grandparents, they didn't have a LLC. They didn't have their own business. They didn't have nothing to pass down to generation. So we're breaking that curse. Me and my family now, the ones that are, my age and stuff. But then
Mm-hmm.
after me, like as in my kids and stuff, there's certain things they gonna have to learn that my family didn't pass down as well. So again, it's like each, it's levels to it. Every new level got a new devil, as they say.
No,
So
but this is what I'm saying, brother. Like it's awesome to hear that you have realized that. But the majority of us are still saying, oh, this generation is worse. Oh, this generation is this. But we have yet to come to the realization that we did not do what our parents taught us with our children.
That is true. That's true.
Like we literally stopped the traditions of what our parents taught us. And so we're complaining about the very things that we grew, that we raised.
That's right.
So, Miss Unnecessary, you want to know the real truth to all of this? Though people are scared to say it,
Yes, they are.
the one
They are.
thing that I was taught, and I'm sure a lot of us was, that we keep running away from because of how the world and society and this era try to make it to dumb it down.
Mm-hmm.
We all need God at the end of the day.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on. At the beginning, in the middle, and the end of the day.
Cause when you, cause I'm gonna tell you right now, Mr. Unnecessary, the one thing that I'm glad that I was taught, that my grandparents taught me this, was the Bible. Now again,
Yep.
I'm not gonna get all religious because I know everybody had their own different beliefs, right? But this is what I'm gonna say. My favorite section in the Bible is Proverbs. The reason why? Because it's so much instruction. If you go read that section, it will have a lot of understanding to why a lot of this stuff is happening to all of us individually, because it's a thing called, it's teaching you the consequences of not doing it God's way. That's what Proverbs is basically about.
And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna come back because we have Angela War on here. I want you all to think about this. Think about a farmer or somebody that's gardening something, and they go outside and they look at their harvest and they complain that it didn't do what it was supposed to do when all the time you didn't take care of it. And hold on, I'm gonna go to Angel Award. Angel Award, you there? Angel Award going once, going twice. All right, there we go. So we just on the green
here.
one.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Say that again. I'm trying to discern your voice to see if I need to keep you up here or drop you. You said you what again?
I said I'm up here.
All right, you sound better that one. So we're just going to answer the green one, and then let's get your thoughts on that one.
I think there's a difference, but It's a problem, and people just gotta fucking deal with it.
That's exactly what I thought was gonna happen. Man, so conscious, are you with us?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Is it different generations the problem or the era we are in today? Oh, I've been sitting here thinking about that for a while. I want to say it's yeah. You just you can kind of say both, but I'm gonna say both to be honest because the generation that we in is part of the era that we in, and it's like our generation is like we the adults now, right? So it's like we the ones creating the era to be existing in. So it's like
Ooh, yep.
it'd be like pointing the fingers at everybody else and not pointing the fingers at us if just picking the side. So I'm gonna say both.
Mm. You with us, Elevate? You've been way patiently. What you got to say, Elevate? It's back to open panel.
So I think with each generation there's good and bad, and if you're not in tune with it, if you hold on to the ego, and I'm a huge believer in the Buddhist concept that ego is the source of suffering. Everything that you cling on to unnecessarily is
Did you
the
say
source of
unnecessary?
suffering. Yeah, unnecessarily, but yeah.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
You rang.
But yeah, anything you cling on to unnecessarily is a source of suffering too, and I think that's a major problem because people hold on to so much ego, and they, just like some of the other panelists say, they don't want to unlearn certain things. They want to be in this grind mindset that's literally destroying people. It's distracting people from being more open, being more aware of what's actually going on around them and what the severity of what's actually going on. I mean, I know one point is like, there was a time where I thought financial literacy was going to a bank, putting my money in that bank, saving some money until I was able to, afford XYZ thing, and then you spend it, and then you save, and then you spend it, and then you save, and you spend it, and and this is what I was taught. This is what like my papa's business thrived on, that saving aspect of things. But that the reality is that's a lack of financial literacy, and it was a really harsh lesson for me to learn that. Just like also the medical industry, for a really really long time I thought that the medical industry was out to, save people, help people, yada yada. You're supposed to trust your doctor, when he's diagnosing you with this thing, you're gonna go take this to make yourself feel better. But then, as I started doing more and more research, I found some disgusting, repulsing things, especially after I had my first child. I started realizing like how things started advancing, and if you actually dig into it, they changed their medical symbol from like one snake to two of them. And if you look at the symbolism behind that, the first one that they came out with actually represented healing, but the second one didn't represent healing at all. The second one actually represented commerce, which is representative of what the medical industry has become. And I won't dig too much into this because I know this can be a controversial topic, but there was a time I actually had to have a talk with my boyfriend, because he's super intellectual. He has a really high IQ. He's all about science and everything. And I had to literally show him, and this is just one example. We were told that, polio was completely and utterly eradicated by the jab. But what people didn't know is that most of that actually got eradicated from having clean water and sanitation, because people didn't have access to that clean water and that sanitation. So like that was a bulk of the issue. And then if you dig into it even further, people thought that just went away after the jab. But if you actually dig into it further, they actually just ended up calling it different names. They called it different diagnoses to make you think that it went away when it still happens. It doesn't happen frequently, like really back in the day when we didn't have clean access to clean water. But you know, it still exists. And if you don't dig into it, if you don't have an open mind and you don't seek out the information and trick your AIs, then you're just going to be lost and you're going to be stuck in a narrative and you're going to be stuck in the matrix forever.
I find it funny that we don't take anybody serious in any other profession if we say that they're practicing instead of the medical field. If in sports, if you pull somebody up from the practice squad, you're gonna say, "Oh, they not ready. They was on the practice squad." But every day we go to a doctor that's literally called a practice.
Yes,
They literally call a practice, and we give them so much. But in any other industry, if you use the word practice, we do not look at them at high regard. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
As a professional, yeah.
But what I
As a
want to
professional,
say,
yes.
what I want to say is elevate. You are so absolutely right. There's a lot of victims of that profession. Let's say that. We won't say to call too many names because we don't want to get dinged or whatever. But that this is what we're living in is very scary. And I remember Obama saying that he wanted to give incentive for doctors in making people well. And he tried to touch bases on that and they shut him down. And for us from water, you would think we're in a third world country. People think that only happened in Flint, Michigan. That is throughout the United States of America, bad water. And that's sad because I have cancer. And this is, I just want to address that. And what happened is I found that in our water here, it was times 35%, times 35, and other issues that was in the water that said it was cancer causing. If only I had a filter on my water here in my home, that might have saved me from getting cancer. So somebody would say, well, how would you know? Well, when you see that report and you're saying cancer, 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 and you didn't know to take those precautions, how wouldn't you not know?
Wow.
You know what I mean? So people don't understand that this is a money engine. And we have been so distracted that things have been happening right up under our nose. It costs to come in here, this world, and it costs to leave this world. All of us are being capitalized on coming and going. And until we wake up and understand and get out of the matrix, and that the reality of it is not pretty, it's ugly. And that's the truth of it. So I understand exactly what you're saying. Right now, I have done so much to increase my longevity to save my life. But this thing right here, it's something wrong here. It's something wrong. And if you don't have those credentials behind your name, nobody will take you serious. But you're saying, wait a minute, I read this, I learned this, I've studied this, and I've studied that, and you're telling me this, and it doesn't add up. That's a problem.
I do like that you made those points. I just want to say something real quick because the thing is, I think that on the surface everything looks so much easier for this generation, but when you see all the things that you have listed, they are dealing with a lot of stuff. Like the food is different. You know what I'm saying? So the healthcare is different. So they are dealing with things that can make it difficult for them. You know, it just looks different, but they struggle the same. There's always going to be struggles. They just look different.
So Kevin, Rachel, this kind of sparks me. This shouldn't shake up the conversation too much, but when we talked about a week or so ago about listening to our children, I had this conversation with our children after Sean, said that he spoke to his children, and so I talked to my children about that, and they said, "Daddy, we believe that you listen and you hear us." I said, "Okay." I said, "Man, the first thing I thought about was, what do my children dictate what goes on because I'm listening, to them? Because we get so many hard-nosed parents up here that say, no, I don't listen to my children at all. I now believe that when parents hear the words or the phrase, you should listen to your children, they are hearing somebody say, you should obey what your children are saying. And that's so far from what that phrase means. It is simply allowing your children to speak. Whereas otherwise, if they can speak where they're safe, where else are they going to have a voice? They can in class, they can on their jobs, they can't anywhere else. So if we have this environment where the parents are trusted and the children are trusted and they feel safe enough, and see, now I'm about to shake it up, because we say stuff like, oh, I have an open door policy, or my children tell me everything, but the same parent will say that they don't allow their children to speak. Which one is it? Do they tell you
Double-minded parents,
correct? Like, do they not speak, or do they tell you
unstable in all their
everything?
ways,
all,
inconsistent.
all of them inconsistent. So you have to allow your children, you have to listen to your children, because there are some things that we have not seen yet. That doesn't mean that it's new, that we have not seen yet, or neither did we experience, that they are experiencing. Allow them to tell you how they are seeing it, how they are experiencing it, so you can parent them from where they are, not from your hurt, not from your pain, not from a place that you're still disgruntled because your mom didn't let you go down the street and play with Ray Ray now. No, listen to where they are and parent them there.
Can I say something to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me tell you, something happened with me and it broke my heart. It really did. And I try to tell people, you are always a parent. You are always a parent. In our community, we say I think and this is what I feel. In our community, people stop parenting at 18. You grown now. You are always a parent. And I have tried to teach my children, even in their 40s, I am always your parent. And something happened to me. I don't celebrate holidays. I just did it because people was off and we were able to get together to find out where everybody was. And my daughter came to visit me. I had seen her in 3 years. And she had sent me pictures. And because I had it in my spirit, I need to see her. I got to see her. I don't know. It's something about being a mother when you feel that you just need to see your child or whatever. Something may be off. Anybody on your mother, they'll know
It's
that.
your mother intuition. There you go.
That intuition. And
Yes.
so I said, send me a picture. She sent me a picture and I go, okay, she's okay. But when my daughter came here, she looked nothing like that picture. And when I saw her, I couldn't even say hello. I just looked at her and I just looked because there were so many things running through my mind. My daughter looked like she had gained 60 pounds, 50 to, and I'm like, that was not, what picture was that you sent me on? What is going on in your life? And she was so upset because I questioned her by being a parent, a concerned parent, and she said, I looked at her as in disgust, and she went to the negative and said, instead, my mother loves me and concerned for me. She walked out the door and left. And do you know I never seen my child again? And I said, wait a minute. What about saying, hey, look, mom, because I said, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be crystal clear. I said, I am fighting for my life and dying. Your aunt is fighting for her life and dying. And you come in, you have no children or anything. Where did you get this weight from? What is going on with you? Because I held her accountable and I was a mother that cared for her. She said, she says, I don't have to take this. I'm leaving. And I said, you don't even want a mom because this is what moms do. But because we have so many moms out there that aren't moms like that, that say, I genuinely care, what kind of mom would I have let to sat there and ignored that and let my child walk out the door? And next thing you know, my child is in a bad situation. And somebody said, well, she was this and she was that. And go, well, I didn't know that. Well, you didn't know? You don't talk to your child? See, there's a flip side to that. And see, we have lost what true love looked like. And I said, if you hate me for actually loving you and being a mom, then I'd rather lose you, so be it. And so I said, wait a minute, let's talk. She said, no. So I opened the door and I said, well, you're welcome to go. Because see, as a mother, God put me here to the very end, to my last breath, to guide my children in the right direction. If I see a concern, I'm not going to sweep it under the rug. But we have gotten to the point that we get so offended. I'm grown. Can't nobody tell me nothing. Well, I'm older, and if I took that stance, I'm older than you. You can't tell me nothing. Then you would look back at me and say, "You can't tell them old people that they think they know everything." See,
Right.
that thing flip both ways. And see, we've got so distorted in the way we thinking that we don't even know right from wrong anymore. Because there is such thing as right and wrong. There is such thing as a balance. I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life, but I'm telling you, hey, I see a red flag, and I'm not going to embrace it and go along with it.
Can I ask you a
Right.
quick
Yeah.
question, and then you can go ahead, Lorena? I was just gonna ask: has weight always been kind of like weight and health and food? Has that always been kind of a conversation in your house, like with the kids, where it's like if you notice that there is a change or like have been like a real concern?
I am always been a health conscious person because I've been
Okay.
sick since I was 26 years old.
Yeah.
I'm 62 now, and I've been fighting for my life for a long time. And so they know that I tell them, take care of yourself. I mean, watch what you're doing, because you know what? There are some things in our family that you got to be aware of. I have cancer. My aunt has cancer. I have a genetic eye disease that I just found that I had. And I'm telling my kids, this is what you need to do to keep yourself healthy. And don't put money over your health, because guess what? There's some rich people that are in the graveyard. And see, when you get to the point where you lose focus on you and loving you, that's a problem.
Right.
Everything, you can't be unalive and spend no money. So I'm saying,
Yeah.
where are your priorities at?
So
And you don't
I
want me to say anything, Go
So
ahead.
I totally understand, but I do think this is something that a lot of young people, especially women, young women tend to like it tends to be, one of their triggers as they get older, growing up in a health conscious household, um because they're constantly looking at their bodies and stuff like that. And I think it's not, a slight to you, but it I think there was just a trigger there that probably wasn't addressed since she was little. You get what I'm
Listen,
saying?
my daughter wasn't always heavy. My
Yeah,
daughter
I
was not
know. I
always
know. That's what I'm
heavy.
saying. Yeah, she wasn't because she was conscious
I,
of
I
of her
always
weight,
told I
of
always
her
told my
health.
kids to take care of themselves.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of times as parents, we place a lot of our anxieties and worries onto our children because we don't want the things that happen to us to happen to them, right? But I think that sometimes we have to realize it's not they do have their own life journey to go on, and that their our situation will not necessarily be their situation. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can understand it. It's a tough thing because I let me tell you, those triggers come up, and if you didn't have a like, if you felt like you weren't able to discuss how you feel when you were younger, and then you get older, and you're like, you know what, like I'm gonna voice my opinion, or it's a tricky thing when you try to
Yeah, I
resolve
get
those
it.
things when you get older with your parents. So I would just, a lot of like patience. I personally, I'm just gonna say, try not to personalize it too much. It's something that they are internally struggling with, and
Well, what
that
she was saying,
you
what she was
guys,
saying was, let me tell you what she said. She said that I looked at her in disgust. She said that,
yeah,
and it was, and I told her no way. But see, when I seen her, and because I know a lot about medical, looked like I saw steroids.
yeah,
Look
but
like
but
I
but,
saw a
but
person.
back to
Look
the
like I saw a
basics.
person. Listen like I saw a person with that was sick, and you never said anything. And my
Mhm,
question is, we've had someone unalive in our family that never said anything, and
mhm,
we never knew anything till they were gone. And we were like, well, wait a minute. And I'm like, no, 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 not on my watch. We talk
yeah.
about these things because if somebody called me and I need to go there, I need to be versed to find out what the hell going on. And I tell my
Mhm.
family that. When it's so if one of us in that hospital, somebody need to know what's going on, and somebody need to have sense enough to say, let me get a second opinion. Because that's a lot, that's why a lot of our people are unaliving in these hospitals. Because they saying to the doctor, okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm just saying, she may have always had that fear of like, disappointing you in that way. So like her perception,
Yeah,
it's
I
very
get it.
easy to understand how she may like perceive it as, you're disgusted with me. You're not proud of me. I did something wrong. You get what I'm
That
saying?
girl
I
not
can
proud. That girl not
Yeah,
proud
you're
of her.
not. No, you're not doing it, but I can understand
But no, she
how
know I'm proud of her. She called me every day, all day. She know I'm proud of her. I tell them I'm proud of her or
well,
everything and
we're just
stuff.
talking about the weight thing, right? Because the
But
health.
what she did was she was deceptive. What
Okay.
she did was she was deceptive, and she knew it was wrong. It's about being mature and adult. You could have
Mhm.
said, you know what, I'm struggling in this area, mom, but I'm working on it, and I'll be okay.
But she's
Bam.
still internally a child. Like when people have a hard time, like they want to make you proud. So that may be an area where it's difficult to bring those type of things up. Do you get what I'm saying? Like she talks to you about a lot of other stuff, but that may be an area that is a little bit harder to talk to you about.
Mhm.
And it's understandable. Like it's believe me, you guys can come together.
I hope so.
This is no deal breaker. This is not something that you guys should separate for. You know what I mean?
I hope so. It's just
Yeah, you
sad
can.
that you can't. It's sad that in our culture, I think that and with this certain age groups, you have to dance around their feelings. You know what I mean? People are so quick to get offended or hurt or they
Mhm.
what it's and when I was growing up, you took a lick and kept on ticking. You didn't like I said, like the guy was saying, our younger people are breaking and crumbling. I was giving them tools saying, this how you handle this how you handle. I was trying to work on their emotional IQ when I was young. This is how you handle a situation or whatever. But if you that maybe that is an area that she's struggling with. But I remember when I was on the live and my her father didn't really tell her everything, she went slap off.
Mhm.
She said, you won't tell me about my mom. So isn't it kind of hypocritical?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, no, I get it. You guys are two different people. You're gonna respond to things differently, you know. Let me just get Lorena because she didn't get a chance to speak, and Motivation was trying to say something after. Hey, Lorena. But thank you for sharing. Back to the basics.
issue. What I wanted to ask you was that one, do you have multiple kids? Remember, I jumped in late. If you did state that, I do apologize in advance. Or she's your only one?
I have several kids.
Several kids. Okay. Now with her, raising her, was it different from raising your other kids?
No, I try to treat both of them the same. To be honest with you, you know what I would tell my kids. You know you my favorite. I tell her that, and then I tell the other ones, you know you my favorite. Then I tell the other one, you know you my favorite.
Okay. Okay. Well, look, we can start there because
Yeah.
you know what, I didn't want to assume, but I was like, because it almost kind of sounds like my sister, my older sister situation. Like when she was my older sister's daughter, first baby. She's the firstborn in the whole house. I'm the middle child. It's three of us, three girls, and she had her daughter younger, and she used to go out. So my mama and dad, we all in the household raised you know, they raised their granddaughter, and we raised our niece and our close girlfriend sisters that live right downstairs. We raised them when my sister wanted to go out. So that's why I asked you, because I'm like, and I'm thinking, I'm listening, because I'm like, does her daughter feel resentment? Maybe that's why, but you said it was never that. But it kind of sounds like, well, if you're telling one daughter you're my favorite, the other one, that could be a form of that.
I tell them all they're my favorite.
Yeah, and you got to understand, sisters tell each other everything.
So if they tell each other everything, she said, well, Mama told you that because she told me that too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then it could have been the trigger, the female that just was speaking. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
I know.
So sorry.
I'm in the hostess box. I know.
The host. So sorry. Laugh or let.
No, it's okay. Like, yeah,
Oh, there goes.
just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yeah. So, but like she's saying, like, and then even eventually getting older, the two girls, it now probably became a competition thing. And, you know, it could have been that, and then maybe with then later on, the weight thing could have came about, because I already know the weight thing.
They not like that. They not like that. Mm-mm.
You don't know what sisters talk about behind closed
No,
doors.
they not like that. Mm-mm.
All right. Well,
okay.
Lorena,
We're gonna go ahead and get to the green.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's deeper rooted.
Then
the weight issue
That's
is
definitely
deeper
true.
rooted.
It's definitely deep.
I feel it. I honestly feel that way. Yes.
It's very true. Yes.
Oh yes.
Motivation. Go ahead.
Speaking on, and I understand where you're coming from, Sister Rachel, but we have to address the elephant in the room. You know, for melanated folks, man, we got, you know, if we're talking about our physical fitness, man, we are like last place. We are in bad shape. I'm not saying there aren't other Americans that most definitely don't deal with obesity and just not being in good shape in general. But we have made it normal to not be in good shape. We have made it normal. We have made it acceptable. Like, hey, it's cool, man. Just be obese. Be out here eating what you want to. Let's not be physically active. Eat fried foods all day. Hey, fry everything. Don't bake anything. Hey, let's not take natural supplements. And listen, let's have the hard conversation. We talking about heart disease, diabetes, high cholesterol. We got folks losing limbs left and right over diabetes because they're not eating right. And that's crazy. How you losing feet and arms because you're not eating right. Like you'd rather have a piece of food than your arm than your foot. That's crazy. I don't like if you could choose between having your foot or a piece of food, I would hope you would choose to have a healthy foot attached to your leg. So we have to start having the hard conversations about. We got to start eating right. We got to start finding out what our medical history is for our families. We got and we got to start taking natural supplements. instead of over-the-counter crap that you take one pill and now you taking 6 medications later over taking one medication. You started one medication and by the time you're done, you're taking 8 medications. That doesn't make any sense to me. But we got
Yeah.
a situation where, and I'm saying, and Rachel, like literally, we got terms now, BBW, right? I'm not attacking larger ladies. What I'm simply saying is we made it normal. We made it normal. Like it's cool. It's cool. Get larger and larger, and we're gonna say it's healthy. We're gonna say it's nothing wrong with it. We're gonna say that it's not bad on your skeletal frame, and we're gonna keep on making these excuses while we're literally unaliving 20 to 30 years earlier than we have to. Like when you can live to be 60, when you can live to be 70, when you can live to be 80, but you're dying when you're unaliving when you're 50, when you're unaliving when you're 45 because of the foods you eat. That's because you're unwilling to physically be active and exercise. But we don't want to have that conversation because
But
someone gets offended. Like, you know what I'm saying?
okay, the only thing is like, okay, BBWs come from strict households and lenient households. Like what I'm saying is the way that health is introduced to children, there's no tact. And we have to understand that different kids understand things in different ways and they conceptualize things in different ways. So you have to be mindful in the way that you are introducing these health conscious ways of living to children so that they are not walking around with this burden
Okay.
of like, yeah, they're going back and forth between doing it because my parents told me to and truly honestly
So
understanding why they are doing it.
So how about it's certain things we just don't feed our kids? How about that? How about we start with the basis of it's certain things we just don't eat and certain things we just don't feed our kids? Because that's the more simpler route. See, if you grow up in an environment, if I set this environment where it's certain foods I don't eat, so it's certain foods you're not eating, then we cut all that issue out because then you're not eating fast food 2 to 3 times a day because I'm not eating fast food 2 to 3 times a day. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think a lot of parents miss that once their children get older, they are going to make their own decisions. They are going to make those decisions. So
No, I can agree with that. No, I'm talking when they're younger. Like, yeah, when
yes,
they
I
become
get it.
teenagers, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what parents do, right? They control their kids. They don't help them like learn how to make the right decisions. They just tell them what to do. And you have to show kids how to critically think and look up stuff themselves so they can
Yes.
truly understand why they are choosing to do the things that they are choosing.
Yeah, but
And
it's also
I don't disagree with that, Rachel.
Yeah, but at the same point, there is a certain age bracket where children as they become adults, there's a certain bracket where children will develop their habits of what's desirable as a taste. So a big issue is that we'll let the kids grab the chips, we'll let them grab the snacks, we'll let them do these things, right? Shove an iPad in their hands, right? And let them pretty much do what they want. But if you're not implementing those type of foods and you're having a no tolerance policy, and it's not like you're striking down on them, right? You're just introducing them to foods that they like, so that when they do go into the real world, they're going to opt for those tastes. They're not going to find the other taste desirable because their habits are already in stone within that age bracket. But if you don't do that in that age bracket, it is more likely that the kids will go down the rabbit hole. They're gonna go for the stuff that's high sugars, high sodium, and all these things. That's the real issue. It's not the fact that children are being under lock and key and forced to eat XYZ foods. It's the opposite. Parents being lenient and letting it go and not being strict with those guidelines, and then later on down the road wondering why they're obese, wondering why they're having mental health issues, wondering why they have physical issues. Like, the proof is in the pudding. You got to lay the foundation.
It's both. It's literally both. If you think you can go around just being strict about health and not what you calling helping them to create a lifestyle that they can sustain that is healthy for them. If you think you can just militantly do like, nope, this is you are supposed to have healthy items in your house. We don't have snacks in the house, right? But also with my son, I tell him basically I let him starve. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh
Like,
Jesus.
no, what I mean by that is everything in the house are things that you have to cook. So if you don't want to if you feel like you rather grab something or whatever, okay, but that thing's gonna run out and you're gonna get hungry. And once you get hungry and you want to learn how to make that sandwich that I was making, once you learn how to cook your eggs, once you want to do that, then we can, just call me. I'm gonna show you how to do it. But that's age appropriate though. You get what I'm saying? Like all of these things have to be age appropriate.
Go into the public school system too, they're going to be feeding them all the garbage, all the BS. So they're going to have the Elios pizzas. They're going to have like the junk, and they're going to be more susceptible to being drawn to those type of foods when they go into adulthood, unfortunately.
That is very true. That is an issue that I found with my son, which is why he is homeschooled. Also, is like the nutrition. No matter what I did in my house, even when I packed his lunch and made him healthy dishes, they were like, that's not enough food. I said, what? I literally counted the calories. Like, he don't even need that many calories. What you tell me? They were making it look like I'm not feeding him. And we kind of like, huh? Yeah, go ahead, motivational.
So it's by design, Rachel. I mean, I think we're all
Yeah.
saying very similar thing. It's by design. We gotta understand they don't want us healthy, and they don't want our kids healthy. They don't want us healthy, and they don't want our children healthy.
I was
It's by
definitely about to say
design.
that.
So we're fighting against the system that wants to slowly unalive us and make profit while they do it.
That's right.
So it's like we have to be aware of this. This is something we have to be conscious about. And I respect Rachel, man. Listen, with everything has to be cooked in the home. No unhealthy snacks. Respect. That's awesome. That's dope. I'm in. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the process of just of restructuring some things where certain things don't come in my home anymore. So it's some hard conversations I have to have because I don't like it. I don't like
Yeah,
it. You understand
yeah.
what I'm saying? I don't like it, and it's not good, man. My babies is young, and I just I want to create an environment where they learn, where they are able to eat the most healthiest of things, and even the unhealthy stuff isn't. They don't see it in the house. You feel me? Because I just see from other family, they're like, yeah, they eat certain ways, and I be like, man, that's not. I don't want that for my kids. I done seen my family members. I done seen obese family members walking around like, bruh, come on, B, come on, you gotta take better care of yourself, son. I'm 44, you don't feel me? But you know I be putting in work at the gym. I do that for a reason, cause I gotta set the example for my sons. One, you know what I'm saying? I gotta set the examples for my sons. They gotta see their dad going to the gym, putting in work, and they gotta see their dad eating right and trying to put the right things in his body. So I try to make sure I set the example.
Motivation, I lost 144 pounds to save my life and to show my children.
Congratulations.
And
Congratulations.
I'm gonna tell you something. I was on 13 pills and now I'm on 2 pills. And the thing about it, my sister is on 20 pills. 20 pills.
Yeah.
And I have a cousin. She was 13 years old when she got on high blood pressure meds.
Yes. Yes.
You got to be kidding me.
And there's natural supplements you can take to lower your cholesterol. There's natural supplements to
No,
lower your
she got her
cholesterol.
high blood pressure. She was at 13.
Yes.
She's like, I think she's 19 now, 18 or 19. She'd been on high blood
Yes.
pressure med when she was a child. And she was not heavy, and now she's heavy. And I'm saying it was
Yes.
the food too, what they were
The
eating.
side effects, a lot
Yeah,
of
they gave,
medications,
yeah.
the side effects is weight gain.
And so when I see something like that, I'm like, they ain't finna take mine out like that.
Hey, so I just want to say, man, to you, back to the basics. Also, Rachel, respect, man. Rachel, to your whole setup, how you have things set up for your son, man, and just
Appreciate
that
that.
structure, the structure that you have created, man, and just, man, keep your head up and keep on doing a fantastic job, man. I salute you, man, for real. That's awesome.
Thank you. We
I,
got.
I,
Go
I
ahead.
get what everybody is saying, but my wife she bakes from scratch, and
Oh man.
we just had German chocolate cake, pineapple cake.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
When she does that, it's tough to turn down. But she is very similar to Rachel, to where she turns it off. So there was a time where there was zero unnatural sugars in our house, and when that happened, I lost over 35 pounds. Literally just not by eating unnatural sugars, right? And so, but there are times where she has an itch to bake, and I don't let that leave the house because I know the amount of love that she put in that German chocolate cake. But I'm not against nothing what y'all are saying. But when my wife bake, I'm gonna eat it, and I land my plane there.
I want to thank you,
Absolutely.
Rachel, for allowing me to express that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. You know you're always welcome in this space. Hey, Moni, is it Moni?
No, it's
Bonnie?
money.
Money,
Yeah, it's money.
Bonnie. How you doing, honey?
I'm doing fine. How y'all doing?
We're doing good. You can speak to the prompt, or you can speak to whatever you heard also.
Okay. It says, are different generations the problem, or is it the era we live in today? I think it's a mix of both. Just I hear like a lot of like older people get up here and they'll be like, oh, by the time I was 25, I was doing this and doing that and a third. And then like the younger people, we keep trying to tell them like, well, the economy was different and the way jobs were was a little bit different, and stuff like that. And they're just like, no, everything's been the same underneath the sun, and y'all just not working hard enough. And it's like, yeah, okay, whatever you say. And then you have like younger people who are looking at everything on the internet and they're not listening to older people when the older generation are telling us like, hey, listen, you just need to at least try to go to work and do the job that you're given, and make something of yourself that way, then find other things to supplement your income. So it's kind of like a really bad back and forth of both generations not listening to each other, and then the internet coming into place, because it's then jacked up the minds of like that red pill stuff, jacked up the minds of older men, like people like Shira 7 jacking up the minds of older women too. Same thing with the younger generation.
Well said. It's open panel, y'all.
Could just real quick. The thing is about I heard it and I had to speak on it. Red pill is not teaching men not to hate women. Red pill is teaching men how women actually operate in society. So it's not, again, if a man properly takes the information, he understands how women actually operate. So he's not naive, so he does not get played. So there's certain situations he does not get himself into because he's listened to the women are all sugar and spice and everything nice, and that's a bunch of crap. That's a bunch of BS because that's not it. Women are just like men. They can be dishonest. They can be deceptive, and they can do some pretty evil acts and evil behavior and say some pretty evil things, and also, do some things to maybe try to put you in a bad situation and set you up. It's not saying all women. It's not saying black women, saying just women that can be the case. So red pill was just a way in order for men to be informed and understand what the situation actually is, and not the lie and deception that women are just all this wonderful pure being and they don't ever do anything evil or mean or cruel. And that's all that was. There are some men that take it way too deep and they become hateful, but there are men that are very balanced that take that information. I'm gonna land my plane with that.
The red, the red pill. If you were on Twitter, like, in I'm gonna say around like 2015, my first like encounter with the red pill up until maybe about 2019, 2020 was this was supposed to be like a quote unquote men's empowerment thing. It wasn't, it was a lot less about women and it revolving around women, and it was more male centered and being like, hey fellas, we need to get our bodies right so we can live long enough to be able to see our children grow up. Hey fellas, we need to understand ourselves better. If we are being recommended therapy, maybe give it a try. We need to understand ourselves better as people. Like, hey, we are people too. We got to stop this this certain way of thinking and stuff. And yes, that part too, and having an understanding that all women are not good, and hey, these are red flags, you should look out for it. It was a lot more grounded, but somehow, some way, it turned into grifters, and it turned into a lot of fellas just outright starting to not like women, and this conservatism thing, the 50-50 conversations, and these fellas that'll invite young women onto their platforms knowing that these young women have no type of formal education, or that they're OnlyFans models or whatever, and they're yelling at them and kicking them off and over talking, and it turned into something terrible. It started off as something good for men, and I was backing it, and I loved the content I was seeing. I love seeing more fellas, especially our men, be like, oh yeah, I'm about to go get some help. I was angry all my life, I'm about to go get some help. And it turned it into, oh, single mothers are the bottom of the barrel, women shouldn't have rights, women are this and women are that. It turned into something terrible, and it's most of those red pill fellas, they're not doing this stuff in the best interest of men. They're just hating women.
It goes back to one bad apple can rotten it for the bunch.
But and I agree with you. I think that's what happens with anything. It can get hijacked. Let's look at TikTok. TikTok can be this powerful tool, like the conversation we're having right now. But let's be honest, let's be truthful. A lot of the conversations that go on, that is not like the conversation that happens in the live, like Kev's or Rachel's, or live like mine. That people try to bring positivity and help people to work on themselves and become better human beings on this planet. A lot of lives are dysfunctional. It's jacked up. It's people just acting all sorts of ridiculous, dysfunctional behaviors, and you're like, "This is crazy." But this is the lives where there will be 100 people in those lives, 200 people in those lives, 300 people in those lives. They will have 150,000 followers. There's a lady I know for a fact. She is straight dysfunctional. She has 150,000 followers. And TikTok took 5,000 of my followers. You follow what I'm saying? This is the uphill fight that people that try to actually make good content have to deal with, because TikTok is designed to support this content creators that make this dysfunctional content.
I believe that too. I believe you're absolutely right. It's about money, and it capitalizes on people pain. And I've seen some things that is downright immoral, and they leave it up, and it's like, wait a minute, who's behind the engine, and what is the narrative? What is the agenda? Because the agenda doesn't look good at all to me. And that's why I decided to kind of like step back, because I am actually looking at it for what it is.
You got people up here who be the people who get up here and they be like, oh, I just care about the community, and this is why I'm on this live yelling at everybody that doesn't have the same opinion as me. And and then like anytime I question them on that, and I'd be like, oh, well, what city do you live in? And then I turn around and I'd be like, oh, so what do you do for your community?
Right.
Do you mentor anybody? And when was the last time you went outside and gave some money back? Are you a philanthropist? Oh, they hate that. They can't stand it. And I'd be like, stop telling people you care about folks. You don't care about nobody. You care about the views that you're getting on this live and how much money these people put in your pocket. I got off a live one day and I had like 32 cents in my TikTok thing, and I was like, oh, this is why they doing it. And it changed my whole perception of how I be on these lives and look at people.
I think that's like the people that call themselves like the women that call themselves male rights advocates, the biggest joke on social media. Literally the biggest joke on social media. They'll do a thing acting like they'll do something, but if you ask like what initiative they're actually doing to like make things different, they don't have an answer. They literally don't have an answer because it's all money grab. That's really all it is. The last
Let me
thing I'll
say,
say.
the people.
Go ahead.
My bad. The people that really care, they don't do it for money. I guarantee you, Rachel, I go live for 3 hours and 24 minutes, and I will walk away with $1.24. I don't do it because I'm not making any money. Let's be clear, I'm not. 3 hours and 24 minutes of teaching. Listen, I am literally, my career is a motivational speaker, teacher, and personal development coach. So when I go live and I'm working with people and I'm talking to people, I'm working and I'm walking them through, and we're working through some things through conversation. I am not doing it for the money, because if that was the case, I would be making a whole lot more. Usually the people that make money are the dysfunctional ones. That's the ones where people will send galaxies and do all sorts of wild stuff. When you're making the really great content and you're actually trying to have conversations to move the needle to help people think better and do better, a lot of times you're not getting the attention of those certain people that's going to be given the galaxies.
Can I say something? You know, you're right. I've seen some things where people, like, they capitalize on people pain. You insult them, you be nasty, you send a galaxy or something like that, we drop them. And it's like, wait a minute. Where do we promote being rude and disrespectful to each other? And I have a problem with that. You know, like I was saying, like I have gone on lives and say, well, I'm about the community. And I tell people what I've done in my community and stuff. And I think that there are people that are plants that don't want certain communities to be changed because they won't be profitable. And I think like this engine, what it did was around the election time, and I'm just starting to see. I was just seeing a lot of things. I think people were plants on here, and they had agendas, and I think people were getting paid for that agenda. And so I think this app has been hijacked. I really do.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, okay, I'm a believer of create the spaces that you want to see. If we allow these negative spaces to overflow and back out and be like, this is what it's become, that it's gonna continue. Like, it's gonna be even worse. Like, we're absolutely necessary. And then also something else that I learned, that like, it definitely shouldn't be about the money, but the people are going to spend the money. Why not create content and create things where they can do it in a positive entertainment? Do you get what I'm saying? And draw them away from the negative stuff, because they are going to do it anyways. So for me, I like to, you know, I think that when we are do-gooders and philanthropists, we do like to spend all of our resources. You get what I'm saying? But the thing is, you need resources to spend resources. Part of philanthropy is you have to have money to put back in, right? Because I remember when I was when I owned my daycare, I would create like whatchamacallit, a part of the daycare where there was a fundraising aspect to be able to help parents who, when they didn't have the money, I'd be able to let them get by for a month or two, because we'd have the money to put into that. But also some of the parents were like, you have an amazing program. Literally, your program is worth way more. And people are, they literally was like, I will pay you more. They felt bad for how much I was charging. And it becomes difficult to sustain the good that you are doing if you are not making the money to continue the flow. And I think there needs to be a balance where we do have to learn that. You get what I'm saying? Because yeah, like, it is what it is. We have to use the reality of this world to make the good.
I'm gonna give myself a clip.
Hey, Rachel, no, for real. No, I agree with you. Again, I'm so glad you spoke on that. Listen, I'm not gonna speak on it long, but listen, I make good money, and I plan on making a lot better. But listen, I'll be real. You know how many times I've thought about moving to another platform because I'm not building my client base on TikTok. What I am building is people that want something for nothing. Pretty much, I usually deal with people that want something for nothing, and like you said, it's not sustainable, Rachel.
Right.
No, you want people, you want me on here speaking and teaching for 3.5 hours, 4 hours for $1.24, and then you want to tell me thank you. Like, I appreciate that. I do. I appreciate the thank yous, but I also have 2 young children and a wife.
Right.
So I'm grinding to build my business. Period. Point blank. It is what it is. I'm grinding to build my business. So there's so many times when I took the sabbatical and I wasn't on TikTok for like 4 to 6 months. I was like, dude, I'm not. This is not helping me to scale my business up.
Yep.
And it is what it is, man. It's not any love lost. I've met some wonderful people and some great opportunities, but people have to follow through too. Because what bothers me as a professional when someone's like, "Hey, I'm gonna reach out to you. I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna DM you for personal coaching to initial contact." They don't do initial contact. I DM them and they playing games. You're playing games with my time, and you're also playing games with my money. You know what I'm saying? So man.
And you
It's
have
real,
something
man.
very valuable to give. And I just remember when Jared came up here. Oh, hey, Ray, I'm going to get to you right after. Sorry about that. When Jared told me, he was like, you have something that other people are trying to learn how to do, or like naturally. I'm just naturally doing the things that I love, but people would love to learn how to do those things also. And so I'm looking at like, okay, there's a way to do this where you can teach and get the return. So just based off of what he said I was like, okay, I could do like a subscribers, like the people who do subscribe, right? They have access to how to create this content. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you create a schedule every day, right? So like, this is what I'm thinking, right? For beginners, right? Like maybe every Monday at such and such time, this is the beginner's level of learning how to do this. But this is access for subscribers only, because that means they are intentional about learning and they are going to implement it. Most of the time, if you are paying for something, you have more of a push to actually use it. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to when it's free. So you have to understand the mind, how it functions if you want to truly make a difference. So sometimes when people are paying for something, they feel like it is more of value. So it is what it is. That's just how it is. And so even just by him telling me that, I was like, oh, okay, I could do this, because I have some great ideas. I even created a game where they are tapping more. They are sending the gifts that they want to. You know what I'm saying? I'm not kicking people off just to send that gift. Like, it's not in a negative way, but in a more fun, interactive way, because they were already going to do it anyways. You know what I'm saying? And no one is pushing them to do it. It's something like in their free time, because at the end of the day, this is somewhere that people come for entertainment one day, and they come for learning another day, and people are just very complicated, and they're always searching for something different, something new. So, we as philanthropists, we really have to tap into the reality of the world and the reality of how people work.
No, I agree with you, and me, I'm sort of in the mode. Like I said, like Kevin's more lighthearted, and I'm more in. You know what I'm saying? I'm more in teacher mode. You feel me? And I don't do it like not not vindictive or anything like that. It's just I'm sort of more in teacher mode. So the whole thing for me is. And I know the thing is, people know when they're gonna go to my live, it's never gonna be like we just never gonna shoot the breeze. You feel me? It's always different topics to like. All right, cool. This is about a deep dive. This is about going far beyond just the surface, getting to who you actually are, and starting that process. so you can actually become, you know, the better version of yourself that you say you want to become. So it's just this, it's what I choose to do. And I knew going into TikTok that it was an uphill battle because I saw the environment of TikTok in general. So you know, I wasn't surprised about it, Rachel. And you know,
but I think you should consider doing those like specific classes for subscribers. I think you should.
I completely agree with you. And I was actually thinking about doing a live to the point of like maybe like, you know what I'm saying, just subscribers only, because I know that's an option to where you can do lives. It's just subscribers only, and you know what I'm saying, it might not be that many people coming in, but maybe
Right,
you know
at
what I'm saying,
first.
yeah. So you know, no, I completely understand what you're saying, and I appreciate the different perspective.
Thanks. Did anybody else want to go before we get Ray?
Yeah, I was going to just say real fast that what the both of you were saying, right, that y'all both doing, you know, great things, though. You know, Mr. Motivation, I never been on any of your lives or anything just yet, but I will say this, that if you got to set boundaries, then set your boundaries. Because at the end of the day, like you guys were saying, like, you don't want to sell yourself short, as in not trying to make it about money, right? But like you say, you have mouths to feed. That's how you feed your family, or that's how you pay your bills. Or, you know, everybody has their own way of doing things. But at the end of the day, you can't allow people to just use you. You know, like, that's just what it is. Like, if they gonna rock, and that's the thing, we gotta learn, especially, it's always our people, right? Where we gotta show up for each other. So it's time for your community to show up for you. Y'all sitting here taking time out y'all day, probably time away from y'all family, kids, whatever it may be, whatever your situation may be. It's like people gotta learn to show up for y'all as well. If we want y'all great content, we want to hear y'all voice, or we want to see y'all on the live, or whatever it may be, then we need, like they say, pay to play. That's a saying that go, pay to play. You know, like, you can sit here and spend money on BS. Like I keep saying it, Zeus Network. I'm gonna keep saying it, drama. But
They gonna spend it anyways.
But when it comes to stuff that can actually help you in life, or somebody can really teach you something that can really help you and your family, following generations, all of that good stuff. Yeah, it's like it's all these excuses why it's not getting done. It's like, I'm sure a lot of us done spent boatloads of money just this past couple of days for Christmas and everything else. But as soon as it get to, okay, Mr. Motivation got a class. He got a class to teach you the fundamentals of saving money or doing cryptocurrency, whatever it may be. Now all of a sudden it's, oh, why I gotta pay this? But you just spent $300-$400 on a pair of Jordans for your kids that they don't even need, because they probably got 5-6 pair of them already in the closet. You know, like, just making it make sense. But I land my plane.
Say something to that. You know, Rachel, I was going on lives and I decided to get off. You know, I never, even when I go on anybody's lives, I tell them, do not give me anything. It's just a blessing. I'm humble just to live and suck air every day. But the thing about it is, on my lives, believe it or not, do you know that not one time but twice, doctors wanted to interview me as to how I turn my comorbidities around and I'm thriving. And I decided to give it away for free. And I asked one thing, just share it. I have people come in my lives, they would sit there, they wouldn't even tap and share. And they were coaches. They were coaches that took the information, which I did not care, but at least share it out so I could get it out to my community, because what I had learned was so valuable. And they wouldn't even do that. So I just decided not to go on lives, because I can actually go and put it in a book and make big time money. I just got through talking to one of my doctors, and they're saying, I want you to come on my podcast because I want to interview you. You know, so I've had groups of doctors that want to know. And I said, God, if you show me, I'll give it away for free. And in our community, we are so rebellious, and that we won't even sit down and simply tap.
Right.
Then
I
that's
feel
for
so
pity.
uncomfortable. Like you in somebody's TikTok space, you mean to tell me you've been sitting here for a good 10 minutes and you can't give a free tap? That's crazy. That's why I force them to tap now. Mm-hmm. I figured out a very clever way to get, because if you gonna tap naturally, I just feel like if you're not doing something, you know what I'm saying? Some people are busy or whatever. But you mean to tell me you got 0 taps? Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I mean, because that show a lack of respect. That of everything. And while I was on my lines, I go up where they have that count at, and I block them, every single last one of them. I say, because you don't even deserve the information I give, because you can't even share it out and tap it. Take it for yourself. I'm giving it to you for free. I never asked for like subscription. I had a couple of people and I followed up with them, and I thank God that before, because I'm really trying to leave this app and just do downloads or something like that. Just videos and not come on at all. But I actually helped 2 people, and one, we discovered that she had kidney disease, and so we were trying to stop the progression. And the other had high blood pressure. And we finally stabilized her blood pressure. And so I thank God that I was able to reach those 2.
Okay.
And that lady wanted to reach out and give me money. And I told her, no, I don't want the money. And she said, you don't even know. She said, you don't even know how grateful I am for you to have done that for me. So I don't understand our community. And I guess I'll never understand it. But I won't
Yeah.
let it take me on that rabbit hole anymore.
Hey,
Amen.
hey, Rachel, hey man, I gotta try to get some sleep, but it's always respect and love, man, as well as unnecessary, man. Hey, brother Antonio, man, great. Hey, brother, you always welcome on my live, man. If you see me going live, bro,
Yes,
man,
sir.
to everyone on this panel, man, I will always pray for increase for your mental health, your physical health, your spiritual health, as well as increasing your income, man. May God always be with you. God bless every single one of you. I'll talk to you soon, man. Y'all have a great night.
Good night, motivational. Thank you, sir.
Good night, Rachel. I'm leaving too. It's time to go to bed. And I'm a little bit still upset about my daughter. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Good
Yes.
night. Take care of yourself. Ray, let's get to Ray before everybody gone. What's up, man? And Ray tapped
What's going
over
on?
200 something tabs, didn't even know us. And he's still going. See, that's the type of people I want around. It's just in them. It's just so natural. They just like, I feel like, I don't know. It says a little something. I don't know.
Right.
How you doing, man?
I sometimes I'll be forgetting the rules though, because I don't know if you could tap while you're in the box. So sometimes I get in a box
Right.
and
No,
I'm
I
like,
get
am I
that.
supposed to keep tapping? But I'm gonna throw something in there anyway for the love of the game. You know
Yeah,
what
I mean, I
I'm
know
saying?
they always got some new TikTok rule. It's crazy.
Yeah. So this topic right here, I've talked about this a lot. I brought this topic up in lives where this wasn't even a topic, because I feel like this topic is the center of a lot of the miscommunication, a lot of the discourse that we have sometimes when it comes to how we see each other for men and women. Sometimes the discourse about just, there's just always this thing about the traditional values and so on and so forth. I feel as though the generational problem is super big, and I don't ever think it's just the era, because I used to not want to say I was early Gen Z, because Gen Z was associated with so much negativity, but then I started to realize I'm not the problem.
Right.
My generation is not the problem. This is just an ongoing problem of humanity. And if I take time, and I pick, and it's so fun, like the 20th century is very easy to slice up and dive into each rabbit hole of each decade. But if you look in the later 20th century, and maybe some of the earlier, but earlier was such a different world, but definitely later, probably like 50s and on, you can see a lot of the problems that we have now in different forms, for sure. And I know like a lot of my generation is associated with promiscuity, and they always like to bring up the OF models and all that stuff. And right and it's
Tell them
usually
about
the
that
OGs.
Woodstock. Remind them.
I could bring it back even further to the 70s. Richard Pryor was raised in a cat house. That was a significant problem. Pimps were an actual real person. Like I think somewhere along the lines we associated pimps with costumes and caricatures and Cat Williams, but those were real people. My grandmother told me a time she went to New York, because I'm from the East Coast. She was on a train and a man came up to her and was speaking sweet nothings, almost had her in his hand. Now, for some reason, he got distracted. He had to go do something. And a woman pulled her aside and let her know that man was a pimp. And that if you leave with him, and probably nobody gonna see you again. And so, right. So we have these conversations about these generational issues, but for some reason, the younger generation always gets the brunt of it, but everybody else already had their time. Yeah, Woodstock, they were going crazy. They were having all kinds of interracial relations in the 70s, experimenting. 90s, they had, the what was it, Freaknik. 80s, now come on now, the 80s, we all know what they was doing in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? So right, and these are all the generations. These were boomers, these were Gen X, these were millennials even had their time. Millennials don't say much really. They also, they kind of get roped in with us, but they try to distance themselves with the whole quote unquote brain rot. But I see this problem often now. Some of the older folks, they'll come up and they'll defend me because sometimes, some other older people are like, well, no, it was different. And then some OG will be like, nah, player, actually, it might have been worse because you could go up on that street. They would start saying streets in different cities, and you could walk up and down that street, from the beginning of the street. You have a drink in hand. By the time you get to the end of the street, you got a paid call girl, and you know what I'm saying, and some substances in your pocket by the time you get to the end. And so I want us to be more frank and open. I don't know why, when we get older, we forget who we were and forget what we did and what we were a part of. Even my generation now, we just had to talk about Gen Alpha and this whole 6'7" thing. Because we were like, oh no, we were used to be annoying too with them little Vine videos and, saying all them crazy 21 and all that crazy stuff, So it is a major thing to when you get older and you reflect and you be honest with yourself. So that way, when you see these behaviors maybe sprout again, maybe they have a different head now. They just look a little different, but it's the same thing nonetheless. And if we get down to the root of that, maybe there will probably be, some better progression in the world. But until then, it's going to be complete and total ignorance and fighting. And this is the right way and that's the right way,
Right. Well said, my brother. Well said.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you.
Next, I can't stand when they act like it was so perfect growing up. Oh my God. Anyways, we got Truth. What's up, Truth?
Hey, what's up, love? I'm parking. Let homie beneath me speak real quick. I'm gonna come back up.
You always got a new profile picture.
Nah, the reason why I do that is because, I try to protect my actual life. You know how people will hate just because you say something they don't like, they'll try to find out about your personal life. And I work too damn hard to let some troll on the internet mess up my personal life.
I know that's right.
Yeah.
I get you. But you always throw me off until you start talking, and I'm like, oh.
My fault, sis. My fault.
No problem, man. Thanks. All right, so we got 84 was a great year. Tell us more about that, huh? Was y'all doing it in a? Oh wait, okay. Let me say that.
Yeah, concrete part. Yeah, I'm a Gen X, 100%. Yeah, I don't think we had a perfect growing up, but we we're a lot more free to be creative and do stuff. You know what I mean? There was a lot more like our parents didn't want us around, which was good. They
Hmm.
please go away. Like, okay. And
We
we just
left you
helped
to
them.
your own devices.
Yeah, we just had to go figure it out and go do different things. So I think it got cut off. I think when it got a little more complicated in the community, if you know what I mean. It got a little more strange and families started to break up. I think families started to do it first and then the kids suffered. And I think the millennials got that and the Gen Zs definitely got that. So we are part, well, my generation's to blame, but we can't be blamed forever. You know what I'm saying? Like we were definitely the problem. Our parents actually were the problem, the epidemic problem. We inherited it, but we kind of straddled through it because we had the fundamentals, but everybody else got the really bad end of the stick. So I think there is some kind of reparations that is owed to the younger generation from the Gen X community for their lack of being compassionate to their plight. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Okay.
Hmm. At least you're fair and understanding. Good for you. What's up, New View?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm fine.
What you got on the topic, sir?
So different generations, the problem or the era we are in today, is children better or worse? I think it's a multi-factor, multi-variable thing. I definitely think the war on schmugs, the rack epidemic. I think that played a large role in it. Like guy was saying, the generations before, like the older generations, how we would like play in the streets, especially the 80s and 70s babies, how we would like basically like our grandma would just put us outside and be like, look, I think actually the grandmothers, like the grandparents being a thing, especially in the black community, that's really something that's missing. But then with the war on schmugs, it removed so many people from the family, and then so many people basically fell into abuse in those situations. So then those children were left to raise themselves, so they didn't have the guidance of the previous generations, like previous generations had. And then that generation that had to raise themselves had to raise the next generation. But then I think also what came into that was the advent of like the gentle parenting, kind of like the hippies would raise, the hippies raised their kids with a very
Mm-hmm.
like free love type of, mentality. And it was like, oh, well, we're going to do gentle parenting and this and that. And then those kids had to raise their kids. And then I think with the advent of like technology and things like that, and like he was saying, it's like we were forced to go outside. It's like now these kids are forced to stay inside. And with technology, I think it just kind of like paved a new way for people, and it just kind of became a perfect storm. And then I think it was a big separation, like I was saying with the war on schmugs, where it put this divide of people who were able to kind of avoid that, and they kind of looked down on the people who fell victim to it. So now there's this great divide. So the children the children of the people who fell victim to that are kind of looked at as pariahs, to where the children of the people who were able to avoid it kind of look at it like, oh, well, we're not like those people, and kind of have this separation that they made this kind of chasm in the community. But I think that's kind of where the divide is coming from. The children better or worse than we were. I think children have always been children. I just think today's children are faced with things that our generation never really was. Like this is a brand new day, especially like with the technology, the availability, the way the laws are written. They're just faced with new challenges that no generation previous had to. Who's to blame? Like I said, I definitely put, Iran-Contra, Reaganomics, like I said, the war on schmugs, and shout out to schmugs for winning that war. Does it make sense to keep having? But I definitely think it does make sense. I mean, we definitely have to clean up a mess we didn't make. I agree with dude what he was saying. The reparations. A lot of people talk about reparations. Well, you didn't go through slavery. It's like, well, you didn't fight the Revolutionary War, but you still celebrate the 4th of July. And I don't think that reparations is about slavery. Slavery was just the beginning, not the end. I think it's reparations for slavery, but also for Jim Crow, for segregation, for the unalivings with the strange fruits, for civil rights, for all of the things that people had to go through to attain civil rights, for affirmative action, for DEI, for all of that, for every step, for redlining, for gerrymandering districts. I think all of those things together have come to the point where we are today. And yeah, I definitely agree with bro on the reparations aspect, but I definitely think that all of those factors are to blame for kind of this scenario we're in right now.
Very good points.
May I
Yeah,
speak
go
on
ahead.
something?
It's open panel.
Yeah. So to both of you, I think it's funny that you both mentioned, being forced to be outside and play outside. I think that's so interesting because the reason why kids are inside more is because of how I just remember like reading in history in different times in Black history where like just Black kids going missing and nobody looking for them. And it's not that the family and nothing, but like the authorities, right? The news wouldn't talk about it. When I talked to my mother about certain things like that, and in the way I was sheltered, right, and and just her trying to control more aspects of my life, not letting me just go over anybody's house, because I talk about that also in my generation of peers, and there were certain rules that they had that I also had, but their parents may not have had, where they just could go over anybody's house and they were just outside and you had to be back before the street lights. Those rules, to me, I think were developed because of the dangers that they seen. So my mom talking about just the people, the kids that would go missing, the girls that would come back home pregnant. Now somebody's getting into group affiliations, negative group affiliations, so keeping them inside to monitor them instead of just kind of letting them go about and discover the world on their own without any parameters or wisdom, kind of got us where we're at now. But Generation X, in my opinion, and them raising their kids and more protective, and then the millennials being probably a little more sheltered and the Gen X being a lot more sheltered, definitely came about because of just how wild it was in the 80s. Like the way and this is my uncles, my aunties, again, my mom, my parents, the way they described the 80s was just eerie. It just felt weird. Everything, it was fun and all that stuff, but you kind of were also looking over your shoulder at the same time. And this is just them saying different things about what was going on, and what I've gathered. So I feel like where we got to now is not just because of parents, gentle parenting. It's just they seen so much, right? And then now they're like, okay, let me not. I think I know better now. Let me let little Jimmy stay in the house. I'm gonna watch him and watch behind. And when we go to the park, we'll go to the park together. I'll watch him play at the park. Then we'll go back home.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to you, but how old are you? Like 20, 30?
When you start with no disrespect.
No, I'm not just because it's not about it's not about his age, but
I'm 28.
I'm
right.
28.
So 28. So your parents probably like you said, your parents grew up like in the 80s. So that those things which you're speaking on, those things were direct results of the war on schmugs. Because in the 70s and in the 80s when we were kids, we didn't have to deal with that. Like we didn't have to deal back then, if you had if you had a gang, it was basically like a fist fight. At the worst, they would have weapons, but like hand to hand weapons. They might have like a bat or a stick or something. Whereas like under the war on Schmugs, it became where that's when it started coming in like with the firearms. And like you're saying, it's like they're having this, and it's like people are going missing because you had people that are under the influence of this substance that literally devastated their community. So it's like they say all the real ones either unalived or in jail, because it's like you had people who were literally was a war zone in the streets over this substance. So it's like that was why in the 70s and 80s, I want to say even to the early 90s, but not as much in the early 90s, because in the late 80s is when it really started coming in, where you really couldn't move in the streets like that. Like we could just walk down the street. We would just be in the street playing, like you said, with the street lights and stuff. We would just be in the street playing just all day, and it was still a thing of like where like that's the reason why I like the street lights, because like I said, the freaks come out at night, but it wasn't as prevalent. It wasn't as dangerous. The neighborhood and stuff wasn't as dangerous. You back then you had like maybe one or two people that may have been in that trade, and they were like well known. So it's like you knew who they were and you knew where they were and you knew how to avoid it. Whereas in the 90s, especially in the 90s, but in the late 80s and then in the 90s, it was everybody. It was anybody. So it's like that is where they came in, and it was very much a protection thing, even for us as kids, because like I said, in the late 80s and the 90s, the parents who were aware of it, it became such a prevalent. There used to be a show called City Under Siege, whereas like they would just talk about like all of the stuff that's going on in the city, and it's like it's literally a war zone, like what people say like Iraq or any other like kind of war torn country. So it definitely was a protection issue where parents were trying to make sure their children weren't gonna fall victim to these things that's going on. But no, I
I
know what
think
you.
that
I'm sorry. I know host like what you would say, because like people say they say no disrespect, and the very
Right.
next
They
thing
getting
they
ready
get
to
ready to say something
disrespect.
disrespectful. But I was just saying that
I
because I'm
think
saying I'm
that
not trying to point. I was really just asking how old, because that like you're
Yeah,
very
to
very correct about the
gauge
era.
his mindset. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a
yeah,
couple of things about the 70s and 80s is that um, Smugs were like a rich person's endeavor. So if you went from 60s to 70s free love to 80s free love, the free love was still happening in the early 80s. They hadn't really let go of disco. They really hadn't jumped into any really hard. It was this soul transit. If you listen to music from the 80s, it was a family affair, and it was Commodores and Earth, Wind and Fire, and so it was a
Gap
real.
Band.
It was the Gap Band. Well, Gap Band kind of later, but we heard Earth, Wind, but Tavares. It was still Tavares. Still had like Teddy Pendergrass. You know what I mean? So it was more that soul, funky kind of. The long story short is that it was a subtle. It was a subtle thing that happened, and I remember the neighborhood because you always knew that Uncle Tommy drank a lot or Uncle Jimmy drank a lot, but you never knew that they were MIA. You know what I mean? And what Smugs did to those families, our family specifically, it went from everyone drank and went to work to everyone. Now you got a cousin or uncle that's using Smugs. Now you got a cousin, uncle, or aunt, and a sister and it just took over like that. It spread like wildfire. And then and then a lot of it had to do with the industry leaving the inner cities simultaneously with the Smugs being put in. So they took away the industry. Most of the people worked in the factories, or they worked in some blue collar, and that was taken out and moved to the suburbs. And so you had all that in the inner city it was a time bomb waiting to explode. And it was depressed. It went from very, very energetic and very, very together, as the brother talked about, where you had 80, 90% of black males on the street, to where there was nobody on the street no more. And then everybody was on the streets, but for all the wrong reasons. And so the thing that has happened since that time and generationally is looking at how we passed on our children may have been a little bit safer than us, but most of our parents, Gen X parents, got strung out. And so we kind of followed the tradition in a way. And then by the time the millennials were cooked and the Gen Zs had the leftovers. So I don't know if that made any sense, but it was a lot of different components that came in that created the environment of hopelessness in our community, not just one. It was economics. It was the people stopped being able to have families together. Mothers and fathers were no longer together. And the fathers will lose their job at the factory. So the mothers were given an ultimatum: either you can get this aid without him in the house, or you can not have no aid and y'all both can starve. So that's what started the single mother kind of thing. And I don't know, as time goes on, I think, everyone has to shoulder their adult responsibilities at some point. So the great generation had theirs, we have ours, we still have ours, obligation. But what I don't like about the BLK community more than any other is we don't have an honorific, we no longer have a holistic honorific society where grandfather passes down oral history to the grandson, or the father to the grandson, like that. Because when I was coming up, you could sit on the porch and talk to a 60-year-old man and ask him what it was like in the 20s. You know what I mean? Or 30s. And they break it down to you. And they pretty much give you their soul. They basically pass it on and put it in your chest. And then you tell other people. Or your father would tell you how it was. And then the millennials and Gen Zs, they ain't trying to hear none of that. They're like, we ain't trying to hear none of that, what it used to be like. And that disconnect is why we, as a people, because if people who have a proud heritage or even a heritage, they still keep passing that on, that legacy. Our people, we were like, oh man, that's where the disconnect happened. We don't want none of that. We're gonna do it. Now you're on the island by yourself because we trying to give you the history. We don't need your game. We got our own game. We do what we want to do. Okay, but we still here because once we're here, there ain't no oral history to pass on. You only got your history, which is really short. Sorry.
Can you give me an example of somebody like trying to pass down something to this new generation? Like, what are they passing down?
Like if you ask them like how to cope with certain life skills, or how to deal with the economics of your life, or how to be involved in a relationship, or how to rebound from relationships, or just what kind of people came before you. Have you have a proud heritage of doing this, or hold your head up at 90 degrees and represent who you are, and you start having those conversations, people ain't trying to hear that. That kind of
do you think it's because they're looking at the result? Like, it depends on the person it's coming from, because if somebody is trying to give relationship advice and they're on their third husband or wife, they're probably not gonna listen.
Let's just omit the relationship.
Anything. It could be financial. Okay, financial advice. You still not owning a home. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of the kids are looking at the people who they don't want to take advice from. Like, we're not dumb. Like,
right. What I'm saying is, okay, like if I pull up on a stoop and there's a man who's worked 30 years of his life and he's retired. And I said, what was it like in the 40s? We used to do this, we used to do that. It was rich because the conversation was a connection, right? It was relationship, it was therapy. It was like, oh, okay, oh, wow. So you get that oral history passed on to you because you're not ignorant about what it was. Because I bet you the other people know their histories, right? Even if it's dysfunctional, they know it to some degree. They have that conversation. Oh yeah, your grandfather fought in the Civil War, and we own these properties and this, that, and the other thing. I get it, but for us, I think when we even come and approach younger people with that, back in the 70s we did this and that, and try to give you to go outside and play is a classic example of instead of sitting in front of a computer all day, go outside.
See, there it goes. It's always followed by criticism. I'm not gonna lie.
You can stay on the computer all day, but I'm saying holistically and venturing into the world and figuring and human contact is probably going to be more essential at some point. It's a skill set that people have sometimes. So you could try it, but I think we didn't have a choice. It was that that's what we just had to be. But I'm thinking, why is it that we can hear that from our parents, go outside and
Well, why do
play?
you think you're on the computer? They're on the computer all day.
I think a lot of times people have lost themselves in devices. I think that they don't, the social skills.
I'm talking about specifically for kids. Why would a kid be on a computer all day?
I think because it's a trend. I think it's because it's what their peers are doing.
Have you considered that their parents haven't provided anything else for them to do?
But then, okay, if you're on a computer all day, you have how many different channels you can watch of other things you could do? How many YouTube channels can you
So y'all
watch?
don't remember when you was watching TV all day?
We didn't get a chance to watch
They
TV.
would kick us out the house. Our grandma would let us. She was
What we
watching her
had
stories.
when I
We
was
had to be
coming up
outside.
was you had chores in the morning. This is what you had to do. You had to clean the garage. Your dog wouldn't poop. You had to wash the dishes. My mother said, make you something to eat for whatever. Go out there and rake the yard. Then you can go outside and play.
So that's what I'm saying, though. So it sounds like a little bit. That's the thing. People are not considering different people's like situations, right? So it sounds like a little bit projection, right? I had people in the home who instructed me to do stuff. These kids obviously don't have someone in the home instructing them to do something.
Okay, and I understand that, but at some point you say, oh, you could go out. Like for instance, like I'll do something like really nice to somebody. Say, hey, here's $20, G. Get something for yourself. You a couple of y'all are doing nothing, right? Go ahead. Oh man, you a relic, bruh. I know because we got that kind of language when we got that with a lesson. Like here's $10. Go out there, get you some can. It's just that, you know what I'm saying? That connection. Even though it's over $20, you'd be like, oh, go out there and how y'all doing? You all right? Boom, boom, boom. You good? Okay. That kind of conversation is meaningful. Just from a complete stranger, because everybody was not like that. So you can have that conversation. Hey, what are you doing? You going to the store? Oh yeah, OG, da-da-da. Oh, they call me OG. Okay, cool. Well, you got it. You good? Okay, here, let me handle that for you. Boom. Oh, okay. Thanks a lot, OG. Yeah, back in the day, we used to do that. Oh, you a relic, OG. It ain't like that no more. Well, it still is with me. You see the interaction? It's still relevant to some of us to have that connection so that the youth know that we're out here. We're still out here. But at that same token, if you come across someone who's devoid of that because of whatever reason, they ain't trying to hear that. They just want the quick fix. Oh, give me the 20, I'm good to go. You feel me? So I'm trying to like say in summation is I like a lot of times people from the generation would rather blame than be accountable or look for solutions when we had to find the solutions because our parents weren't going to give. We think the Gen X parents, we had a job to do or we get our ass whooped. So we do it and then we go. I know parental supervision, if we didn't do it subconsciously, we would figure out a way to get it done. When we left the house, that also gave us an inference to go out and do things together as a community. Ride bikes, go play basketball, play comic book, be with comic books, trade cards, whatever. It was something. We did something to interact on a regular basis with other people that looked like us. So we weren't like, that's the enemy.
Because y'all didn't have the devices.
We did though. We had Atari and Sega, Nintendo, and things
Pong
like
and
that. But
Atari.
the thing of it is, and then we had and then back in the day we had like pagers and
Are you
stuff
talking
like
about the
that.
Nintendos that you had to blow all the damn time?
It's still an electronic. The thing of it, but I think the thing of it is, I think it's the illusion of like where you have so many options and you think they're choices because you have so many things that you can choose from that you think each one. I'll give you a good example. Like my cousin, he works pipeline. So our cousin's son, he's like a knucklehead getting in trouble and stuff like that. So she asked him, she's like talking to my cousin, can you help him? Like, can you like take him, tell him what he needs to do so he can get on, he can work with you? He's like, yeah. He got him to training, he took the class and everything. He was out there working with him. So now he's making money, so he's making money, he's got money in his pocket and stuff. But we from a small town in Louisiana. Okay. So he's doing that. Now he's got money, he's going back to the town. Now he's starting to get into stuff and he's trying to live out the lifestyle that he sees on the internet, the stuff he sees on TV. He's trying to live that lifestyle. And we tell him, we're like, what are you doing? It's like, you should be going to work. He's like, so my cousin called him, like, hey, we got a job. He's like, oh, I can't go this time. Something, whatever. He's trying to do something. He's like, dude, what are you doing? It's like, if you're gonna give yourself a bad name, like he put his name on the line to get him this job. So it's like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, man, come on, man. You know me, I'm just booling. And like, dude, come on, bro. That is not you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not from California. You're not in a gang. You're not doing none of that stuff. Like, bro, go to work. Go to work, make your money, and then, your free time, your free time. Dude winds up getting into it with somebody, trying to play gangster. They go get into it. He takes a bunch of weapons over there, a bunch of pew-pews, and goes over there, threatens the guy, comes back, has Schmugs in the car with him and the girl in the car with him. He winds up getting locked up. Now his whole situation is flipped upside down, all because he didn't want to listen, like what 84 is saying. It's not necessarily that it's a thing of we like looking down or talking down on people. When we were young and the old man would say something to us, like what we would consider old, 40, 50 years old, he would be talking to us and we basically sit there and listen to it like, yeah, man, it's like this, it's like that. You can do this, you can do that. Today, if you're not a millionaire, if you're not an entertainer, you're not a rapper, you're not a athlete or something, the kids don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear like a regular job, a real career that you can do. They want to know what is like the glamorous thing. Like, what can I do? I'm like, oh, if a rapper comes down and says something to you, they're more apt to listen. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, such and such came and he told me this, this, and this. If it's T.I., they like, oh, yeah, T.I. told me blah, blah, blah. But if it's, like I'm saying, like my cousin,
But that's
anybody,
literally all generations. Like, if y'all listened, like, how can you guys say you listened to your parents, but there was a whole schmug thing going on? How could y'all say you listened to your
we're
parents,
not the
but y'all
totality of it. And this is the
no,
reason why I can say that.
exactly.
But this is the reason
There
why I can
you
say that,
go. No,
because
y'all
that's what I'm
making
saying.
the
Because
small bunch of kids who are disrespectful, who don't listen, into this
it's
generation,
not a
which is
small
what
bunch. Have you heard of the Kia Boys?
this is what
It's an
they did
epidemic
to
of
you guys
juvenile
also.
offenders. They are literally trying to rewrite laws in Congress right now to change the laws for juvenile offenders because of the generation and what's going on right now.
Did you
And
the juvenile offender, like they're it's less people in juvenile like detention than there was back then.
Let me explain it this way.
it's much
In
worse. I'm
white
telling
people,
you,
in
you can
white,
look and see it
in
was a
other
kid had
cultures,
275 felony accounts.
let me explain it this way a little better.
You think
In
there
other,
wasn't like mass,
No.
like, okay,
let me
y'all,
explain it this
okay.
way. In another
Go
culture,
ahead.
in
See,
other cultures,
hold on, 84. Hold on, real quick, 84. See, the major difference is when we were growing up, we did not see everything like we
Right.
do today. So because we see it on social media in the news cycle, we think it's more than when it was when we were growing up. It wasn't. It's the same.
The
It just
same.
wasn't blasted when we were younger. It wasn't no, you couldn't get on MySpace and everybody was talking about it. You couldn't get on those things that people were talking about what we were doing. Now you have so many social media outlets talking about what young people are doing that we really believe that it's more. Absolutely not. It's not more.
It is
They're
more. I'm
literally
telling you, there was
drinking
a
less.
TV show
They're
called City
drinking
Under
less.
Siege.
They're drinking less. They're doing schmugs less. They're doing so many things less than your past generation.
okay, so can I say this? When you go to a nightclub full of young people, are they dancing? Are they enjoying themselves? No, they're taking selfies. I DJ. I've done clubs. I've done young people clubs, and what I see 90% of the time is
Enjoyment.
hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish my statement. I've DJ'd, I've concert promoted, I did a lot of things. I see the young people looking at each other from across the room, talking about 16, 20. I have different sets of people that don't dance. You know, when they start dancing, I motivate them to dance. And guess what? Most of them are liking to what they love the most. 80s, 90s, 2000s music, right? If you look at most of the culture that they are attracted to, where men fall in love with women, 80s, 90s, 2000s. Where did all that go? Now, the only thing that we have a claim to fame is that We are on the internet. Haha, I'm a social media hero. Now look at this. Compare this to other cultures. Oral histories are passed down, isms are passed down, the gatekeeping is passed down from generation to generation. They ain't gotta like it. They just are born into it and they uphold it. In the 1950s, we were really tight together. Okay, more so than ever, right? The same things that you're quoting that we didn't do a lot of, we didn't do a lot of them then, right? So what is this doing? It's circulating and coming back home to the same thing that it was. Now in the 60s, so do we uphold as a people the same tradition as other cultures do? Ask yourself that. Are they telling them their mothers, no, F you, we got this, we gonna do it all by? No, they don't do that. Asians, Hispanics, Indian, Asian, and white tea culture, they all say, okay, whatever legacy that we gotta do, whatever we gotta do to stay together, if that means listen to mom and dad, if that means be a part of the culture, if that means not to offend the culture, I'm gonna keep doing it. We're gonna keep pushing it. They're not sitting there blaming the Gen Zs and on a major scale, because the world wouldn't be the way it is if they were blaming them. They would be changing it. They're going along with the status quo because it benefits them. So why is it that black culture doesn't want to go along with the status quo that will benefit them? Because you may not know, you may only see what we experienced in the 70s and 80s, but we went through the school of hard knocks to make it this long in life. If you're not in your 50s, I'm 58. By the time you get here, you're gonna be looking down at somebody else telling about how the 2020s were. And you're gonna be like, you might want to connect up with somebody that has some substance. So, and this is what I'm gonna do and land this plane. When you don't have no roots, your tree don't have no roots. All the other cultures have got roots in this country now. We're the only people that are saying, I don't want no roots. I'll do what I want to do. And guess what happens when you ain't got no roots eventually? You're seeing the byproduct of that. I'm gonna land with that.
Oh my God.
The thing is, the thing that's not being talked about, if you want to bring up this root thing, what was planted?
Exactly. My
Like
God.
y'all, like people. Hold on, I'll let y'all talk. Hold on, let me
Yeah,
talk.
and then we gotta get Ray after.
I got you, Ray. I saw you in the comments. I'm sorry, bro. Nothing was passed down of substance instead of bar stool talk. So what that you told me about what happened in the past? Like that's like I miss my grandmother. I love all the stories she told me about history and things that happened, but that did not help me get my house built. That did not help me start a business. So you talking about people not connected? It was nothing to connect to. So that's why that's why the branches were broken off, and they are latching onto things that feel like that they feel are substance to them. If they were getting substance, they would not leave. Even even scripture talks about not disconnecting from the vine. I understand that. But if the vine, if the root, if the tree is not feeding the branches, they're going to unalive. And that's what we are seeing. Y'all didn't feed the branches. So they fell off and connected to something else that's feeding them. That's giving them life.
Hold on, 84. Hold on. Because we got to get Ray in there. And then I also wanted to say something too. So please hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Ray.
All right, so a couple things I'm gonna touch on real fast. One, yes, I know I'm a DJ too. Funny enough, yeah, the kids aren't dancing as much to new music, but the music they are dancing to is like drill and Jersey. That's from this generation. The older generation does have more dance music, but we could blame it on the music industry more so than the what's it called, the listeners themselves, because we know what they push, we know how it pushes out. Now, to touch on what Necessary said, yeah, and what you were saying earlier, millennials, in my perspective, right, millennials don't want to hear what a lot of the generation has to say, is because they let them down. Gen X let millennials down. Boomers let millennials down. They gave them promises of sweet nothings. The boomers told them, if you go to college, do this, that, the third, everything's cool. But they sold them down the river a long time ago. They implemented programs to lock them up based off their test scores. So much was done to the millennials, so they don't really want to listen to anybody. And then Gen Z, here I am, though. So, and I look at millennials as like my older siblings, older cousins, maybe some younger uncles and aunts. And when we have a community and we talk, and we talk about the things that my parents won't tell me or my grandparents won't tell me, then I understand why they're bitter and why they don't have that relationship. And then I might either follow suit or might give time to my family or so. So that's why I feel like that disconnect is because millennials grew up in such a weird time, and they watch everybody crash out from either rugs. They watch them lose money. They watch them make poor financial decisions, all kinds of things. And so they don't really want to have this connection with them and grow with them. Now, fortunately enough, I have a good connection with my parents. They do have something for me to grow upon and have this connection with, but it's not just like Black people. Like that's like when we say generational thing, I really do mean generational, because I know more white tea families from the millennial to Gen Z that cut each other off because of political views, because they truly don't have anything of substance for them to grow upon or for them to connect. And this is like a legit issue across all platforms. There are a lot of people within America and a lot of different cultures and communities from my generation, from the millennials, that are looking at the older generation and they're seeing, yeah, you guys have some good stuff here and there, but you threw it all away at one point, or you mismanaged it at one point. And so now people are trying to restart and do something different. Now, we're putting therapy into the community. Yeah, now we're trying to do different types of parenting skills. And yeah, they may not listen to you for financial things because the financial market looks different. I know when I talk to older people about buying homes, some people brought homes for $12,000. If I talk to a boomer, we don't have that money. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have that opportunity. Like and we wish we could buy homes for $12,000. So yeah, we might have to listen to each other more or find more community in the younger generations amongst each other, because we have better steps to achieve success versus where the older community might have things more dated, and those same skills and tools you may use at a certain point or now don't apply, or like maybe benign. So I feel like that's where the disconnect happens. But and I'm not blaming the millennials, but I understand the plight of being a millennial and coming into a time in which everything is literally falling apart. All the community values, everything that you once were a part of. I know like a lot of Gen X used to be very pro-Black. I know a lot of Gen X that's like now very conservative. So they watch probably like their heroes that were talking in certain spaces completely changed their algorithm. They found out a lot of stuff that people were doing in the dirt and just letting them get away with it. So now we've started a whole new society amongst each other, and so now there's this huge disconnect, as if we don't want to be a part of something, but in reality we just want better. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, like the whole R. Kelly thing, where I feel like Gen X and boomers are more so like able to defend him, where millennials and Gen Z will go, no, that's not appropriate behavior. Now, I'm not saying everybody, but it's something like that, sort of along the lines. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Let me just say something real quick, and then you could go 84. Oh yeah, I just wanted to talk about how like we always compare ourselves to other cultures that we are not a part of and have not experienced, right? So when we say like, oh, other kids in other cultures, they continue their traditions and they have these different values, and it's like, do you know exactly the root, right? The soil that those generations before them, what they are putting into their children, you get what I'm saying? And those roots, they're very different than ours and our situation, right? And then for me it's like saying like, well, Jessica's kid, that's a good kid, she listens to her parents. Yeah, her parents actually were involved in parenting and instilling things. And then like some people just think it's supposed to be just a guaranteed thing without the effort. And it's like there were missteps, acknowledge the missteps and correct them. Not just the whole like y'all shouldn't be complaining about this. Y'all should just do this, this, and this. That's what it feels like. It feels like just suck it up and take what we gave you without complaint.
It's more like there's more than the sample size that we have here is very small. The idea that everybody was the same is ludicrous. And if you can do the research on the negative, what can you
Wait,
do the
who's
research?
saying everybody is the same?
What I'm saying is when you can do research on Gen X's negative, you can also do the research on Gen X's positives. There are takeaways from everything, right? Not every 28.5 million Gen X's right now. I just looked it up. Black Gen X's. All of them don't have the same experience. They don't have smug experiences. Some of them are third generation farmers. Some of them are there's some bourgeois BLK people, right? We are represented in every segment of society, right? Absolutely. Doctors, medical. I have 4 college degrees. People have 6. Some have 2. Doesn't matter. I chose to do something bucket list, concert promotions and DJing, which I've done some pretty good work. And I've employed all BLK people, so I try to give back. But the whole idea that we can look at something under a microscope and say, see, you didn't do this because of the smug epidemic, but we can't see the legacy of the things that we did do right. And I would implore anybody to do the investigation on those things and extract from them the juice, the orange juice or the cranberry juice or whatever that you need for sustenance and substance in your own life. Because we weren't all bad. And the idea that we're looked upon, like we don't look at millennials and Gen, we just say, hey, there's a formidable way to deal with this system. And we've already done the excavating, we've already went into the wilderness, we've already taken the shots for you, right? We've been on the first line of defense because we had you didn't have us. So because we had you, we were already making all the mistakes true, but then we tried to make it. We still had to make it. So there's something about nutrition that you can learn. There's something about being able to be resilient you can learn. There's some things about being able to be formidable and keep your head at 90 degrees and having integrity about certain things that you can learn instead of all the negative is what I'm saying. And that will help you because no matter, you ever see people have from other cultures, oh yeah, but what's the positive? Yeah. They don't ever speak in like honest to goodness, honest. They're like, oh no, we're gonna
So
go.
are you saying the youth doesn't speak about the positives for the older generation?
I think a lot of times when we're like the foreign animal in the wilderness that people go, oh no. But if you approach, so is
that a yes or no? Because I asked a very specific question.
Yeah, I think it's a yes. I believe if I answer your question right.
That they don't speak. That they don't acknowledge the positives.
They don't
of the older generation.
They do more complaining about us. They do having some kind of dialogue about. They don't open dialogue about what's happening with Gen X.
I got you. Okay, so what is the positive that you express about this generation?
About millennials and Gen Zs?
No, this generation. Yep.
The current. I don't know which generation we're in. Are we in Gen Z or Gen Alpha?
The generations that came after you.
The positives.
No, what I'm saying is, how often do you express the positives of the generations that came after you?
Oh, quite often. I see it. I see the good and a lot of good. I mean, it's hard to see a lot, but you have to kind of excavate because the music is terrible. That's a bad thing. And then the music is great on some ends, and like you have to get used to it. I mean, there's different things that you have to kind of, bend yourself to understand. I believe that the hypersensitivity, the therapeutic model is very cool. At least get you down to ground zero, but you still have to have some kind of dough to make the project happen. Even if you get down there, even if you find out the root of your condition, it can't be somebody else. It's going to be inside of you. So it doesn't matter. You're still going to have to find out I'm inadequate. I'm not good enough because of them. Yes, but you still got to walk in that vessel.
Isn't that part of therapy?
That's therapy, but you came
Okay,
in this
so
world.
so
But
if
you
you're
came in this.
the thing is, so what I'm witnessing, right? Because you said a good thing and then you follow it up with a but, right? So you said, oh, that's good that they're doing therapy, but
And in addition to therapy, and in
uh-huh.
addition to getting in touch with their feelings, and in addition to, but then but then here it is. If you're gonna say, okay, you went to therapy, what was the result of therapy? What
Right,
happened?
that is for them to figure out, is it not? That's
So
the whole point of therapy, right?
if you went to therapy and you're trying to find out whether you're masculine or feminine side, and this is what I'm hearing a lot from people, especially the men, and they're talking about woman accountability and this, that, and the third, and all these other dynamics that are just bogging them down in the quicksand of life. And they're not okay. You went to therapy, right? You have all the answers, but you don't even know the questions.
Who are you?
Now you're. What I'm saying is,
What people are you talking about? Like all the people that it's just so weird. Most people that I know, because you said men, especially men or whatever, but the men that I know that have attended therapy, I hear a lot more accountability from them.
okay, but is it true you're going to get your feelings hurt at some point in this life?
We're talking.
Okay, no, I'm
talking about.
This is a
I'm talking
therapeutic
about
model.
the fact. Hold on one second. I'm talking about the fact that it's difficult for the older generation to give the new generation any type of kudos without a backhanded. It's like without following it up with criticism.
But it's not criticism. It is support.
It is.
It's like
It
okay,
is.
let me
It's
say
just
this.
flat out. You know what? I
Let me
think
say
it's
this.
wonderful that you guys are encouraging therapy and self-work and self-development, because that's what they are doing. And the thing is, the results are showing. You guys refuse to look at the results.
And the
You guys
results
are stuck. You guys are stuck on like generalizing and putting these young kids. It's as if like they can't never please y'all. Like they can never do right.
No, ask yourself if you. That's a good point right there. If you're saying that the results are there,
Mm-hmm.
and there is more strife right now about people not wanting to be in relationships anymore right now,
More strife. Actually, people are getting married more.
I don't know.
Did you look up that data?
I gotta check.
Did
out
you
the
look
data.
that data up?
I'd have to say I looked up the single men and single women are the same. They're the same for BLK men and BLK women. It was like 53 to 62%. So it's like, I mean, what I'm trying to say is if you have these wars, gender wars going on, is that a part of is therapy producing that? What are the outcomes of therapy if that is what's happening? Well, this is what's happening?
That's why I'm telling you, like you have to get off social media. You know how you telling them kids to get off social media? You have to get off social media and you have to actually look at the facts for what they are, okay? And not just put people in these little boxes that, oh, I see these people going back and forth. That must mean that people are having a hard time in relationships. No, you're in a box with like you probably have met what? Maybe 35 people. Like and there's over what is it, 300 million people.
Okay,
like so if you just look it up, okay, after a dip in 2020, U.S. marriages increased, reaching nearly 2.1 million in 2022, returning to pre-pandemic. And remember, after the pandemic, that was a hard time for a lot of relationships.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
I see that. I see that the pandemic is a big gap there of 3 or 4 years of just nothing. You can't even trust the stats between that time from 2018, 2019, and 2022. 23.
Wait, why can't you trust the stats?
because people were sheltered in place and people were neurotic and crazy.
Marriage statistics are not like easily skewed. It's literally it's paperwork. You turn it in. We know you got married.
Okay.
That's the type of statistics I do use.
And how many divorces happen too?
Yeah, that's
Okay, so
something.
you have to-
What I'm saying is,
you have to look at both.
hold on. What I'm saying is the fact that people are trying to be in a relationship with each other means that they actually want to be together. Now, whether they have the tools to stay together, that is a different story.
Okay,
But what
that
you
comes with
no, but
therapy.
hold on. But what you have presented to me, right, was that there is a gender war. Correct?
I said
And
that
I am
from
using
whatever.
statistics to show you that the gender war that is perceived on TikTok is not the reality.
Okay, and I understand that. But what I've seen from the variance of people that not just TikTok, but on all social media and in person, people are like taking a step back. Therapy, getting a chance to do other things besides. So what are they going back to? They're organically going back to a space where they're spending more time to get to know themselves. They're getting more time to vet out people more. They're getting more time to get into activities
And that's
social
a good thing, right?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So where did that? Is that a new experience, or has that happened before in the United States? The 50s and 60s and 70s were just like that. That's the same. That's what I'm saying. We've gone full circle. You ever heard the story where the guy says,
Oh, now you
"That's what I'm saying." I'm saying
I
that
don't think we've gone full circle though. I
it's
think
almost
we've
back to where you wanted. What are they saying now? We need to put the devices down. What are they saying now? Stop listening to all these other echoes in your head about who you should be with and who you are. What is that about? That's about your independence and your freedom. Why is that important? Because that's the same go outside and play and find your world mentality that we came up with. There's no difference. There's
But I
no
think the pursuit of family and marriage is not, I wouldn't say a full circle, because
You didn't
to
answer the
compare
question.
it,
What did I say? Freedom, intuition, organic freedom that you guys are saying is not like that normal OG, and it's not like that. What do you think we were experiencing? I'm saying he tried to gloss over what I just said. I said the more things change, the more they say the same. So what I'm saying is, at some point,
right,
people had freedom. They had the ability to make choices based on just navigating this world in relationships and not having to actually be in a position where they were forced to do anything. They were freedom. Then they went through this whole cycle, and now you guys are back to what? The devices are driving us batshit crazy. We
no,
shouldn't be devices
I
all
But
the
they're
wasn't glossing
not
over what you
though.
were
That's what you're
saying.
not understanding. You think this world is going up to
No, I'm
I
saying
the
wasn't.
what I'm saying is
supers, and it's not. Go ahead,
getting
Ray.
back to a basic
Hold on.
of where
Let's
we
let
were.
Ray go ahead and
I wasn't glossing over what you were saying, because you just said that at the end of one of your sentences, a few sentences ago, that we are returning back to the times of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And what I'm saying is that I don't think we're uh it's a full circle moment. I think we're progressing past that, and reflecting. And I feel like in the and this is just, again, this is my opinion, and it's okay, but I feel like in the 80s, right, because even it was prominent during that media of women wanting to separate themselves from just being objects, just being, putting up with anything. You can hear it in the music. You can hear it in the stand-up comedy specials. Eddie Murphy talked about it. You got our RESPCT me, right? And that was because there was complaints about, mothers of the time, that boomer generation, and maybe even and the silent generation, of course, the silent generation, just kind of putting up with anything. And the women, the men being Rolling Stones and, going off and starting a whole nother family. So that was a different time for family dynamics. The family dynamics now, which includes therapy, is trying to better yourself and trying to understand what it really means to do the love life in pursuit of happiness. Now, yes, does that question come up often throughout humanity? Of course. But now that we have a different perspective in which the patriarchy is now being questioned and we look at things more inclusively for all genders, we can have a better dynamic for the family now that we know, like, okay, women aren't just here to stay barefoot and pregnant. Our economy can't even allow for, for a household, for the most part, for not for everybody, because there are people that are able to do it, and I know people that are able to do it in the military. But there has to be a two income kind of household to stay afloat in this economy. So things are changing, is what I'm trying to say. Like yeah, they may feel similar, and I would even say that maybe the Gen Z has that sort of same ambition that boomers had in the beginning of when they were young. They're fighting and freedom and trying to fight against the man. I know when I talked to my grandmother was a Black Panther. Okay, so she was telling me about how pretty much the silent generation didn't want to do much. And we might see like our parents like that, because now when you look at the Gen Z, they're, we're fighting for freedom for other countries and so forth. So I could understand where in that aspect where like it might be a comeback to times, because it felt like the family dynamic was completely gone. And we're now seeing that spirit of rebellion against the system and that wanting for community. But what I'm saying is the devil's in the details, and the details being that when we are coming back to this community and we are coming back to this family dynamic, we're asking for different things. We're asking for certain people to be given certain roles and respect, and not having set gender roles, but, just making sure people are able to, on all aspects, take care of the family, and not one person do one thing and the other person another thing. People are being listened to. And again, to say it one more time, that's where therapy comes into play, is because now there's so much trauma amongst everybody in all the races and creeds and traditions within America, and how we see each other as man and woman. We're trying to fix that, and we're trying to overcome certain what's it called, like brainwash, you know what I'm saying, brainwash things that we may have learned wrong. And so that we can be more successful, and dad doesn't go off for milk and start a whole nother family, or, mom doesn't get sent to the asylum how she used to in the 50s. They don't talk about that. the 50s and the 40s, they used to send that woman off. She had a thought, and so now, arguing with your wife doesn't also include, battered women and so on and so forth. So that's where the therapy comes in. It's supposed to now aid the things that we didn't aid, but we would just kind of fix with a Band-Aid and say, oh, it's okay, family's family.
Okay, so here's a keynote. Now, this is not challenging in any way, with all due respect. I'm a 70s kid. So 70s, my mom and dad both worked. You know where my mother worked at? She worked at General Motors. You know what my dad did? He was a registered nurse in the 70s. Do you understand that? Do you understand that I was in a neighborhood where all women and men worked? Do you understand that they were so tired when they got home that Miss Hattie down the street made these big old boiler pots full of food, and she sold them for $2 a plate, and had us, my mom and dad had me run down there to go get the plates to feed us all. They were paper plates. We went and got some ham hocks, or we got greens, or whatever it was she was serving that day, fried chicken, and she would sell them for $2 a plate. So what does that tell you? That tells you that there was no hierarchy, but the generation before us, the women couldn't do those things. They couldn't work. So of course they were going to be barefoot and pregnant in the 50s and 60s. Natural selection. That's their era. That was what the man was supposed to do. The 70s, no. The women would tell the men off in front of you in the front yard. I don't know where people got the idea that women have been these docile creatures, especially in the BLK community. They would have women telling men about themselves on a regular basis, and the men just had to suck it up, period. Now, when the 80s came, for the little bit of the history lesson you guys may want to hear, is that's when the separation of families started to happen. That's when the separation, we went from 80, 90% in the neighborhood of men in the household. I witnessed this to immediately like 70, 50. There was only one guy on my street. His name was Kevin, who had a dad that wasn't there. And he even came and visited his child. This is in the 70s and the early 80s. By the end of the mid-Atlanta part of the 80s, most of their fathers were out of the house for whatever reason. Can't even contemplate and tell you. So what are we coming back to? We're coming back to understanding for your generation, natural selection, that women do have a voice, just like they had in the 70s, that it takes 2 incomes to run a house, just like they did in the 70s, that people are going to have other issues against the government, just like they did. What do you think the Black Panthers started at? In Oakland, California in the 60s and 70s. What were they fighting about? The government. Has that changed? No, it cycles around every 30, 40 years. There's a big protest about the government. So what we're saying is, if you're going to reinvent the wheel, you have to know where the wheel started from. And when you do your investigations on everything that is not negative about the BLK community and about the richness that we have, it becomes part of your legacy and your tradition. It doesn't have to be all about the smug epidemic. It doesn't have to be about the women selling themselves or anything else to do with people being dysfunctional, because every race has dysfunction. Every race, everyone has at least a carry-on bag of some dysfunction. Some people have duffel bags and some people have a truckload full. Now, at some point, everyone's going to have to be accountable for their actions at the age of 18 on. They can no longer point and say, this is everyone else's fault that I ended up this way. Because what happens is, for everybody, including myself, is at some point you have to cut the umbilical cord and we have to be grown-ups. And somewhere there's going to be somebody that's going to give you some tools on how to build a house, and you can have any kind of house you want. You can have an all-inclusive mansion, you can have a 2-bedroom house, or you can have an outhouse for your life. But at some point, you're going to have to step up and see that you're going to be 58 years old one day. And one day you're going to have a resume that you built based on whatever you had today. But I'm not saying anything you're saying is wrong, because your investigation is absolutely right. It's the same investigation I did with the old man on the porch. You're just doing it on the computer now. That's the difference. We're not sitting together in the middle of the park with some random person that happens to have gray hair, and in my case, no hair. And you say, hey, man, what was it like in the 50s? Because we don't communicate like this, but we're communicating like that now. Do you see? So I would say, in my suggestion with the therapeutic model, is to weigh and check and balance. How is this 1973 Corvette different from a 2025 Corvette? They're still Corvettes. Matter of fact, the ones from 73, it's got an 8-cylinder and this one's got a 6-cylinder. One of them's faster than the other. You feel me? That's what I'm trying to say. Those are the things that make your legacy last longer, and they give you, it's almost like if you have some connection to something, it helps with your self-esteem. That's the therapeutic model. My undergrad's in sociology. I did casework management for years. It is very important when you go to a marriage and family therapist to find out where it hurts. Absolutely. But it also is very important for you to find the solution, and then also to be of service to show other people how they don't have to hurt. Most people just want to get fixed for themselves. But if you really about this life, like they did in the 50s, they were organically told, you can't come over this side of town. You have to stay over there. So we made the best of the situation, which is the same as today. If you get up in the morning and you make the best of the situation for your community, if everybody did the same thing in a perfect world, then guess what? It would be history repeating itself all over again.
So 84. I would like to surmise this. When you talk about the two vehicles, the 73 and the 70 and the 73 and the 2025, the thing about the 73 is that everyone didn't have it, and those that did have it, they're no longer with us, meaning like our great grandparents. So you just went down this timeline of individuals or couples that were married. The children today cannot talk to those people because they're no longer here. And before you say, well, I'm here to tell you about what they did, they're not listening to that. They're not going to listen to you tell somebody else's story. They're trying to see if why didn't you follow what your parents did? Like if your parents were that great, why didn't you have a long-lasting marriage? Why didn't you produce children like that? Why didn't you do things. So if the 73 Camaro was that great, why didn't they keep on reproducing it? They stopped it and start producing new Camaros, new Corvettes. They start reproducing new things. So for me to talk about my great grandparents, I love my great grandmother. I had 5 years with her before she passed away. No years with her husband before he passed away. Love my grandmother, so I got to meet both my grandmother and my great grandmother. My grandmother was married as well, so I got to see that. But my mom wasn't. So if my children, they didn't hear that from their grandmother, and they didn't get to see their great grandmother like that. So if it was so great, they're not going to hear from the person that didn't do it. So as a millennial, we had to recreate what the people before us didn't do. Y'all didn't show us how to be married. Y'all only told us stories. So we was like, what? We don't want to hear the story. Now we have to create something that we never saw, only heard about. So that's why it looks like it's a disconnect, because it was never shown to us. So now we're learning these things on the fly, making mistakes along the way, and everyone continues to talk about us like we're dirty dogs, but we were never shown how to do it, because the people that actually did it are no longer here.
There are still people in this world. Here's the number. There are still very, very successful people, like I said, in all social stratas of this world that are models of what it looks like to be married. Even though you may not be connected to them directly, they're still a model. How do you do that? Because when you go get your PhD, you don't have to be sitting in the house with a person and learn how to do a PhD. You don't have to sit down in the car to be with the mechanic that has to be your brother or sister to show you how to work on a car. So why is it with all this intuitive, intellectual sense of using computers, you can't do some R&D about how to be a better human being? Human beings being a better human being is humanity. Mate selection is humanity. It's been going on for thousands of years. We cannot continue to blame a generation. We can't say Gen X. We can't say great generation. We can't say boomers did anything to us, because natural abilities of you to be able to foster within yourself what's right and what's wrong is not all predicated. If I predicated my lifestyle on my dad's life, I would be a hot mess. If I did it based on my mom, I'd probably want to keep score with everything that ever happened. And does that happen? At times, because I'm imperfectly perfect. But the point of this discussion is that if you're going to say, if a Corvette from 1973 was put on the auction block, it probably costs more than the new. Because why? Because it's an antique.
Absolutely. Yes, exactly.
So there's something about that antique Corvette that is really, really extraordinary.
Exactly.
And it was the first of its kind. And that was the model. That was the model how they made all the other Corvettes. That was the model. So now we got to get back to where did the modeling of us come from? Was it us, Gen X, or was it the MLKs, or was it before them? We are responsible to find a model. We're not responsible to make the irresponsible thing is to say this basketball player, football player, baseball are our models. When the postman or the garbage man or these other people can be the same models to you of consistency and mental health and togetherness. It's not up to people. Anybody can blame somebody. Everybody got problems, but who got solutions? And all I ever hear from anybody, from millennials to Gen Zs to everybody beyond is, if it wasn't for y'all, we wouldn't be here.
No
one is saying that.
No, 84, you gotta land because
But what I'm saying is, a lot of times is I hear a lot of times, just through the vocal, like, hey, look at you guys did this and that. And I said, well, is that an extensive study, or is that just based on what you found when you just did a random search on TikTok or on Google, because I bet you
Well,
if
that's
you
what
did a
you
more
just did
if you
here.
did
But go ahead.
if you did more of a research and development, you'd find out that there was other things that are beneficial to you from those generations. I'll land with that.
Yeah. I think the main point is, no one is going to take advice from somebody who has solutions and is not implementing those solutions. Like, you telling me you have the solution, but you're not even using it yourself. So why would they even listen to you?
Okay,
We
so
got Xavier, real quick. What's up, Xavier?
What's up? How's it going?
Oh, snap, little brother. I just remembered when I tell you, man, young people are underestimated. I tell you, man, I'm sorry. I love listening to the youth. They are way smarter than people give them credit for. And this young man right here is a perfect example. What's up, man?
How y'all doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing pretty good, you know. Just got home.
From work?
No, not from work. It's Saturday.
Oh.
Nah, I was driving. I went to the mall with my siblings.
Oh, nice. Okay. That's good. I'm happy you had a happy holiday.
Mm-hmm. Damn
You
near
keeping
fell
your
asleep on the
family
way home.
together. That's so nice. You doing family things.
Of course. Always.
That's what's up, young man. What you got on the prompt, sir?
Is different generations the problem or the era we are today? Are children better or worse than we were? Who's to blame? Does it make sense to keep having babies? Yo. Nah, that last still got me.
Yeah.
Nah, but I understand that. I understand it. Honestly, different generations, it could be a problem, I feel like, because of the technology these days. Honestly, because if you look at like the downfall of humanity, it has to be like something to do with these phones, bro. Like this social media stuff, all of that. It's just different because, you know, like if you just look at like posts and then like look at the comments, you know, like what people are talking about, what people judge each other for and stuff, and then like all the cyberbullying mess, all that combined with like these politics, it's like making it changed everything. I could already tell. Like I know I wasn't born like all the way back then, but I was born in like what 2007. So it's like, yeah, even back then, like we had like VHS tapes still. It wasn't that like old, you know what I'm saying? But we didn't even have smartphones back then.
Mm-hmm.
It's like more of a recent thing, like more like since 2015, I feel like.
Right.
And since then, like, yeah, you get people posting and then like, you know, like now people just do certain things just to post it. Or like people even have whole interactions just for the point of like, you know, letting other people see it and then get attention from it. You know, simple things like that. Honestly, it probably is an era problem because if we were all like born back then, bet you 50, 60% of the things that we even do solely, we wouldn't even do them. I'm gonna
Okay.
probably land with that. 'Cause I haven't even thought about that. But yeah, it really is that.
That's why we got you in this room to think. All right, let's get the Black Future real quick, and then we could go back to open panel. Oh, Black Fun Guy. My bad. What's
There
up,
you
Black
go.
Fun
What's
Guy?
up? I'm doing good. What's up?
Black Future sounds a little bit doper, though. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
You might
yeah.
consider it. Consider it.
Okay. Thanks. But I'll read the panel. Is the different generations the problem or the era we are in today? Well, I would say they both have their pros and their cons. Um, I feel like today's generation have more of an open mind, and I know the older generation probably don't like this, but I think this generation is a lot more intelligent than the older generation. Older generation worked a lot harder, I feel like.
Mm.
But I don't think there was work that's smarter and thought outside the box that we do now. Um, are children better or worse than we were? I feel like children are children. Um, we have a
Worth
lot going
opinion.
on. We have a lot going on now in today's generation where kids are on their like video games a lot. But back then, um, kids, I feel like will always be kids playing outside. I know me growing up, I played outside. So I'm 30 years old, so I remember like going outside playing marbles, catching lizards, and I done a lot of bad stuff going outside. So
What's he talking about,
um,
bro? What is he talking
I'm
about?
just talking, I'm just
I
rambling,
know what you're talking about, bro.
but who is it to blame? Um, I don't know. I really won't blame anyone. I just think it's just human beings. We're just getting smarter. Does it make sense to keep having babies? If you don't have money, no. You got a whole bunch of baby mamas
Mm.
and baby daddy. No, you don't need kids.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know, but I gave everybody some flowers tonight. That's from the OG. How about
I
that?
appreciate that.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
That's
Damn.
what I do. I told you it ain't like that
Yeah.
no more, OG. Yes, it is.
42 is crazy. I ain't never got that. I don't
You
even know
got
what
it down, baby. I'm going crazy. I'm losing my mind.
Oh my goodness.
I'm losing my mind right now. I'm giving all the support to the youth. Damn it.
There you go. There you go.
Man, that's
See that?
beautiful. I appreciate it, brother.
Yup.
Nah, make sure that you're all right.
The ones that deserve it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the one with the brother over here, and Ray did a good job, and then Xavier did a real good job
Mm-hmm.
coming in
Mm-hmm.
and saving the day. I thought I was going to be buried in the crazy, but nope, you did good. You did good, Ray. Hey, I'm going to go to sleep because I'm old as shit. But hey, listen, thanks for letting me on your panel. I appreciate you. And y'all have a great night, okay?
Alrighty,
Yep. God
To
bless
the
you, brother.
fellowship, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
take care of yourself now. All
God
right,
bless.
Have a
bye-bye.
good night. God bless.
Okay,
God
good
bless.
night.
God bless. Bye-bye.
I was
Wait,
gonna
what happened
say,
to that
sir,
dude, Black Future or whatever? Or Black
Black Fun.
something.
He should name his name Black Future for real. It sounds way better. Sounds conscious.
No, definitely. Nah, his name had a cutoff. I didn't even know what his name was.
Black
It
fun,
just said
black
black.
fun
Yeah.
guy. Black
That's
fun guy. That ain't nobody gonna take you serious with that one.
good night, man.
All right, Ray, you out too?
Oh no, I was saying good night to I don't know if he was leaving.
Whoa,
Unnecessary name.
unnecessary. Wait, unnecessary. What you saying? Are you saying good night to the other guy? Or are you saying good night?
Yeah, I was saying good night to the
Uh,
OG.
Oh,
to
okay.
OG.
Nah,
Yeah,
but
you. Good night and good riddance. Nah, I'm just playing.
I'm saying. Yeah, I was gonna say that Xavier though. It's funny because I feel like technology always gets brought up with our generation, and I talk about this with my wife. I'm like, parenting. The rules of parenting change rapidly when you got technology on your hands. You know, like before, 5 years it was like, all right, watch out for social media. Then now it's like, okay, now we gotta watch out for artificial intelligence. Then we gotta watch out for social media groups.
Yeah, it's a lot more than just your kid's search history.
Yeah, but I was,
that's
you know what I was gonna say though, as well, because I'm like, it's the double-edged sword for me is that as I'm getting older, right, the things that I see and the dots that are being connected are being made online. And they've always been told to me immediately. So like, okay, so let's say for instance, the things that are going on in the Middle East right now, right? Like I'm showing my wife a lot of the old movies I used to watch and stuff, and they're bringing up the conflict. And I'm like, man, this was always in front of us. You know, literally the term peace in the Middle East. We used to say that all the time we was growing up. And I used to say they'll say, you know, all the peace in the Middle East. They never put none together. I'm just thinking, you know, people, you know, black people, you know how we are. We make anything cool. So I'm just thinking it's just a statement, not knowing like what actual conflict they was talking about. Cause I'm growing up in post New York City era You know what I mean? And so I'm just thinking they're just talking about the conflict in the Middle East itself and Bush and all that stuff. Not thinking what they're talking about is going back decades. So social media is now, I'm seeing it as like this double-edged sword because we're now advocating for people who are being oppressed in Congo and different countries in Africa, the Middle East, Brazil. Now people that need help are able to get help, and we're able to advocate for them and support them virtually. And we're able to, have these peers that we may not have had before, and do this research on our own and just be a lot more mindful and thoughtful as we go through the world. So I think like social media, it's definitely, it could be detrimental, but also it has this awesome side too, where you could really connect and find your people. I love looking up things because I had this class. YouTube is technically social media. You can, as a comment section, you have a what's it called?
most
You got an
definitely.
account, all that stuff. But you could learn so much through YouTube, TikTok. I'll be going to TikTok sometimes, quick. You know what I'm saying? Hey, who did this design real quick? Let me see what this. I'll be doing a lot of interior design in my house. Who did they curtains? Who DIY'd some curtains? And
Yeah, that's
so
why it's less of social media and it's more about the people. Or less of
right,
technology, it's more about the people.
right,
Yeah. That's
yeah.
true. Very true.
Yeah, so I feel like people have always been toxic and kids have always been bad. Like even before social media really got out of hand, when I was in middle school, we had a bullying seminar and we all sat down in this theater. I don't know if anybody else had this, and this is part of my generation. But they sat us down. It was playing us clips of people being bullied, and cyberbullying wasn't too big around this point in time, but they also touched on it. But they was just talking about kids just being bullied in school. And man, we was crying. We was going through this. We was, oh my gosh. But because kids are just naturally mean. And so you give them a tool where I could bully, somebody in Istanbul now, so now you're just giving a bully more area to cover than that
You
is
can
just a local
self-project
thing.
all that stuff.
Right. So I think, it's a double-edged sword. I agree. It could definitely be a problem for our generation and the younger generation below us, but like it could also uplift them at the same time. It has to be up to the parent on how this tool that you put in your hand is used. Because I could give a 10-year-old a hammer, but if I don't teach him, like, hey, you gotta nails and the safety on stuff, he could end up hurting himself. So it's all about parental guidance.
Most
All right.
definitely.
What's up, Timothy?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good this late night.
Good. Early morning. Wait, no, you might be on the West Coast, huh?
No, you know what? I'm so used to I'm so out of sync from being on third shift so long that, I don't know.
Okay, gotcha. Say less. What do you think about the prompt?
Oh, okay. If different generations is different
I
generations the
know the
problem
grammar's
or the era we're in? I don't know. I think it's always been man's problem, period, to try to do everything in their own power as opposed to looking to God. And I think that's what's been the power throughout mankind's existence. And I think that's why we're where we're at today, as far as having the youth with a lot of problems, mental, emotional problems. So I don't think it's really the era. The era is a result of people trying to do things of their own strength and stuff like that, instead of turning to the Lord for strength and guidance and raising their kids, being strong, understanding the times that we're in is an important thing. So you can't control the era that you're in, for one thing. But you got to strive to understand, get the power, and go to God for the power not to react to certain things in your environment that tries to control you or manipulate you into being what they want you to be, or what have you. So that's the best way I can answer that. Cause
Do you guys think that the older generation is really more so annoyed that you guys have more avenues to do things, so it looks like y'all are lazy? Yeah, I'm
no,
saying
I
like
don't think
I
so.
do feel like the newer generation is working smarter.
Honestly, I
Well,
feel
see,
like with the older generations though, it was way easier because if you look at the inflation and stuff and how it's affected things, like man, I hate hearing like bro, there's one thing I hate hearing from old people, and it's them talking about how they bought their house for like $10 and like they sold it for like thousands of dollars like last year or something. And it's like, bro, what in the world are you even talking about? Because you can't do that stuff today. Like, you'll need more than one job to even do what they were doing back in the day. Like, if we're talking like 1990s type of thing, you know?
oh yeah, you have to keep in consideration. You're like, I've been on a couple of these lives, and that the fact that you couldn't see. I'm like the last part of the generation that had that could have taken advantage of like compound interest and all that stuff, which you don't really get at the banks. You know, you put $1,000 in there when you're 18. By the time you get ready to retire, you got 2,500. I mean, quarter of a million or whatever in there. And also back in the day too, you used to be able to buy as many government certificates as you handle for $25, and then by the time they mature, they were like $500. So when I'm talking with the perspective that things are not very hard for the young people coming up today. I mean, you had to have like actually 2 or 3 jobs just to have a roof over your head, to pay rent, and squeeze in a car payment plus the insurance. It's tough. You get very little for your money today.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't look down on young people or anything like that, because I know a lot of them are working very hard, and it's just sad that America had let all these companies and businesses go overseas. Just let me give you an example. The town I live in. Okay, you know what the garbage disposal is, right? Everybody know what the garbage disposal is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, the garbage disposal was written there. You've heard of was invented here. You heard of Glade Raid air freshener?
Mm-hmm.
Or Glade, that was invented here. Johnson Wax. Racine, Wisconsin had over 250 different manufacturers in this town. The town's population was below 100,000 when I grew up. 250 manufacturers. That included everything from manufacturers that made adding machines. That they're obsolete now. Adding machines, tanneries, radiators of all different sorts. You ever heard of GI Case tractors? That was here in Racine too. So you practically were able to go or quit a job, go somewhere and find a job just like that. And remember, also another thing that we had an advantage of that you don't today is that a lot of companies paid pensions. I don't know who pays pensions anymore these days. To tell you the truth, my company I work for had profit sharing until they got bought up with someone else. So no, young people today got it hard, and I give kudos to the one that can go ahead and have success, through the internet and providing services and things of that nature, because it's rough out here.
That one for me, Rachel. That one's kind of tough to say who has it hard or easy, vice versa, because I look at it a little different. Because I grew up where there was no dishwasher or no microwave, and now think about how there is one. So washing dishes at home, a lot of younger people don't even know how to wash dishes. They don't even know how to cook. They put everything in the microwave. So for me, that perspective is, I think it was harder back then. Another thing is a lot of young people use when you go to the grocery store or any retailer, it does the math for you. If you go back then, a lot of people had to know how to count money and give you your change. When systems go down, like it literally just happened the day before Christmas, HEB system went down and they gave everybody that was in the store their groceries. So you mean to tell me nobody in there knew how to use cash? Like if you only brought a card, okay, but nobody in there knew how to count cash and do things manually. So when I think about that, I'm like, it's definitely easier now because a lot of things are done for you. I tell my sister, and I said this to a lot of young people, if you single, why aren't you a millionaire? Like it's you should be a millionaire if you single. You don't have no responsibilities but yourself. And when you get married and have a family, you're gonna say, dog, I should have been a millionaire when I was single. Because I really think it's more simple now to become a millionaire than it was back then. And I'll end there.
If that's the case, then why aren't you a millionaire?
Who said that I wasn't?
No.
Okay.
Good one.
Send me 50. No, I'm playing. Nah, seriously, are you?
Oh my gosh, X.
I would
Nah,
not.
seriously, brother. Cause look, I'm trying to start day trading and stuff.
I would not put that out there.
Brother, right. But no,
You can't
well,
be stingy.
the question was really about like kind of like a little bit of a jealousy thing because they have avenues to do things a lot faster and more efficiently, you know what I'm saying? So they don't have to work as hard, but I do
I do agree with
I
you,
think
yeah.
when like the older generation looks back and they're like, dang, if I had this, like I would be light years ahead. But I really do think most young people are working hard. Because if you think about like even hosting on TikTok or something, right? They have different avenues for like working, right? It just doesn't look the same, right? So if they are, let's say, hosting whatchamacallit, what's that kid? Even Kai Cenat and all the YouTubers
Them
or
influencers and shit.
yeah, they do the chats, the live,
Oh, the live streams.
yeah, live streams or whatever. They literally are on live stream entertaining people for past 12 hours. Some of them have done 24 hours. It's not just fun. Like it looks like fun, but literally they're running a business.
It's
It's
a
an
damn
entertainment
job.
business. It is a job. It's an entertainment job that they find to be fun at the same time.
But it's more so like you said, it's not them necessarily working hard, it's them working smart. Anytime you doing something you pretty much enjoy or you just do effortlessly, it's not something that you find hard to do. You know what I'm saying? You just know how to do it and you enjoy doing it and you know how to do it very well. So does it really feel like work? No, because it's like for the most part they ain't doing shit from what they regularly do. They just chilling. They just
No,
recording it for the
work is
most
work.
part.
No,
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but work
work
ain't
is
really
work.
work.
Like
Work is
even
different.
the
When you
most
work a
thing.
job, it's different when you enjoy working
Yeah,
versus
that's
when
true.
you don't enjoy working. Like it don't feel like work. When you don't enjoy working, you spend you feel like you're working 10 times harder. Versus when you enjoy what you're doing, you really love to do that. Like you do it effortlessly. You ain't really that stressed or pressed out.
That's
You
Look,
know,
I'm
like
telling
you
you,
would
they
be.
might enjoy it at
12
first.
hours. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you enjoy it. Okay, after 12 hours of working, you're still exhausted.
Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, you know how much energy they got to put into like even making that stuff look
Editing.
entertaining. Like, yeah, all that stuff, all that money they got to spend, all that stuff they got to think about, all the stuff that they have to make perfect because they got a bunch of what do they call that? Low attention span idiots
Yeah,
watching their stuff. Every little thing they do, they got people in the chat just talking and talk. Like, bro, it's like they don't have a private life no more.
Yeah,
And if
the
they even
people
have
who
a private life, then they lose attention.
Yeah, the people who study this and do this, they have to have great observational skills, right? So they have to learn how it works. Like they're like, okay, I noticed that when this happened, this is when I lose the most people. Like they studying their field. Like people think it's just something they wake up like, haha, I'm just gonna do that. No, if that was the case, then literally everybody that streamed would make this ton of money, but they don't.
Yeah, one thing I like to weigh in on. That's what I was just going to say. I don't think all that time is sustainable. I mean, I think people may have a good internet business going, or like what you're saying, a streaming business going for a while. But I don't think it's everybody that can hold on to like a million viewers or 500,000
It's
viewers for
not.
like a decade. See, and when I was talking about people work. This is the thing about it. Okay, back when I was coming up, I'm 64. Okay, say like if you had 3 jobs back in the day, or you working. I know people that did work 16 hours a day. Your money was worth more then. Okay, now your money's worth less. Okay, say you get someone working 3 different jobs. More than likely, those jobs are part-time jobs or jobs that are not even paying over $17 an hour. You know what I mean? And so they have to bring. They have to have 2 or 3 jobs in general just to survive. And I think in most economies in the United States, it's not like back in the day where you could have this one job basically that could supply you, for what you need, everything.
That part, I don't know about that. I'm not gonna lie. I do think people are kind of lazy about that, because there's a plethora of jobs out there. Like there are a lot of jobs out there. To be honest, from the research that I've looked up, this generation, that's one thing I would say is their flaw, is that because they put their mental health first, right? It's gotten to a point where it's like, soon as they feel one level of unhappiness, they're gone. They're hopping from job to job.
This is what I'm saying. I'm not talking. I understand about the attitude about the ones you're talking about, because at the job where I was at, they had let go of, and some quit, like 35 people within a day or two during COVID. And where I stay, it's a pretty high paying job. So what I'm saying though is that a lot of the young people, not all of them, the ones that are working with like they have like two or 3 jobs just to have a roof over their head. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about the lazy ones.
Yeah, but the 2 or 3 jobs is because like someone, like, they're not going to school. Like if for real, like if you go to school, get a degree, there are jobs. You know what I'm saying? But most of them would rather do an Amazon job, maybe the jobs that are just quick, that'll hire you if you're 18 and up. You know what I'm saying? And so
That's true. I'm in that same predicament.
yeah, those are the jobs that they are choosing to do because because they are learning about, like, okay, college, they're learning so much about the reality of how everything is just about money. So it's like, yeah, go to college, but what? I don't know what I want to do. So if I go to college and I'm going to be wasting all of this money, let me do this. They're just trying to figure these things out. But go ahead.
But at the same time,
Sorry, Alex.
you look at all the people with the student debt. See, a lot of young people are looking at the fact they don't want to be in debt because they're looking at the economy and everything. So colleges these days, okay, let me give you a quick example.
And you're right. And they're right.
Right. Let me give you a quick example. Okay, UW Parkside here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. If I had the job that I had now making what I was making, I could have paid for a bachelor's degree, kept an apartment, had a car and saved a little bit of money on the side, if they were charging the tuition that they were charging back in the 1978, 1980, since then, their tuition is off the hook too. And that's just it's like an extension of like the Madison here. You know what I'm saying? It's a smaller college. Now, I wouldn't personally myself
But y'all was making
want
also $4 an hour too.
you know, I won't want to come out of college and I got like a $150,000 debt to pay off. You know, besides my rent, besides the car note, besides trying to eat good. So I think in a lot of ways, economically speaking, these kids have it really rough because the money is not, the money don't add up like it used to be. I'm telling you, it don't.
I
It
just,
don't
I
add up.
just, it's a little bit bad, but I don't think it's as bad as people think. I think a lot of people are living outside of their lifestyle. A lot of people are not financially literate, so it doesn't even matter if they were making more money. They just gonna keep spending it. They don't know how to invest it, so it doesn't matter. But
Oh,
let
that's
me,
probably true. That's true
yeah,
too.
let me get Alex real quick. Hey, what's up, Alex?
Hello.
Alex, you sound like you was typing the heck out of that. You writing a book?
I'm that loud. No, I'm just
Yo,
texting.
oh, you just my God, that's texting.
I write paragraphs.
All right, what you got on the topic or anything else you
I type like
heard?
100. I type like 160 to 180 words per minute.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, is it different? Oh my god, I forgot I even came up here. So
Oh
it's
my gosh, no wonder
no. I
you.
remembered. I mean, I'm paying attention again, and it's like, oh wow, this prompt. So it's the seed oils. Yeah, high omega 6 is making everyone fat and retarded. Dementia rates and obesity rates have gone up like insanely much. Yo, those oils are not fit for human consumption. They smell stale when you eat them. Like, also, if you have melanin, you're more resistant. I say this as someone who like I don't want to be fucking called white anymore. My dad gets told to go back to his country. I'm like half brown. I don't feel white anyway. And I'm more protected against my mom. She turned red, really red, before we got rid of these foods in our household. She turned red, and I just kind of turned pale-ish. Now I'm golden again.
Hmm.
If you eat more solid fats like cocoa butter or beef tallow or butter or coconut oil, you do not burn in the sun as easily. They
Now
are
hold on, wait a minute. Okay, at first I was with you, but what's this got to do with the prompt or
well,
anything?
this has changed people's behavior massively because
Okay.
their energies are zapped. Their energies are absolutely zapped. Zapped.
Are you
So,
talking about like more fatigue type of shit?
yes, fatigue. Like, for example, cottonseed oil was used to fuel lamps in the World War eras, and when they ran out of all the lamps to fuel that were being used during the wars, tons of con men started popping up, going door to door selling cottonseed oil as a lard alternative. This is in all the history books. It's well known. It's public. Look it up. Cottonseed oil was sold as a lard alternative after all the lamps were done being fueled, and it was treated as something that's just all right, you know, because it tastes kind of all right. Especially if you're already selling it to people who are really healthy and perfect, and they're eating tons of saturated fat, and they're all solid. If you're selling it to those people, it's going to taste pretty all right because those people can take a lot of bullshit.
So it's just some bare minimum
We
bullshit.
are 100 years deep now into this degeneration. These oils were never being consumed before. I've dedicated my life to this. So this is the biggest change. This is the biggest change, honestly. I mean, all the other factors, you know, yeah, there's more exploitation. The wages have gotten worse. Men and women probably hate each other more now. Men are less masculine. Testosterone's declining. Well, testosterone's declining in part because of seed oils.
That's true. I've been looking into that seed oil bullshit, especially the effects on testosterone. That's
Yeah,
true. You gotta clear that out of your diet, especially if you're trying to keep it.
You absolutely do. It's the same reason why I'm part Arabic. It's the same reason my ancestors said no pork, because it contains high linoleic acid, which spoils quickly. It rots, and it rots inside you. If it's stored, that fat, that linoleic acid from pork and seed oils, if it's stored too much inside you, it'll rot inside you, and you will feel it. And, you know, melanin only slows it down. That's where the phrase black don't crack come from. Melanin only slows it down. It's still going to happen. And usually the real degeneration doesn't start until people are in their 40s and 50s and they start getting the heart attacks and shit that their ancestors weren't getting. I mean, dementia and obesity and these things are skyrocketing, and it's not due to carbohydrate consumption. They are in lockstep with omega-6, it's seed oils.
I believe I'm missing something. Can somebody help me understand?
She's basically saying this generation is slower and dumber because of the seed oil.
Yeah, it's the only big change. Like, yeah, we get worse nutrition, people's diets aren't as varied, but that is a massive change. Is the biggest one. I've looked at everything. I mean, I'm 21.
What about the smart people? How did they get away from that?
What?
Nah, we still eat the seed oils and
No,
stuff.
but you're still fast and intelligent.
You stop eating them. You don't eat
No,
them
I'm
anymore.
saying there's plenty of fast and intelligent young people.
Some people happen to be more resilient to it. If you're under, yeah.
Honestly, I feel like things like intelligence and virtues as such are not affected directly by what I'm saying. Seed oils.
I will say that as we continue to consume these oils, there is a natural selection for people who tolerate them. So evolution has just accelerated recently in a different direction, in new
So
direction.
then basically the same way as back in the day, I mean, I guess natural selection. I mean, there's always going to be a few who's going to be intelligent, fast, hardworking. Like, there's just going to be a few.
Personally, I'm all of these things, but I've stopped being all of these things if I eat like most people.
Mm-hmm. Die for this.
Sorry.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I can't even afford sometimes to even care about what type of seed oils I'm eating. And
Right,
things like
that's
that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I feel like, but intelligence and things like that directly, they don't directly
alternative to the actual ancestral fat that we had been eating for thousands of years. They were sold as a cheaper alternative, so of course. But I mean, it's such a fucking mess, man. I'm
saying seed oils is not enough to make you stupid.
Right, that's all I'm saying. There's just it's
just a little part that
of a whole bunch of stuff.
it definitely affects some, but it's not like a game changer. You know what I'm saying? Like it won't change the balance of your life.
It's
Things
absolutely
like that. It's still fair. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're out of your water, sir. Depending on who you are, it can be an absolute game changer. Absolute.
Well, depending on who you are, literally anything can affect you differently. Like that's why it's good. It's good.
The symptoms can be.
Hold on 1 second. That's why it's good to have a food journal.
Are any of you Arabic?
That's why it's good to have a food journal to see how things affect you, because everyone is very much different.
Of course,
So there can be other things besides. Hold on, Alex. So, like, for instance, if somebody is looking out for seed oil, like just by hearing, oh, snap, I gotta look out for seed oil. But really, for them, the issue was maybe the high fructose corn syrup, whatever. But everyone is just different, and I don't think there's just one fix when it comes to the food.
Massive part of it. Do you want me to explain the mechanisms biomechanically?
No, I understand it's part of it. What I'm saying is we're not
This is the difference. No, this is the difference. High fructose
seed
corn
oil is not the only reason why we are slow and dumb.
It is a massive reason. High fructose corn syrup is not going to start consuming your cell membranes. Omega-6 consumed in excess will begin to recompose your cell membranes and make them leaky and fluid. It creates so many issues. So many. There's a reason that we are seeing dementia.
So the research
hold on. Let's hear his diet. Let's hear his diet.
No. Wait, just 1 second. I just want to know the research. Alex, hold on. Hold on, Alex.
Beets,
Hold on. The research that you used, what was the pool? How many people was in that pool that was researched? No. Okay, what's the
She's talking about the demographic, man.
First of all, there's no research that
resistant, you cunt. Why are you so fucking resistant? Fuck
What
you,
the
bitch.
hell?
Fuck you, bitch.
What the hell?
That's how you got it. Look,
What type of shit was that? Yo, he did. Yo, whatever he changed his diet to made him
have to
lose
give
self
them
control or some
pushback.
shit.
You have
Yeah,
to
too
give
much
them
seed oil.
pushback. Some people, they come on TikTok and they just want to push whatever they want to push. And it can be harmful to people because people just listen and be like, oh, okay, yeah, I just need to take the seed oil out. And it could affect their diet. Like, I don't, like,
That shit ain't gonna
yo,
save you though.
exact. Look, man, some people just want to come up here and push whatever the heck narrative they want to push. And that's why you got to ask them questions and give pushback, especially when you're using research. Like they think you're dumb, you know. Like they think
Yeah,
we're
you
really.
can see that manipulation. He's talking about this is known like everywhere, like this like yo,
Yeah, because that's
chill,
a
man.
lie. A
That
million,
one
million
little
in your
aspect
pool
of life.
of research. Shit. How many in your pool? What's a pool? Did you actually read the
Oh,
research?
why are you so resistant? Like, what the fuck? Yo, the fuck type of shit just
Yo,
happened, bro?
You know,
It
then,
feel
then he
like
starts.
he was trying to tell me to like take the mark of the beast or some shit when he came
Yeah.
out. Like what type of shit he was?
Then he was trying to say. Didn't he say something about not eating pork or something?
Yeah, he's Arabic or whatever. He's like, is
You,
anybody
you know what?
Arabic in here? Like that shit don't
And
matter.
you know about the weird thing about that though. You know how people say that pork is not good for you. It's funny because my grandfather died at 99. His mother died at 104. My other grandfather died at 94, and all of them ate plenty of pork. The only difference I see in between is that they got their pork off the farm that they raised. So I mean, you know, they ate plenty
I
of
mean,
pork.
pigs don't sweat externally, so I mean, shit, man. You might have a point with that pig stuff, man. 'Cause I don't know, but look, I still eat bacon and stuff though. Like,
Yeah,
I don't discriminate when it comes to food.
Everything in moderation. Like the food, like paying attention to what food does to you after you consume it, I feel like is the most important.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Nah, yeah. But you're definitely, yeah, your brain's not gonna fucking change if you, yeah, hell no.
I would like to say something
'Cause-
to what me and the young lady was talking about before.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's true what she says about people spend over and above their living means. Like, you know,
Oh yeah.
just to have a vehicle that is that they think that it'd be worthy of praise by other people, they'll go ahead and spend $500 a month plus car insurance just to have a new car that's updated and stuff. And,
Yup.
and that right there is slowing down your retirement age.
That's that
Easy.
trap that everybody trying to lead them into because they ain't worried about their own money.
Yup.
Mhm.
That
Yeah.
almost and that's why if they don't have that guidance, yes, they're gonna make that mistake. I had both of my young brothers come and stay with me. We basically had training. We had budgeting class that I was leading. We had goals that were set. Like, hey, what are you trying to get with? You know, what are you trying to save for? You get what I'm saying? Okay, so that means you need to have this much in your savings every paycheck, and I check it and I'll look at it. If you're not, abiding by those rules, I'm gonna have you pay rent. You get what I mean? Like they have to learn these lessons. My brother wanted to buy a new charger. You get what I'm, and that payment, I went with him to the dealership, and if he didn't go with me, he was about to get that. It was like first they quoted him within his budget because I told him don't ever get any car payment more than $400 ever. And so so that was his budget, and they said they could accommodate it. Soon as he got to the dealership, they're like, this is what we could do. $600, right? A month. And I'm like, yeah, you can just because you can make the payment, it doesn't mean you can afford it. Okay.
Oh, no.
So
I hate that though. I hate
Yep.
that.
Facts. So the thing is, he was, if I wasn't there, that dealer was getting ready to encourage him to make a very bad financial decision. Do you get what I'm saying? But I told him, listen, just use the cash that you have saved up, whatever cash you were gonna put for down payment, and buy you a car cash just to get you from where you need to go. You get what I'm saying? Like, you just need to get to work. And because first of all, they want that car repoed. They don't care if you can't afford it. They want to take their car back.
And they also get commission for even giving you the car.
Exactly.
Like, bro.
So yeah. So he ended up following what I said, and later on because he really wanted a nice new car. And it's normal to want those things. But you gotta teach them, like, hey, this is about the long run. Eventually, you're gonna get to a place where you can buy whatever car you want. But
Yeah, that's the
now
most
there's
important thing.
steps. There's steps to take to get to that place.
Yeah, because really with a vehicle, the key is, like you're saying, defining, really getting something that is reliable. If you can find something that is reliable, the A to B, and all you pay cash, and all you pay is your insurance, you save a lot of money compared to a
A
person that's paying
lot.
for a new car plus that high price of insurance.
Especially
And
when you're
even
young.
yeah, and even these days, this is going to sound a little crazy. Even you can find some 2000 models and 2002 models that got like 50,000, not 80,000 miles, depending on what type of engine type they are. I would bug out on one of them, get one of them. You
And
know,
guess what? I'm sorry, Timothy. Guess what? He got it. He already got in 3 car crashes.
yeah, with the
Imagine
new
that
car,
was a little C8 or something.
he would have been miserable.
Okay? And he would have been stuck with that car payment.
Yep.
Damn near looking into a life insurance plan.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, I don't blame these kids for making poor decisions, because the older generation, they made poor decisions too without guidance. If you don't have the guidance, it's very easy as a young person to make poor decisions. Very easy.
Yeah, because I know that growing up, I had a couple of good examples, and I ran into people with good examples. But the thing about it, I got to be an emotional spender. I knew what to do with my money, but I started spending in my pockets. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing, is not to get into emotional spending, because the money can only do so much for you. You know, it only can
Amen.
resolve so many issues, and that, but the eternal issues it really can't. But money is a good tool for making a lot of things in life easier. But the thing is, you got to rule over money. You can't let it rule over you. You know, that's the big thing. Because of course, I would have been retired by now if I'd applied everything that I knew. Although I haven't ever had a 6-figure job, I would have easily been retired by now. Believe it or not. Yeah.
And you told your brother,
So
like Rachel, because I'm a firm believer, and I've worked at multiple dealerships, that if you have to get a car note, you can't afford it. I really believe that.
Facts.
If you have to get a car note, you cannot afford that vehicle. Continue to drive what you drive or ride the bus until you can buy that car cash. And then people used to come to the dealership and say, hey, y'all have any cash cars? I said, all the cars on the car lot is cash. Every last one of them. It depends on how much cash you have and what you can afford. If you you don't leave the grocery store with a grocery store payment. You pay cash for your groceries. Why you leave a dealership with a payment?
Yeah.
Cash for what you want. Because whatever you save from a car note, put that back for repairs. Literally. If you don't have a car note and you budget a car note for $400, put $400 back every single month.
that
Literally,
makes sense.
do that instead of paying for a car note.
I like that. I like that.
Because,
Yes, because you're gonna pay the
because
interest.
exactly. Because what's going to happen is
I
when
hate
that car needs repairs, you still paying on the car note. Now you're going to have to pay for those repairs as well. I'd rather pay for my car to get fixed without a car note.
But
Seriously.
insurance is
Seriously.
lower for a car that's paid off.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I told you what we bought our daughter when she graduated. I think I told she wanted a BMW. I said, okay, cool, but you're not getting a brand new one. She was like, why, Daddy? We can afford a brand new. I said, yes, but you don't know as a teenager how much the insurance on a brand new BMW is for us as your parents. And I agree with Timothy. When we found her 2013. Only had 30,000 miles on it. We paid cash for it. We saved $200 on what the insurance for a brand new one would be for her. And she was like, man, I said, that's just cost teaching. That's how you train up a child in a way that they should grow, that when they get older, they should not depart. All this other, we're not training anymore. We just either giving them what they want or we saying no. There is no middle because we were never taught. So we have to, like, I really enjoy when Rachel say, you have to make mistakes. Go ahead and make mistakes so you can be a better parent, be a better person, so you can actually train somebody how to do it correctly. Seriously, the only thing we have is utilities. And we have a beautiful home.
Yes,
multiple vehicles, a college student, a student that's going to private school, and a student that's homeschooled. We have utilities, and we're trying to learn how to get rid of those.
Right.
So I'm like, when people ask me, like the young man asked me, my money, I'm like, no, we're wealthy because of our knowledge and what we learn to do with our funds. You'll see me and won't believe what we have, and that's fine because I understand what I went through to get here. My wife and I went through to get here, and what we do to stay where we are. We made so many mistakes, so many. We went through evictions. We've been put out of apartments. That was part of our hard times, not struggle. That was part of our hard times. We made those mistakes so our children wouldn't, and that's why I never let our children say they got it out the mud. I say, no, you didn't. You don't even know what the mud is. You don't know how the mud looks. You don't know how it feels. You don't know how it tastes. You don't never say you got it. Your mom and I got it out the mud. Y'all have a great, solid foundation to build up on. There was no mud where you stepped. You stepped right on a foundation.
He said, "Don't play with it. Don't play with
Don't play."
Can I
That's
can I ask a
honorable.
question?
That's honorable.
Can I ask a question though?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
sure.
I kind of just joined in, so I'm a little like behind. I'm sorry. So I'm just asking for clarity. So are you saying that? I'm just going off the prompt here. I may be like somewhere else, but are you saying that it's like a generational problem, or are you saying that this era of kids today are the problem?
No, that was my anecdotal experience. So no, I wasn't
Okay.
picking to the prompt. It was something that Timothy and Rachel were speaking on. So no, it wasn't either one of those. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just joined in.
No, you good. You good.
Yeah, no problem. What do you think? You want to share your thoughts about the
On,
prompt?
on the prompt, I think it's a little bit of both, but if I had to pick one, I would say it's a different generation as the problem, right? And I'm not saying because I am 24. I understand every generation had their own pros, cons, and struggles, whether it be financial or academic, right? Like to say my grandmother and what they did growing up through the slave era, right? Their problems and their struggles completely different than what I face in today's modern 2026. With that being said, I think a lot of times, like, and I'll go with personal experience, right? Like when the older generation, like my mom's, the baby boomers, like the 35s and up to between 50, they always say like, oh, we don't work as hard, or we don't do this, or we X, Y, and Z. When in reality, it's like your working hard doesn't equate to my working hard because you've seen the benefits of working hard. Like you And yes, like we all struggle and we all had evictions, we all had X, Y, and Z growing up in life. Like every generation has that form of it. But it was a lot easier to recover in y'all's time. And I'm saying y'all like loosely, not saying like y'all in particular, just loosely. In the older generation time, it was a lot easier for them to recover versus it is in our time, right? Like if we get $50,000 in debt, right? Like say I go get a car that I can't afford, that could set me back at least half a decade. Versus y'all, like that really wasn't that big of a deal because the actual how can I word this? The actual debt to income ratio was drastically different than what it is to today's time, right? And like yes, like everyone always talks about college and the return on investment and getting degrees that matter, but a lot of those degrees are getting phased out because they are easily replaceable. Like, and now trades are starting to take over. That's why a lot of people who thrive in my generation have to become tradesmen, right? You used to be able to go to college and get a degree, and that college experience alone was enough to make you competitive in the application. But everyone in my generation now is graduating high school with a degree. And believe it or not, degrees don't matter. I'm not going to say they don't matter, but they hold less value because an 18-year-old can graduate with the same associate. And yes, associates aren't BAs or MDs or PhD, but just the thought that you graduating with an associate versus someone who has 5 years of experience already in said trade or said field. Yeah, you may be educated more, but this person has actual working experience. So now it's taken away from the value of degrees. So now you have to get the experience base. But a lot of people in my generation, they didn't get the experience because the adults, they covered it up. Like how many 16-year-olds know what welding, or let's not even say welding because that's like a stretch, but let's say like plumbing, HVAC, wiring, even mechanic, woodwork, like stuff like that, where most of the older generation above me, they had to work, they had to use their hands. But a lot of parents, they took that away from kids by using a narrative, oh, you didn't have to do X, Y, and Z because I did it for you. So now all you have to do is go to school and be better. So I think like that's where there's a generational gap because yes, it's true. Like you may have helped out and took certain things away that we didn't have to see, for example, struggle. Right? But on the flip side of that is because you took that struggle away at an early age, I never had to develop certain skills. I never had to experience certain things. So now when it's my turn to be an adult, I never experienced what that was like. So like growing up and having to learn about finances, having to learn about paying bills and actually being savvy with finances or understanding the return of investment on resumes and be competitive. Like that's where there's a gap.
So
And lastly, it's oh, you got it.
yeah, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe somebody has to struggle or have hard times in order to learn particular lessons or become a better person?
And this is not me running away from the question itself, but I truly believe it depends on the person. And here's why. Oh, and a wise man will learn from other people's mistakes, but that's if you're assuming that that person is wise. Everyone isn't wise. So some people actually have to be put in a situation because repetition creates comfort, right? Most people are actually comfortable in what's repeatable or the patterns in life. So if people are willing to cover up certain mistakes, right? And let's just say handouts, not saying like an easy one is handouts, right? Asking your parents for money or asking people to help you cover bills. Like if people are willing to bail you out, you're never really going to get a work ethic or understand what it's like to manage your money because you understand that someone is just going to bail you out. So does that kind of like answer the question for you, or does you
No,
want?
yeah, no, it does. So I guess no, it absolutely answers the question. I guess a little bit more detail. Let's say, do you believe a child who did not see their parents have hardship will have a tough a more tough time acclimating to life than a child that did see their parents go through hardship?
I won't say it would be tougher, but I would say it would be a different approach, right?
Hmm. I
Like a
agree with that.
yeah, like a kid coming from a well-established middle class, they're already in a different playing field than a kid who's coming from the projects or like, and I hate using the hood, but like a low income or impoverished area because the struggle is different. The struggle for a middle class person may be how to manage people looking at you differently within your own culture and other cultures, like outside of that,
Hmm.
versus someone growing up in a impoverished area is seeing a struggle completely different, as in, I have to do it all on my own. Forget everyone else. It's strictly me against everyone. Right. And it kind of plays like to both of them, but it's just like to the middle class person, it's more so just finding which demographic works for you. Right.
Right.
Because
Right.
African Americans, right, they're gonna say, oh, you're whitewashed, and then the other side, the other demographic is gonna say you're not one of us. So that's where their struggle comes. But from someone who's from a more impoverished areas, I didn't have nobody. So like the only people I had is the people who struggle with me. So you're struggling with me and we're all trying to be better, and that's who I can relate to versus one coming from the middle class. So I think it's kind of like it's very split. They both share an equal struggle. It's just their struggle is completely different.
Gotcha. So for me, I definitely agree with you. The only thing, so there are some things that I don't believe experience should be able to teach somebody. So I
Mhm.
rather tell my children what we experience so they won't have to go through it and how we got through it, right? So here's a particular experience. This is how you and your mom got through it. Don't go that way. Now, if you choose to go that way, not only do you know that you had somebody that went that way, but they gave you the tools to get through it, right? Because hardship happens no matter who you are. It happens to everyone.
Mhm.
But when I tell people that, they believe that I or my wife and I or people similar to us are protecting our children from struggling or hardships. And so I say, no. If you're under our roof, your hardship should not look like ours before, meaning that
Mm.
if we encountered not having electricity, water, gas, repossessions, I should not pass that down to my children. I did a poor job of parenting if I pass that down to my children. I really truly believe that. Now, the caveat to that, if they become poor managers of their money, then it's no longer my fault because we taught you how to be wise stewards. Now you can be as the I can't even think of the not the young rich ruler, but the one that went out and wasted everything. You can be that and not be wise steward. Then at that point, it's no longer on us. But if you are a wise steward, you won't go through what those have that have went through it before you went through. They went through it for a reason, not for you to go through it again.
But how? Hmm. How can?
And I know what you're gonna say, Rich. I cannot. I can't make sure. I mean, I can't I can't force that not to happen,
I
right?
Mhm.
mean,
But I can
honestly, I
give.
just feel like it's okay for it to naturally happen. I think they,
Yes, yes.
uh-huh. That I think they should go through some of those, like, making bad decisions with money.
I see both sides. So you're saying that you would like so unnecessary. You're saying that you tell your kids, and then if they choose to then not follow your advice or heed from the warning, that they make their own mistakes, and at that point you did your job. Correct? That's.
Similar. So let me tell you the short I guess synopsis of what I told my daughter. I tell my daughter, when you go to school, do not do anything that will cost your mother and I, meaning that you have made a decision that you cannot pay for. And that's just not financial. That's in every facet of her life. So whatever decision you make, you better make sure that you can afford it, because we have taught you. So to Rachel's point, absolutely make mistakes, but you better be able to afford the mistake that you make. If you cannot afford the mistake that you make, why do it?
I guess so. My question is, who's determining the value of mistake, right? And I'm not talking about like legal issues, obviously, but like,
Correct, right,
yeah.
correct.
But like, are we?
Like you said, if you have to come back and ask for anything, then you can afford it.
I mean, maybe I'm not. Maybe I just want to clarify, like, because I agree with what you're saying, unnecessary, and I think like in a really basic way, like at least like with my kids, and like kind of the lesson that was taught to me was like, don't go around hooking up in high school if you can't afford the
Facts.
baby that's going to come with it. That's kind of like
Yeah.
what I'm picking
Yep.
up from what you're saying, like, and you
Correct,
can spread that
correct.
across a bunch of different areas in
Exactly.
life. You know,
Exactly.
if you
That's
want to have
exactly
a
what it
car, you
is.
got to be able to afford the gas. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to play sports, you got to be able to afford it via the grades. You know, like
Correct.
I think that's, you know, and that's the, I think since you're saying correct, you know, I agree with that perspective wholeheartedly. So
And
I
I
just
agree
want to
with
make sure I was
Rachel.
understanding you.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
And
that,
I agree with Rachel. Right. Absolutely make mistakes. That's life. But why make mistakes that you can't afford?
see,
You
and
you,
I
you have to
think,
be able to go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I think that's where like I was kind of like caught up, because like, if I make a mistake versus my parent making mistakes, we can afford them differently. And I think that's where we have the disconnect within the generations. Like, not just particularly like from mom to parent, I mean, from child to parent, but from anyone above, right? Because the way you view the mistake is completely different than how I may view it. And my generation is a lot more emotional. So, like, it's very hard to receive advice from the older generation, because it's more so from, I did this before. I know more than you. Like, you don't know. So it's very hard to receive that information to begin with. And I'm not saying like that's your case, right? Because like if someone was to sit me down and have the conversation of what you're having, I would receive that a lot better than I'm 45. I know exactly what I'm talking about. So I think that's when I bring up like at who's valuing the mistake, because like if I have a baby at 17 right now, to me personally, like I know I can't afford that, but I also understand there's a lot of things I can do to get rid of that as well. Versus as a parent in your generation, a lot of parents was taught that, oh, you get pregnant, you're keeping the baby and you're gonna raise it and you're gonna do X, Y, and Z. Versus you have the you can give up adoption, you have well, we're not gonna get into all of that, the contraceptives and after that, but the aftermath. But like so I think that's where I'm at.
I like to weigh in on something that Bray was saying. One thing about the middle class, like I come from a middle class, but it was a lower middle class. My father was a foundry worker, and they don't have too many of those around these days. And that was some hard work. So we knew that he had to have a good work ethic. In order, so we didn't have it exactly easy. You know what I'm saying? We always had nice clothes and stuff like that, a roof over our head. We always had a car and stuff like that. But we understood it didn't come easy because father worked in a higher place, and my mother worked for the school system as a teacher's aide. So we were at that end of the middle class. But another thing that I think that we had more of than your generation when I was coming up, because we had like in junior high school and high school, we had classes that could prepare you for different type of trades. Like we had electricity class, wood making class, metal making class. We had classes learning how to operate this like lawnmower engines and stuff like that. So they took the vocational aspect out of schooling too. And I mean, they had things like, home economics back then when people used to cook, to show you how to cook and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Business, simple stuff, you know what I'm saying? And so I think that they really done the later generations bad as far as education and stuff.
I agree.
Yeah, they done y'all bad, man. It's not that's not your fault right there. And also, I agree with what Unnecessary was saying about teaching. You tell your kids, if you're a parent with a natural affection, you tell your kids the mistakes to avoid. A human being cannot avoid making mistakes. So they're going to make mistakes along the way. And then things are going to happen that they're just going to have to learn how to deal with. Let's say like your son comes home, he has a new car or something like that. And all of a sudden there's a storm and then a tree falls on the storm or on the car, what have you. They're going to, people are going to make mistakes regardless of how well they've been, much wisdom they've been given them. At least they got that back to come to. And as a parent, when you're telling your kids stuff, you have that peace also that you raised that child, the best way you could.
I would just like to add to like the vocational training that you're talking about. Like, parents forget that they're invited to be active members of the school board, and there's a lot of power that parents have when it comes to what the schools are doing. Now, that power obviously is limited by the state and the school board itself, but there are reasons why we saw a lot of these programs that you mentioned being removed. And one aspect, this isn't the whole pie. So imagine if we have a pie, right? And there's 8 slices. One of those slices is going to be that schools, when they were providing a lot of this training, it's dangerous. Okay. And schools don't just have an open checkbook, right? Like they have resources as far as financials go that are limited. And a student loses their thumb, an engine falls on a foot, a chemical burns somebody. And there's a lot of dangers that happen. And guess what happens? That school gets put on the financial hook and has to pay out a huge settlement. So like I said, this isn't the whole picture. This is one portion of it. And as you saw injuries happening, this program, because if we get another injury, we're not able to sustain the school at any point. So I'm not defending this decision. I'm just pointing out that there are reasons, many of them, and one of them is the financial cost of injury. So that being said, there are outside programs that do exist, and something that the young generation can be brought into is when young men are 15, 16 years old, they can go be an apprentice. And that takes motivation, and that takes effort, and that takes willingness. Maybe that even takes guidance from the father at home to say, hey, let's go find you an apprenticeship working on weekends. So these skills can still be trained outside of the school. But I just want to point out that parents, we do have a say in what happens at school. So we can push for these programs to make a return. It's not that there's a lack of people who are willing to do it. It's just there's no motivation to make it happen.
Yeah, I think of a lot of I'm not going to put everything on, but I think the younger parents don't realize the value of having the trades now, because the trades are a big thing, when it comes to having a job that more better job security, because they're lacking in plumbing, they're lacking in electricians, carpenters and all that stuff they're lacking in. Some of the reason is because some of the younger people don't want to go and make a little bit of money. They want to make 40 grand, 50 grand, 60 grand right off the bat. But the thing about it is, once you got something like that and you know what you're doing, I mean, and understand electricity, plumbing and all that stuff, you're a person that actually, society, you're the people that run the infrastructure and stuff like that. If they can get a hold of that vision, maybe more of them will be motivated to go ahead and do that. And like you were saying also, Mr. Print, yeah, it was. I think coming back, because if they make a return, they can just, all they have to do is make sure that the safety standards is up to par. You know what I'm saying? You got to make
Yeah,
sure that the safety standards is way up to par, and they could do that if they want to be motivated to do that. But it just doesn't seem like the political system really wants to teach kids. They're more leaning on indoctrinating this younger generation. You know, messing with their moral compass and all that stuff. They got these little kids dealing with LGBT and all that stuff. They don't have any business dealing with that. So the parents really do have to be uh, really aggressive. They have to sit down. They have to the right grievances and stuff like that to get the school system turned around. Because I'm telling you, these politicians are not going to do it. It has to be like a grassroots type of thing where parents are saying, "Hey, you know, I'm paying my money, my tax money, stuff like this. The kids is not getting educated. We want this implemented. Y'all know that America is low on people that know how to do electronics, they know how to do plumbing, they know how to do carpeting, architecture, and all that sort of stuff. We're suffering in these areas. The whole country needs that, you know. So I hope that turns around.
yeah. I'd like to add too. There's this stereotype that being a plumber or an electrician or an HVAC guy, you know, whatever trade you're talking about, there's always this misconception that these are low paying, low skilled jobs. Okay. And, you know, Timothy, you sound like someone who understands that's not the case. Anybody who's ever had to call a plumber on a Sunday can tell you that that plumber's making fucking money. Okay. 90, 110, 150 an hour sometimes. You call an HVAC guy to come out on a Sunday in the middle of summer, you can be lucky to find one who's willing to come out. And if he is, it's going to be a $500 deposit for his ass to show up. Like, money can be made. And I think that what you're pointing to is that their kids are being taught that these are dead end jobs, and it's not the case. I'm a blue collar guy myself. I build aircraft, and trust me, they pay me a ridiculous amount of money to do my job. And, you know, I don't know who mentioned it earlier, but everybody's going and getting all these degrees that don't hold no weight, because if everybody has a degree, then it's the same as nobody having one.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, they ain't got no weight anymore. And, you know, the trades are so freaking important, Timothy. I don't know if you've looked up the stats, but America is at a precipice right now. In 10 years, the labor force that does all of the infrastructure, everything we're talking about, in 10 years, it's going to be at such dire numbers that our society isn't going to be able to maintain itself. We're going to have engineers planning everything, but there ain't going to be a single person that knows how to run a screw or drive a nail.
Can I jump in real quick? Or Miss Rachel, you can. I think you're waiting.
Oh, you so nice. You a nice young man. Man, I love when young people come up in here and they show out, and they are not who these grown other generations think they are. I just love it so much. I was just gonna say that I do believe that degrees do still matter. But it has to be in certain fields. And I think it's important for people to explore different interesting fields and not just the basic fields that people are taught, doctors, lawyers, blah 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 blah. There's so many different fields that require some type of experience, like, well, school or whatever, schooling. So I do think that trades are very important, but also I do think that we don't dig deeper into the different fields that are available to us. And when I tell you, it is a lot of them. All right. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I would like to know, like, Rochelle, what would you think would be the average cost for some of them fields you're talking about for a person to get a competitive degree, whether it's requiring if they can get by with a bachelor's or they have to go to the master's or PhD. What do you think the average cost these days?
Actually, the fields that I'm talking about, actually, you can actually Google it. Like fields that don't require that much education, probably 2 years. They're kind of similar to the trades, except it's not more of the hands-on work. It's more of like like a phlebotomist or dang, there's so many, like there's this list. You look it up,
Mhm.
but like,
Can I jump in?
hmm,
Not to cut
behavioral
y'all,
techs, huh?
not to cut y'all, but can I jump in? Because I'm actually in the medical field. So,
Hmm.
um,
Yes, go ahead.
okay. And so I'm gonna go through 3 points, and I'm gonna address all three. So we were talking about like my generation. So I'm 24. I at some point in time we had a workshop and we had culinary, and I believe like my freshman year or sophomore year they scrapped all those programs. I think like I think my sophomore year or somewhere around there is when they scrapped it and they got rid of it. Right. So like it's not to say that it's anyone's like my parents, anyone above that. Like we understand there's a lot of reasons why they took that away. But with that being said, that already put us at a disadvantage. And me personally, I was raised in go to college and college is going to pay for everything. Now that I'm older and I've worked with a lot of different people who hold degrees, I've went to school with a lot of people. Um, if you're really not in the big five, which is medical, law essentially, aviators, or like trade, your degree really doesn't have a return on it really doesn't have a return on investment. Like even for phlebotomists, the highest paying phlebotomist maybe is 70K. Maybe. That's like if you get a beautiful gig. But the average phlebotomist is probably making $55,000 a year is not sustainable. And with my generation, we were always taught to be independent. Well, at least from where I come from. I'm from the South and of Texas, and we were always taught to be independent, not to depend on people, not to depend on the system. You go out, you raise a family, you do it on your own, you be a provider, you do X, Y, and Z. That's it's just not sustainable. Like it's not. And like obviously, yeah, you have your engineering, your cosmetologies, you have your trades, like you have those high producing jobs. But how many people of my generation are even taught? Like, go ask the average 18-year-old what's HVACing, how much an electrician gets paid. You ask them to change a car battery or a tire and see where we're at. Like, there's just a very big disconnect. And I really don't know if it's from like the older generation just not passing down the knowledge or just it being taken out of the school. Because I can't speak for every kid. I can't speak for every parent. But from where I came from in school, we were either taught to be ball players or get good grades and go to college and get a degree, and you're gonna make it in life. That's it. That's the only guidance most of my generation was given in my class. And I think I graduated with a class of 1,500 or somewhere around there.
Ray, what did you tell me that I missed? What did you say they dropped from your curriculum in school?
Workshops. So we used to have
Oh
driver's ed.
yeah,
With,
Mm-hmm.
we used to
had
have
them coming
driver's
up
ed.
too.
Yeah.
I'm 64 years old, and we had them back, like in the 70s in junior high and high school.
Mm-hmm.
You start off learning electronics,
Yep.
and then go to metalworking and different things of that nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But some places they have these programs for one thing I realized is, look, parents are not using the free resources that are available to them, especially in the city. All this funding is funded out into these nonprofit organizations or whatever to help the community. And if people don't use it, they lose it. Like the amount of resources. I just moved to Detroit. There are, so I just signed up my son for there's this thing called dang, I forgot the name of it, but it's basically free art classes with other teenagers, like literally free. Everything's free. There's so many free things. Even the Boys and Girls Club, they have so many like new things. They have robotics. They have like a whole facility just for fitness and health and science and stuff like that. Like I don't kn- I think that people are not looking up these resources that's available to them and kind of not finding a way to get their kids there because they are working. And in my opinion, I think people are working for a lifestyle a little bit too much, in
But
my
do you,
opinion.
Can
And
I?
so I just
Oops,
just
sorry.
wanted to go back to the field of study thing. Uh, you're so right. They tell kids go to school. That's it. Go to college, but they never help the kid figure out the different fields of studies that's there for them based off of their natural skills and their natural like uh their gifts, their interests and stuff like that. And that's why it's so important for people to take that test over and over again to see what does that kid naturally gravitate towards, and that kind of just yeah, and then you can go search beyond that. But anyways, go ahead, mister.
You were kind of stepping into something I wanted to mention. You know, I know that my initial comments make me sound anti-college, and that's not the case. To build off of what you were saying and what Bri was saying, is that college is excellent and it's a wonderful, it has a lot of wonderful byproducts for society. But there's just a simple truth that not everyone should go to college. And what I mean by this is that people go to college and they don't know what to do with the college. They don't have any kind of direction to go. So they end up getting a degree. And this is what I meant by degrees have lost a lot of power. And I'm just going to make up a degree, but you'll understand what I'm saying. Is I'll get a degree in, say, underwater basket weaving. Okay? And I'll have a degree in it. I'll have all the knowledge of the history of underwater basket weaving. But then guess what I can do with that degree? I can teach underwater basket weaving. That's all I can do with it. So the professor that I spent all this time and money learning from has to give up their job so that I can put that degree to use. And I think that that's something that we're not teaching the generation, is that college, essentially a majority of the classes outside of, you know, the medical realm and some of the science, engineering, and law realm, these are liberal arts style degrees. These are degrees that are there when you've already worked your career and you've established yourself, and you're going to exercise knowledge in a very liberal sense. You know what I mean? Like, you're exercising liberty through knowledge. I've worked hard. I've bought my house. I've raised my kids. I've worked my career. Now I'm going to go back and educate myself some more. And that was an understanding that previous generations had when it came to a lot of these more relaxed degrees. Whereas we're just sending everybody to college. I mean, Bri just mentioned it, that it was either play sports or get good grades so you can go to college. Okay, so if you don't play sports and you get good grades and you go to college, now what? You're just going to take whatever sounds fucking fun and easy, and then you're going to say, well, I have this degree and nobody's hiring me. Well, it's because your degree isn't actually something that can be monetized and has a field of demand. And then with kids that even did the research, you look at today's world, I can remember very clearly 10 years ago, everybody was saying computer science, learn how to code, learn how to do this and that. And guess what's coding now? AI. Okay? My point is that even with predictors of what's gonna be something advantageous, new technologies are gonna come in place that make it useless. So there's been There's a whole generation of new adults who have put themselves hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt to have these computer science and engineering degrees that AI is basically made worthless. And, you know, so they're going to be carrying around this paper that's essentially just a paperweight, and they're not going to have any of the prerequisite skills that are going to allow them to get in the infrastructure of society. So college is great, but you need to know what you're using college for.
Yeah, and to piggyback off that, I think like jumping out of college, most of the most common degrees known to man is criminal justice and business. Those are the two most common degrees, especially within my generation. I hate to say it, but everyone is not meant to be a business owner. And another thing is like, what is a business degree even include? Like, what does that encompass? What does that mean? Oh, you can run a business. Like, what does that actually mean?
No,
Like, I think the problem is, I'm sorry?
no, I was gonna say even because you asked the question, I guess it was rhetorical, but I can also answer it.
Mhm.
But you can finish and then I'll answer.
But yeah, just a lot of degrees, it really just doesn't hold the same value as it did a few years prior. And you brought up resources. That is true. There are a lot of free resources, right? Like you said, robotics. I took robotics in elementary throughout. Like I've been in robotics for years. For the only reason why we even found out about robotics is because I got in trouble in school one day. I got in trouble in class, and my gym coach, because I was an athlete, my gym coach, he was also the robotics instructor. And as my punishment, they sent me to the coach. And he was in there just teaching his regular class, and then that's how I got invested. So a lot of people don't even know those resources exist. And a lot of parents are in my generation. They have no clue about the resources outside of food stamps, WIC, and Section 8. They don't understand half the resources. I've watched kids don't even understand what FAFSA even stands for, what the purpose of FAFSA is, and they go to college. Like, we just don't have, and I'm not going to say we don't have the access to resources, but we don't have guidance. And I think that's our biggest problem. Like, a lot of people in my generation just lack guidance. And there's very
Yep.
few people who have that guidance, who's willingly sharing it in the school system, right? Because knowledge is everywhere. Like, it's nothing to pick up a book and pick up your phone and Google something. But a lot of people in my generation, they want it handed to you. Like, just put it on a silver plate so I don't have to do the work for it. And that's like the biggest problem that we have.
True. So I just wanted to answer the degree, the business thingy, and then we'll get Zanny and persist and then Zanny. Yeah, so there's some degrees that the thing is, it's better to have like it. I say if you can afford to go to school, or if you can do it away. Yeah, if you figure out a way to afford to go to school, having a business degree is a great degree to have because you also learn leadership. And in every single field, leadership is very important, right? So it opens up for you to qualify for jobs that you wouldn't qualify for if you didn't have a degree, if that makes sense. But let's go to persist. What's up, persist?
Real quick question.
Oh my.
Sorry.
What's up?
No, you said so business and gives you it teaches you leadership,
Mm-hmm.
right? You
Yeah,
said
and
business teaches
and
you
like
leadership.
X says, it teaches you how to run a business. But go ahead.
Okay, but my rebuttal is, are there a lot of fields that can teach you leadership without it being business? For example, the armed service or things of that sort, or like shift lead, being a manager or things of that sort. Like, would
It's
that
not the
not?
same. It's not the same. Like I have I mean, you could put that on your resume, but then they would line it up with someone who has an actual business degree, because there are certain things that you are taught in business school that is very different. Very different. And so, and it's more in depth. So, yeah, you could, but they're going to look at the other person with the business degree and pick them.
Yeah, the business leadership has a lot more to do, partially with people and partially with operations and standard practices and structures within business and that sort of thing that if you're not running a business, you're not going to learn it. But yeah, appreciate y'all giving me the space to talk and share. I actually work in computer science related fields and do a lot with AI and stuff. That's why I want to come up. And yeah, the other dude had a decent point about I guess the way industries change and stuff like that, but there's
Yeah.
another side of it too where
Yeah.
I can do, I don't know, a week's worth of work. What used to take me a week in about an hour now. So there's good sides to it and bad sides to it too, because what used to take 10 people can be done with one person with software. And we're seeing this make huge impacts on other fields like the legal side. And this is one of my biggest concerns. Like, attorneys used to hire like paralegals and people out of college to go through and just do paperwork and just to get hands-on experience. And now there's programs that can run through and do the auditing and formatting and all of that. And we're seeing these programs like get developed in mass. I'm seeing it in every field, like healthcare, any sort of administration where people used to spend a lot of time doing paperwork. You used to delegate that to like entry level. And so my concern is like, if you don't need the entry level, then where is the passing of knowledge and experience to the next generation of workers? And I don't see good answers within the tech field for that either, because it seems like the answer is we just won't need the next generation of workers. There's a very common consensus right now that we'll have 99% unemployment in 2 years. And if that's the case, then what's even going to be the purpose of education? Because the current education system was built, like initially it was built to create a standard of learning, and then it became to create a standard of workers so people could enter the workforce. And if that's not the goal, then what is education even for? What happens to trades? What happens to, people with experience if there is no next generation of experience? So yeah, I know that's a lot, but it's something I'm worried about.
Oh, I got you. Thanks for sharing that. Timothy, you look like you wanted to say something before I go to Zanny.
Yeah. Well, one thing,
Just make it
a
quick.
lot of this stuff is built around the effects that's going on now is because look at all the businesses that went across seas. This goes back to like 40 and 50 years ago when they signed, when Bill Clinton and them signed that, I forgot what they call it, that overseas thing. The reason why there's so much lacking of jobs is that the United States is not manufacturing like they used to. So all those people that's getting these jobs in tech and stuff like that, they don't have manufacturing facilities that are manufacturing anything in the United States for them to apply it to. See what I'm saying? That's why I pointed earlier, if we remember when we first started talking, that there were 250 manufacturers in the town I live in, and there was less than 100,000 people. Now, look where your manufacturing is. You know what I'm saying? You got robotics taking over a lot of the places that are manufacturing physical stuff. Whether they're doing dishwashers, whether they're manufacturing rifles and stuff like that. Robotics is taking over a lot of that. So we have so many less. I don't know how much less manufacturing we have going on here, but with keeping that in mind, that's one reason why a lot of these degrees are not been able to be used too, because there's nothing to apply it here anymore to.
Yeah, it's not.
Hold on, Persis.
Sorry,
I'm
yeah,
so
go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, hold on 1 second. We got to get Zanny, and then we got to get Solo, and then y'all can go back to an open panel. Hey, Zanny.
Hello.
It makes me feel uncomfortable saying your name, but I know it's a sweet name. But they have,
Well, it's
they have
actually
made it
Zani,
bio.
if that helps. So it's Zani.
Oh,
Short for
Zani. Okay,
Alexandria. Yeah.
I feel better now. I kept thinking about Xanax, and I didn't
Yeah.
like it.
I've gotten that before.
All
All
right,
good.
go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Mhm.
I had a couple of things, like I mentioned in the comments earlier, and sometimes I just comment things so I don't forget them. So I have an MBA, and the idea that a business degree is like not useful is a little bit, well, I guess, seems a little off for me because, as Rachel had mentioned earlier, you learn a lot of different skill sets in business school that you may not learn in other degree pathways. And leadership is definitely one. Decision making through data, operations, supply chain, et cetera. Those are all things that generally can't be taken care of by AI, which is also why I mentioned that liberal arts is so important. And I mentioned a few degrees that are liberal arts that people don't think of because all everyone wants to bring up is art, which art is incredibly important. We use art every single day, but other ones like communications, journalism, psychology, those are all things that cannot be replicated by AI because they have to be done by humans because the AI doesn't have the ability to replicate human emotion and connection, which are really important in those pathways. So if you're looking for things that AI cannot replicate for future careers, that's actually liberal arts. I work for an organization right now that does supplies, supply chain consultant for manufacturing, construction, etc. And manufacturing is definitely not the future. It's definitely being automated, as Timothy had mentioned. And what we saw in the 50s and 60s and the boom of manufacturing being good paying jobs for a lot of people, that's not ever going to be the future for us because it is mostly done by robots today, even down to warehousing. And it's all going to be fully automated sometime in the near future. So that was just a couple of things I wanted to add into the conversation. And but my big thing on education is the reason why we fall behind in the US is because it's so dang expensive here. In almost every other developed country, it's almost completely free. And if we would just invest in education of our young people, or even for people changing careers, we would have a much better country, I think. And thank you.
Wait, you made me hold on 1 second. I gotta get the other phone for them. Well said. Solo, what up, Solo?
What's up, Rachel? How you doing?
Speaking of artists, okay. How you doing, bro?
I'm straight. Happy holidays. Hope you had a good Christmas and definitely a better New Year's. As generations, I think that it's neither. To be honest, I just think the world just evolved. We just live in a different world, a different time. I'm sure when the 70s were kicking in for the 50s, they probably felt the same way. You feel me? We live in a world where open communication is just wide open. So you can communicate with somebody across the globe within seconds. You know what I'm saying? And technology and knowledge is in the palm of your hand, which is amazing. So yeah, we just live in a different era, and there's the pros and there's just the cons. Are children better or worse than we were? I think a lot of people like to fantasize that it might have been better growing up as kids. know what I'm saying? But I'd probably say there's a few things I could point at the fact that there was a lot of abuse and stuff. Like there was just a lot of stuff. A lot of people like to a lot of people like to think that it was just kind of Disney childhood or like yeah, it wasn't really like that. Maybe for some people, for me personally, I just think that it's just different. You know what I'm saying? Who do you blame? In terms of blaming, I would say the government. I think the government does not care about mental health. It does not care about children. It does not care about women, and all it cares about is capita. Does it make sense to keep having more babies? In my opinion, I think it's important to keep having babies, simply just to preserve the culture. Yeah, but that's about it.
Ooh.
I got
What
one.
culture are we? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, bro.
So you said like, yeah, I was going to talk about the preserving the culture and Zani about the business thing, but when you say like preserving the culture, I
Yeah.
think that's kind of not going to say loosely interpreted, but it's kind of like you're saying I should have a kid to preserve the culture, but I gotta feed this little motherfucker. No, let me watch my language. I gotta
This is what I
feed
mean.
this
This is
guy.
what I mean,
Yeah.
brother. And just to look, not because I don't want to go too deep on the panel like this. You know what I'm saying? I just kind of look at it that you should kind of do things to empower your community. I'm black, so I'm gonna do things to empower my community. Having more children and stuff like that empowers your community. Having black children, that is. That's what I meant by preserving the culture.
But how though? Like, cause like kids need resources, like a lot of resources. And cause I'm black too, and I think the most critical stage of kids in development is 8 to 16, like that range right there. And if you can't provide for those kids, then what do they turn to?
I mean, when it comes to us, man, we have always kind of been less privileged regardless. You know what I'm saying? We always make it work. When it comes to education, stuff, that's not really our problem. You know what I'm saying? Those are things that you can't really control. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But I think our problems are financial issues. And and what I'm gathering is you're saying have more kids, and that would then uplift. But I think that would cause more harm because if I'm watching my parents struggle every day, then I'm just going to result to going out to get it on my own, and I don't have a job, so there's only one other way that I can. Well, there's two other ways that I can possibly get it. That's either A, get it from someone else, or B, I can take it on my own.
Yeah, but the thing is that not all black people are living like that, man. A lot of people like to stigmatize that not all black people are living like that. And then, like I said, since this is a mixed panel, there's no point of kind of going deep on it. You know what I'm saying, brother? Right?
Yeah, I feel you.
But when it comes to education, all that stuff, the hardship been hardship. Hardship's gonna be there. Hardship's not going nowhere. You know what I'm saying, bro? Not having less kids does not solve that problem. You know what I'm saying? And having more kids does not increase that problem whatsoever. I just think that it's important to have your own kids, and you can even educate your own kids as well. You feel me? You know what I mean? But a lot of people like to kind of you cannot use that excuse, bro. Those are things that are out of your control. Poor education, poor healthcare, that's not things that we can control. That's the government's fault.
So, question then: Do you have? If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
26.
26. Do you have kids?
No.
Okay. So, if you don't mind me asking, how much do you spend weekly on groceries?
I actually don't know, bro.
Well, okay, within a day, how much do you spend a day to eat?
I'll tell you this. I make about $90K a year.
Okay, so we're in the same boat, and I have a kid. I have a 5-year-old, so we're in the same boat. And I promise you, I would be so much better in life if I didn't have to feed extra people. I didn't. So, like, to say, like, I think you are right. We do have we do have resources when it comes to education. And like, yes, every kid isn't going to fall to the stigma of stealing or selling drugs or X, Y, and Z. Like, we understand that. But if we're talking about the average person, not even from the middle class, but like just from our community, and I know you said you don't want to dive it too much into it because it's a mixed panel, but it'd be outrageous to say that that doesn't play a part in our culture, because you did say preserve the culture, and that is a part of our culture. It may not be everyone in our culture,
Yeah,
but it
but
is a part
the
of it.
thing is though, because you're looking at it, when you look at the history of black men, we've been through harder times. You know what I'm saying? Slavery, Jim Crow, all this stuff, blah blah blah. Right? Black people were actually having more kids back then than they are now. You know what I'm saying? So in harsher conditions, the black family was doing pretty good than now. You know what I'm saying, man? And at the end of the day, I think it's just a personal preference. To be honest with you, I think to have kids to just be a conversation you have you and your partner. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to have more kids, just don't have no more kids. You feel me, man? But also just depends on what kind of person you are. A lot of parents will do it and they don't have that much. Shit, I know my grandma did shit.
But you don't think like the generational differences play a role, right? Because like, yes, slavery was bad, and yes, slavery was a big thing, but no one from our you're 26, I'm 24, we never experienced slavery, so we can't say we felt we felt the after effects, but we can't say that we felt our grandparents struggle. Like, we never experienced that, so their struggle is completely different. Then you had the boom of 2008, and the Great Depression. You didn't experience the Great Depression, so that difference already plays a role. So the way they view things is completely different. Then we had the boom of 16, where we had crypto and all those things. We had a whole different boom, right? So like, to say that, it would be disingenuous to say that those different cultures, like, theirs is harder because we experienced something completely different. Yes, that is hard, but that is hard to them. It's not hard to me because I didn't experience it. It's not fair to say that. It's not fair to discredit my struggle because you view their struggle harder, when the older generation didn't have to deal with my struggle. Like, the older generation didn't have to deal with the cutting of education. They didn't have to do. Everybody in this panel said they dealt with workshop. They cut workshop when I was in school. They all talked about trades. They took trades from me. So like, it's not fair to say that my struggle isn't equivalent or equivocal to theirs because they have certain things that I didn't get the benefit from, and that's vice versa.
Right.
I mean, can I just make one last point, Rachel? And you're making a lot of great, valid points, bro. I just think, bottom line, when people want kids and are supported, like, family growth can strengthen the black community socially, culturally, economically, and politically. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I don't think no one owns society children, and I think parenthood should always be about choice. You feel me? That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel you. And I agree with you on that. Yeah, I agree there.
I was just gonna ask. Oh, go ahead, Timothy.
One thing you got to keep in mind too is that since the 70s, there's been over 20 million black babies deleted. As of now, our population, as far as foundational Black America, is going down the chute. I mean, you can't deny that. I think, the most important thing, whether a kid is going to be born in poverty or not, I don't think anybody can justify say, well, we're poor, so, this kid's going to have a struggle. But the thing about it, you install certain things in kids, they can overcome the struggle that they've been through. The whole thing is about character development and, having a vision and teaching your children how to dream, at the end, because, it's been poor people that came out of poverty in our generation. And before then, I wouldn't tell anybody that they have to have kids. That's a total personal choice. But you have to keep in consideration that in another 100 years, foundational Black Americans. I mean, our population is going to be down very low, very low. And that's about what I have to say about that, because children are valuable, and actually the more they used to say stuff about, try to teach people stuff about overpopulation, over this, over that. The more people you got, the more better it is all around for the economy and everything else.
So I wanted to ask Bri, is it Bri? Since you was asking Solo how much he spent on groceries, I want to dive into yo. Okay, so how much you think you spending on your child per year?
Child per year?
Yeah, you have one kid, right?
Yeah, I have one.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
If you could get
Okay.
an estimate.
Okay, let's see here. Childcare was what? I was fortunate to have childcare for $400 or $500 a month times 12.
And you pay that by
And
yourself?
yeah, I paid for so I paid for school, insurance, and we split the utilities and stuff like that, like food and all that.
Oh, wait, you're in a relationship?
Yeah, I'm with her mom. So
Oh,
like
okay. Oh,
it's
that's
a two-parent
nice.
household. Yeah, it's
That's
a two-parent
good.
household.
There you go. Okay, so okay, childcare, you got childcare.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Can I ask
Like if we're
something,
talking,
Rachel? Rachel, can I ask you something?
Ask me something?
Yeah, actually, everybody can answer if y'all want. What is not a valid reason to leave a marriage? Because
Now, wait a minute. I was trying to dive into Bry's
my
situation.
fault, my fault.
That's a whole. That's. He said, I don't care about what that kid got going.
Fuck your kid like that.
Right.
yeah,
Because I know he said that it was that his life would have been well, you feel like you would have been further?
not necessarily further, but like when I mean like easier is like saving, like cause I think I roughly 10 to 15,000. But then again, I have help, so like I understand if I feel like this and I have help, I have someone. Now you got to think about both sides, like single parents. So I think like 10 to 15,000 on my kid, like that I can say comes out of my pockets.
I want you to go home and calculate it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll definitely.
Can I add something real quick?
Wait, I just because look, I really do think that a lot of the issues, like, it's a lifestyle issue. Like, people don't want to whatchamacallit, bring down some of the things that they enjoy. Because the thing is, wait, how old is your child? 5. So one thing that I learned is like majority of those like 1 to 5 years old or whatever, there's a whole bunch of crap we're doing that we don't even need to do. A whole bunch of it. I'm sure you had that big old, birthday, especially the first day, the first year. Christmas.
I'm actually the frugal parent. I'm the one that's like, nah.
Yeah, but I'm sure your other half that's still cutting into your change.
Yeah.
Yo, can I
Okay.
piggyback on that?
Uh-huh.
I got 4 kids, and by the time you get to like number 3 and 4, you really start to feel that, because like Christmas, for example, like our youngest is about to be 1, and like your first kid or whatever, you're like, oh, it's a big deal, but by the time you get to like 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, you're just like, man, they're not gonna remember this. You know what I mean?
I'm
Like,
with you. I'm with you
you get them
already.
stuff that, like, you get them stuff they need, not stuff you think that's like special, because it's special to you, especially when it's like the first and even the second. But like birthdays are just like, okay, let's get the family together because that's what's important. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But the numbers still make sense because I mean we probably spend like 30,000 a year taking care of all of them. But there are levels where it's easier with more. Like I think 1 to 2 kids, you really like you feel it directly. But by the time you get to like
Yeah.
a group of them, they can share stuff. So
Yeah.
it's
And then
I
I
think
also think they have help. Like I think for me, right, like when we talk about kids, like I said, I'm the frugal parent. Like I'm not going all out. Like Christmas, we doing $100 max. Like, cause you're gonna have another Christmas where I gotta redo this, and you're
yep.
gonna probably. So like,
Mm-hmm.
I try to keep it marginalized.
Yeah, we do
What
that
does your
too.
better half do though?
No,
What
we're in the
have?
same boat. Yeah, like
Okay,
she
good,
helps out.
good,
Yeah,
good.
no, we're in the same boat. But when
Mm-hmm.
I mean like it affects directly, right? Like just speaking for me personally, because I know you said a lifestyle issue,
Mm-hmm.
but like, all right, I live in a big city in Texas. I'm sure you aware the cost of living in Texas. It may not be
I'm not.
California.
I'm not
Okay.
aware.
Well, in Texas, right, like a 2-3 bedrooms, going to run you nothing short of $1,800-$1,900. Nothing
Mm-hmm.
short. And that's in like the rougher neighborhoods.
What?
So
In a rough neighborhood?
Texas,
Yeah,
it's expensive. I live in Dallas. It's expensive.
Oh, I mean, I know. I mean,
What part of
my mortgage was like $2,300, and I was by myself. So.
I used to live in Austin. It's the same way down there.
Yeah. So like, right, and then I'm 24. So and I have my own
But you
car.
got 2 of y'all.
True.
Let me tell.
No,
That's what I don't understand.
But it
no,
adds up
like
Let me
real
get
quick
2 of
though.
us.
no,
I'll
yeah,
take
no.
that any day.
It's not like I'm not saying like I'm struggling like that. I'm saying like I definitely would feel like I definitely feel the effects of having a kid and an extra person to feed that doesn't provide an income, right? Like I'm 24. My car insurance, $800. I don't have mom and dad to put me on car insurance to make sure it's cheap. And anyone can tell you like a car insurance as a teenager, I mean as a under 25 is through the roof for your premium. Right? So you got to include that plus car note, right? I'm fortunate enough to not pay a car note, but now you got to start talking about gas and maintenance, right? So like all that stuff adds up. And yes, I have another half too. And she
Wait,
has
you
her
said
own.
$800 car insurance?
Yeah, I'm not
What the,
25.
bro? What kind of car you got?
I have a truck. Well, I have an
Mm,
SUV.
lifestyle.
SUV.
Yeah, you can't be in Texas and not have a truck. That's part of the life
No,
in
I have an
Texas.
SUV, but I don't pay a car note on that. But it's just the fact that I'm so young.
$800 car insurance? I
I'm
don't
young.
understand.
But part of it's
You
Texas though, because you're high risk.
800? No,
Like
no. What year is that car?
2023.
you got full coverage though, I'm sure.
Had to.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't have liability. I had to have.
800 is crazy. I ain't never paid that in my entire life.
But you
It's
gotta
crazy.
remember though. You gotta remember it's
No,
on the paid off car?
yeah, like remember what? What did you try to tell me? What I gotta remember?
Because you gotta remember, right? So like your premium's already lower because you're over a certain age, right? Remember
Even when I was younger, I used to be 24. I'm
Did
not
you have
that
your
much
own?
further than you, my boy. I'm only in my 30s.
The insurance companies have changed a lot in the last
Yeah,
3
like
years though.
just get
800
on
is
Geico.
no. I'm sorry. I just cannot. Nope.
No, I'm for real, like, cause I used to pay like $85 a month in insurance, and I recently renewed, and they're telling me $350, and I'm 35.
But
Like,
800?
and I don't live in a high volume city or nothing. I live out in the county
Yeah,
in the middle of
yeah.
nowhere.
And then I moved to Louisiana. I was in a flood area, so then that automatically kicked up even more.
Yeah, I'm getting a bike. I ain't paying no $800.
Yeah, but like, but it's like
Oh,
that's
wait a minute. Is it for 2 cars?
just for one.
That's insanity.
For
Yeah,
two
no.
cars,
I'm getting a bus. You said it is for 2 cars?
No, when I did the quote for 2 cars, it was like $936. I had Geico, USA, Navy, not Navy Fed. That's my bank. Geico, USA, Progressive.
God damn. You
I
fell in
become
the
the
toilet?
It's
general.
just through the roof.
Wait, so is that like renter's insurance included or just
Nah,
car?
just full coverage.
Bro, that's crazy.
Yeah, nah, I'm getting a bus
Yeah.
pass. That's insane. Why would hell no? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. See? That's what I'm saying. Nope. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Nope.
See, and like I shop for insurance. Like I actually, it's not like it's just because I'm young. Like when I was on, like when I had, so my grandmother, she threw me on her insurance. 'Cause I was like, man, look, I ain't finna be paying no insurance. Like we ain't finna do that. Her premium was like
You had a bunch of
$200.
car accidents?
Nah, I was just young, literally, and I was in a high risk area. I was in the heart of Dallas, and yeah,
Yeah,
it
these
was.
insurance companies have been crazy lately. There's a lot of pushback happening right now with the insurance companies, like
Who do you
homeowners
have?
insurance, car insurance, all of it.
Who do you have?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
I had USAA and Progressive.
Oh, wait, USA and what?
And Progressive. I had them both.
Did you look for anything else?
Hmm. I was finna get on route.
Yeah, Progressive and USAA. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Right, but like
Progressive's usually one of the cheaper ones too, though.
that's what I heard. Like
What you mean
just
that's what you heard? You said you shopped
that.
around.
No, I'm saying that's what I heard. Like to go to Progressive.
I
Like
got a
so that's
feeling
where
you
I
ain't shopped
started.
that far.
Just do me a favor. Just go Google some quotes. You can go Google some quotes and just
I
use
am.
like
What you think? Oh, I'm Googling. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
about
go
to go
Google
because I'm shocked.
and then just use like use my data. Use Dallas. Use like yeah.
No, I hear you though. That everything does add up, man. Like
A high risk area in Dallas.
Yeah. You can do one car, two cars. Two cars, nothing short of at least 836, 845. But just do one car. The lowest you might find, like I think for my next quote, I got quoted the one that's coming up after this one. I think I got it down to 500 or 600. I'm gonna look at the quote actually, because it'll be up in February. So I already started shopping around.
Now, that's more than a car payment. Wow.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think I remember the last quote because it's time for me to renew.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane. I think the thing is probably because things are cheaper over there. So what I notice is like the cheaper areas, they have to make other stuff expensive.
It's robbery, man. Them
Yeah,
insurance
it's really
companies,
just because
robbery.
like robbery, like when you're in a high crime area or like Louisiana where they flood a lot, like that stuff adds up because they know they have to pay it out.
Nope, I'm taking the bus. Nope.
And then they do
I know you
everything
got
they can to not
a
pay.
kid. He gonna ride on that bike. I'm gonna get a job a job close by, baby.
Hey,
Hell
I used to
no,
walk.
I would never.
My parents made me walk as a kid.
I would
Yeah,
never.
but like I will say,
What's up,
I'm
Meryl?
fortunate to say though, my health insurance was free.
بليز مساعدة بليز كيف
What? Miriam, I thought I knew you.
تحتاج إلى المساعدة يا أخي بليز هدية
Man. Oh, all right. Good night. Buenas noches.
Yeah, you ain't lying though about everything adding up, man. Cause like it's little stuff too. Like we had our washing machine go out last year, so we had to finance a new one just because we couldn't afford it out of pocket, and then your monthly payments go up, and it's like next thing you know, you're spending $6,000 a month just to keep your head above water, and that's
Facts.
I mean, you're not even getting ahead. You're just like living out of pocket.
And that's not to include like furniture, right? Like buying a new couch is
Bro.
$5,000, right? Like
What?
a sectional or anything. Not saying
See,
like you
that's
have to have the
lifestyle. I
thing.
ain't gonna lie to you. That's a lifestyle.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I
no, I
mean,
get
my
that, but I'm
couch
just saying.
it costs, a good 3, okay, but I definitely didn't have. I mean, it wasn't that big. It worked.
Yeah. Like,
But
but I'm
if
just
you
saying that
talking
like a bed
about,
range.
if you talking about you trying to, like you paying $800 a month for this, and then you gonna go and buy a $5,000 couch? Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, I'm not saying. I'm just saying like in general, like just the cost, like the cost of things are higher. Like a 2-piece couch set is $3,000. Crazy. Right.
Yeah, but that's lifestyle. Literally, it's not $3,000. That's the point. You literally can go and offer up.
We shopped around. We had the
Nah,
same
yeah,
problem.
nah.
Our
I ain't
couch
saying
went
I
out.
did that. I ain't saying I did that. But I'm just saying like just the price of like said item. Like if you're buying new, because some people you don't like. Yeah, you can get on OfferUp, but you don't know what people do at home, right? Like I work in the medical field, and I've seen some disgusting people.
He
Right?
talking about like
Okay,
you
then
don't
go
want to
to a
buy.
cheaper place.
No, I'm just saying like I'm not saying that's the cost for everything, but I'm just saying like just the price of things in general. Like a washing machine, buying a washing machine used, probably $200-300, $400. That's for a used old one,
Mm-hmm.
right?
It
You
worked.
don't, but that's if you like you don't know if it worked. That's if it if you hit. Like you got to roll the dice on a lot
Do
of
you
those
buy
things.
used stuff? I buy used
Yeah,
stuff all the time.
yeah. I go thrifting.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it
so like
works.
I mean, yeah, but that's because I'm like I said, I'm very frugal. Like I'm the frugal. Like I'm
Yeah,
frugal.
I think
so
that's what he's
other people
getting
can
at,
do it
though.
too, and they
Yeah, like but
should.
I think that's what he's getting at, though. Is like, if you didn't have an extra person to take care of, you could just buy what you wanted to, or just sit on it, sit on that money.
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like if I didn't have other things to take care of, like not other things, but other obligations, like daycare alone, right? I'm fortunate that my daycare has to be cut, is capped, but most people pay like $500-600 a month, or $200-300 a week for daycare or childcare.
Yeah, that's why I had my daycare a lot cheaper. But yeah,
Like
I had my daycare at $150, and they were like, "Girl, you are like," and I invested a lot because I do believe daycare should be free. I believe childcare should be free. I think it's insane that yeah. So like that's part of my philanthropy is like I believe children should have the best daycares, the best schools, and it shouldn't be a cost to them. College, that's different. That's a choice. But
I agree. I mean, I'm not a socialist or anything. Like, I think that whole movement is like kind of stupid, but I do think we should have certain systems that are paid for by our taxes, at least, like healthcare, education, at least a basic level of education, childcare. Like, I think we got problems. Like, there's certain levels of welfare that people need, but there's certain levels of welfare that just enable. Like, I've been on it myself. I'm speaking from firsthand experience. Like, it's real easy to take advantage of a system that enables you. You know what I mean? But there's other things that we need to be taken care of that we're not. And I would much rather people get these things for free. You know what I mean? Like basic necessities of life. Like healthcare should not be profit based. Like a lot of this stuff shouldn't be profit based. It just ends up hurting people more because we're not worried about like actually taking care of people. These systems are geared towards making money. So it's like we're the product is what it seems like.
yeah, I think insurance is a scam. I think a lot of things are a
Absolutely.
scam though. Because I mean, you mean to tell me I gotta pay you and register my car after I already paid the tax on owning the car? I then gotta pay you to drive it again. On top of that, now I gotta pay for insurance. And like you said, I'm not a socialist or anything, but like healthcare should be free. At least emergency care. Like
Oh, and
like
basic checks, like
yeah,
children,
like
you got to take your children to the doctor. That should be covered, man. Like,
yeah, I feel like yeah.
I found out, I mean, technically emergency care is kind of free because you don't really have to pay back. I'm just being honest, you really
Yeah.
don't.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Because
Huh?
I can tell you, it's not free, but you don't have to pay it back.
Yeah,
Right?
someone told me it's not even on your credit.
No, it is. It's a medical debt. So the way emergency care works is legally hospitals cannot deny you emergency care. Legally, no, we swear oath, we cannot turn a patient away. Period. Right? Whether you have
But
insurance or not.
but that's why cash is king. Okay? So y'all stop financing stuff, okay? Because your credit, it doesn't really matter that much if you got cash.
Mm.
Mm.
I
What you
mean,
said there? Mm.
because credit, only America uses a credit score. So it's like, you
Yeah,
can't
it's
really,
you
but
The problem is it's hard to live like that when you're already playing the deck game.
yeah,
Like it's
like
made
paycheck
like
to
that.
paycheck. And to be fair,
that's
like
the
I
point.
live,
Get off the debt game.
Yeah, it's hard.
but
That's
that's
what I'm saying.
easier
It's
said
hard
than
What's so hard
done,
about
though.
it? Well, okay. Why is it easier said than done?
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so you said you bring up lifestyle. Like
Mm-hmm.
your point is lifestyle.
I'm a minimalist, just to let you know.
Exactly. So
I'm the
that's a
same
that's
way.
a lifestyle. That is a lifestyle. Like
Yeah, a
minimalist.
lifestyle that will afford me a lifestyle to do whatever I want.
Okay, if you don't mind me asking how much you make, yeah.
Oh, I do mind you asking.
Okay, ballpark.
I'll tell my
6
business like
figures,
that.
6
You said
figures,
what?
or like close to
No,
6 figures.
to be no, it's not. I'll say this. I don't make that much and I make a lot.
Yeah, that's the irony though, because if you're not playing the debt game, your money
That's the
goes way
thing.
farther. It
That's
goes
the
way
thing. I
farther.
literally have no debt. Like, actually, I had a mortgage, and my home just sold because I moved or whatever. And so I don't even have a mortgage anymore. So I have zero
But
debt. Cars
that's
paid
not
off.
fair though.
Cars paid
That's
off. I still get a monthly income.
that's
Yeah,
not fair though, because
What's not fair?
you're saying get off of debt, but you don't have debt to begin with. Not saying you
Yeah,
didn't,
because I got off debt.
but you
yeah,
had
but
a mortgage.
80% of people in the U.S. are
Ye-
living in debt.
What I'm saying, and actually, yeah, because actually my goal, which is an error that I made, which is why I ended up selling my house. So the reason why I ended up getting that mortgage, that was my second mortgage, right? Is because I had moved to another state, and so I was paying. I was in an Airbnb for it was like $4,000 a month. You know what I mean? So I was like, shoot, I gotta find me a home like mad fast, because I was waiting for my other house to finish getting off the market, whatever. Anyways, so anyways, I was looking for a home like mad fast, and I don't like HOA, but when I moved to Georgia, all the great properties are in HOA, and I don't live in city. Like I'm sorry, I'm just not a city life person. So I've always lived in the suburbs. I need somewhere that I feel that it is safe for my child, and so that's why. And plus, I wanted to get a home because if it's better for you for that money that you are spending every month to go into an investment. So even though I have a mortgage, that money that I'm making, it's like it's your bank. Your home is your bank. So even when you sell the home, you are still making that money back. You understand? So it's
I got
better than, yeah. So for me, when you have a mortgage, but anyways, I digress. So I've sold that home because I want to go and look for a home that I'm going to pay cash.
But I had a question though, because
Huh?
you said cash is king. You
Yeah.
finance. You had a mortgage, so you had to finance, correct?
Yes, but the plan is to get off that.
But
The
to
plan,
begin with, though,
even with my mortgage, cash is still king. Like the mortgage is an investment property. It's not the same as when you finance something and it's just going down the drain. It's not the same thing.
no, I get that you're saying it's an asset, and I agree. But what we're talking about is the fact that you had the luxury to even do that. You're already ahead. Most people can't afford to pull out a
But
mortgage.
no, but do you understand? I had saved money, right? So even if I purchased my home by myself, right? So even if my credit was low, I had cash to put down.
And that's what we're getting at. The average person doesn't have that.
But
Like
they
the average
don't, because that's why I'm a minimalist. That's why I have cash. You're not getting it.
And
No,
you're
we
saying
are
most people
getting.
aren't like
What
that
we're
though,
No, I
saying
know. Well,
is,
that's the
or they
thing.
don't have the
what we're
That's
saying
why
is
I
that
opportunity to.
say, yeah, you're literally just saying that most people are not able to like to do what I'm doing, because it's literally you have to shift your mind. That's why I'm saying most people have debt issues because of a lifestyle they want to live.
but this is where I disagree. I think most people have debt issues because the cost of living is high. Like you're saying you're a minimalist, and that's true, right? Like that is 100% true. But the average person doesn't have. The average American lives paycheck to paycheck, and they don't even have $1,000 on their savings. It's proven. Like
Yes,
yes,
but when you actually look into what people are spending their money on, all right, good night, unnecessary. Like when most people literally, you asked the guy earlier, what do you spend on your groceries? He never thought of that. Yes, oh, how much do you spend per year on your kid? Nobody is budgeting, nobody is looking into any of that. They're just spending. It is an American issue. That's why they feed everybody all of this. Like even for the holidays, I don't celebrate holidays. You know what I'm saying? Because like it feeds into the loop of you go into debt, you make money, you save money, then you go right back into debt, and it's a whole cycle, and it's very stressful. You're always gonna be a slave to the lender. Always. And God does not call for us to be like that.
It's designed like that too.
Yeah, but you have to like, if you have a mind to fight against it, fight against it.
I would say that I don't know. Let somebody else go.
What's up, Jay Breezy? Beezy.
Hey there. Hey, you're speaking the gospel right there about lifestyle changes. I just want to speak on a little thing with Bri. Like with your lifestyle of maybe you and your significant working, y'all chose to use a child care as if that's standard. You know, back in the day when I had my son and child care was rising, then I had to make a lifestyle choice whether I want somebody else raising my child and putting them in child care, and kid getting sick all the time by being around other kids. So when I was married at that time, we just had to come to a point of making a sacrifice. We both worked, but I made the sacrifice to work part-time, and I let my wife at the time work full-time over at the hospital, and then we would switch off so we wouldn't have that cost. You know, some people cannot go past that to try to make sacrifices within their lifestyle to accommodate a child. And I know you probably had your child at a younger age, and I salute you for not deleting the child. However, you know, you just gotta roll with the punches. You know, I never saw when I was raising my son that there was like an added cost, like it was so much. It was like there was all kind of ways you can cut, and I'm not saying that you're not doing that, but you just got to find more creative ways to keep more of your money in your pocket. And let me land my boat right there. Let me land my plane right there.
So I think
Yeah, good
y'all are
points.
looking at it from like the aspect of I'm in a struggling situation.
Who, you?
No, I'm just saying, like, well, yeah, we're using me, right? Like,
No,
'cause
I
yeah,
don't think you're struggling at all. I think you I think there's certain things that you would love to do. Uh because like there's probably a certain, like I said, lifestyle you would like to
no,
live.
I feel like, and here's where, because I'm one of, like, and wholeheartedly I agree with what you're saying, but I also understand that the average person isn't able to be a minimalist. Like when we were talking about car insurance, and I told you my car insurance was high, y'all was like, "What? I wouldn't drive. I wouldn't." I have to. I have to drive. Like, so that's
Why do
where
you
I'm
have to
saying,
drive?
how am I supposed to get to work? I lived in
How far is your
Texas.
job?
My job was 30 minutes away. So I do you back. I mean, I tell you where I work, right? So
I'm sorry, but I'm
minimalism.
carpooling. I'm sorry. I'm not paying $800 a month.
But okay,
I am gonna go half
but that's
with
willing.
somebody
That's if
else.
someone's willing. That's if someone's willing to give you a ride.
Yeah, but I'm
But
saying
everyone's
though,
not nice. See, and we live in this perfect world mind where it's like
no, it's
perfect
not
world.
perfect. All I'm saying is, like Jay Beezy was just saying, there are, like, you don't have to conform to it. Like you like people don't even attempt to do it a different way. The different way is going to be difficult because you're not used to it. But people don't attempt at all.
So
You
my
got to take
question
the
for
road.
you, my
I'm
question for
sorry.
y'all then is: you get average high school graduate from a low income area. What is the steps you giving them so they can live a minimalist lifestyle? Let's not even say minimalist, so they can live a happy lifestyle. And I'm
A
not
high
talking
school,
about
a high school
graduated high
graduate,
school, or let's say college. Let's say college.
do they have
Even
the
though
kid like after college or something? Like when did you have your
no
child?
kid. Let's do no kid. Just the
Mm-hmm.
average 18-year-old at a mom and dad's house. They're on their own, real world. What's the steps you're giving them?
Well, to me personally, I think while you are young is the best time to travel. It's the best time to explore different states. And so, because people often feel like they are stuck in their state, and that, like, you literally have nothing holding you back. You can drive to another state, see what that looks like. Car insurance might be different over there. There might be different property over there. Like, we have Google. You can literally Google so many different places. I believe in like exploring, especially when you are young.
Okay, how do you pay for it? How do you fund it? Because that's not free.
Yeah, so when you were, see, that's the thing. When you were staying at home and working, you were probably spending your money. When you were in college, you're probably spending your money.
No, we're talking about fresh out of high
Yeah,
school.
but what I'm saying is it starts when you're during those times, right? So now you have to okay, no problem, persist. Good night. Oh shoot, my bad. Dang, I didn't even know you was gonna my bad. I didn't know you was gonna come off mute. Good night, man. What I was saying is, so now you have to like basically play catch up, right? So you are now stuck in your hometown, and you're gonna be stacking up your money. You're gonna be eating rice and beans, noodles. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be couponing. I mean, and also there are what's that thing? Split pads. Because if you don't have children or whatever, they're like these They're like apartments, but they're cheaper because you're splitting it with different. They're like rooms that you split with other people. And
Like a
especially
room in
being
the
that you are a
boarding house.
man, that so it's way like, you know, women, they have to like consider like, oh my God, who am I here with? Whatever. I mean, you do also, but the risk is a little bit less for you as a man.
You also got to figure out your latte factor. There's a book that I read back a little while ago. This lady wrote Nickel and Dime, and she went undercover, and she was a well-to-do lady. She just went undercover, went in the workforce, got on certain jobs, and she see if she could do it. Like what everybody's complaining about, the cost of living and whatever. You know, but to make a long story short, you got to figure out your latte factor. When I say latte factor, it's usually most people have habits that they continue every day and not realize it. Like they might buy that latte from the coffee shop, and the latte is probably costing them $7 a day, and they gotta have that latte. You know, and then you figure if you put that latte out of your life for at least a month or so, look how much money you done saved. And I've had lattes, my latte factor, and I learned to reduce my latte factor. And I've also learned to be very resourceful. Just like my cousin had a kid around the same age as my kid, and he thought nothing of getting his kids Jordans. And you know how much them baby shoes can be.
$80.
Yes. No way. No way would I pay for that.
Nah, I
And
feel you.
then he would fly through all that stuff with his kid. I would just get his I would get the shoes from him basically. You know? My kid don't know what Jordans are, you know? It's just that the adult puts more emphasis on that, you know? And you know, or what we're doing is just certain things that we do that we feel that we can't compromise on because we've been so ingrained in being a consumer, you know, that you got to think outside the box.
Yeah. And Brian, I think you are an amazing young man. If nobody ever told you that you are doing an amazing job, like I don't even know you, but I can tell you do what you got to do. You hold your responsibilities. You're trying to hold your family together. You know, you're trying to keep that 2-parent household. You know, you're on one page. You're trying to communicate. Like, dang, I got to give you a little clap. Wait. For real. Because all the things that I'm telling you, I wish somebody would have told me when I was younger. When I think about all the money I could have saved, you know, all the money I could have invested in a Roth IRA. Like these things that I'm learning, I had to learn for myself, you know, and luckily my son, he gets to benefit from that, from my knowledge. And then he can teach, you know, his children, stuff like that. That's the stuff that we really need to pass down, right? Once we snap out of it and figure it out. Like even my son, like he don't even buy Robux, like, and it's only like some cents or something like that. He's like, nah, I already talking about like capitalism and why, you know, it's just, you're entering into this avenue for you to purchase more and more and more and more. So he's like, it doesn't, you know, he just doesn't need it, you know? So, but I just want to tell you that, thank you for even listening. And minimalist life is not for everybody. It takes a level of humility, and consciousness, because then you're like comparing yourself to other people and what they have, you know? And then also there's pressure to, to participate in things that other people participate in that may not be conducive, or beneficial, you know what I'm saying? So, but it's about finding that balance of living in this world and doing what you know that you want to do. Not, you know, That's all.
Hey, Brian, just like Rachel said, um, you're you're young enough to explore different areas to live. I don't know if your job will be able to take you different places, like different markets, but $800, man, that's way too much for insurance. And I don't know what to tell you about that. And let's say that you did decide to uh, carpool with somebody else, you still got to keep insurance on your car, right? I don't think they're just going to let your car sit without insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy.
I was just saying I'm getting rid of the car. I'm gonna get a scooter. I don't know what I gotta get. I don't know what I gotta get, but I've never even paid that much for my car payment. Like,
I am fortunate enough to have a job where I get to travel, right? Like I've lived abroad, I lived in the States, I moved to Louisiana, I'm moving to Carolina next. So like I have like traveled and I've like that's why I said like the flood and all of that because I was in Louisiana. So my current car insurance was through the flood. I mean, for Louisiana, and that's when we was having the hurricanes and stuff like that. So that's why I said like I'm shopping around now. It's different, but in February when it's time to renew. But yeah, like I and that's what I was saying. Like I agree with y'all wholeheartedly about like the latte factors and stuff. Like I was fortunate enough to start having spare change to invest early. Like I was able to invest early. I was able to not have to pay for health insurance because my job provided that. So like I get it. Like and I understand completely. Like a lot of my peers, they have habits that they can't eat without doing the habits. And I understand completely. Like, bro, if you cut back on just spending that $70 a day, you'd be so much further. But it's easy for me to say that because I have the benefit of not having said habits.
so what made you a frugal person?
If you want me to be honest, so I had a kid early. I was spending money loosely. I had a job in high school, and then I had a baby on the way at my senior year at 17. I had a baby on the way. And then I walked in, I couldn't afford Similac, like, because we were prepping for the baby shower and stuff like that. Similac was $18, and I didn't have the kid yet, so I couldn't get WIC. My checks was only $140 or $200, somewhere around there. I don't remember. It was like 5 years ago, but like somewhere around there. So at that point, I was like, okay, I got to go get a job, right? And then I chose to go be a paramedic. That's what I chose, right? So once that happened, it was like I got a kid, rent, everything's adding up. Plus, I have to move her mom too. Like we were just starting young, and we didn't have no help. There was no mom, dad, grandparents to fall back on. It was just strictly me, my old lady, and my kid. That's it. There's no family. I'm gonna stay by herself. Figure it out. So that's what kind of forced me into like being more frugal. And then I watched my peers, and like I said, a wise man will learn from other people's mistakes. I watched my parents make mistakes. I watched my siblings make the mistakes of buying Jordans every day. I go to Walmart and get my kid the sparkly shoes because, like you said, my baby doesn't know who Michael Jordan is. Hell, I buy rep Jordans. I buy the fake version of Jordan. You can't tell. And because it's me, like, you're going to think it's real anyways. Like, so who cares, right? So, like, that's where, like, I've always had the mindset. And I've always had the mindset of thinking about tomorrow. Like, yeah, cool, I'm going to have these Jordan today, but I want to be rich tomorrow. So, like, that's where it comes from for me, right? Like, my extra money, I'm fortunate to say that I have a savings to fall back on. And I'm also blessed to say that I can put 500 in this account, 500 in that account for this investments, 500 for these investments. Like, but it'd be insane for me not to realize that a lot of people just aren't as lucky or in the situation that I'm in, right? Like,
But
I do
the
have a
thing is,
two-parent
it's not
household.
luck though. That's all I'm trying to tell you. It's not luck. You put in the work. It's a mindset.
I mean, yeah, but we already talked about it earlier. Like, I was just exposed to it. I was exposed to it. A lot of people in my generation just aren't exposed to it. We just don't have that guidance. So I think like
Wait, exposed to what? You said that you watched other people do
I
the
mean,
opposite.
yeah, like but like Roth IRAs, right? Like a traditional versus a Roth, right? Like a lot of people in my generation don't even know the difference between the two. They didn't even know those two exist. Like
So how did you find out?
I found out. So when did I start my Roth? My Roth was what, 18? My mom had met someone in a church, and she had sat down with my mom, and my mom had made me sit there with him. And then from that day, she took me to an agent, and she started my account. It was like $100 every 2 weeks. I think that's where I started at. $100 every 2 weeks. Right, but I had someone there to give me that information. I didn't learn that in school. I learned that through some random old lady at church, some old deacon. It was a deacon, I think, or sorry, not that deep in the church anymore. But some deacon in the church showed my mom one day, and she made me sit down with her, and they set up my account on the spot. Like, that's how I was fortunate to find out about that. Like, the trades and learning how to actually craftsmanship. I found that out because I had a job and my manager owned a construction company. And so I was just blessed enough to meet him. And he started showing me like different things. He even as little as how to find studs and change a tire. No one showed me that, right? Like men should know these things, but if no one shows you or teach you how to do it, you're just turning a screw. Like, you know, or how to change your car battery, or how to fix certain things, how to even test if a car is a good car to buy, right? Because you said buy a little cheap cash car. No one's there to teach you what to look for, what a radiator sounds like, what a coolant, serpentine belt, so things of that sort. Like, I was just lucky to meet a lot of people to teach me before I jumped into that deep end of the pool.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think when I
That's
say look, that's just what I'm talking about, like the knowledge aspect, not necessarily like the mindset. Because like you can lead a horse to water all day long. I tell my friends all the time, bro, y'all have me. I'm literally the cheat code because y'all seen me do it. Just do what I do. Just cut back for a year and just thug it out for a year. And I promise you can go travel the world and do whatever you want to do. Just sit back for a year.
You know, the new cheat code
I'm
is the new cheat code right now, because we live in the information age. We're not in the industrial age anymore. And if you need to figure out something, it's so easy. It's like the Matrix, man. You could download information. You can get on YouTube. You get on and see everybody who has done something, and everybody and their mama is making a video on how to blah, 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 this and that. And then it's a wealth of information that people are, I believe, should take advantage of. I mean, people are going to make little silly videos and everything, but there's a lot of information out there that we could tap into, and they can just get you up to speed, that you don't have to go through school for so many years to learn something.
But I get you, Brad, because I always encourage. I'll be like, the older generation, soon as you start talking smack about the younger generation and what they're doing, what did you give them as support? Like, what you know what I'm saying? What did you provide them with? How did you help in guiding? And most of the time, it's just a lot of talk about what they should and shouldn't do, but nobody's really guiding them on anything. And so some of us just get lucky. Like, I'm an immigrant. My dad was always working. I literally raised myself. You heard? You know, and my brothers raised themselves, and it's just a matter of like, dang, lucky to still be here.
You know, I don't know if you guys have heard of King Randall before. He's a young black man that has a school for boys down in I think it's New Albany, Georgia, something like that.
I heard of him.
And
He's
that's
wonderful.
yeah, that's what he does. He teaches everything like practical stuff, how to change a tire, how to do this, how to do that. But he gets them motivated and builds their confidence and up and stuff like that to be able to go into life and with the confidence that they can learn, they can conquer, that they can be successful. And we need more schools like that around the nation, I believe. But look him
Yes.
up on YouTube sometime, what have you.
Yeah, that's needed everywhere. And I do apologize. Hey everyone, I just I just want to answer. Wait, did everyone answer the question?
Yeah, we'll let you and Mrs. K.
Okay, so is different generations the problem question, or the era we are in today? I don't the problem. Dang. Definitely the era we are in is a problem. Yes. The problem is because like just anything I could go back to like even school they don't teach kids how to write script, cursive, however you want to say it. Like the generation stuff, like young people stuff, like middle school, elementary school. They don't teach none of that stuff. Generation and then I feel like kids are raising kids. That's a big problem for me and for the world. Cause at the end of the day, when you raising raising kids, baby, they raising each other when that child's a teenager. They want to turn up and all this stuff. Like it's like it's yeah. I'm gonna keep it like that. Yep. We are not the
That's
problem.
true.
I'm an 80s baby. We are not the problem. It's this generation.
Oh, y'all not the problem.
Whoa,
Oh,
hold
okay.
on. I was
Not
with
the
you.
problem, baby.
Let's
Oh,
get it
I
then.
Okay,
Nope. You
baby,
said what
I
you
wanted to
said.
say that first.
Okay,
so
it's
let's
Miss
talk about that.
K's time.
Thank you,
Wait,
Rachel.
Okay, sound like
wait.
y'all ain't 80 babies.
Nah, I'm a 2000s baby.
Oh, what?
Bruh, hold on 1 second, man. Because we gotta get her, bruh. That's
Yeah,
okay.
hold on.
No, but
Miss K.
You
we're not
up
gonna
on
get it in the
me.
bad way.
Let me
We don't want to destroy nobody in the bad way.
no. Let's get Miss K
But
and
it's a civil conversation. There you go.
Nah,
that's
it's
right. That's
okay.
right.
It's
Okay,
okay.
so
Hi,
I want to
everyone.
know the age
So Rachel, you a
ranges.
2000s baby too? Okay, respect.
No, 86.
Oh,
There you go.
okay.
You 80s baby. You
Okay,
ain't got
so
no conversation.
I'll answer the
Yeah,
prompt.
but nah, man. Y'all the problem.
Oh,
No,
okay, this
y'all
gonna be
not.
interesting.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Miss.
Wait,
Hold
no,
on.
wait, hold on. She may
Hold
be
on.
an 80s baby. Wait,
Oh,
no.
hold on. We got to get Miss K to answer the prompt, and then we'll
Thank
go
you.
back to open panel. Hey,
Nobody
Miss
care
K.
about her.
Hey, Rachel. Hello,
Look, nobody
everyone.
care about her. No, I'm just kidding.
Is different generations the problem? I look at the word generations. So based on that, yes, but as a specified or the era we are in today, the era we are in today is a huge problem. The era we're in today, smartphones, social media, it's been a huge detriment. As statistics show that a huge detriment. And our children better or worse than we were? They are worse. Who's to blame? Social media, parents, society. Does it make sense to keep having babies? Yes. If you can put in the work. I see you said.
Okay, that's it, Miss K. Miss K, you shocked the heck out of me. I thought you was gonna go the other route, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yes, it is.
It's okay. So you said that they're worse. Worse in what? This generation is worse in what? Worse than the other generation in what?
Are you referring to the question? Are children better or worse than we were?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In what way are they worse?
Because they have smartphones, and I think about it, and I thought about it several days ago.
No.
The Bible with Adam and Eve, and the tree of knowledge, and God told them, "Don't bite, don't take from the tree of knowledge, don't bite." And Eve did, And when she took that bite, she realized that they were naked, and they realized a whole bunch of other stuff. And
Okay,
I
so
like,
so they are learning too much and being exposed to too much.
yes, in a sense,
Okay,
yes.
so how has that made them worse? Like what is worse about them?
Okay, for example, especially in the females, because it's both in males and females, but especially in females, they have this smartphone, and a lot of times, what's happened, and it's still happening, parents introduce or give their child a smartphone at the age of 10, 11, what have you, and you giving them a computer, you giving them access to many things, and this statistic shows they're looking at other people on social media, especially for the females. They're looking at other females. Oh, she's pretty. Look at her body. All this. And they have, and in addition to that, these kids have access to each other 24/7. I work at a school. I'm just like, remember back in the day when you had beef with somebody at school? It stayed at school, unless y'all lived in the same neighborhood. Nowadays, if they have beef with somebody in school, it will follow them home, i.e., social media, the phone. You get what I'm saying? That's why I feel like
Okay.
it works.
Yeah, but maybe
Can I?
do y'all understand my question?
Yeah, no. I think. I
Okay.
think.
Maybe say
No, she
what
said that this generation is worse than
it
the
is.
past generation. In what areas are they worse? Are
I
they
think
worse in
like.
crime?
Well,
Are they worse in
I can answer that.
promiscuity? Uh-huh.
I can answer that.
Education.
No,
They're
no,
lacking.
no. You
And
had your
social
chance,
skills.
Miss
I
K. You had
apologize.
your chance. Nah, you had your chance, baby. Bye, Felicia.
But social
Bye,
skills
Felicia. Bye,
lacking.
Felicia. Bye, Felicia.
All right. Well, go ahead,
No,
Lorraine.
civilly. Bye, Felicia. She had a chance.
All
Listen,
right, you doing too much.
they are very
Yeah.
disrespectful in this age. They're disrespectful in schools, fighting adults. I see in elementary school, and I'm in Atlanta. I'm born and raised from New York City, live in Atlanta. My daughter don't do that crap, but still, I see that all that stuff. Everybody see it on YouTube and TikTok and all that stuff. Kids fighting teachers and all that stuff. Where they do that at? Back in the day, that would never happen. That's 1, 2, and 3. We can talk about cursing. Oh, remember that lady? They fought them scallywags, scallywag kids fought that lady that had sickle cell. She was trying to pick up her son, her daughter and son. You saw that? Everybody saw that on social media.
Okay,
On
from
the
what
news.
I'm hearing mostly is that they are more disrespectful to their elders.
Right.
Right?
Can I
But
respond?
But
that's
just to
black.
let y'all know, the violence is not actually the violence has been less.
Okay, and you know what?
If
I
y'all
have
didn't know, the violence is actually less. But go ahead, Brian.
no. Okay, can I ask you this though? Wait, Miss Rachel, you said that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Miss Rachel, let me ask you this. So that question with the violence is less, and this is less. Let me ask you this. So, do you feel like it's a situation where it's less because if the kids are doing whatever they gotta do in the schools, teachers can't lay hands, or it's outside of schools in the schoolyards, kids lay hands and somebody get effed up.
Yeah. When I say the violence is less, I'm saying that juvenile kids going to juvie is less. Like there's less kids in juvenile detention.
Okay, then my next question. So, who do you feel like is responsible? The parent that's raising a kid in their household, or I mean, the parent that's raising the kids in the household, or the teachers raising the kids in class?
Can I jump in
What?
here?
Teachers
I just want that question answered.
What?
Please.
The fact that
'Cause I have
y'all
an
saying
older
teachers
sister.
raising the kids, that's
Baby,
it is
you
not for
already
the
know.
teacher to raise your kids.
They go that way, but I'm just want to answer.
No, but she
Okay, all right.
Look,
Lorena, we gotta let somebody else in. Go ahead, Brian.
So like you say, like we're disrespectful, right? And we curse and we do a lot of things.
What is we?
My generation. You brought up my generation because inherently, when you talk about the kids of today, that's technically like me. Like I'm in my 20s still,
Okay. How,
so
mm.
like yeah, I'm not like in school, but like I wasn't too long ago not in school, right? But like those are learned behaviors, right? Like confrontation isn't most people don't like confrontation. We actually are introduced to it by our parents, right? So like how we watch our parents respond to each other when they conflict. Like when I watch my mom and dad argue, like I pick up on those things. I watch how they handle it with the things that they say, how when to use curse words. Like that is all learned behaviors from the people
Right.
in front of us. So then when we always talk about like education, right? Yes, that's in two parts. The government does pull from our education from the school, but we all know these things. So then why aren't the next generation stepping up, passing down that
When you
knowledge?
say the next
Because there's a
generation, you talking
very
about like
big
the
disconnect.
OGs? You talking about like the OG?
Yeah, your
When you say the
OGs,
next
but
generation, the OGs
and
and all that. When it comes to,
hmm
I don't know. That's what you're speaking of. The OGs from back
yeah,
in the day stepping up. Okay, there you go.
hmm
See, yeah, that's another.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
but
another
like,
perspective.
but there's a big disconnect, and then like, and I'm not trying
It
to be
is.
funny, but I watched your interaction right between you and Miss K, right? When you was like you had your time, Felicia, right? Like to me, right? Like the way I'm saying it, like if I was interpreting it, it'd be like to you, you're just joking, like you're just having a joking moment. But to me, I'm already an emotional person because I grew up in an emotional generation. You couldn't necessarily say that to me because now I'm going to respond to you, even though you're joking. To me, it's not a joke. And I'm not saying she took it that way or anything like that. Like I'm not saying that, but that's just something like we observed. But to you, it's joking. So now to me, it's okay. So I can do that with the next adult because you just showed me that it's okay.
Brian,
So,
I'm glad you brought that up.
so like when we always say like the kids of today is the problem, yeah, but I learned it from you. So like you can blame me for you can blame me for what you taught me, but at the end of the day, your kids are always a byproduct of what you showed them. Yes, you can teach them something, right?
Another
Like,
applause.
Dang.
but like
Okay,
like even
dang.
drugs, right? I could tell my kid not to do drugs all day long.
You gotta
But if
say
she sees
schmugs.
or smug, I could teach my kid not to do recreational activities all day long. But if she sees that, she's still gonna do it. So no matter what I say, it's all about what you see and what you're introduced to. So like to say that my generation and I'm not here to say that we don't have flaws because we have a lot of flaws. We're very emotional, we're lazy, we're not really driven, and we lack education.
Oh,
But
Brian,
y'all don't
okay.
help us out either. Like y'all do not help us out. Y'all are quick to say what we suck at instead of building on what we suck at. Y'all just tear us down even more. So now instead of it being a halfway built bridge, there's nothing to even cross. I don't even see a road to begin with. I gotta swim across the lake now.
Yeah.
So,
Can I say
Brian,
this?
you
Can I
mentioned those
say
things,
this?
Brian,
Can
and
I
you say,
say this?
right?
Lorena,
Okay, go
hold
ahead.
on one second. Lorena, Miss K didn't get a chance to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to ask Brian a question. I hear you. You say y'all don't even help us out. We have these things you mentioned, i.e., we're emotional, we're lazy. But you said y'all don't help us out. What do you mean by that?
So like we understand my generation is lazy and all of these different things. But like y'all a lot of times it's not the message, it's the tone and the delivery, right? So like the older generation, y'all were raised on tough love. Y'all were raised on being hard and people not coddling y'all. Like y'all were raised on parents being firm with y'all and being raised in the village. Y'all mentioned that teachers used to be able to discipline kids. I got paddled in school by the principal and then got whooped again when I got home. Tell a parent of today's time that a teacher spanked their kid and watch that parent don't raise hell in that schoolhouse. I was raised when that was normal. Like that was a normal behavior. That teacher, it took a village. There's no longer a village. It's now just mom being the chief and everything I say go, or not even mom, just parents is the chiefs and their indoctrination of what their kid is going to be and what's normal and what's not. So when I say y'all don't help us, like y'all just naturally assume y'all, we have stigmas of every generation, and the stigmas for my generation, y'all really run heavy with them. Like y'all don't go out of, like Miss Rachel. She was like, it's very few times where I hear a lot of people actually give me my props, or like actually not even saying I would look for them, but like actually like
You're right.
sit there and willing to have a conversation with me, even if I disagree. We'll sit there and no, I don't really think that. I think this, and here's why, and actually explain it and provide a different perspective instead of it being, I'm 34 or I'm 43. I know what I'm talking about. You don't know nothing.
You sound like a
Like
scholar already.
like that's what I mean when I say y'all don't help us. Like y'all don't show, and I'm not saying y'all supposed to break it down Barney style, but have you seen our
No, don't
education
say that.
system?
Nope, nope. Don't say
Wait,
that.
hold on, Lorena. I didn't hear what he
As a
said. Go ahead, Brian.
community,
Yeah.
we should. But
I'm
he
not gonna say that we should.
Lorena, try not to cut off too much
I've
because
been
we're missing
stopped.
pieces.
I've been stopped. I don't know
You
why
just cut
anybody.
me off right now. I know I'm trying to be patient, but you gotta, with the conversation, try not to be too impulsive in the responses.
I
But go
want
ahead.
to make sure.
I mean, like, I forgot
You
what
said
was
the
that.
Barney style.
Oh yeah. So like, I'm not saying you got to break it down Barney style, but our education system, kids, you have to show them. Like like today's generation, you have to show us. You have to actually break. This is the cause. This is the effect. This is what happens if you don't do it. This is what happens if you do. This is what I did. This is what happened. Like you have to do those things because no kids aren't taking your word of mouth anymore. Like kids are now challenging every idea that gets presented to them. Why do I need to go to college when my degree doesn't mean anything anymore? Like why do I need to get a trade if none of y'all have a trade, and you telling me I need to go be a plumber and none of y'all are plumbers? Why do I need to, and then you're telling me plumbers make a lot of money, then why aren't you a plumber? Right? Like you're saying go be a doctor, but doctors, why do I need to go to school for 12 years to be in debt for $300,000? Like why should I do that? You didn't do it, so why should I? How are you going to tell me something works when you haven't done it?
Miss K, go ahead.
Brian, I agree with you. I
agree. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Miss Rachel. Go ahead, Rachel.
Oh no, see, look, when I tell you, this is why I listen to the youth, man. Y'all discount them because of their age. These young people have access to information that we never did, and I think the resistance, they're like waking up. They're waking up to a lot of things. And so this is like when we're looking at it, right? It's like as the adults of the past generation, a lot of the pushback that young people give or the questions they ask, it just sounds disrespectful, right? And I think young people, they get frustrated. Like when you are not heard, that breeds frustration and anger. And people need to be heard and seen. Like their experience is valid, especially young people. Their experiences are valid. And so when we just like brush them off, back in the days, they could be like, yeah, you're just a kid staying in a child's place. But no, today they have information. They're like, that's not healthy. That's not okay to be treating a child like they're not human. They just gotta, like, they don't have their own brain, and that they're not gonna eventually live their own lives. That's not okay to treat people like that. So I think older generations are frustrated with the pushback. But really they should embrace it. And it's being challenged, and when you're challenged, you grow. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah. And it's different. It's different.
And Rachel, I agree with you.
Different. I love it. I love everything you said. Everything. Miss K. Everything you said, Rachel, is so on point. And like you said, it's the unknown. It's different from someone not knowing and then going to the known and still being scared to go to the known.
Right.
Yeah. And then I'm okay. Right.
I was gonna say, responding to Brian and what you said, Rachel, because I work in education and I work with special needs students, but I interact at the high school level, but I interact with teenagers. and I've experienced at the middle school level, elementary. Everything you said, Bri, I agree with. And so, and same thing with you, Rachel. Bri, when you mentioned about education, I feel the same way, and I've been saying for years. The education system in our nation is antiquated. We expect students to sit at a desk for 6.5 hours. On top of that, every child is a different learner. You may have a child that's a visual learner, a tactile learner, and we're not addressing that. We're still antiquated, our education
Yeah.
system.
Just sitting at
And
the desk reading books.
and there's so much more. Especially these kids, they growing up in the world of technology. It's antiquated. And Rachel, what you said with the kids, I
Spot
agree with
on.
you.
Spot on.
Rachel, I'm old school,
Spot
but
on.
a big part working in education, I'm the talker. I want to hear you. And Brian, you mentioned that. What I enjoy talking to a student, and they're talking, they're articulating, they have ideas. That just warms my heart, makes my
Yes,
heart
ma'am.
smile.
Mhm.
We're in a different age because, like you said, Rachel, back in the day it was like, stay in a child's place, don't talk. No, and that's why, Rachel, I feel like, and there's some people that disagrees with me. I don't believe in spanking kids. It worked in the 80s, 70s, 60s. It worked, but this day and age, no, spanking is not going to work. It's about talking, and when you're
Yeah.
talking, you're teaching them. I think it was you, Brian, that mentioned that earlier. That example, being that example. Being
And
able to
then,
articulate.
and then where do you get to where Brian's at as an adult? To like we get to the point of Brian as an adult. We know first of all his problems as a small child to middle school to high school to a full blown adult like Brian. That's
So,
crazy.
so Miss
Like
Lorena, I am gonna just put you in the comment sections real quick. It's just for a little bit.
no, I'm
It's
asking genuinely.
So
no, I know.
That's
Okay.
fine. You do what you gotta
hold on,
do.
wait, hold on, real quick. Can I point out something real
Mm-hmm.
quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So like,
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
so prime example, right? Like in the comments section, if in me, right, where they're talking about like, oh, so you need to coddle the younger generation. Y'all are coddle, y'all are this, and that's not what we're saying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying coddle us. What I'm saying is it's okay to have a difference, but you do not have to have an authoritarian approach, just like your parents did you, because y'all were raised as in you do not question your elders. My generation isn't raised off of not questioning anymore, because now we're starting to ask these questions. Y'all feel like it's not saying y'all specific, but y'all are saying it's disrespect, or y'all take it as a version of disrespect because I'm now questioning your logic or I'm questioning where you're going. And then y'all say
Okay,
like,
so
oh,
Brian,
yes, ma'am.
Matt, Brian, are you saying the sense of growing up and like your mom or dad in that space?
He's saying in general. I
I'm
think he's
saying
saying
in
in
general.
general.
Oh, in
But
general.
okay,
Okay, gotcha.
so prime example, right? I have a kid. I'm 24. I have a
Can I?
5-year-old, and I also have a nephew, right? I have a nephew. He's a boy. He's 13. I just had the conversation with his mom, right? Where I was like, hey, I know you want to yell at him and stuff, but you don't discipline him. Yelling is nothing to young men, right? Because eventually he's going to realize that yelling are just empty threats, and he's going to start challenging you as an adult. Because as a young man, I'm going to challenge my parent. Oh, I know you're just going to yell at me and tell me to go to my room, but you're really not going to do anything. You're not going to discipline me. So
No,
what
that's
happens
not
if I
true.
don't go to
That's
my
not
room?
true. That's not true.
No,
That is
I'm just saying, like from my interaction, not saying every parent, but that's just what I said. So I told her like, hey, you have to start applying positive enforcement or some form of enforcement to everything you do. Yes, you're yelling at him, but now you're just it's just a shouting match. There's really nothing that's going to drive any positive interaction from this. If you want a result, you have to apply some form of force. So like when you're saying like you want to break through a younger generation, it may not be through a shouting match or I say do this, so you need to do this. It may be, hey, what are you thinking? Hey, what are your options? What do you want to do? Oh, I want to be X, Y. I want to be an astronaut. Okay, well, what are you doing working towards that? You're still building out the path. You're still applying the same lessons of guiding and mentorship. It's just not saying, well, if you want to be an astronaut, you need to go to school. You need to major in aerodynamics. You need to know this. You need to know that. Then you got to go to this school. Like there's a lot of ways to skin that cat, but I feel like the older generation just stuck in this do as I say because this is the gospel, this is law. And if you do what I say, it's gonna work. And now we're at a point where it's not working. It's not. So now what? Because I did what you said the first time, and now I got a degree that doesn't mean nothing. Or I don't know how I'm gonna eat today. Like that's what I'm saying.
Brian, I agree with you, especially when you mentioned the yelling.
Yeah.
I agree. I can't stand yelling, Brian. I can't stand it. And you're so right. But and when a parent's yelling at a kid, they are teaching them. That's how you get your point across by yelling. It's ineffective. We need to teach our kids to be able to articulate the basics. I'm angry. That's how I was teaching my kids. It's okay to be angry. It's a feeling. You're going through an emotion. That's okay. But the problem lies when you're doing negative because you are angry. It's okay to be angry. You should be able to say I'm angry. I'm angry because you did this. But I agree with you, Brian. Yelling is definitely ineffective. A child will be resentful. They will get angry, and nothing comes of it. You just
And
yell.
after that, they will remember that. Put that in perspective. They will remember that.
Personally, okay, I think that constant yelling is not okay, but I do think that it's okay to show your child that you're human. Like I don't feel too much guilt for if you told your child to do something 10 times and they're
Yes.
not listening and you yell at them, okay? They need to know that excuse me, sir, that's what happens when you like test that too many times. That's a natural reaction that's it's gonna result that way. But you can apologize, I apologize for getting out of character. But it is a natural human thing. Like I don't want people to think that they have to be this perfect parent. Like we have to show the resolution. How do you deal with it when this happens?
Yes. Yes.
And see, I'm glad you said that, right?
Mhm.
Like if I told you to do something 10 times, but that's in two parts. The fact that you let it get to, not saying you, right? But the fact that you let it get to 10 is where you showed me that it was okay to not listen the first 9 times. I got 9 times to get away with it before you finally raised your voice and did something. So that means I got
And
9 tries. Like
I
that.
think
That's
she's
the other
exaggerating. Let's
perspective.
go to
that's
3
a good
times.
point. Yeah, but you know what? That is a good point. So okay, it's different scenarios, right? So in that scenario, right? That's when
Yeah.
you take accountability for not being consistent, right? So for me, right? If I didn't provide my son with what he needed to get something done, I take accountability. I'm like, you know what? It's understandable that you would react this way because I didn't provide you with enough information to get it done, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and it's okay to do that. Like so I'm big on just if I didn't give you this, how can I expect for you to get to get the to do what I need you to do? So
Yes.
yeah, but Bri, that's a good perspective that you brought up.
But Rachel, I thought
Doc-
you was exaggerating with the 10 times.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
Brian,
okay. So when my example was that if I already gave you the tools and then you are now making the decision to maybe go because kids will do that. They're gonna test you just to
yes,
see
they
what they can
will.
get away with. But if
Yep.
I gave you the tools and did everything that I was supposed to do, then yeah, that's when my child will take accountability. He's like, you know what, you're right. I should have known better.
Yeah. Yes.
But let me get Dr. Z. Hey, Dr. Z.
Hey, Dr.
How's it
Z.
going? Thanks for letting me in.
Yes, sir. Thanks for coming
Interesting
up.
topic. Interesting topic. Something that I struggle with all the time. I have 4 kids. Me and my wife, we have 4 kids, 2 boys, 2 girls. And it's always a challenge because I had a very tough upbringing. So I'm Kurdish. Some of it is cultural, some of it is circumstance. It may be many things, poverty, whatever. So I had a tough upbringing, and my father was very strict. He was a disciplinarian, and some of that has affected me both positively and negatively. So I always struggle with this because I discipline my kids, when required. And sometimes, yes, I do raise my voice, I do shout. But what I do is I go back to them and apologize, was something my parents would have never done. I tell them clearly that I'm not perfect. I explain to them that the reason why I get so emotional and so stressed is because I care about them. I tell them that, for example, I wouldn't do this to my neighbor's kid because they're not my kid. I care about my kids. I care about their future, and I want them to be better than me. So I'm not ashamed to admit to them that I'm imperfect and that they can do better than me. And that's what I hope for. And that's the thing that helps me through, because they then slowly understand. Because when you're screaming, all they hear is the shouting, and I've become better at it over time. I've become more patient, but there was a time when I would scream much more than talk to them. And the screaming is just overwhelming for a child.
Yes, it is.
That's how I used to feel as a kid myself. I wouldn't hear the words. I would hear the screaming. I'd be terrified. I'd be anxious. So a lot of it is, there's a lot of theory around this. There's a lot of research. I'm a doctor myself, but in the real world, those researchers are not there with you, holding your hand. And those researchers are not there to deal with the consequences of your kids doing something that they shouldn't be. And one of the other things I say to them is, I say, look, one day you're going to go out into the world, and there's going to be all kinds of challenges. There's going to be discrimination. There's going to be barriers. And there are going to be people who will not be as patient, and they will use everything against you, whatever it is that you're imperfect at. So I do my best, but I'm not perfect at it, and I admit that to them. And I think that's one way of dealing with it, because everyone's circumstance is different. There's a lot of pressure. There's all kinds of worries and fears and anxieties, and I think we have to explain that to our kids. They need to know the reality as early as they can understand it. Because the real
You're
world-
muffled a little bit,
You're
Dr.
breaking
Z.
up.
You're
Yeah.
muffled.
Sorry, no problem. Well, I was nearly done anyway. So yeah, they need to understand the reality. They need to know the truth about the world, which is very
Right.
tough and very ugly. And I think as long as they understand that, maybe they will look back and try and contextualize it and understand that we do it out of care. There's some parents who do it out of brutality. It's the intent. It's the circumstance, it's the realities. Those things all matter. And I never had anyone sitting me down as a kid and explaining that to me. So when my father would get out of control and tell me, do this, do that, he would never come back and say, look, we're under pressure. We have a lot of problems. We're in the middle of war or chaos or this, that. He would never do that. And if he had done that, I would understand sooner, what he was trying to do, and that he did his best. And that's the end of it. Nobody's perfect.
And
I
that's
have
what Rachel was saying
question.
earlier, like talking to your child. But respect to you, Dr. Z, respect to you.
I appreciate that.
But
Dr. Z, I got a
doctor,
question for
do you think?
Go ahead, Jay. We haven't heard from you in a minute, and then you could go, Brian.
Okay, doctor, but do you think what your upbringing has your upbringing mold you into the person that you has it mold you to the person that you wanted to be? I mean, despite the strict upbringing.
That's
do you
a
think
really
your
good
parents-
question. That's a very good question. I mean, I've thought about that. I think yes. The answer, if it's a strict yes or no answer, then I will say yes. But obviously it's not as, ever as clear cut as that. But I think yes, because what my parents did, especially my father at the time, was A, what he needed to do, and B, all that he could do, right? So it's easy for me to look back and say, oh, he should have sat down with me, he should have spoken with me, he should have done something. But he didn't have the time. He didn't have the time. He was struggling. He was surviving. He was doing things that needed to be done for us to live. So it wasn't a perfect life, but it is a life. And today, what I've tried to do, and I think studying medicine has helped me, to be honest with you. I think otherwise I may have become a more brutal person, more kind of less empathetic father. But studying and learning and reflecting, and you don't have to study medicine. You have to reflect and kind of meditate and understand. Well, I've done that, and I've been able to understand what my father was dealing with. He was dealing with a world full of chaos and brutality, and he was trying to prepare me for that world, because you can hope for the best, but you also have to be ready for the worst. And it made me tougher. It made me persevere. And when there were times when I was dealing with that kind of brutality and racism and discrimination and whatever else myself, I was able to dig deep and kind of survive it. So yeah, so it has to be a yes. It has to be, because I'm here standing. I'm here
And
now.
Dr. Z, he did the best. He did what he knew how to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, I heard the expression, you can't do better if you don't know better.
There we are. That's the point. And he had his own life and his own reality. He lost his father, my grandfather, very early. It was a time when people from our background were brutally oppressed. Women suffered, mothers, it was a struggle. So he had whatever he had at his disposal, and he did his best with that. And that's all there is. You can look at someone else and think they're doing better, but you don't know what's going on in the background, in the reality, of their circumstances. So today with social media, it's very easy to think that someone out there is doing better, but we don't know. They're not gonna show you the real truth. We only ever show our best we only put our best foot forward in everything that we do. Unless we really trust someone. If we go for a job interview or something, we don't talk about all our weaknesses. We try and present ourselves in the best possible light. And that's, I think, true for the real world as well.
I got a question for you, Dr. Z, and it's in two parts. So, and I'll tie it back into the prompt. Do you think that your children of today would thrive or respond well to the way you were brought up, right? Like if they were raised by your parents. And the second part to that question is, and if you agree or disagree, then if you feel like it would be different, do you then think it's a generational problem, or do you think it's a modern day problem with today's youth?
Those are good questions.
That is.
Well, the first one, I think they would struggle because they haven't grown, or my kids have not grown up in that world. I grew up with extreme poverty, for example. I grew up with hunger, cold, simple things that we don't think about or don't like to think about because, it's not nice to remember. So I remember being cold a lot because we couldn't afford the heating. I remember being hungry a lot because there wasn't much food to go around and that kind of stuff. I remember going to, shopping or whatever, and I would see kids buying all these toys and interesting things. And I would have to kind of reserve myself and basically tell myself that that's not for me because we're not, in that situation. But my kids, firstly, didn't grow up in that reality, and they might not be tough enough to handle it. Secondly, today's generation has a very big weakness, which is social media, because social media, like many things in life, can be used in a good way or in a very bad way. And kids with no experience of life, no life experience, you have an immense tool at their disposal, and they have no idea what to do with it, and they end up consuming. So my kids, I constantly struggle with them consuming social media, playing all these games, things I don't even want to understand, because it's just beyond me. I don't want to deal with it.
That part.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's a nightmare. And I'm honest with them. I tell them, look, I don't understand what you're doing, but I know you're using a lot of your time and energy on it, and you're not going to get anything out of it. And there's always a chance I could be wrong, right? So I live in the UK right now, and there's kids here. There's a couple of guys, famous on social media and whatever. I forgot their names, but there's two guys whose parents, they were basically not Nigerian. The two brothers, they work with Logan Paul and all those guys in America, right? And this guy said, as a kid, he used to get heavily disciplined by his father for wasting time on social media, and yet that has now made him wealthy. But that's 1%. That's 1 in 1,000. You know what I mean? There's always going to be one, but it's not everyone. And so it's sometimes I tell them, I say, look, I admit I don't necessarily know what's best for you in the generation that you're at now, but I want to work with you. I want to try and have a relationship, spend some time with you, connect with you, because it's a big barrier, this social media. And in Australia, they've actually now banned social media for under 16s.
Yeah,
And
I heard that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and you know what? I believe in that. I think that's a good thing, because up to the age of 16, let them forget this nonsense. Let them just live at home, get to know the neighbors, kids, that kind of stuff. So it's a bit of both. I think it's generational, but it's predominantly technological, I believe, because life has become very unnatural, because we have a tool now that allows us to access the world, but in what way and for what purpose? A kid doesn't know what to do with that. They might ruin their entire lives with one video, one clip, that will follow them forevermore.
Yes.
We didn't have that. We lived in the world that we were at. We didn't live everywhere all the time at every hour of the day. You got kids who are sleep deprived. You got kids who are constantly online, addicted to watching one video after another. This is ridiculous. It's too much. It's too much.
Yes.
But are they addicted because they have nothing else replacing it? Like that's my main thing. I'm sorry. When adults, no, not you, Dr. Z, because I know you I know those kids are in all types of classes, okay?
Yeah.
But when adults don't provide children with anything to replace that, and then they just complain about what their kids are doing, I really don't like that. Like, you have to push yourself and motivate. Like that, first of all, technology is even hard on adults. We barely want to get off the phone.
That's true.
So what do you guys think these children are struggling with in getting off the phone? It is a very difficult thing. So as parents, you have to, even if you don't have the time to do it, build a community where you can have somebody take your child to something else. Or if they are doing the game thing, I don't know, for me, I try to get him to find some way where it's an investment of his time. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe he's building a game, whatever. Maybe he's like doing the creative arts, whatever. But just reminding them, like, you're on this, but what are you getting in return? Like Dr. Z was saying, right? But we can't blame these kids for continuously using these things when you're not giving them anything to replace it with.
So one thing I think for sure is that you're in the parent, you're in control of how long they can be on them, and so realizing that they can be destructive to their attention span, to their overall focus and view on reality. It's up to the parent just to stop the kid from having access to whatever it is. If it's a cell phone, take it. If it's something that is a computer, something in this room, you can shut that down. You know, physically can do that. Then you as a parent have the burden of coming up with something else that the kid can use his time, structure his time around. You know, I think some parents, out of frustration or whatever they're going through, some of it is laziness. I think some of these parents don't have the natural affection. Also, they just let the computer systems and the cell phones babysit their kids. You know, that's an easy way that they can just not have to deal with him. Well, hey, that's one more stressful thing in life I ain't got to deal with. So.
But
I
when
agree.
you remove the phone from them, right? Because the thing is, after school, that's the time when kids get in trouble. Okay, so you tell them, you take that away, and then they go what? Go explore outside in this world. That's cool and all, but let me say, most of their friends are still on the technology.
True.
So that's why I'm telling you, because these kids, they're not meeting at the park anymore. Yeah, you did this with
No.
your kid, but he ain't got nobody else to play with.
True.
You gotta
So
put your kid.
yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, I think the biggest thing is to figure out ways to fill up their schedule.
I have an idea on that because, like, with the children, I also teach martial arts, and I teach kids class martial arts. So you see a lot of different personalities and stuff like that, and that is an hour of time where they're not on the phone. They are under my instruction, and they're learning fundamentals and how to protect themselves and how to protect their family and stuff like that. So you gotta pick some other extracurricular activities that they can engage in that is learning, and it gets them away from the phone, like the doctor said, because that's another form of addiction, if you want to look at it, escapism or whatever. So we really need to emphasize that.
I agree. And last thing I want to say, I'm sorry guys, I've got a meeting coming up, but I agree with what you said because all of my kids are different, right? The girls, the boys, and so on. And my oldest, who's nearly 12 now, my son, he has a lot of energy. And what I've done with that is I've tried to make it into a positive. So he does a lot of sports, boxing, judo, jiu-jitsu, basketball, rugby, which we have in England, it's quite brutal. So that makes him use his energy, get fit, and then he's not as agitated, It's something I didn't have, which I think, growing up can be challenging sometimes. So kids can have a lot of energy. It's all different depending on the child. But what I've tried to do is to use it positively. So if he has a lot of energy and strength, I want to do something with that so that he doesn't go out and do something bad with it, something that he'll regret. So, you know what I mean? So it's tough, but there are ways of doing it.
True.
I appreciate your time, guys. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you, Dr. Z. I hit you with a follow. I definitely want to see your content.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's the only doctor I'll go to.
Say again.
Wait, what's your field of study?
So it's internal medicine, but I work primarily as a researcher now, as an academic.
Wonderful.
So
That's wonderful. Thank you for your work.
Thank you so much. It's been great, guys. I hope to see you again. Take care.
Yes, sir. Take care. Oh, Jay, are you still rolling, or you want to get in on this?
Man, my ass was flying because of the shit that I was hearing was pissing me off so damn bad.
Uh-oh.
Like, when I tell you, making my ass itch isn't even the description of how bad I was fucking pissed hearing this shit. But
That might be like a fungal issue.
it's just a saying, bro. Relax. I'll preface this by saying that my generation is not perfect. There's plenty of flaws that I have grievances about myself. But the shit that I was hearing from a lot of the, I guess, older people on this panel and in the comments alike just shows how either obtuse a lot of you are being or how tone deaf a lot of you are being. Either that or just somebody's just being blatantly slow. Either way, pick a struggle. There's a lot of things that we were raised under that was literally a direct trauma from how our grandparents raised you. And you projecting that onto us and expecting us to take that shit to the chin, we nixed that shit the second that we became the second that we became adults. We don't operate off of that same pretense. Mind you, this is the same older generation that used to slap the shit out of us for just saying the word lie. We couldn't even say lie around y'all without getting the shit slapped out of us. There's a lot of things that we couldn't do that was necessary when it came to growing into adulthood that we were blatantly robbed of because you took your parents' words and lessons as fact and gospel when you even know that there was a lot of bullshit that your parents did to you that you ended up repeating the cycle, and you, instead of actually breaking that cycle, you projected that bullshit onto us, and we had to end up breaking that cycle. For example, this isn't something that necessarily personally affects me, but this is something that I've definitely seen with friends my age bracket and cousins around my age bracket as well. There's absolutely no reason why I have cousins that don't trust their parents because when they were about 6, 7 years old and got touched by the uncle, and now when they tell their parents, all of a sudden they're lying. And that they were just dressed fast. There's no reason why that should have happened. Parents should have came to bat for them right out the gate, but that's not what happened, did it? So now you do have a lot of women my age that are very hyper independent because of that very fucking reason. So there's no conversation that needs to be had when it comes to our generation, when it was the older generation that was literally fucking us off while you were supposed to be the one responsible for raising us into adults. We
Yeah,
couldn't
I hear
defend
that.
ourselves. We couldn't defend ourselves against y'all because y'all took everything as disrespect. Any single pushback, and we could come to you in the most respectful way. Hey, mom. Hey, dad. I don't necessarily like how you made me feel about this situation. And your response was, "Oh, are you talking back, or are you just being overly sensitive, or whatever the case may be?" So we couldn't even talk to y'all about the shit that we had going on. That's why a lot of people my age literally are going no contact with their parents because when they try to have these conversations as adults, now that they are of age to be able to defend themselves fully without having to worry about getting their asses whooped by whatever object is nearby in proximity, right? Now we can't even have a conversation with y'all because now all of a sudden you don't even remember what the fuck happened while you were raising me. That's that bullshit. There is absolutely no reason why you should be pointing the fingers at us. You should be pointing the fingers at y'all, yourselves, because you raised us. Talking about coddling and shit. We weren't even coddled. Most of us were fucking abused. I don't want to hear that shit.
We ain't got to point the finger, bro. It's about two things. It's about awareness and it's about accountability. So cool. You're saying that the older
You're a little
generation.
muffled. You're a little muffled. Your sound.
Can you hear me a bit better now?
Yeah.
Alright. So it's two things. It's awareness and accountability. We can be here all day saying it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault, but nothing's gonna change. We're not gonna help no one, and there's not gonna be no change for the generations below us. Yeah. For me, I'll give my parents the benefit of the doubt because they come to a new country and they're trying like I know they're in survival mode. So like raising me, they done a brilliant job because I didn't turn out a waste man and a bum. Do you get me? So and I think like a lot of parents done well in that regard, and that's what they was trying to do. They wasn't trying to raise no waste man or a bum or someone who's just gonna just take from the world and not give back and not be like a productive member of society. You feel me? Our parents were out here working because working is all they knew. But now times have changed. I'm not gonna be working the same. Do you know what I mean? I'm working online. I'm getting money from here, and here. I can be more attentive to my child. I can open up the communication channels. It all changes with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna now like do the same to my youth so they can do the same to their youths, and then the whole like bloodline is messed up and traumatized and been through this, that, and the other. So forgive yourselves, forgive your parents, and start like the change starts with you, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? If you keep hitting this, It's your fault. It's your fault. I'm traumatized now. Can't like if they don't communicate and they don't want to communicate and they're a full-grown adult, then that's different. But I'm saying for the parents who actually they just tried. Do you know what I mean? They tried, yeah.
My ass.
Those say that again.
My ass. Tried my ass. We didn't ask to be here.
So what's your
And
story?
meanwhile,
What do you mean you didn't ask to be here, bro?
and meanwhile, I'm gonna elaborate even further because this is the main thing that I think that you missed. You brought up specifically that our parents were just trying, right? They had to work nonstop, whatever the fuck may be, blase, blase, blah. Whole time you had an economy to be in this country, you had an economy to be able to function easier, right? Whole lot of shit was mad cheap during that time. So you could have been able to spare enough time to be able to instill actual value into your kids and raise them to be adults in the proper way, not in the abusive way. But no, you didn't do that whole time. Now my generation are becoming the new generation of parents, and we have to work double jobs, and yet we're still making time for our kids. More time than what our parents made for us,
Some
especially the
people
fathers.
are
So
one
hold on.
generation out of survival
Hold on. Because I'm not buying the survival argument. I'm really not. Because there are a wide variety of ways. Like my mom, for example.
Generation didn't
Hold
even
on.
have
Let me
food.
finish.
My mom didn't even have.
Let me finish, man. My mom, for example, right? She raised me by herself. And yet she was still able to make time. There are a wide variety of things that we were able to talk about in my adulthood that thankfully she took accountability for after I had to go 2 years no contact with her. If it takes that threshold for a parent to be able to acknowledge the fucked up shit that they did and the neglect that they put a child through during their upbringing, then that's what the fuck we have to do. But now we have to open our options to preserve our own peace. Fuck giving a benefit of the doubt. At some point, I got to be selfish and acknowledge this is how I was feeling coming up. And my parent was literally one of the main arbiters of why I am the way that I am today. And it's not in a good way.
For me, I don't
Fuck
know your
benefit of the doubt.
situation or your circumstance, but I'll need to know that to be able to know where
All
this is
right,
coming from.
Franco, hold on 1 second. Let's let Cynthia
We
have a
all
chance to. Dang, hello, hey Cynthia.
hey.
Yeah. So go ahead. I'll give you some time to speak, and then we got to get to Tati.
A lot of us have gone to college and we did that little thing called Maslow in the hierarchy of needs. Some people's parents were not even a generation out of survival mode, meaning they did not have food, they did not have clothing on the regular. So some of us are just getting to the point where they can focus on the other things. You are talking about thousands of years of some very crazy stuff that was passed down. And although some of our parents didn't get it all right, some are just to this point, one generation away from welfare, which is poverty. And they are learning these things. And sometimes you go to school and you learn some things that you don't incorporate. And nobody can sit here and envision Maslow and that our parents were in survival mode and they had no time to learn stuff. My mom, I'm older than you all, but she cannot encourage me in entrepreneurial pursuits because only thing she knew is that they had to have education to get a stable job. And those stable jobs were like government jobs and stuff that fed people on the regular. And she can't encourage me on entrepreneurial stuff because that was not her story. But was she a good mother? And she came 100%, 200% from where she came from because she grew up with a mother that told her she wasn't gonna be shit. And it probably came from some of that slave mentality of let me beat you before somebody else beat you. So we do have to give a little grace. Now that sexual assault and stuff, I'm not doing that. But some things they did the best they could with what they could, given that they were in survival mode.
So you won't tolerate the sexual abuse, but you'll tolerate the physical abuse because that's just how they were raised. Is that what I just heard?
That wasn't my story, and it went around in my neighborhood. I came from the generation where little girls couldn't even walk to the corner store without some grown men looking and touching on them and talking about it. But I'm
Wait,
saying
Yikes. Ooh.
from the R. Kelly generation where it was normal for a grown man to have a girlfriend at the high school. Well, my
wait.
Okay,
So what
so
Jay
let me.
said was true? What
Yeah,
Jay said was true?
yes, it was true.
And Jay,
Let me
I
just
heard
pull.
you.
I just pulled that
I
shit out
heard
of
you,
my
Jay.
ass. I
And
know
my
exactly
mom
what
I
I'm
was
made
a
a
talking
whole
comment
about.
child
earlier.
abuse
If you don't
investigator.
know
My
better,
mom
you
is a
can't
whole
do
child
better.
abuse investigator.
If you
She
don't know
came
better,
from
then
not
the last
having
thing that
no
you should be doing is
bathroom.
having some fuck ass kids.
I agree
She
Sorry.
with you,
came from
Jay.
having no
Jay, I agree with you,
bathroom.
Jay. But it happens, unfortunately. I
You having
agree
all
with
these
you.
kids,
Yes,
you
and
having all these kids based on trauma, then you
my
expect them to
mom
just
was a
pretend like that
foster
shit didn't happen
mother,
when they was
and
coming up?
I
Fuck that.
saw the
No,
Yeah,
kids.
no,
I
yeah,
hey,
saw
yeah.
the
I agree with
kids.
Okay,
you.
hold on, y'all. Because the thing is, okay,
Benefit of the doubt, my
the
foot.
point is like, even if they did the best they could, it is what it is. That's the repercussions of the best that you did, right?
Yes.
Is your child having a hard time moving past what, you know, the positions you put them in, the environments you put them in, the trauma you put them in. So we can't ask for these kids to just go ahead and move on when it is what it is.
Right,
Don't we teach our kids, like, you know, things come back to you?
right. And Jay,
You
I'm
know what?
happy you had that with your mother. You said she acknowledged her faults in the past. She acknowledged that, and I'm glad she did. And that
Yes,
says a lot about her.
and this
Right.
is the thing, because I'm her only child, and this is how I think that she was feeling about it at the moment. Because I moved out of my house when I was 17. I was definitely told that I'm moving, that I gotta go once I'm 18. Either that or if I stay, I have to pay my portion of the bills. I was like, fuck that, I'm moving. And
Mm-hmm.
I moved with my grandmother because she was more of a safe space than my mother was.
Mm,
She got married, and me and my stepfather's relationship at the time was not that great because when she got married, she was so hyper fixated on me having a father outside of me having an absent father growing up, right? That she just basically threw me at the dude and
mm,
expected him to just pick up all the slack. And me and him had a fucked up relationship because of it. Surprised it wasn't physically abusive, but it was definitely emotionally and mentally abusive. That much I will say. And then add
mm,
on top of that, that I was a preacher's kid too. Are you fucking kidding me? You goddamn Skippy, I got fucking abused.
Mm.
So when I'm calling my mama for help, like, mom, help me. He said this to me. He did this to me. Can
Mm-hmm.
you help me? And she's like, no. Without directly saying it, basically no. She didn't help me.
wow.
So
Wow.
I had to fend for myself. And
Yeah.
I'm steady telling people, I'm like, yo, life is not good right now. I need help. So much
Mm-hmm.
to the point where I damn near offed myself at 16.
Right.
That's how bad it was. So,
Wow.
the end result of what I'm saying is that my experience doesn't even make up a fraction of the experience of a lot of people that are my age that had to grow up under worse circumstances that I did. I don't even get a right to complain compared to what most of people my age have dealt
Mm.
with growing up.
Mm,
So relatively speaking, I don't want to hear no fuck ass excuses from the older generation trying to blame us and talk about we're coddled and that we're too entitled. You goddamn Skippy were entitled. Every kid, I don't give a fuck when they were born, how they were born, they are entitled to a nurturing and a loving environment. And if you can't do that, then put them up for adoption. Stop fucking with these kids. Because you
mm.
left a lot of these kids with trauma based on the shit that you did because you chose not to break the curses that your mother put you through and that your daddy put you through. And now we got to deal with that bullshit.
Mm.
Mm. Jay,
Yeah.
Half of the
definitely,
shit
you
that
said
we
a
dealing with
lot.
today came from y'all. I don't want to hear none of that shit.
Mm.
Yeah,
Let me get
I
Tati.
would like to say something.
Timothy, I'm gonna get you right after. I'm so sorry, my brother. Let me
Mm.
just get Tati because she hasn't spoken yet. Hello.
Hi, hello.
Hey.
Um,
Hi.
so I'm not. I just joined, so I don't want to like speak on what you guys are talking about because I'm looking like my input because I wasn't here for the whole thing. But just to speak on the prompt, I wouldn't say it's the generations. Like we blame the generations, but it's not the generation. It's mostly the era that we grew in because the different eras, the laws that the new laws that we have, the ones that we didn't have like back then. If you want to go like to the 80s, you could whip your child's ass in the front yard and the police wouldn't get called. CPS wasn't there for your ass. You'd get your ass beat and then go take a shower and go to bed. Nowadays it's a little different, so that's why I say it's not the generation, it's the era. Like social technology and the economic changes that we have. And I'm gonna say like it's like an iPhone. It's like for technology we would say. So it's a little different now. And children are nowadays we express ourselves more than people back in the days would used to, or they would get more backlash for expressing themselves and their feelings. No, am I wrong?
I
No,
agree.
you're right. Keep going.
Okay. So I feel like nowadays people find that hard to accept that, damn, my child feels the right that they have the right to talk about their things. I didn't have that. I'm gonna beat their ass because I'm so used to that. Like they're just like instead of like yeah. So for the iPhone, basically, let's say I have a phone, right? And no, we also technology. Not a lot of people we had to adjust with the technology. We had to evolve with the technology. Had to evolve with the things that were changing around. And I feel like we don't do that with children in ourselves. We are so stuck in the past and how people do it in the past that we refuse to accept how things are different now. Yes, if you beat your child's ass in the front yard, the CPS will get called on you most of the time. And when we don't solve the problems that we have with ourselves and accept the fact that this happened and I can't change what happened, but I can only change how I evolve from this, what I do with what happened to me. And I feel like not a lot of people do that, and they take it out on their children, which leads to CPS getting called on them, children having a very distant relationship from their parents. It can be 2 years, it can be 30, it can be until they die. So I wouldn't say it's the children who are I wouldn't say it's the children are better or worse than we are. It's and who's to blame. I wouldn't say it's the parents, because I'm not gonna say it's all parents, but it's the people who refuse to accept the changes and accept the fact that they went through this and they need to change themselves and adapt. So it's not parents, it's just people in general.
Can I add to that?
That's a
Franco,
great point.
Timothy's gonna say something real quick, and then y'all can go back to open panel. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Timothy.
I think that a lot of people like in Jay's era have been sexually abused. I really do think a lot of that went on. And I think the result of the way the generations act now is because the compromises that the generations from the past have made. You know, back in the day, you never heard of a lot of teenagers just offing each other like they have. That's because they come from households where the parents don't have a natural affection from them. But all this, you can see it's a downplay from what the previous generations did not do right. Did not install right. Like having the understanding, talking to the kids more about things and this, and they're saying, blah, 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 that's it and that's it. Some things you need to explain to kids so they have an understanding of what they're doing. Now, of course, if you see a 2-year-old or something like that finna plug or something, you may holler at him or something like that because you don't want him to kill himself. But I think there was a lot of misunderstanding, some misunderstanding about how to raise kids and have like a two-way connection without compromising your authority at the same time. But the main thing that's been lacking during the generations is what you call love. That's what we were made to operate and to function on. So when you don't have that, everything else goes to pot. That's all I have to say about that.
How do you define love? Because I could name countless people in my life that have gotten their ass beat by switches, if you know what I'm talking about. And they try to hide that under the mask of love. That shit ain't love. That's abuse. And I will not hear
So Jay,
otherwise.
that's not real love. I think what Timothy's saying when he mentioned love, right? There's nature, and nurture. And what Timothy was saying with love, like from birth, the holding from birth, right? You have a newborn, holding them, talking to them, meeting their needs, but that's prominent, and that's part of the foundation. And they become 6 months, 1 year old. The loving, holding them, telling you love them. I hear you, Jay, because that's not love, Jay. Well, that's not love.
Yeah.
But just holding them and
I
loving
agree with
them,
that.
holding them, loving them, exposing them to stuff, words, reading to them, educating them, teaching them how to share, teaching them how to communicate. And Rachel, that's what I was saying earlier. The foundation is so important, and it's scary. That's not happening
Right.
a lot. When these
Yeah.
kids get into
There was
preschool,
a
that's not
time.
happening.
historically there was a time where people didn't even pick up their children to give love. I wonder how many people, and I'm not talking about the severe beating it, ever sat down and asked their parents what their childhood was like, or even know
Yeah,
anything
exactly.
about their parents
Exactly.
to even be
Cynthia,
able to
that's
get
a
a
great
frame
point.
reference. I know, because if I'm from a small town, it's a video called Harvest of Shame. Edward R. Murrow. It's black and white, and it gives a depiction of what life was like here. This lady literally had like 13 children by the time she was 38. I mean,
Oh my
28 or
gosh.
something like that. Her kids, the little boys like 4 years old, were the ones staying at home with the kids while they were out in the fields. So I'm not so much saying that because a lot of y'all are a generation or two from that, but just sit down and really ask your parents what was their day to day. My mom was born, I'm from Florida. She was born in New Jersey. And she said she was glad to go up what they call it, going up the road, which was really doing what the immigrants do now. That's what they did. And she was like, that was the only time they really got a regular meal sometime in that time of year when they went up the road. So I just ask you to, and even your grandparents, talk with them, because some people better grandparents than they were parents. Ask
Yes.
them what life was like so you could kind of envision what they were able to pass on to their children and the stuff that they had to grow up with. I'm not excusing nothing. I'm just saying try to get because we don't really see our parents as real people. They're people who we went to, but we don't know how they celebrated birthdays. Did they even get a birthday?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
exactly. And also to add to that, yeah, like for me, it's about two things. It's about one, like discipline in terms of like, let me, because you lot are seeing discipline like it's a bad thing. Kids are gonna be kids. They're gonna make mistakes. They're gonna be idiots. All of that. Me, yeah, if I have a youth, that's my mini me. I don't want my mini me to go through the mistakes I went through and this and that. And so I'm gonna try coach him. However, the love is gonna be. It might be tough, like it's gonna be a mix of all of them because I know I am. But certain circumstances demand a certain types of love. Do you know what I mean? If he does something and it's not really an issue, but I can see it becoming a problem, I'm gonna have a word with him and let him know. But if he hit a girl or something, I'm gonna slap him up and tell him, yo, that's not running. Do you know what I mean? So it's a thing of that's my mini me. He's representing me when he goes out in society. He's representing himself. He's
Yes.
representing the last name. He's representing the religion. He's representing Sudan. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not gonna have my youth out there on the roads. Just, do you know what I mean? Just making a mess of himself and like the whole situation. All right. And now I'll talk personally. Yeah, me, I'm a only boy. I got 4 sisters. Yeah. And I
You
was
too, huh?
constantly compared to
You the
them.
youngest?
No, I'm the second youngest.
I'm the
But I
youngest.
was constantly compared to them. Like they always like do great things, whatever. Yeah. Me, I got ADHD, and like I always like I'm ambitious. So I've tried a lot of things and I've failed a lot. And my path and my sister's paths are different. So like it's only recently that my parents are understanding that I'm different. Do you know what I mean? They don't know about this ADHD and this and that and the other. And it's my job to educate them. It's the same way with you and your mother. She didn't know about this, that, and the other, or maybe she did. Yeah, we need to also separate bad parents from good parents. I'm talking about good parents. Bad parents, they can, you know what I mean, like go to hell. That's all. That, like, and I think we all agree on that. Yeah. So with the good parents, they done what they could do. And I was still standing on giving them the benefit of the doubt because I see my mum and my dad, they're trying different methods with me. Now, do you get it? It's not about they're stuck in their ways. If someone's stuck in their ways, you can't really help them. It's difficult. It's going to be stressful for you. But if they're like an adult and they're ready to listen and you're transparent and tell them, yo, this is how I feel, like this is like, and then they're going to start learning how to deal with it. We got to teach them. Do you know what I mean? I read something the other day. Parents teach us as we're growing up, and then when they get older, we teach them. You see it now. They don't know how to use phones and this and that. They're saying, how do I do this? How do I do that? Do you know what I mean? So we got to like look after them until the end, bro. Do you know what I mean? They put us on this earth, and don't this talk about, oh, I didn't ask to be here. What kind of BS is that, bro? You're a man, bro. Like, go out there, build yourself a legacy, build yourself an empire, get yourself a woman, build yourself a family. Like, that's all sad talk about, I don't want to be here and this and that.
That's
All right,
not what he
cool.
meant,
You may
Franco.
have been through something, like, but push through it, bro. Like, we have, like, have faith and like, turn a new leaf. If you're gonna go into this self-destruct, like, into this cycle of, like, thinking negatively, it's only gonna deal you in a bad way. The best thing you can do for yourself is say, I'm gonna make the change. I'm gonna put effort into my happiness and my and just loving myself and loving my life. I'm gonna put effort into that. Do you know what I mean? I think you're putting a lot of effort into, oh, this person needs to hold the blame and this person needs to hold the blame.
But
It's
he
not about them.
Sometimes just
It's
look
not
in the
about
mirror
them holding
and
the
say,
blame.
And may
It's
I
what
about
happened
say,
has happened,
wait,
and this is how I'm gonna.
really quick.
push
It's
through it. Go ahead.
it's like Rachel will tell you how hardcore, stone cold hearted I am now. At 23,
Yeah.
I already grew out of it. Trust me.
damn.
It's not a. It's not about. It's not about me posting blame on anybody. It's about the power of your parents taking accountability for their fuck up. Especially if it was a fuck up that could have been avoided had they paid a little bit more attention to their child.
Mm.
That's the important part. And you want, and I don't know if it's grasping, but when a parent doesn't take accountability for their actions when it comes to the upbringing of their child and the lack of effort that was put in place, that leaves a dent in that child for a very long time, even into adulthood. You have 50, 60, 70-year-olds even that didn't heal properly because of the abuse that they dealt with from their parents. And they didn't hear an I'm sorry until they were on their deathbed. Some of them didn't even say sorry by the time that they crashed out.
So that
So
continues with us now.
relatively speaking, I'm not hearing none of that either. Because
Nah,
now
bro.
because now we don't forget. We don't forget what the fuck happened. And in actuality, we didn't even need to understand how these people were raised and they're coming up because we
All
already
right,
heard
AJ, let me ask you a
let
question.
me
Franco,
finish. Let me
hold
finish.
on.
We already know how these people was raised because we had to overhear the quote unquote grown folk conversation while we was riding in the back of the car or we were sitting on the couch while they were on the table talking about bullshit and gossiping about shit. And meanwhile, we had to stay in the child's place. But we heard the shit that we heard when it came to upbringing. We heard that shit. So we got a good grasp of it.
All right, let me
Also,
ask you
I
this,
just want
yeah?
to say real quick, I don't think it's fair to place like our own experiences onto the next child who experienced their parents in a traumatic way because we don't know how much effect it had on them. Like everyone else's trauma is very different, and you're not going to tell me that you want a child who's been, you know, locked up in a cage or something, or, you know, to, you know, hey, they didn't know any better. They did the best of what they could. There are some situations where
That's
no,
why I said keep them
it's not a
separate. Good
matter of they
parents and
didn't
bad
know any
parents.
better. And even if they didn't know any better, it doesn't matter. They need to be accountable for what they did.
All right, cool.
That's being a responsible adult, because that's something that you would teach your own children, is it not?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
All right,
How the
Jay,
hell
yeah, let
you
me ask
May
you
expect
I
us
this,
to
say
be
yeah?
something
accountable
to
if
When
we
you
can't
you?
even
have
be
a
accountable?
son and a daughter now, how are you gonna treat them? What does that love look like? Tell me that.
I'm gonna treat them based on what they're entitled to, which is a loving and nurturing environment.
What does that look like?
May I ask something? May I say something?
What does
Now,
that
yeah,
look like?
Well,
I'm not done though.
hold
What
on,
does it look
Tati,
like?
because he just asked a question, and then you can ask your question.
okay,
That
cool.
so for what that looks like for me, first and foremost, is that we will have understanding early about emotional intelligence. They will be allowed to feel however that they feel when it comes
Yeah.
to my parenting. right?
Yeah.
There are going to be some things that I say and do that they're not going to be able to like. But one thing that I'm never going to do is silence them. They are fully
Yeah.
entitled to be able to communicate how they're feeling to me in a respectful manner. And I'm not going to silence them for that. We're going to
Yeah.
teach accountability, and they're going to see accountability based on how I act. If I fuck up, there is absolutely no problem with me saying that I apologize. This was my bad, and this is what I'll do to change about it. They will have every single reason to be able to approach me in any scenario because we're building that trust early. The reason why a lot of children don't feel like they can approach their parents is because their parents did not take accountability for the mishaps that they did. So that bridge ends up burning slowly but surely because they don't feel comfortable approaching their parents about shit that any child should feel entitled to approach their parents about. That's not happening in my household. My kids are going to have that environment where they can be able to express themselves freely. And in any way that I disrespect that or violate that, they have every right to call me out on it. And no, I'm not going to say that they're being disrespectful. I'm going to say that I disrespected their autonomy. Plain and simple. That's how that fucking
Okay.
goes.
How about this? What
Franco,
about
you already
they
asked your question. Let
I know,
Tati
but
ask
this
her
is how
question.
conversations happen. They're back and forth.
Yeah, but other people want to have a conversation as well.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm nearly
Sorry.
finished. I just got
Yeah,
one more
so hold
question
on
now.
one second.
Sorry. Sorry.
Go
And
ahead, Tati.
sorry, I didn't mean a question. I meant not a statement, but like a response to what he said. When you said that we should do this, we should do that, we should do this, we should be able to do this, we are entitled to do that. Now, not everybody from the past generations, from the past eras, have been taught to do the things that you're naming. Not everybody has been taught
Yeah, that was
to
their
take
problem.
to accept accountability. Not the people from the 80s may not have been taught to know right from wrong. That's why they let so much stuff. Actually, you know what? Forget my language. Shit slide now. So for you to be so very stereotypical is very funny because you said it yourself. You have been taught different. Yeah, you have been taught different. You have your different variations of what is love, and so does everybody else. You have your variations of how you would teach your child. So you just have to understand that not everybody was taught the same thing. So it may be more of a challenge for people to teach their children this, to do that. That's why sometimes as an adult, you are as well, you are growing up like your child. I'm slowly learning these things too. I'm still learning right from wrong. I'm still learning to accept accountability. I haven't
Why
accepted
is that
these
a
things, but
slow
I
thing
have
for
been
you to
challenged.
do?
A what?
Hey, but look, Jay,
Why is that
yeah.
a slow thing for you to do?
What do you mean? Why is that a slow thing?
You just said that you were slowly but surely accepting accountability. Why is that a slow thing for you to do? That should be an instant thing.
I didn't
Bro,
say it
it's a
was
process.
slow. I didn't
People
say it
don't
was
always
slow.
know when they're
I
in the
said it's
wrong.
difficult. I said it was
Am I
difficult.
restarted? I swear I just okay, yeah. Why is it
No,
difficult for you to take accountability?
not everybody was taught to accept accountability.
Boo fucking who? What the fuck?
Just
I think
because
it
you
depends on
have
The
the
law
not.
doesn't
Let
give
me tell
the
you,
law
Jay,
doesn't
yeah.
give
Just because you
Look,
have
the
not
law
been,
doesn't give a goddamn if you know how to
just
take
because you
accountability for
have
nothing.
not,
They're gonna hold you accountable for the bullshit
whoa,
that you
whoa,
do. If
whoa,
you
whoa,
violate the
whoa,
law, they're gonna
whoa,
hold you
whoa,
accountable.
whoa. I'm sorry.
What?
Just because you have not been, just because you've been taught to know what accountability is, and just like you said, you had to accept these things. You had to grow from these things. I am agreeing with you. I'm responding to what Franco said.
Franco.
Franco, sorry. And what I mean by not being able to accept accountability, their parents have not accepted accountability for what they have done to them. So they think that I don't have to do this, I don't have to do that. Am I wrong?
But that's
Wait,
when
okay,
you
but
get to
what's
a
your
certain
excuse
age.
though?
Huh?
But can I
Wait,
say once you
okay,
have
but what?
access?
Okay, but you said that you have a hard time. What is the excuse for you?
That's
Oh
the
no,
part
I'm
that
not
I'm
saying I
stuck
have
on.
a hard time. I didn't say that I had a hard time. I'm saying people have a hard time with
You did
this.
say yourself.
Cool. Let's
Okay,
move
so
on.
if they have
People,
so if
Jay,
they have a
I'll
hard
say
you
so if
said,
they
myself.
have a hard time, kiss my black ass, that's not my fucking problem. Go get
Depends on where
therapy
Jay,
and
you
take
are
look,
accountability for what
in
you
yeah.
did.
Jay, you're the
on
example,
The
where
yeah.
fuck?
you are in
You're
life
saying that your
and
parents didn't treat you well and this and that. And then when I asked you how you gonna treat your son, you told me how you're gonna treat your son. So and like
I didn't say my son, I
that
said my kids, period.
yeah, whoever.
And you have
I
kids.
said cool,
You have
and
kids
that is
now?
lovely. Do you know what I
don't.
mean?
You
That's
don't?
what we need to be doing.
Okay.
We can't be
It's a whole
standoffish and saying like F the older generation and everything they done and this and that. Do you know what I mean?
it's a whole
If you
it's a
Yeah, because y'all
whole
don't
what?
get.
thing
Yeah, because
to
y'all don't
have
get
a
to call it.
We
plan.
can
Y'all
hold
don't
them
get.
accountable. I get
Y'all
it.
don't. Y'all
Certain
don't
There's a
get.
whole
parents, you can hold them
thing
Y'all.
of
accountable.
Y'all don't
having a
get.
My
Wait.
parents,
plan.
Wait.
they're not gonna try
Hold,
No,
hear it.
there's
Let
a
me
whole
finish.
can I
Let
both of
me
say
y'all.
finish.
Both of
this?
y'all talking at once. What the fuck are you? What the fuck do y'all have going on?
Who's
There's a
both?
diff.
I'm not. I
There's
didn't.
a
I
diff.
haven't.
Be
I haven't
swearing at.
said
Don't be
Cynthia
swearing
and
at me, bro. Relax.
Cynthia
I'm
and
not
Yeah,
Franco.
gonna
I'm
it's
not
swear at you.
talking about
ridiculous.
you.
I'm not swearing at you. Don't swear at me, bro.
They weren't taught that too, apparently.
Cool.
I know,
So
and that's my argument. You have to teach yourself at times, like just like Jay had to teach himself things,
yeah,
and
exactly. My man said
that's
he's
my
gonna
point that
like
I'm
he's
trying
not
to
gonna
make.
allow what happened in his household to happen in his. He's not gonna allow what happened in his mama's house to happen in his household. That's all I'm trying to say. Is that yeah, accountability and awareness. He knows about awareness because he's aware of what happened and he's aware that he's not gonna allow it to happen in his yard. And two, um, accountability. He's taken accountability and he's asked his mother and parents and whoever to take accountability. Both of them things can happen at the same time. But someone said something very important in the comments. They said, your kids aren't your friends, you're there to raise them. And that's why I keep saying that's your mini me. What if your son or your daughter, they go off the rails, they go uni, get into a bad group and whatnot, and then they come back and they're just on BS every single day? Are you then gonna tell them, yeah, like keep doing your BS? I still love you. Go out there on those streets, come back 4 a.m. Like all of that. Do you know what I mean? No, you're
Well,
not gonna have it.
well, first and
As a
foremost,
parent, you're
if
gonna
they're out,
want better for
first and
them, and
foremost,
you're
if they're
gonna
out
say,
on
yo,
bullshit every day,
say that
that's a
again.
skill issue. If they're out
Say
on
that
bullshit
again.
every day, I'm about to repeat it. If they're out on bullshit every day, that's a skill issue with your parenting. That means that you're failing in something. That's not their fucking fault.
That's not true.
You need to figure that the fuck out.
That's not
And
true.
I agree with Jay.
Nah,
What
man.
he said, he said to
You've
love and
been through
nurture from
something.
Don't
You're
blame,
birth.
holding that till the end of
don't
the
blame
earth,
that baby.
bro.
Well,
Don't
hold
blame
on,
that baby
y'all.
just because you was fucking up as a parent and you was
They never
neglecting them,
get
and
through.
now they fucking off into the world and they doing something that you don't
No,
want
but
them to do.
I'm that
You
example.
didn't
Right.
I
do
was
your
doing
job as
that
a
last
father.
year. I never
What
used
the
to
fuck are
go
you
home. I
talking
used
about?
to just be out
Mm.
and whatnot. In retrospect, all of that was bullshit. If I locked in and listened to what my parents had to say, I would have been calm and healthy and like had bread and this and that. But me, I just wanted to be rebellious. Do you get it? And all them and I didn't want to hear just because I didn't want to hear. Do you get it? Sometimes you gotta be accountable, bro. And sometimes there are people in this world that are never gonna take accountability. But what are you gonna do? Just constantly be on their ass? You're not gonna have a good life like that, bro. You're gonna be carrying a lot
Franco,
of. You're
I'm
gonna be
not on.
he
I'm
carrying a
not
lot
on.
of weight
I'm
and
he
a
did
not
lot
not
on
of
my.
say
hate,
that.
and that's gonna
Yeah,
transpire in
Franco,
your
you
other
keep missing
relationship.
what Jay
You
is
feel me?
saying. Like,
Jesus
no,
Christ.
Franco,
No,
you're
I do
like,
get what he's saying.
no,
No,
you
you
don't,
don't.
because
You
perfectly
you
don't.
understand
wouldn't.
it. He's
You
saying
fucking
No,
don't.
if
he
you
needs the.
understood, you would not be rebuttaling every single thing he
Can
said.
I
Right.
Cause
can I
he,
say
cause he, cause
something?
he
He be
expects me to
cutting in
bend
the
over
middle
backwards
before
and
he even
just get.
finished the story. He
He,
be ready to
he,
ask another question.
Can I say something?
he just expect me to bend over backwards and just start kissing ass just because
All right.
that's my mom. No, nigga, that's not how this
No.
works.
Yeah, that's
I'm
cool. I'm about to say so.
can I say something?
All
Hold
right.
on one
Yeah,
Can
it's
second.
I
Hold
say
on one
obvious
something?
that
second.
you.
Hold on one second, please. Go ahead,
All right.
Ray.
So Cynthia, we gonna let Cynthia and then I guess Tati. They both were trying to say
No,
something.
oh,
What's the deal?
I was, but I can go last. I want everybody
No,
to
it
cause
ain't
get a chance
no.
to
Cause
speak.
if once you
Sharon,
go,
Sharon
because
hasn't gone yet,
Sharon gotta go in a minute, and then I was
or
gonna let her.
Sharon.
Well, yeah, I'm just gonna let y'all because it's obvious y'all want to say something and get it off your chest. And then after y'all get done, we're gonna get Sharon in. But real quick before she go, can y'all please
I think
tap?
that's a guy.
Uh, I'm saying your name all wrong. My bad, bro.
I think
Um,
Sharon.
Sharon. Yeah.
yeah, that's you this unique, cuz
Appreciate you.
that's unique. Let me tell you, the deepest voice ever, man.
I was thinking,
Real shit.
what grown ass man you know named
I,
Sharon?
I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it alone. It is what it is. All right, so Cynthia, whatever you need to say, you can get it off your chest. Tati, we
Yeah,
gonna wait for the. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give each of y'all 1 minute, please.
Okay, okay.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
go
because
ahead.
I wanted to say something to respond to Franco because Jay's not saying what Franco's saying. But yeah,
I want to commend Jay for having the fortitude to recognize stuff right away. And I
Yes.
hope you really heal from it. It sounds like you still got a couple of issues, but that just may be my opinion. A lot of people don't get the opportunity to get the information that you have at a particular point in life. Some people may have way other issues what they're dealing with. So the information that we have today, we didn't have 40 years ago. Yeah, I couldn't go on my phone and find nothing about ADHD. I'm literally just getting on medication at 50 because I was always able to order my environment, strategically place myself in an environment at work and other things that, it decreased the stimulation and stuff. So just back then they didn't have the info. And some people are receptive to it, it will come to them and some won't. Just not be so harsh on others who haven't gotten to your point. And I'm glad you were able to get there and just understand different people working with different intellects and ability to process information. So congratulations to you. And I'm not saying forgive your parents, but it's extremes in both things. Just have, some compassion for some other people or consider that they haven't gotten to where you got because they're still on their journey. And that's it.
Can I respond to
Amen.
that
Amen.
I thought
Not yet, not yet, man. It's gonna be
all right.
forever for real. Yeah. All right. So,
got Tati got her 1
there's
minute.
a topic. Okay. Yeah. Her, and then I still haven't seen none of y'all do no likes. Like I know I get the conversation is good, but it'd be
Man, my
wonderful if
thumb
y'all.
hurt. I've been
If
tapping
y'all
all.
could,
I've
okay,
been
Jay,
tapping
you
since
did your
time.
this. I know I can count on you, my
I've been
brother.
tapping. Why Rachel's lighting up? It
So
sounds like a
yeah,
man.
but the main ones that been trying to jump in, I done clicked on their name and they ain't got nothing on it. They got one
The
and
the same way they profile picture look with their hands.
please use those things. They hands, they mouth going more
They
faster than
said
them
I ain't
hands.
touching
So it'd be
that.
lovely if y'all could support. Dang, I put somebody to work.
I
They
know
said I'm
y'all
out
ain't
of
talking
there.
about me.
Yeah, we talking
You
about
one of the
you.
main ones.
I know
You
y'all
ain't
ain't
had a
talking about
negative
me.
one. I
I'm
ain't know you
tapping
could
it.
have it.
I'm tapping the screen.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Wait a
Dang,
minute.
Miss Lady couldn't take it, but she just
Wait, y'all
told
got me
us to
confused.
understand how different people process things. My God.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's what.
Franco's box is lighting up, and he doesn't have the accent.
Yeah, that was my point. That
No, that was
people.
definitely his accent.
All right, let's
No,
let
no, I'm
Tati.
from London. My accent changes all the time.
Yeah, that was
Well, I
my.
need you to speak tap.
All right, go ahead, Tati.
But yeah, that was my point, that people experience and people develop differently. Well, not develop, but if you know what I mean. I hope you know what I mean by that. But I'm a little confused on what you say. The parents like when they were talking about different types of drugs and stuff. How that it's not in all cases. It's not always the parents' fault, but in most cases, sometimes it is. And so I'm just a little confused on how that's the parents' fault, because at the end of the day, as a parent, I only have a 1-year-old, but as a parent, you can only teach your child. You teach what your child is supposed to know about the world, and when they turn 18, and if they choose to go into that world, it is up to them to use what you have teach them to develop and go out into the world and make something of themselves. So it's not the parents' fault. If I teach my child how to be a
Right, that's
responsible
your
man.
time, Tati.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you,
I
hon.
hope you get what I'm saying. I hope you guys do. I hope you
Yeah,
guys
I get what you're saying.
Let me see if you forgot what I said. I'm gonna look at them taps. Hold up.
My baby Kev, he's so funny.
98.
98. Hey, Tati? What you got going on back there?
So I'm doing something for my. I'm doing like
Is
this
it arts
Lego
and
thing for
craft?
my kid.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
for
so
my
I'll let
kid.
it
I'm
slide
sorry.
then. Okay, you got as long as you're doing
Sorry.
something.
Tap
For
every
me,
once
I'm
in a
not gonna
while.
lie, my parents done enough
Yeah,
for
I
me.
am.
Mute
We
button
was in
real quick,
Sudan.
man.
There's a war going on, left,
What,
right,
Franco? What
center.
the hell?
They flew me out.
Franco.
Now I'm in the UK, and I can make something of myself and give back. Yeah.
Amen.
So I'm forever thankful for that.
Oh
Grateful
my
for
God!
that.
See, I
I
told
know
you
they
it's
didn't raise
projection.
me like.
Okay, hold on, Franco, because Sharon still gotta go.
I'm gonna quit calling that man Sharon.
Butchering it.
Yo, what's up, Sharon?
Dude, not too much. I was just was going to say, I feel like it's just really on the individuals. Like, you could put as much blame as you want on parents, but at the end of the day, we all come to a day where sole responsibility is on you. You are the master of your universe. No, what is it? How you say it? Y'all know the saying? I am the. I forgot how to say it. That's so terrible on my part. But anyway, I feel as though, like, when you're 12, 13, 14, depending on who you grow up with or whatever the case may be, yes, some people are led astray or whatever the case may be. But as you come up, and then you also got to remember we have gatekeepers in our community, but we also have people in our community who just don't know. You know what I'm saying? And you have to figure that out. You got to open doors for other people. Just because things weren't open for you doesn't mean you can't open them for other people. And as far as the whole generation thing, let's be clear. Them people from the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, they were ruthless, ferocious. The only difference from us and them is we had cameras. We document everything. They knew how to keep their mouth shut. I'm pretty sure there are some stories from back in the day that people don't know about that will do any story from today in, you know what I'm saying? But again, as time is led up, like I was just saying, it's really just on the individual. You can't say, "Oh, I wasn't taught this," or you got to go find it out. You have to, just because you weren't born on with a shortcut or a silver spoon doesn't mean that you can't do the same for your kids to make it a little better for them. And hey, sometimes we just got to realize, like, you could do as much helping as you want, but some people don't want it. Some people know they could be better. You mean to tell me, as kids, we sat up there and watched all these movies, and I'm not targeting anybody specifically or whatever the case may be, because I don't know y'all, but I've had conversations with people and they're like, "Oh, I've never been out the city. I've never been out the state." Bro, there's so much to life, and people just sit there sometimes and they just stay complacent.
Thank you.
They're comfortable where they are. You don't stay comfortable. You're supposed to get uncomfortable so you could really see what life could give you. But I would definitely just say, who's to blame? It's self. Because you can't tell me that we're all, not all of us, but anybody. You can't tell me that there's so many communities out there and that these certain communities are just stuck in the sauce, stuck, lost, stuck with hood violence. Man, you gotta get away from that. You gotta you call I always say I'm 27 now. When I was growing up, when Obama got in office, oh my God, all I used to ever, "Oh, you got to do something with your life, baby. You got to go to college, baby. Because we got a black man in office." Nobody was pushing trades. Nobody was pushing entrepreneurship. Nobody was pushing, certain things. There's other ways to make it in this life. We are in 2026. Well, we're about to be in 2026. Let me tell you something. We are living in an age today where you can make money any type of way. There's people that could go create an Instagram page and make $100,000 probably a month or a year, and guess what? All they got up there is a bunch of pictures and a bunch of videos about bullshit. But
Yeah.
the views pay. So basically, and what is it? Does it make sense to keep having babies? Of course, it makes sense to keep having babies. Guess what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm sorry. There's a majority and there's a minority, and you can't tell me that the majority of the people on this earth don't want to be great. But I guess that's the thing.
Thank you, Sharon, man.
You said a
smashed
lot,
it, I can't lie.
Sharon. Okay.
I
I
think the
think that's what
worst
it's all
thing you could
about.
do. Oh, I'm sorry, Franco.
No, you can go, my
I
bro.
haven't spoken in a while, but I think the worst thing you could do to your child is send your child out into the world ill-equipped. And I say it's because I see a lot of single mamas who's raising their male children, and they say, "Oh, when you get 18, you getting out of my house." And then I see these YNs all over the place, and it's sad when I see that they're homeless. They're living under the overpass and stuff like that. And I helped a few out. It's the same pattern, man. It's like, whatever form of discipline that they were raised in that single parent household, and then now the magical number is 18. You get out my house, and it's a tragedy, and I've witnessed that, and I'd like to know how y'all feel about that.
If you're
Breezy,
gonna
I
if
want
you're
to
Yeah,
gonna
ask you.
quit,
I have a
if you're
at
gonna
question.
keep, if you're
18,
gonna
that
kick
is
out your
way
child,
too early.
if you're gonna kick your child out at 18, you better hope to God that you did all the preparation possible so that they're prepared to be able to
Exactly. And
function
that's what I
on
wanted to
their
ask
own.
you,
Nine
Breezy.
times out of ten, nine
For
times out of
me,
ten, you didn't do your due diligence to actually
And
prepare them
Breezy, those
properly when
young
it
men
comes to
that
their
you
own
meet,
upbringing.
Breezy. I'm sorry, Breezy.
You
Those young men that you
guys,
met.
y'all gotta let people finish talking. It was like two different people interrupted while
I
Jay was trying to
apologize because I
speak.
wanted to say something for the longest. I was waiting for the timer.
Okay, okay, Miss K, let me get you real quick and we'll go right back to Jake. All right. Go ahead,
Yes, and
Miss K.
thank you, Franco. I want to respond from before. You misconstrued Jay, and I think you wasn't here, Franco, when Jay he mentioned with his mother and they reconciled, so to speak. He
yeah.
said he had a talk with his mother, and his mother acknowledged what she has done, her
Uh-huh.
actions, and how it influenced Jay, and that's tremendous. Jay said that she acknowledged that. That's tremendous. Jay also been through stuff, and Jay respect to you, big respect to you. You're not the person. You could have been a horrible person, but it sounds like you're a wonderful person. And then also, Jay, you mentioned the love and nurture, and Franco and the other young lady on the bottom was responding to you. And Jay, I agree with you. It's important, very important, and a lot of people don't realize that the love and nurture. And I saw the comments, Jay. Some people in the comments they were saying like, they was disagreeing, so to speak, because they were talking about you have to be a parent and not a friend. That was one comment. But you have to parent and you have to make sure let them know that who's in charge. No, when you present love and nature from the beginning, you raising them up, you laying a pertinent foundation, and it was moved smoothly. And I can say that with my sons, my younger sons, 12 and 11, I laid the foundation. I'm married. It's my husband and I. We're raising our boys, but we laid that foundation, the love and nurture, and then talking to them, like Jay said, talking to them, giving them that autonomy. That doesn't mean that we're giving them their way and having them run around all reckless. No, but when you give them the autonomy and you teaching them, speak, assert yourself, because remember, these kids, they are going to be young adults, and we see, especially in the black community, a lot of us don't know how to communicate, even in the basic sense. Please don't do that to me. Please don't touch me. I'm angry. I don't like what you said. We can't even do that and go on from there. So Franco, that's what Jay was getting at, and I agree with Jay. And I
Yeah,
feel like
no, I heard everything Jay said, and I agree with Jay as well. But my thing is, like, there's got to be a point in time where, regardless of what's happened or what's happening or all external factors, you got to look internally and say, yo, this is how I'm gonna fix it. Me, yeah, my child is not gonna tell me to shut up or this and that. And I'm seeing it
Who
nowadays.
said that?
I'm
but
seeing,
Jay didn't
bro,
say
let
that,
me finish.
Franco.
I'm seeing it. Like I'm seeing youths tell their parents to shut up and be rude and talking back. I know what's best for my youth. Do you get it? So for now, me to see like people just blatantly disrespecting their parents, that would have never happened
But
in the
Franco, Jay never said
generation
that. Jay
previous to
never
us.
said
Say
that.
that again.
Jay never said that,
I know
Franco.
Jay didn't say that. I'm
So
making a
what are you
point.
talking about?
I'm making a point.
What's the point?
He's
The
bringing
point
it
is,
back to these kids are disrespectful
But
when
Franco,
they
stay on
If
topic.
that if that's the direction that he's going, then let's really talk about it for real.
Yeah,
A lot
because
of the
Franco,
re
you
I would
a
wrong.
love
lot of
to.
Yep,
the
I
what
would
are
that's
what
their
are
love.
the
I
biggest
would
what
issue
love
with the
to.
youth.
because if you want to talk about disrespect, disrespect comes from the home. Kids don't just learn
Right.
kids don't just come up with disrespect. They learn that shit from their parents, and then they get mad
Mhm.
when they end up getting that disrespect reciprocated back towards them because you didn't teach that nigga how to communicate properly
Right.
because of your actions. Now let's really talk about it for real
Can
because
I say something real quick?
they wouldn't even feel the necessity to tell their own parent to shut up if they haven't been told pretty much for the majority of their lives when they're like, Mom, I'm hungry. Mom, I need help in the homework. I need help with this. I need help with that. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut the fuck up, shut the hell up, all different types of shut up. Right? It's a whole bunch of shit that these kids have been dealing with that they got directly from their parents. And then they don't even know how to fucking defend themselves to their parents because if they were to even say something back and it wasn't even slick or anything, they get the shit smacked out of them. So I'm not buying none of that shit. Right. So this is the reality. If you don't want to, if you want these kids to be able to show basic respect, you have to be able to provide that in the first place. You need to be
Yes.
able to show them that level of respect. So y'all think that just because these kids are children, that automatically means that you can just walk over them and that you can just treat them any type of way because they're children and that they're malleable. That's literally why you can't treat them any type of way, because they're fucking malleable and they learn that shit directly from their parents. And then they end up taking that shit to school, they act out, and then you expect them why they flunking and why they disrespecting the teachers because they learned that from you, stupid. What are we talking about? So the
Nah, bro. Cause bro, there's bro.
let me
Let
finish.
me chat.
So the
Go on.
reality is at the end of the day, this is the main thing that I was talking about when it comes to nurturing and loving environment. You need to learn how to talk to your kids, not talk at your kids. When you talk at your kids, you will literally desensitize them and those kids will end up dissociating. And now they don't want nothing to do with you when they become an adult. And then you're wondering, my son hasn't called me in a long time, or my daughter hasn't called me in a long time. I wonder why that is. I don't know, stupid. Maybe that's because you weren't raising them properly and that you didn't respect them while they were on the come up. What are we talking about?
Bro, there's external factors, bro. You can be the best parent in the world.
Fuck
And
the
then...
external
Now,
factors. This is
may I
another
say
Let me
something
finish,
excuse.
on that?
bro.
May I
When
say
I
something
I'll
on
let
that?
you finish,
This
bro.
is
You keep
another
chatting,
bullshit
bro.
ass excuse.
Shut
May
your
I say
mouth, bro, when
something?
I'm chatting, bro. Alright, I'll take
No, bro,
that
you're
back. That was rude,
misunderstanding
innit?
him.
That was rude.
Can
That
I
was
say
rude.
something
But yo, look,
after
yeah.
him?
So, yeah. So if you got a youth, yeah, and you're doing your best, you've done everything. The environment is perfect. They can chat to you anytime. This, that, and the other, yeah. They can, bro. The minute they got a device, yeah. Like I know children that they're growing up and their parents don't know them anymore. That's a whole different you. As soon as they go to high school, secondary school, and they start meeting new people and they're online and they're constantly online, you start losing your child a little bit. Do you know what I mean? If they are dissociated. So
Franco, you're right, but that's not what Jay's saying.
Right. And can I
You
and I
just keep
also
making excuses
and I
for
would
these
also love
no, I'm not. I'm not
to
making
bad
no excuses.
behaviors.
You
Yeah,
guys are
because
talking
you
about
said
the
my
most
child.
extreme
You
worst
said my
situation
child
and you're
is.
generalizing it like that's what
You
happens
said
And
to
my
everyone.
child is not going to tell me to shut the up, right?
Look at you,
So
bro. Why you
listen.
wait?
No, it's okay. I
Franco,
apologize. I
Wait,
apologize.
what the hell is that?
on
I
everything
apologize. I
everything I
thought that was
know,
funny.
Stupid, bro. Oh
everything
my
I know and
god.
love, on everything I
Okay,
know and
no,
love,
wait,
on
hold,
my great,
real quick.
on everything I know and love on my great grandmother's grave. If I hear him say they were trying their best one more fucking time, I'm gonna crash the fuck out.
Yeah,
They were
can
trying
I
Franco.
their
say
best
something
though.
on that as well?
Crash out.
If you don't mind.
Crash out.
May
Throw
I
your
say
toys out the
something on that?
pram.
Please do not talk
Throw
Franco,
over
your
you
me.
toys
sound
out the
like you
pram, my
crashing
boy.
out.
Franco, I'm
Franco,
giving you the
Jesus.
hold
you're
on, hold on,
crashing
hold
out
on.
before he
Hold
does.
on. Right. Franco, I'm giving you Franco, I'm trying to give you the respect that
Shit is
you need.
sad.
Do not talk over me, please. I would love to talk to you and have an actual debate. Please do not talk over me. We are trying to give you the respect that you deserve and that we deserve too. So please give it back. I would love to tell you this. We as parents who hope if you are parents here, as parents in general, like I said, we provide and that is up to them for how they react. I'm gonna get on how they talk. I can give my child everything in the damn world. I can give them fucking gold. But I still have to discipline my child. Not physical discipline. Please don't cut me off. I'm not finished. May not have to be physical discipline. I don't have to hit them, I don't have to beat them, but mental discipline as well, physical as well. It's all about that. You cannot just be the person who they run to for money. You have to have that discipline for your child. And many of the kids that you see only get their ass whooped and nothing else. Many of the kids that you see get everything that they fucking ask for, but they still have that raggedy ass, horrible sour mouth telling their parents to shut up. Because they do not, because they say, hey, we do not talk to them like that, but they do not. You reward good behavior and you discipline bad behavior. We all been taught that. Now, I'm just a little confused on what you're saying because everything is very stereotypical and biased. You're saying what we are saying is biased, but everything you said has been completely biased this entire time.
Me?
No, not
No,
you,
Franco.
Oh.
So
Let's get.
sorry, but I'm done.
All right, thank you, Tati. Dang, you crashing out in the chat.
Hey, can I respond to that?
How you crashing out in the chat? Exclamation point! Exclamation
Bro,
point!
I'm just trying to
Hold on
educate
one
you lot.
second, Franco.
I take in everything Jay's saying, Mrs. K saying, Tatty's saying. I take it.
Yeah, did you realize how I said hold on one second and you continue to speak? Like that's another way of like example, right? You be the example. You know, like that's be respectful. So you show respect. All right. I real for you. What's up?
Hello.
Hey, hon. How you doing?
So listen, I'm 55 from North Carolina. I agree with you, Tati. I agree with you, J.E.Y., and I agree with you, Jay Breezy. I've been on the panel of less than 3 minutes. I believe that kids, you teach them, instruct them, but you corral them, you discipline them, you train them, you set boundaries, you set what your expectations are for them. Because at some point, you will have to release them to the world, but you do not release them until you know that they're ready to be released from you. That's your job as a parent. I'm country from Raleigh, North Carolina, and I was instructed that our kids are a reflection of us. So if my kids are out here acting whatever kind of way, it's lack of my home training. I didn't train them. When they get into school in the 3rd and 4th grade, the BLK boys, they build prisons based on 3rd grade, end of grade testing scores. I have to inform my son of that. I have to let him know he has to use his words. He can't be violent in school, retaliatory, hitting people, getting on the bad list because it's going to follow him in his paperwork. It's a lot of things that you have to do for your children.
Thank you. I appreciate that. When everyone else says it, why is it okay? But when I say it, I'm bugging out. Or it's not
Because
true.
that's not what you said.
How you said it, and
I've
you're
been
not
listening
getting
to
it.
something real quick?
everything they've been saying, bro.
Yeah,
I can
go
say something
ahead,
real quick.
Sharon.
I was about to say,
Yo, I'm not sure, Tati, like why your thing keeps coming. Are you the one? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
there's a big difference between fear and respect. You know what I'm saying? Like Jay was just saying, like you really got such a foundation in the home. If you sit your kid in front of a TV all day, every day, giving them junk food and all that shit, and if you giving them disrespect, they may not disrespect you in the house out of fear because they know they're gonna get their ass whooped. But they definitely gonna turn up outside them doors on authority. And guess what? 9 times out of 10, if they don't respect the teacher, they ain't gonna respect the cop. And if they ain't gonna respect the cop, they damn sure ain't gonna respect the judge.
Thank you.
So
Swallow your food first.
sorry.
And what you eating, bro? That sounded scrumptious, bro.
Yeah, nah, it's just candy.
Licking the lips.
But you so right, Sharon. So right.
Alright, for me, yeah. If your child, I'm gonna ask Jay, yeah. If your child, yeah, you've done everything for your child, like you love them, it's a great environment, but now they've, like I said, you didn't even answer the question before. They've fallen into a bad group of friends, yeah, and now they think that they've been groomed. How about that? Your child has been groomed, and now they're in a gang. What are you doing, my bro? And they're not receptive to you at all. What are you doing?
What?
I said, if you set up the perfect home environment and then your child goes out there, gets groomed, gets in a gang, what are you doing?
Snatching this little funky ass up and taking him home.
Say that again?
I'm snatching this little funky ass up and I'm taking him back home.
And then what?
We
He's
gonna
gonna
figure
dump
this
out.
shit
He's
out.
gonna run away at night again. What are you gonna do?
We gonna figure this shit out. I'm gonna protect my son. He's not finna be in no fucking gang.
Exactly.
That's not
So
how I
is
raised
he
him.
is he in sound mind when he's making his decisions there? Or do you have his best interest at heart?
Obviously, I have his best interest at heart. What's the point?
Okay, thank you. So, in that situation, is it better for you to discipline him however you see fit? I'm not talking about physically. Let's take physically out of the picture, yeah? Let's just say you have
Obviously,
that.
I would have to discipline him. What's
All
the
right, thank
point?
you. And that's all I've been saying in the chat. I don't want to bum and I don't want to soft you. I want my youth to be successful and to go out there and make a name for himself and build a legacy and live his best life. and it's my job to facilitate that. Yeah. Once he
Okay.
gets to 18, then he's still malleable. He's still growing. Like I want him to make all his mistakes. I'm not gonna kick him out of yard. He's always welcome at home. But I'm saying you need to stop. Like you need to make something of yourself. It's there needs to be some sort of urgency. I don't want you, like my man said, in my house watching TV, eating snacks all day, and like you're not doing that. If you're going through something, we can talk. But if you're like everything's good and you're just lazy, like I'm not gonna have that. So as a parent, I'm alright to like you know what I mean, want the best for my kid, and that's what I'm saying here.
Okay. I guess. I real for you. Fear does not automatically lead to respect. I don't know where you're getting that from. That's not true. I don't know where you got that idea from, but that's not true at all.
Okay, so Jay, not being combative to you, right? But will you agree that parents know what they have to do to get a result from their children? Agree or disagree? Okay, no response. So I'll carry on. So
Yeah,
for
go
me
ahead.
personally, my
I
kids are
I
32
didn't
and
realize I
30.
was muted. I said for the sake of argument, let's just say I disagree.
Okay, so so a parent does not know what they might need to tell their kid to shut them down from a situation.
Elaborate.
So you just said to him that if your kid was going to be involved in a gang activity, that you would go get your kid, correct?
Yeah, that's what I said.
And that y'all would work it out, correct?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you, what I mean by fear is if I have a kid that's out in the street being motivated by people more than me, obviously they fear them more than me. So I have to do, I'm saying for me, Jay, for me personally, with my lifestyle and childhood that I have to know, I have to put a certain fear in them so that they will do right. And my son is 32, going to be a U.S. Marshal today. He thanks me for not letting him do the things he thought he wanted to do as a teenager.
Big up your
Okay,
son.
if that worked for him, great, but that still doesn't necessarily mean that fear is indicative of respect. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we need to know the fundamental difference between compliance and commitment. The compliance part literally comes from the fear aspect. They're only doing what you want them to do because they are scared of you, not because they respect you. And that let's delve specifically into this hypothetical that you brought up with the gangs, right?
Right.
So him getting into the gangs, if he chooses not to get into the gangs, he's not choosing to get into the gangs because it's morally wrong to be in the gangs because that's the values that you taught him on an early setting. He's not getting into the gangs because he's scared of you because he's under your roof. He could still do that when he's a grown ass man because what the fuck are you gonna
Correct.
do if he's a grown ass
Correct.
man? He can do whatever the hell he wants. But if he
Correct.
has a commitment to the last name that he inherited from you and his father, then he's not going to disrespect that last name by being associated with some funky ass gang that's probably going to screw him over later on in life, right? Because
Correct.
that's where the
Yes, he
respect
is. He's
aspect
a
comes
dumb
from.
kid.
So Franco, god damn it. If
He's
we
a dumb kid,
so
bro.
it
You're
was,
saying he's not gonna do it. He is gonna do it.
oh my god.
Alright, let me mute myself.
Thank you. So based on that difference between compliance and commitment, there are different motivational factors that are based off of fear between respect. So no, these two do not go hand in hand. They're actually something that is heavily misconstrued by the older generation because they automatically believe that just because your child was scared of you, that means that they automatically respect you. No. They just don't want to get in trouble with you. They could give a fuck about getting in trouble just so long as it's not with you, because they can still do whatever the fuck that they want to do once they're grown. They didn't learn a bitch ass thing when they were under your roof because the only thing that they learned is to not do it in front of you. That's the point. So the reality is that you want your kids to respect you, but if you want your kids to respect you, it has to be based on how you're bringing them up. If they don't have an innate respect for you, that means you fucked up in the line, not them. So no,
Correct.
fear and respect is not the same thing.
If you don't raise your kids, somebody's gonna raise them, and that's all I can say. Coming
Yeah.
up, I got ass whoopings by accident, and I always try to do the good thing. And then I thought it was pretty
That shit
unfair.
ain't funny. That's abuse.
Yeah, it was, but what could I do about it at the time? You know, I couldn't plead my case and say, well, mom or grandma, I didn't do that, blah, blah, blah. It was like blanket discipline all the way across the board. And hey, I just happened to be with the guilty suspects, you know, but I didn't engage in it. We all suffer some type of abuse coming up, whether it was good or bad, but it's what you do with your adult life and how you come out of that and how it formulated you as a constructive adult in society. I mean, everybody has war stories about, hey, some more better than others, but it's what you're doing with your life now. Are you a productive member of society? And usually, all that's going to pass over. Like if your parents was very hard to you, they're going to be extremely good grandparents to your offspring.
Exactly.
It's always going to skip. It's like it's not like when your parents just beat the brakes off of you, and then you're going to turn around and beat your kids. Usually, you're going to be the one that is the opposite behavior of that, and then it's going to the generation's going to skip and repeat again. I'm gonna land my plane on that.
It's not.
That they get grandkids, that's when they want to switch up their too. Now all of a sudden they have McDonald's money. Now all of a sudden they want to talk to the child and not talk at the child. Now all of a sudden they want to come up with different metrics in order to help the child understand that wasn't through a level of fear, right? But was actually coming through a level of respect, right? It's great that these kids have a relationship with their grandparents. I'm not knocking them for that. What I have a problem with is the blatant and obvious hypocrisy with a lot of these grandparents that they now all of a sudden have figured out how to properly
All
bring
right,
up a
but
kid when it comes to when it comes to their grandkids, but when it came to their kids, they couldn't figure it the fuck out sooner. That's the bullshit that I'm talking about. And that's why I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt, because you wasted no time when it came to them goddamn grandkids. Now all of a sudden, when it comes to respecting your kid, now you telling them to get the fuck out your face when they're
Jay,
bringing up the shit that you did that you're not doing to their grandkids. No, nigga, either be consistent and do them the same way that you did me, or step the fuck back.
Jay,
Which one is it?
alright, cool, yeah. You said that you had the issue with your mother, you reconciled, she's changed, and now you have a better relationship. When you have a kid now, do you think your mother is gonna do better or worse than how she done you?
She's going to do better because she already took accountability for her missteps.
Okay, that's perfect.
My
That's
mother wasn't
perfect.
a
That's the
hold
answer
on.
I
My
was
mother,
looking
but
for.
let's just clarify since we keep bringing up my mom. My mother was not a terrible mother. There were some things that she lacked in that she didn't take accountability for at the time. So now that she took accountability for it, I know that I can trust her to be able to instill properly into my children what I want to instill to my children based off of a value system. Because even though we have the same faith, and even though on a basic surface level that we may have the same principles when it comes to bringing up kids, that my boundaries when it comes to a parent are not the same as hers when she was bringing me up. It's a completely different monster, and she's already made it abundantly clear that she's going to
Thank
respect
you.
my
And that's
boundaries
what
as
I'm
a parent.
saying.
Let me finish. Fuck. She already made it abundantly clear that she's going to respect my boundaries as a parent. Most grandparents don't do that when it comes to their child's kids. So with that being said, we cannot equate the two. My anecdote is not the same as most of these situations. It's a completely different monster. So could you please stop bringing up my mom?
Alright, cool. I'll
Thank you.
stop bringing it up, yeah. But my thing is, yeah, like, so someone said the grandparents, they're gonna love their grandkids more than they love their kids. And I've just showed you it's because they're learning and they've changed and there's circumstances and there's education. And you get it? They're not the same person that raised you that's now raising their grandparents.
That's in some
You feel me?
cases, but in other cases, the main thing we're not. I'm a grandmother, but I'm not raising my grandchild. My daughter's raising them, but I'm gonna give them love, and I still discipline them, and I don't believe in spanking. Y'all, I don't spank, but I would say in many cases when it comes to grandparents, we're not in control. We're not raising them. When we're raising our own kids, we're raising them. Some of us parents, the good ones, we're raising them to be good people, good citizens, to be prepared for the world. We don't have to necessarily for our grandchildren.
I hear it. I hear it. But my point is, they're not the same person they was when they was raising you. They was younger, dumber,
Oh
stupider,
my
making
fucking
mistakes.
god, bro.
I
Look at
agree,
you, bro. No,
Franco.
bro.
I
Jay,
agree.
you got a negative outlook on life, my bro. Like,
I don't have a negative
No,
outlook
I
on
don't
life.
think he
I have
does.
it's based on realism.
yeah, but then why
You
is
don't
it
know
always
you don't
raining
know
and dim in your
you
world,
don't know the
bro?
definition of realism. The
Why is there
reason
no
why
sunshine, bro?
listen. If my generation had to grow up with parents that were hard on them unnecessarily, you goddamn Skippy, I'm gonna be hard on the older generation when it's fucking necessary. This is one of those times because we're not gonna keep bullshitting this new generation into thinking that they were the problem when in actuality it was the motherfuckers that were raising them and the lack of effort that was put into them. I'm not giving nobody the benefit of the fucking doubt. Miss me with that shit. Stop saying that. Anyway,
You can stay angry, man. Trust me.
And parents need to take
Dang,
responsibility.
I
And
missed
Yeah, and
some.
I agree with that. But I'm saying, cool. Out between us and them, I'm gonna be the bigger person, and I'm gonna there's gonna be change in how I move and my relationships and my children. I'm not gonna let
But
whatever happened to
Franco,
me go to my youth.
literally the same way that you are saying this is literally what they could have done too.
Yeah, but they didn't. And now,
Okay.
and
it's
that
Okay,
was a
like,
so then
and it's
choice.
okay,
like,
That
but
was a
Franco,
we
you're
choice.
get it. Now
asking
we can hold them accountable.
wait, you're asking for the child, right? It's a repeated pattern,
All
right?
right, cool. So
So
we're just
now,
gonna do the same thing.
oh my God. Okay, he's literally not. That's the point. He's not. But you're asking for him like you're instead of telling their parents, "Hey, yeah, do better, do more than what happened to you." You're telling the child now who is talking to you.
No, I'm saying
Yes.
do both.
Yes,
You
you
can ask
are.
your parents to do better, but you should do better yourself. And like the
And
change starts with
he
you.
is. So
Franco, he
why do you keep
is.
All right,
going
cool.
back
Then
to that?
we all agree with each other then.
Can I take a
Ex-
part of Franco opinion
What?
I don't
and
know if
Miss
he's
K?
being obtuse on purpose. I don't
Well,
fucking know at this point.
hey Jay, I pray for you though,
Yeah,
and
I'm
I hope
praying for you,
everything's
man.
working for you.
What?
And but I want to take a part of Franco and what Miss K said, and the grandparents at that time. I want to say like in the state of mastery and non-mastery. If you want to talk about raising your kids or your offspring or stuff like that, like Miss K said, she's not actually raising uh, the grandkids, so she could be a little bit more lenient because the brunt of that is with the parent doing the raising. And Franco, what you're saying, I understand too. It's like you're not going to be stuck in one phase of life, just one mindset. You was one mindset when you was 16 raising a child, then you're 36, and then you
Exactly.
done pretty much been around the block, and your whole psyche done changed on how to interact with your children or children in general.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why this misunderstanding with Jay, because I think it's incredible that this guy is like, what are you, 20? How old are
3.
you?
23.
20? 20
23.
Wow.
23. And
Wow.
do you see how well he articulates himself?
Yes.
And like how he would have had to literally study so much to step out of the cycle. Like he is doing the work. I'm not understanding why there is so much pushback for a young man who is stepping out and doing the work that you are
Yes.
telling people to do.
Because I gotta give him the benefit of the doubt, Rachel, don't you know? What are we talking about, bro? Like, that's the
I
part
think
that's more
he's
that's the part
misconstruing
that's
your
more
words,
frustrating.
Jay.
I know, and I don't know if it's on purpose or like I don't know what the fuck is going on. But like the thing that's frustrating me is that we didn't get the benefit of the doubt when we were growing up. We got our asses beat for the stupidest shit. I'm talking about us in general. My mom wasn't just beating me for the sake of beating me. My mom, I can count on my right hand how many times I got a whooping. Right? It wasn't often. But
Exactly.
what I can say is that I've seen many of people, some relatives that were exactly my age that got beat for stupid shit that my mom had never whooped me for. And it's fucking abysmal. Like, I literally just saw a video. Millennial parent had to be, right? Where she was yelling and cussing at this kid who had to be about 9 years old. Obviously, he was hungry. I guess he put some ramen noodles in the microwave and didn't put some water in it, and burnt the ramen noodles. Something caught on fire. The house didn't catch on fire. The house was fine, but she started cussing out the damn kid. Obviously, the kid was fucking hungry and you didn't feed him. So what did he do? He wanted to make ramen himself. He fucked up the ramen. And instead of actually making it a teachable moment, you turn it into a shouting match with the fucking kid and you send him to his room. Now he don't want to talk to you. So this isn't even just that situation itself further exasperates the point that I'm making in and of itself. That if parents cannot understand that with children, especially young adolescent children, that they're going to be prone to make mistakes, and you need to understand and teach them how to avoid these mistakes, right, in the future, or how to learn from these mistakes in the future, right, then you're doing your child a disservice. That's all that I'm saying. And a lot of us were done a very, very bad disservice. I was dealt a shitty hand. A lot of adults my age were dealt a very shitty hand as children, some worse than me. So the reality is that if we don't acknowledge these things, and if we're going to keep making excuses for the parents that literally put us in this predicament, because remember, it was us that was told that once we turn 18, we got to leave the fucking house and we got to fend for ourselves. Whole time, we weren't prepared for adulthood properly by the people that were supposed to be preparing us for adulthood. How can we defend ourselves to our boss that's clearly abusing us and is fucking with our check if we can't even defend ourselves to our parents when they're in the wrong because it gets misconstrued as disrespect? Explain to me how the fuck that works. So the reality is that we end up missing a sense of security and a sense of confidence within ourselves to be able to defend ourselves and to be able to set boundaries with people in general, because we couldn't even do that with our parents because it got misconstrued as disrespect. But you want me to give them the benefit of the doubt? Kiss my ass. I'm not giving nobody the benefit of the doubt.
And what Jay just said, I want to give you an example with my son. He was on the bus and he was on his phone. He was recording. So he came home to me and he told me the bus driver was talking to him and told him he has to sit in the front of the bus and can't be on his phone. And I asked him, I was like, he left the phone part out. He was like, she makes me sit on the front of the bus. And I asked him what happened. And he looked at me and he knows I can't stand lying. He looked at me, I said, JT, what happened? And he told me, he was like, I was on my phone recording. I was like, did you know you can't do that on the bus? He said, no, I didn't know. I said, okay, you didn't know. Let the bus driver know that you didn't know. Speak to her. You speak to her respectfully, but let the bus driver know that you didn't know you couldn't record and you won't do it again. He came home the next day. He was like, Mom, I spoke to her and she let me sit in the back of the bus. And it made me proud. Jay, just like you said, that's why I mentioned this example. I told him in that moment, and Jay, I loved when he said it, teachable moment. That was a teachable moment. I told him to assert yourself, speak up for yourself, be respectful, but be able to articulate. I didn't know that was a rule. And he did that. And he came home, he was so happy. He said, Mommy, what? I was like, oh, I'm glad. But good. And he was talking to an adult. And like Jay said, imagine if that adult was the type of adult was like, no, you're a child, you should stay in a child's place. But she listened to my son, he articulated himself, and she was like, okay.
No, I love that. That's a good one. And I love the thing about teachable moments. We can do more and make these moments teachable rather than, like Jay said, shouting matches. That's not needed. But we are, in this conversation, we need to separate good parents from bad parents and identify what we're talking about when we're talking about it. Because we already, I think, all agree that bad parents are not good. They need to educate themselves and they should go to hell. Do you know what I mean?
These quote unquote good parents.
About the good parents, yeah?
these quote unquote good parents that you're lumping into that category weren't as good as you think that they were. That's the point that I'm making.
And I hear that because we're not perfect. Human beings ain't perfect. If I'm dealing with a you and work and this and that and this and that,
I'm not asking you
obviously
to be
my you
perfect.
is
I'm
my
asking you to
priority,
be
and I'm gonna do the
accountable.
best I can. But like, I'm trying.
Franco, are you
Like,
listening? Are you listening to him? You have to stop talking to listen. You cannot have a conversation when it's just one-sided. You need to hear the other person out. So
I'm not.
please take this moment as a teachable moment. Hear him out, understand, try to connect what he's saying to what you're saying. This is a debate. We are trying to convince each other. Right now, we are just talking to you. You're just talking over him, and you only believe what you believe is right. You cannot do that.
As I'm not saying that a parent should be perfect. I'm saying that a parent should be accountable always, and it should come at an instant. If you know you fucked up, take accountability in front of the child to the child so
yeah,
that
but
they
that's
have a
why humans
representation
have
of what that looks
retrospection,
like.
bro.
Why is that so hard to ask for?
No, but humans have
Like, am I being
retrospection.
juked?
Everyone makes mistakes, and when they're out of the situation, they can realize, oh, yeah, like that was a big mistake. I shouldn't have done that. Like I do that a
Yes,
lot. Me, I'm
that's
moving
fine.
impulsive.
That's
I make
fine.
a lot of.
You can make as many mistakes in the world. I'm not asking you to be
Be
perfect.
immediate when it
But
comes to accountability.
I find it extremely ironic that I know mothers that have had kids at 16 that wouldn't do half of the shit that Gen X have done to their children.
Mm.
What does that say? Meanwhile, these are babies raising babies, and they're
Yeah.
raising these babies better than the Gen X could ever even dream of. How the fuck does that work?
All right. So
Crazy.
all right, we
I can
gonna
answer that. For me
hold
personally,
on
I
real
can't
quick.
answer it for everyone else. But
Hold up,
me
Franco.
personally, there was a lot.
Franco, yeah, he do talk a lot. Next door, let me get you in real quick. Yeah, because he gonna keep going back and forth. He got a response for everything. I noticed. Next door, what you got for me? We just got to get you in real quick because they'll be going back and forth forever.
No, you're right. Appreciate you. Listen, as someone who is a father to 2 kids, 2 of the biggest things I've learned is lead not by just what you say, lead by action. And you have to be fully committed to following through with whatever you say with your kids. Because if you're just telling your kids yes, if you're just enabling your kids, all you're doing is you're taking away their opportunity to grow, right? Everything like Jay was saying, I agree with. Another big key factor. I don't know. I think, yeah, there's good parents and there's bad parents, but a good parent is also one that if they see something that isn't right, they call it out. They don't just tell their kids, oh, if you see something that doesn't look right, just ignore it, and just treat people with respect. No, treat yourself with respect and call something out if it doesn't make sense. I allow my kids to question me, but in a respectful way. If it doesn't make sense or if they have a question about something I need from them, I allow them to have their own thinking process and to ask me questions because it builds good development character for them. But that's just me. I don't know.
Jay, and listening to you, right? I will say this to you, fully transparent to you. Because of my life and my kid's father's life, not excuse, just truth. When I had my kids, I raised them in another city from the city that we were in. I put them in a good school system. I tried to talk to them and explain things to them. I was a young mother, but I loved them. And I tried to make them better and greater than me. I knew what it took for the street to get a child, and I thwarted that off. And thank God, I'm proud to be able to say my son is going to be a U.S. Marshal. My daughter works for North Carolina Farm Bureau. No kids, no criminal records, no kids. I did what I could do, but I take accountability when we talk. And they say, hi, Mr. Mark here or there. I say, I'm sorry. I explained where I was. but I offer my accountability to them always. I'm never above them chastising or saying I didn't deserve. I'm never above that with them. So thank you for that.
So
That's all that matters in my
I got a
eyes.
question for y'all. Do you believe you should be? Because I heard somebody say that earlier. I think it is different from relationship and your children and parents, right? Do you believe you should be your kids' friends?
Hell no.
No.
Yeah, why or
And
why not? Also, so
may I answer that? Now when I think of friend, I'm only 19 and I have like my child's 1, so I'm still young, still learning. But when I think friend, I will never want to be my child's friend. I am more than that. A friend is a bystander. A friend is sure. A friend is like someone you can trust, someone you can talk to, someone you can go hang around with, cuss around. Not be yourself, but do different things, like explore more, if that makes sense. And as an adult, as a parent, there are things that you should not do around your parent. A parent, it's just sign of respect. Now, you should not. I'm not now. I wouldn't say you should cuss in front of your parents. That's very disrespectful. But again, you feel. Actually, never mind. I'm gonna let someone else explain this because I'm gonna let someone else explain this. I need to get better. I need to form the words for it.
I was gonna save myself for last, but I guess I'll be the odd man out in this one too. Yes, yes. You know why? Because they are the first people. That's the bond that they first build upon them even arriving in this planet. Yes, you have to be their friend because if they can't trust you as that friend, then they're not going to trust anybody as they get older. That's the reality. So with that, you have to be able to build that connection with your child. Now, this is the difference, right? Because we automatically attribute friends with being equal. You can be friends with a multitude of people and not be equal to them. For example, me and my uncle, who is 53, I believe. No, 55. And I would definitely consider him to be a friend. Am I equal to him? No. I learn from him all the time because he has that level of wisdom that is above me, not only based on age, but based on experience as well. So he's able to ricochet his ideas towards me, and I'm able to learn off of that. I'm not an equal to him, but I'm still his friend, right? Same thing with my mom. My mom is my best friend now, right? I can go to her about anything. That's what matters more than anything. You should want to be able to have that type of relationship with your child because they're the first bond that you build as they get older. And once you can't just look at it from oh, well, that's my child, they have to stay in a child's place. Y'all do understand that friends build boundaries with each other too, and that if you are really friends with these people, that there are certain lines that you're not going to cross out of respect for those friends that you have. It's the exact same thing with parents and children. Children set boundaries for their parents. Parents definitely set boundaries for their kids. It's the same fucking thing. So yes, you should definitely be friends with their kids. Because if you can't even be friends with your kids, who the fuck are the kids going to trust? How are they going to even know what it means to build a friendship if they can't even build a connection with their parents?
I feel so lucky
So let
May
me
I
because
ask
say
you, no,
that? May I say
before the next
this?
person go, before you go, I want to ask Jay this. Why do we think that you could only be friends to build a connection? Like, why is it that way? Like, we think authoritative parenting can't do it either? Is that the only way?
Authoritative or authoritarian?
No, authoritative.
Authoritative can definitely do that, yes.
Yeah. So I
Author-
didn't want to make
auth-
it seem like that only friends can do it only. But I think based off what you're saying, I think it's still authoritative. But you just but yeah, okay. Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead. Y'all can go. We gonna.
I wanted to just the way I explained it was not the best explanation.
Well, you just went.
I didn't. Why? I did want to go first, but what I was gonna
Yeah,
say it was.
let me get Kate before you switch it up because you had your chance, but we gonna let you switch it up after I
Okay,
get everybody.
Can I go after Jay?
Well, after who was it? Miss K didn't go. Jay Beezy and did our real go
I don't think they went though.
Jay was saying,
If you okay, Tati, if you could keep it under 1 minute, you can hurry and do your correction, and then I'm gonna get them because I want them to at least go.
Okay, so I would say a parent's role is far greater than being a friend. Sure you want that love and stuff, but a friendship is just equal and optional. But parenting requires a type of guidance, protection, and you need to teach responsibility and you should do that by setting up loving boundaries, not in a disrespectful way or anything. Just like be loving and consistent with your thing, with your parenting, and support independence. For me, I'm trying to build trust and respect in my relationship with my child, and I believe as a friend you cannot do that. Emotional availability and teaching life skills and creating a deeper bond than just a casual friendship or besties, as you would say. Being a parent, in my opinion, means shaping your child's character in life. Like, you need to shape that, and I don't believe that a friend can do that in a way a parent should.
All right, Miss K, JBZ, I real, and then Yana. I'm gonna give y'all like 2 minutes.
Two.
Two.
I need
that fast. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, I need less than that, but I agree with what Tati said, and I heard the last part Jay was saying about parents being friends with their kids. I disagree with that, but Jay may have a different definition.
I could tell based off how he said it is different. Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I just caught the last part, but everything what Tati said, I agree with. Being a parent is much more. I could make them feel comfortable, give them that responsibility, teach them, communicate, be open with them, let them know that they comfortable talking to me, but we're not besties.
I agree with that, Miss K,
all.
because with the lottery of having children, and I only got one child. He's grown now, but I never had to discipline him other than talking to him, and he went by my direction. Now, we were never equal, you know. I mean, I equate friends with equal. That you could call each other this, blah blah blah, this, palsy wowsy, whatever. But parent must lead, you know. And we all don't have a manual book on how to raise a child. Most parents did the best they could. Some did a fucked up job, you know, as in case of Jay. And like I said, I pray for you, man. But some just happen to do trial and error, and we do get it, you know. And my son is very successful right now. I never had to put a hand on him one day in his life. And one of my best friends, she was raising her child, her male child, and she had to put hands on him every day because, hey, that's how he was. He was being rebellious, and he was much bigger than her. And to this day, he went into the military. He got his ass straightened out. He come back to his mom, and he said, "Hey, mom, had you not did that to me, I don't know where I would be. The discipline that you put on me, it helped me in the military. It showed all them ass whoopings and everything in the house.
All
By
right.
keeping him straight, it helped him in the military. It served him well. But I land my plane.
All right, my brother. Yep. Dang, the thing all switched all up. I think I real and then Yana, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I real, what you got for me?
So with that military thing, Jay Breezy, it's funny that you comment on that because when my son was in high school, he kept stepping to me talking about military, and I had him slated for college. I had him on a 4-year scholarship, but he kept bucking, and I finally said to myself, trust in what you raised. Let him do what he deems he wants to do. So I got him a physical trainer, a personal trainer, to deal with his body, to shape him so that he could concentrate in the Marine Corps on mental. So he was cut up when he went in. I cried for 6 weeks. My son went in, graduated, went on. He's now going to be a U.S. Marshal. He's doing his training now in Georgia. And I'm just proud because I know that even though I made mistakes along the way with him and some of the things that I did, I know that I wanted the best for them and his sister. I know that I tried to always be there and accountable. I know I wanted greater, and they show me the bigger picture of what I was trying to accomplish. Not saying I accomplished it effectively every step of the way, but they were always paramount and most important to me their whole lives.
Amen. Amen.
And I
Okay.
can say that.
So yeah, say that. You better say that. There you go. Yana, what you got for me?
Give me 30 seconds. Get
Oh,
it.
all right. Back to open panel, guys.
I'll be back in a second.
All right, for sure.
Yeah, so I think I need to reiterate what I was
I
saying.
get you though. I
The
get
No,
you.
I get what you're saying.
I think yeah.
just so we're clear, everybody is aware that even friends submit to each other, right? And even friends can decrease themselves to learn from other friends, especially when it matters most. Like that's what would be indicative of a true friendship. Want to know who else does that? A genuine relationship between a parent and a child. The child decreases themselves all the time to learn from their parents because they're malleable, right? As long as you're always teachable, that teachability will show growth within yourself. There are plenty of people that I'm friends with, both young and old, that I decrease myself and I shut the fuck up and I learn something from them and I apply it to myself in my everyday life, right? So if you could do that with friends, definitely do that with your parents, which will basically be indicative of pretty much of a friendship, right? I'm not saying that you got to be all bestie like you are with your homegirls or your homeboys or whatever the case may be. Obviously, it's not on the same scale because then you would be equal, right? But there are friends, plenty of friends that are not equal to each other. One is lesser and one is over, right? And you could still be able to apply that. For example, my little cousin, he's been barbering since he was 15. Kid was getting appointments at high school, and he could have got in trouble, mind you, for cutting hair, bringing all of his utensils to school, and doing appointments in the boys' bathroom, and he was making bank. Now he's a professional barber and the best barber in San Antonio right now as we speak at 19, 20, right? So there's a lot of things that I learned from him. Mind you, he's younger than me. You think I'm stupid enough to say that that's not my friend? Of course, that's my friend. Outside of him being my cousin, yes, that's my friend. I trust him with my life, and I learn a lot from him, even though I'm older than him, right? So there's a lot of things that not only a child can learn from their parent, but a parent can also learn from their child. Hate to break it to you, a lot of the people in the older generation does not know how to use modern day tech. Who do they learn that from? Their children. So there are many things that you can consider a teachable moment, not only for the child, but for the parent as well. And they learn that from the child. So yeah, I double down on what I say that parents should be their child's first friend. That trust should be built immediately.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So
But
yeah,
the
I'm about to
ways
say.
to,
Let me say
but
this
the
real quick.
way,
Let me say this real quick because my stance is I think yeah, because I'm not doing the friend stuff. I will look at because I gotta have that because I don't think nobody's friends with Big Mama. I don't think people look at as Grandpa
You want
Pie
that
being
big mama.
friends. They have this level of respect, and I think majority of the time, I get that he threw that there are different levels. I never seen friends look at each other that way. As in, a lot of times they really like almost on the same thing. They talk to each other how they feel or whatever. I don't want that with when I'm the parent, right? I wanted it to be that we are on different levels. I wanted to that I'm trying to see how to explain this, but basically that
it's like a different level of respect when it comes to parents and kids. And it should be where they know what to say in front of me and what not to say. Not getting that comfortable that you're talking to me like you're your front one. I'm like I'm one of what the parents say, like I'm one of your little friends, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
So Kev, a boundary basically.
yeah, it
Do you
ain't even
set
that. I
boundaries?
shouldn't
Do you
have to
set
have
boundaries with your friends?
yeah. So no, it should be
You
because
don't?
I don't set boundaries with a police officer or something like that. So it's just like it's a place where you
Yes, you do.
yeah
There are
I
certain boundaries that police officers cannot cross by law because that's your constitutional right. They have to
yeah.
apply that
But
because that's your own adult autonomy.
every
So
person
yes,
you
you do.
be friends with though, like literally every person you can be friends. You sometimes you got to know when the authority. What the heck? Why I sound like that?
It's
Why
Tati.
some people you got to know when who you can uh who you gotta basically who you gotta submit to, and some people you just let it be, and you can have this whatever, right? I'm a firm believer in that. Yes, it should be an authoritative figure, and it also be a person that allow you to express yourself, or both, right? But I just look at it that I want to be that person that you look up to, not looking at as in that we're on the same level and stuff. And I would say yes, you should balance giving them a voice, but they got to know it's a time and place for that situation. Everything you don't need to come, we got to talk about or have to discuss all the time. And there's some things, if you feel like you don't understand it, yes, you can come to me and talk about it, but you need to know I am your parent. You know what I'm saying? Or because I think that is the issue. Like we do put them on the same place just to let them express themselves, and I don't think we have to do all that. They can you can come and talk to me, but you can also like it's some things. But basically, that's all I'm getting to about that. I think that
This literally already addressed what I said though. I literally said that you do have boundaries that are set, especially with platonic friends as is, people that already are equal to you. You have boundaries that are set with people that are above you, because no matter how high above you they are, there's still a level of basic
between a friend
respect
and
that they still have a level of basic respect
between
that they owe
friend and
towards
parent.
you,
Can I say
right?
something?
Yes, Tati, man, didn't you hear us talking? You just still trying to. I got you in a minute. So what's the difference between a friend and a parent then? Since you're saying that they the same thing, it sounds like you're making them the same thing. So what's the
No,
difference?
it's not. I'm not saying that it's the same thing. Obviously, a parent-child dynamic is fundamentally different, but a parent can still be a friend to the child while also simultaneously being a parent,
Why they
right?
can't be a
There are
parent?
there are plenty of parents to children that are their children's worst enemy. What are we talking about? You see it through action.
Friends will lie to you.
You have a lot of parent you have a no the fuck they won't. If you have a lot of parents that will literally go out of their way to sabotage their kids out of jealousy. You don't believe me? Look at most of these single mothers with their daughters and come back to me and tell me if I'm lying.
I guess we do.
A lot of these single mothers are jealous as fuck of their daughters because they either look better than them, they act better than them, they get more attention than them, and they hate everything about it because they didn't get what they thought what their daughters are getting. So in actuality, if a parent can be an enemy to their child while also simultaneously being a parent, you damn skippy, a parent can be a friend to their child while simultaneously being a parent.
I feel what you trying to
Give an
say. But,
example. Jay
let's
set the
get
boundaries.
let's get
Like the
let's
one.
get Tati in though.
Okay.
No, you can have Miss K. I need to handle something real quick, so you can have Miss K go.
Wow, you've been cutting me off all this time. Now you're
My
not ready.
baby
That's
needs help.
crazy.
Hello?
I wish your baby would have needed help before you cut me off earlier. Dang, what the heck?
I said, excuse me, my
Go
fault.
ahead, Mrs. K. Go
No,
ahead.
it was real quick. Like you mentioned the boundaries, Jay. And for example, the first time my son came to me, and he said, "Bro," and I looked at him. I am not your bro. I am your mother.
You see
And
what I'm saying?
yeah, I set that boundary, so he doesn't call me that. So I hear what Jay's
They
saying.
get too comfortable because they'll do that to their friend. But so it's like they gotta know their difference though. They have to because they get comfortable. Like when they
Yeah, that's
view
why
it
you
that
set
way.
that boundary. That's why
Yes,
you
but
set that boundary.
I could feel that though. But when you come to your child and hopefully we're not telling them that I'm your friend, but I would say that I'm the person that you could speak to. But like I said, when a child look, because they're not gonna understand that at their age. They see friends, they have friends when they're younger and stuff, or whatever. So they're gonna start treating you how they treat their friends, and then you gotta do this extra stuff. Like that's why I'd rather put the foot down and say I am your parents. I'm your parent, but also treat them as, or you can come, you can come open as a friend. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm talking about you knowing it yourself as the parent, but you don't have to tell them that I can be your friend too. You know, because they will take it as in, okay, cool. That's this is how I treat my friends, so I can talk to you the same way. So that's gonna be
Yeah,
a
they'll take it
kind
that
of
way if you
separate them
don't.
from.
They'll take it that way if you don't assert that boundary early, right? And
Why do you have to say I'm gonna be your friend
if you
rather than
don't
your parent?
establish it, because again, it's a level of trust and a bond that you want to build with your kids innately. And if they don't want to, and if they can't go to you because of that lack of effort that was put in when it comes to their autonomy and what they feel comfortable with approaching you about, as opposed to their friends, then it becomes two completely different monsters. So this is what I'm saying. Would you rather your kid have a serious situation? Would you rather go to you about it first or go to their friends?
You can come to me, but we don't have to be
Okay.
friends.
Okay. But if you're already making it established that we're not friends, right? Then why would they go to you?
I wouldn't tell her. I would say I'm not saying that. I'm going to tell them that I am your parents. I don't have to say we're not
So
friends.
what? So what's the difference between you telling your child that you can be a friend to them and telling them that you can be
So
friends?
telling them they could be a friend of them, they're going to be comparing them to their friends that they have, because they only know the definition of friend. They're not going to be a deep thinker as how we are as adults. So that's going to be confusing to them, telling them that I'm your friend,
You do know
you
that
can talk to me. I'm
there are
like, I'm your
kids that are
parent. You
like
can talk to me.
you do know there are children that haven't even reached double digits in age that are far deeper thinkers than everybody up here on this panel, including me.
But you got to think about the masses, not the rarity.
Right, but it's based on what you instill into your children. If they're not a deep thinker, that's because you're not instilling into them to think
Yes.
deeply.
So
You have to instill that early into
since they
them.
can think that deep, then why do you have to tell them that you got to be friends? Then why they can't just understand
Because
what a
you
parent
learned
is?
that because they learned that early. Just because they're a deep thinker doesn't necessarily mean that they learn everything. That just means that they comprehend things a whole lot better than the average person. If you want them to be able to comprehend things better than the average person, then that's something that you have to instill into your child early. So based on that, right? If you there are plenty of kids that are capable of thinking in very 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 deeply, right, but they're not necessarily allowed to express that because of a lack of nurturing environment from their parents. If they don't feel safe or comfortable enough to even be able to think that deeply and to express their deep thought to that said parent, then they're not going to go to you about shit, especially not the important things, right? Because you've already made it abundantly clear. Oh, we not friends. I'm the parent. You're a child. Stay in the child's place.
So Jay, I
Bullshit.
think I get what you're doing. I mean, like I said, I understand you, but I get you you using an extreme to I guess to continue calling them friends and stuff. So like I said, the definition of friend don't mean that you're automatically positive and don't do those exact same things. And the definition of parenting don't mean that you don't talk to your child. And I know we kind of explained that already earlier, but
All I'm
it's
saying
just
is that friendship is more
I think the
nuanced than what you're
difference is
taking it for.
I believe we believe the same exact thing, but it's just the wording is different. Like I said, I would rather be identified as a parent, and you say you would rather be identified as a friend. So that would just be the difference, even though it had the same
No,
exact
no,
meaning.
no, no. I'm not saying that I would rather be identified as a parent, as a friend. I would definitely be identified as a parent because that's literally what the fuck I am. But I'm
Yeah,
not. I'm also saying that you could still be a friend
yeah,
to
you
your
can be a
child.
friend. I agree with that.
Okay, then we're not disagreeing then. Yeah.
To a certain extent, though, I would just say to a certain extent, though, because I would rather be more of a parent than a friend. That's all I'm getting at
Sure,
about this.
sure. I'll grant you
Hello.
that. I'm just saying that the definition of friendship
Oh, they
is
ain't
more
ready
nuanced than
now
what you
because
take
I
it
was about
for.
to say, but
Yeah, Yana.
I like this though.
Can,
This is good.
I'll
This is
go
good. Go ahead,
last.
Toddy, and then go ahead, Yana.
Sorry. Ignore the music in the background. I'm putting it off on my end, maybe. Um, there's a difference between being a friend to your child than being friendly. You should not be friends with your child. And I'm not saying you should go tell your child, I'm not one of your friends. I'm not your friend. I feel like the way my parents told that to me, I felt kind of hurt. And like as a young child, my friend is like someone I can talk to, I can hang out with, I can go have a bond. And sometimes I can be taken up a portion when the parent says this. Now, I feel like yours is very stereotypical, just a little bit. I'm not saying that you being being a quote unquote friend with your child is going to ruin that relationship, but there's always room for improvement. Now, I'm going to be friendly with my child. I'm not going to be your friend. I'm not going to necessarily say I'm not your friend. I'm going to build that bond and make sure that they know the difference between one of your friends at school than someone who is here to mold you, help you become someone big and bold. Now, sure, your friend can be a person who you look up to and inspired by, but I'm not that same person. Sure, I want you to be inspired by me. I want you to be better than me. I'm your parent. I'm something. Sometimes I wish I could. I did things as a child that I can't do no more. I don't want you to be like me. I want you to be better than me. You see where
Yeah.
I'm going with this?
Can I add to that? Yeah, I see it.
Y'all, why
What?
would y'all let him up? Y'all know he gonna try to steal the whole show. Y'all
Nah,
know.
bro. I'm just gonna
All
say
right,
something,
so
and then I'm gonna
No,
drop
I
off.
know you
Franco,
heard. I
no,
know you
you're
heard
gonna
the
wait.
whole.
No, I'm gonna
You're
speak.
waiting till after me. Nope,
It's
All right,
just
nope,
no
not
nope.
worries.
fair.
I'll wait. I'll wait.
I've
It's
been
just
up
not
here for a
fair.
while.
Okay,
You
go
feel
ahead,
me?
y'all.
But yeah, it's
So,
just sorry.
You
oh,
done, Toddy? Oh, I didn't know if you was Tiny done. Was you
I'm
done,
done.
Toddy?
I'm
I don't
done.
know.
I'm done.
Okay, okay, go ahead, Yana.
So for myself, I'd say that my mom and I are friends now as adults, but like, well, I say that like she wasn't always an adult. As I am an adult now, and as I'm growing into young adulthood, we're buddies. But I'm glad she
I
told
like
me
that. That's true. That's true. Cause I'm the
I'm
same way.
glad she told me at 10, 12, 7, I'm not one of your little friends, because there is a level of respect that I had for my mom that a lot of my friends did not have for their parents. I grew up in I grew up in Alabama, and I heard a lot of my friends calling their parents out of their names, telling them what they were not going to do. Like, they were pimping their parents out. And understand, like, there are good kids that know how to navigate a dual-sided relationship. But what happens when you start giving relationship or advice as more of a friend perspective opposed to a parent, because they're expecting you to have their best interest in a friend way? My friends don't answer things the way that my mom does. And there are things that even if my mom and I are super close and we're a kiki and buddy buddy, like we'll go to bars and stuff together, I still won't tell her out of respect for her being my mom. And I respect that she has ears and she doesn't want to hear every single part of my life. And I really do feel like a lot of these parents that are trying to push the whole, like, I want to be besties with my 5-year-old thing, want their children to come to them first about every single thing because they want control overall. That's scary. Your kids should go to their friends first about friend issues. Your kids should go to their friends first about things that, I don't know, like, you should not be the focal point of every single conversation. Now, if we're talking about bullying, if we're talking about, like, bigger things, or, you just being a parent, yes, you should be first line of contact. But if you don't understand nuance and you expect a 6-year-old to understand that nuance between parenting and friendship, you are out of your mind. I had, like, when I worked in childcare, I had 5, 6-year-olds that were like, Miss Hiana, I love you so much. I want you to come over to my house and have a sleepover. Why? Because they saw me as almost equal to them. What they don't understand is I am your teacher. I can't do things like that because that's not okay. I'm an adult. So I really do think the way that people interact with their children now is because they're scared of hurting their children's feelings, and they're scared of, like, their children hating them in the future. I think my mom is 16, but I'm very glad that I'm a functioning adult, because I look at all the young adults around me and they don't know how to talk to adults, and it's all these Gen Z issues that y'all keep talking about. Y'all, they don't know how to make eye contact with people. They don't know how to speak in a restaurant. They don't know how to count change. I was made to do that because my mom was not my friend. You have to make your kids uncomfortable for growth. That's it.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yana, that part.
let me say this too though, like,
All right, let me say, can I chat?
cause you hold up, Franco, you got a whole list before you came over here.
Bye,
All
everybody.
right,
I'm gonna go.
go ahead, Tati. What's up? I
Bye,
mean, I appreciate
Tati.
you, Tati. All right,
Bye.
so,
See you, Miss
all
K.
right, talk to you later. All right,
Can you mute this racist fuck in the chat, please?
who is
Oh my
that?
gosh.
This idiot. What do you say? Part of the
Go
problem
ahead.
came from
I'm on my
interracial
mind list.
children.
If y'all see him, go ahead. Yana,
Avery,
I was gonna say.
Avery, get him out of here. Send him a plane ticket.
Not first pass.
So I do agree with what you saying though, because I was kind of, that's what I meant to explain. I was trying to explain because I was talking to my girl while we was, that's what I was kind of meaning, when my parents started treating me, different when I turned 18. And I like the way they did it because it was like they was like my parents all that time, and then when I turned 18, I noticed they start trying to be more like my friend after that, and I did like how that happened though, because it was like, we the authority. You not about to talk back. Whatever we said, and I was like, I can get like that can hurt some of these soft kids' feelings and stuff or whatever nowadays. But nah, it made a lot of sense, because it's like it teach me the difference between authority and being friends with people. I don't know how to explain that though, but
I get it. I get
it
it.
teaches me the difference though, or whatever. And I like the way that they kind of did it, even though they can only do what they know. But it made me the person I am today to know the difference. You know what I'm saying? So, but like that's soft parents and stuff, whatever. But yeah, I like that. You said they became like more of your friend when you was an adult. I can feel that. As an
And
adult.
me too. Me too.
Yeah,
And Kev, your
yeah.
parents laid the foundation. So it was
Mm-hmm.
cool, right? The
Yep.
foundation.
Yeah, I like that. I like that though. Even though my mom used to pee me off because yeah, let
I
me say,
bet,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can I say one
Me
thing?
too.
but it
Yeah.
makes sense when I got older. But yeah, like I said, Franco, you got a list, so then you got one more. I think one more person, then you can go next. I think. Well, did Jay Breezy want to say something too? I thought.
No, I already
Okay,
said
okay.
something.
So you good. All right. So let me get Arthur in, and then we got Franco. You can come back again.
Yes, no, I want to agree with Yana. I actually have a Yana. I have a 5-year-old Yana. No, I want to agree because like I'm raising these like a 5 and 7-year-old in this day and age. I see all their peers, these kids these days, especially obviously with tech, they think that they are kind of on your level in a lot of ways. They think if they can look something up, they can know it, they can be with you, they can be with it, with it mentally, they can connect with you and be on that page. And they're a little person. These are little people.
With
And
the
they're
phone?
small.
With the
They're
phone?
small. Yep. Especially, listen, my kids don't have phones, but these kids are able to, they'll ask you to search things up. They want you to ask AI. They want you to fact check. This is the way that they're starting to think. And you have to remind them, like, hold on, let me just remind you, I made you. Like, I tell my kids, I made you, okay? So, like, and just start to spar about everything. You have to remind them of, there's just certain things. There's certain things we can talk about now, and there's certain things that I say, that's not for you. Just don't, that's not for your ears, that's not for you. And you have to remind them. And the kids, I'm just seeing in this generation especially, to just reiterate that. And I see how everybody else is parenting, my other friends, and it's a struggle. Like, these kids believe that they're independent and they believe that they're little adults because they're starting to be treated that way, and they don't have any business actually getting that much
Facts.
respect. They need to be guided.
Also, I'm still stuck on a 5-year-old with a phone. I'm still stuck on that. That's the
Like
problem.
they will have like tablets or access to computers. These other kids, you know what I mean? Like, and
Oh my gosh.
it's really the 9 and 11-year-olds that I'm concerned about. Like, my friends be having these kids that are like 9 and 11, and they think that they are like, I swear, like 18, 19. I don't know what it is.
Wow.
Did we just conveniently forget that we could put parental controls on this shit?
But
Like you
even
can
with parental control,
you can literally
Can I
restrict
answer
so
that?
much access to what these kids see. Like
You have like,
every single service provider has that option open. They literally ask you before you open up a brand new line, is this an adult line or is this a child's line? And they will
Can
give
I
you
answer that?
access to be able to turn on those controls and allow and disallow certain things from being seen. You can literally restrict certain websites from that service line. Like this is basic knowledge.
that is true. That's true.
So if they
these
were to
What I was
are,
let
gonna say, is
Let Franco in before he blow up. We know how.
yeah, I'm about to explode. Has everyone watched Everybody Hates Chris on here? Yeah.
Great show. Great show.
I need
You
a
know that's how you
confirmation
know
if
that's how you
everyone's
lose your
seen it.
turn asking questions, and then they going up talking.
No, but if you ain't seen it, then you don't know what I'm gonna talk about. So I'm just confirming if everyone watched it.
Everybody hates
Yeah.
Chris.
All right. Cool. Thank you. I think
Right,
that's
there
a
you go. That's
great
confirmation.
example of what black love should look like, and all this friend conversation. Because
Hell
all the
no.
kids, they don't push no boundaries with Julius and Rochelle.
And that ungrateful woman in
But
there.
at the same time, they're comfortable enough to go to them and say, "Oh, like I think there was one episode, Tasha was wearing a bra or something, and then Rochelle had to have that girl combo with her." And then there was another episode where Chris had some issues. Like, there's been bare episodes. Chris is having issues at school, and he goes to Julius. He's like, "Yo, this is my issue." And then like his father, even though he's working and doing this and doing that, throughout all of that, he's ready to give him his response and just the advice. And it always finishes off with like a little hug or like a tap on the thing to show like, yeah, I am your friend. You can come to me. But at the same time, we know that there is a certain level of respect and like fear there. And Rochelle is always cussing out the whole house. Do you get it? And that's to maintain order and to keep discipline. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
Wow.
facts.
Exactly.
Okay, so do we also remember that episode where the mother, I forget her name,
Rochelle.
Rochelle was forcing Chris to clean up after everybody, even though none of the mess was his. And when he
Yeah.
finally told her no and stood up for himself, that he was gaslit into thinking that he was being the disrespectful child. Remember that
Ooh.
episode, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
All right, cool.
Ooh.
But what about the other 36 episodes where like Black
Fuck
Love
the
is
other
gonna
36 episodes. For
you're
the
just gonna
entire
focus
series,
on that,
Rochelle was an asshole. We're not gonna act like she wasn't.
bro?
She
Like
was the
she
epiphany
was.
of a psychologically and emotionally abusive parent. And I'm not gonna be convinced
No
otherwise.
way. No way.
Yes, Rochelle
I'm gonna
was.
drop. I'm gonna drop.
Yeah, well, Franco, you heard
Yo,
Jay, and
nah, I'm gonna drop, man. I can't do this.
but you can't hear him out.
Listen, I said what I
Hear him out,
said.
but I'm saying there's 39 episodes. He's telling me about the one episode where like she was trying to teach him a lesson. Do you get it?
She's
He's a
always
kid.
been like that.
Say that again.
Rochelle has always been
All
like
right, cool.
that
So you're
since the
telling me that none
series
of the
started.
lessons that she taught were beneficial,
And
or
she
they
been
had to
selfish.
learn.
Barely. Sure,
You
some of
can't
the
say
some
that
of the
then.
le-
Look, you're not being
some of the
smart
le-
here. You're a
some of the
smart guy.
le-
Don't
some of
do
the
this stupid
lessons
stuff, bro.
some of the lessons, I'm not being stupid. I'm actually being very rational. There are a lot of good lessons that a parent is trying to teach to a child, but the kid isn't grasping it. It's because you're not teaching it correctly. It's all about how you teach it. Remember that whole conversation we had about respecting the damn kid and not
And I was
coming
Yeah,
at
gonna
the
go.
kid
no, I hear
sideways?
that, but like,
Rochelle literally had an innate bias. She, especially with that little girl, she let the daughter slide with so much shit, but let Chris fuck up once. Now all of a sudden he got a heel in his ass and he has to get a whole surgery done to get it out.
And that's true, Jay.
but that's
That's
because he
true.
was acting like a bad boy. Do you get it? There's
Are
context
you
to all
kidding me?
these
That
things.
little girl was a fucking brat and she didn't get half the shit Chris got. What are we talking about?
And Franco,
Yeah,
that's
it's
true.
true, and that's
It's
that's another conversation on how men and females get treated. I'm talking about just the general black love, bro, and that the fact that discipline is necessary in a relationship and in a household.
you said
Like
I
what,
don't think
you're
that
picking up
I
on the
don't think that would be
negativity.
black love if the husband was scared of his wife for the most part. But
He
I
wasn't
think
well,
it's
scared
for
of
I
his
think
wife,
it's some of
bro.
them that's
It's
out there. We
it's
know
a
a lot of
comedy
these
at the
men
same
be
time.
patterns to
Like
their girls.
that ain't
you're
love. That's
looking at
fucking
it like it's a
fear.
documentary.
It's not a documentary. It's a comedy show
Yeah, I
with
know
a
that.
lot
That's
of
what
deep,
I'm telling you,
with a
bro.
lot of deep, with a lot of deep, with a lot of deep lessons that are taught in the fucking show. It's a sitcom, and each sitcom, especially during that time period, had a lot of lessons that were attached to it. Are we gonna pretend like just because Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was a funny ass show that it didn't have a lot of valuable lessons to learn off of it?
I think
What are we
even with that,
talking
I
about?
think they were examples of things that may go on in households too. I would say that. I think both of them, even Bill Cosby. I think they had it's some families that's out there like that though. So I don't think they just come out of thin air. That's why a lot of us can relate to some of those shows.
Well, think
It's
about it
just
like this though, right? I'm gonna give you 4 famous sitcom dads. and you tell me which one was a better dad. You had what was his name? John Amos from Good Times.
Oh, Good
You
Times.
got
Yeah.
you got Carl Winslow. You got Uncle Phil, and then you got Bill Cosby. Which one was better?
We got Julius as well. Let's add Julius.
No, just
I
from
like
those four.
I like Uncle
Just
Phil
from
because
those
he was
four.
more.
Why are you
He
not
was
adding
more
Julius, though?
stern. I like Uncle Phil. He was
Right.
more.
Yeah, I was just saying, yeah. Oh, Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby was a
Bill
pander.
Cosby didn't give a fuck. Let's be honest.
He was a pander, and the wife ran the whole house. So I'm a good
Exactly.
Yeah, she did.
They all had order. They had the order. They had their roles, man.
Exactly,
You know?
the roles.
If you say anything other than Uncle Phil, I'm questioning you right out the gate.
Yeah, I feel Uncle Phil on that
Yeah,
one.
Uncle Phil, yeah.
Especially if you say John Amos, because ain't no fucking way.
What about Julius
About
or Uncle
Urkel?
Phil?
Was that Urkel dad?
that was Good
John
Times.
Amos is from Good Times.
Good Times.
Carl Winslow's is Family Matters.
Oh, Family Matters.
What about Julius?
From where?
From Everybody Hates Chris.
Everybody hates Chris.
Julius was scared of yeah.
He wasn't
basically.
scared of Rochelle.
He was pissed scared of Rochelle. What are you
He
talking
was
about?
not.
It wasn't scared, bro.
He had
Like,
respect
he had
for
his
her.
gambling habits
Bro.
and he's hiding it from her and whatnot in one
Bro.
episode and whatnot.
Okay.
But
So that exact same episode where Chris stood up for himself, Julius, instead of the first thing that Julius did was that he acknowledged that Chris was in the right, but he still
Yeah.
said you still need to apologize to your mother because
Yeah.
the mother is always right. That's
Yeah.
literally what he said to Chris.
I
He's
forgot
scared
that.
of
Ooh.
Rochelle. He doesn't even confront Rochelle on the bullshit
No,
that
he
she
did.
does.
He said he's right. And then she
Name
said, no,
one
I gotta
time that
teach him a
motherfucker
lesson.
has ever confronted Rochelle about anything that she did that was some bullshit.
Yes, he
I'll
has.
wait.
He has. You gotta watch it again. I've watched every episode most of the
Okay,
time,
name
bro.
one. Just give me one.
What were you asking for?
Give me one scenario where
Yeah.
Julia stood up to Rochelle.
Yeah, in that same episode where she's trying to discipline Chris, and Chris is saying, "No, I'm not having it. I'm gonna leave the yard." When he comes back from work and she's like, "I kicked him out," he bugs out on her. He's like, "What do you mean you kicked him out?" That's an example for you right there, bro.
I don't think we watched the same episode because I
Yes,
don't
bro.
remember
So
that
then you
happening.
can go slap it on right now and come back in 5 minutes and tell me what happened, bro.
Man,
I
it's
watch every
7:40 in
episode
the
most
morning.
of
I'm
the
not
time, bro.
watching shit. I'm about to go to sleep.
Huh? Exactly. So I know what I'm talking about, bro.
It's
You get it? You're
7:40.
on
Oh,
here
yeah, I forgot
talking
you on
about
the
this and
replay.
that, but I know what I'm talking about. I'm sure of what I'm talking
8:39
about.
here.
Anyway,
What you say?
You don't do that anyway, stuff, bro.
You know what you could take from it is that all of them had masculine and feminine energy to balance each other out.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They
Yeah.
both had roles.
It was just in the wrong
You know,
spot.
it's like yin and yang. You know,
definitely in the wrong spot. Julius was a fucking sucker. I don't care what nobody say.
How? How was he a sucker?
Yeah, both of them, Bill Cosby
How was he a
and
sucker?
Julius. Both of them had their wife running the whole house.
Yeah, but bro, he's out there working every job
They-
trying to
it was
add
still
extra
balanced.
Making
jobs.
it worse.
Like,
He did all the work
you know what
and
I'm
she couldn't
saying?
even appreciate him. She didn't even appreciate nothing he
She
did.
didn't appreciate
He
a
did
bitch ass thing
appreciate
that
him,
man
bro.
did.
It's something that we don't
She
have.
ran.
today, I'll tell you
She
that.
ran that house.
He was entitled. Right?
Yeah, but when does he have time to run it? He was running it in his own way.
Nigga, you
Like
just
he had the
know, boy,
discipline.
Franco.
Do you
Anything
know how
was
many
joking.
bro?
Bro, there was an episode in there, yeah.
So
There
if
was an
that's the
episode
case,
in there.
if that's the
It
case,
said,
hold on, Franco.
I
Hold
don't
on,
bother
Franco.
Julius
If that's the
with
case,
anything.
if that's the case,
Would
then
you want that
explain to
type
me
of wife, Franco?
if that's the case, Franco. Explain to
We're
me
in a
how
new world,
James
though.
explain to me how John Amos was always working. That man was working so hard, he was borderline working 14-hour shifts, and he still ran his house. His wife didn't disrespect his authority in his house for shit up until the day that they killed him off the fucking show.
Mm.
What are you talking about? I don't want to hear that he was working shit. There are plenty of men
Bro,
in real
cool.
life that work
Let's
hard,
even
that
disregard that.
work
He was
double.
working.
Hold on,
He was
hold
still
on. Let me
running the house.
finish. Let me finish. There are still plenty of men in real life that during that time period have damn near worked double shifts, right? And still run their household with a
All
level
right,
of
how did
respect,
Julius
and their
not
wife
run
does
his
not
house? You
overpower
told me
them.
that.
Rochelle literally bulldozed Julius on almost every single aspect throughout the entire fucking series, let alone seasons. What are we talking about?
And she did. She did.
Bro,
So I know we didn't
no.
watch the same
It was
show.
entertainment, man.
We
So
watched the same show, but like you need to understand that at the same time, Rochelle, like there was an episode where it said my mother Rochelle didn't bother my dad with anything unless it was mad serious. If someone broke her hand or this or that or bad grades or what, because yeah, she is running the house. She's a stay-at-home mom, and then that's sometimes she'll pick up a job here and there. Do you get it? But
yeah, and she quit it in a matter of seconds too.
Huh?
Yeah, Kevin. Remember, I don't need this job. My man got 2 jobs.
Huh?
That's right. And that was a joke too, because
All right,
he's
so
out there
Franco,
providing.
let me ask Franco this question though. So since it seems like you taking up, would you want a wife like that?
Me, would I want a wife like that? Yeah, yeah.
Oh
Why
my!
not?
So say
Kev,
less.
I'm
Tell me
going,
a lot
Kev, I'm
about.
going to
gonna
bed.
respect my authority.
Say
I'm
less
going to
and tell
bed,
me a
bro.
lot about
Ain't
this,
no
like,
fucking
brother.
way.
like,
It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense now. Everything is adding up, and the pieces that's come together.
Yeah,
how
nah,
you
that
mean?
just that
What do
that
you
just
mean by
told me
that?
everything I
What
need
do you
to
mean
know.
by
I'm
that?
going to sleep, Kev.
Let's hash it
Fuck all
out.
that.
What do you mean by that?
Hey, I don't think it's meant for you to understand. Just
No,
know.
Nah,
no,
bro.
What's
Franco.
up?
He's
Hell
asking.
no,
What's
man.
understood don't gotta be
Yeah,
explained,
don't
Kev.
do
Good
that
night.
petty boy shit, bro.
That's
Have a
amazing.
good night,
Would you
Jay.
like a wife
Let's
like
talk
All right,
then.
Rochelle?
Jay. I appreciate you, man.
Go on, my boy.
It's amazing, Franco.
What is it? What do you mean by that?
Hey, just pay. Just I'll just say it's. I guess it's a man for every woman that's like that. I put it that way.
It was all comedy though, man. It was funny.
Yeah, do you get
It
it?
ain't funny no more. Some people want it serious.
And they all had roles. And then back on that thing with parenting.
Jay Breezy knows, man.
But I'm just saying, man. Hey, I'm not no guru or anything, but I'm just saying you are born into roles, or you become into roles, whether you like it or not. You having young sex at a young age. You know it's gonna eventually lead to something if you're not trying to delete no children. Then you're gonna have to play a role of a parent. You look out there in the field and you see a mama bear and her cubs, and they all friends. The mama's there as a role to protect them cubs, and stuff like that. And just to safeguard their naivety, And some of the stuff that Jay was saying, man, I understand he was coming from a place of hurt, but and I feel for him, man, and I hope he get the help that he needs. But we all need help on people relations. We need to sharpen up on that and how we interact with each other, and then that will bleed over to when you start having offspring. That hopefully we could raise them to the best that they could possibly be.
And Breezy, you say he was coming from a place of hurt. I didn't feel that. I
I
really
thought
didn't.
that.
You talking about Jay?
Yeah.
Jay,
I
man,
thought
You
that.
must ain't
I
listen to him
felt a
all
lot
the
of
way
hurt in
then.
him, man.
Bro, how am I saying everybody hates Chris and he's saying, I'm talking about the whole series. He's telling me about one episode where he was drilled on that. Every situation we was talking about, it was an extreme and it was a negative.
Nah. I
Or
think everything
is
went
that
over.
am I
I
reading
think
it
everything went
wrong?
over a couple of y'all heads. That's all it is. It's just a misunderstanding. I don't know. Sometimes some people listen in defense, and some people listen to reply. Not to understand all the time though. But I didn't get what y'all just said about him. I didn't get that out of it. I understood where he was coming from. Even our back and forth, I get even our wording may be different. I still see he had the same meaning I had. That's the reason why I just left it alone. But yeah, that tends to happen when we're just listening to either prove our point or listening to just respond, because that's why we missed the whole entire thing. I would say I think he
So
doing
you're
a
telling me I
wonderful job.
missed what he was
I
saying?
think he doing a wonderful job at the age of 23 to be responding the way he is. He might cuss a lot or whatever, but I think I hear what he's saying. I think he do better than a lot of these adults today.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
and to go through what he went through, I think he did a lot of healing. I'll put it that way. So ain't nobody gonna
And
be
he still
perfect.
has a lot of healing to do.
And we got people that's 50 and 60 that act way worse than them.
Yeah,
So,
no, that's facts.
Yeah, he's
but
come a long way, and I agree, Kev. 'Cause
yeah,
he could have been a scumbag. The way he was
yeah,
talking, he could have been a scumbag, and he does not sound like that.
nope,
He did not present like that.
at all, at
So
all.
I have respect for him.
Sound like he actually trying. So he's speaking from a point of view of how to overcome things and figure it out, how be accountable, all that. Shoot, what time is it? Cause I'm about to be. Well, I'm about to be on this thing for 12 hours. I took snoozes. My baby snoozing now. I don't woke up. But I guess for the last question though, we already got the who's to blame part right. I think majority of the time majority can probably agree that it's the parents majority of the time. But so I had got this from my man's with this topic. So what does it make sense to keep having babies?
No,
And why you feel that way? Like why you feel that way? Yeah. Let's explain in detail
first off,
why.
if you're not financially equipped, you don't have the financial resources and the education to be a parent, and that's why a lot of the things Jay mentioned, I agree with. You have people that have kids and they don't know how to be a parent, and like you said, the love and nurture, that's important. And you just bringing kids into the world, and these kids are angry. They're exposed to various things. That's not fair. You're not giving them a head start.
Well, but see, you know what? That's a dangerous line when you walk that, because there's some organizations that feel the same way, that certain ethnic groups should not be having any more babies, And I'm talking about Planned Parenthood. I'm talking about Margaret Sanger. I'm talking about
Yeah.
people like that. I mean, we were here to be put on earth to be fruitful and multiply. But you got a lot of people telling you from other ethnic backgrounds and other political standpoints to say that you shouldn't have kids. You got people who have more money than you, more power than you, thinking that it should be less of you, common people, that's walking this earth, So we put all these other things before us to say that, oh, yeah, I agree that you shouldn't be getting into raising kids if you can not support them. However, the kids are going to still come. A lot of people don't have discipline to say, hey, I'm going to wait till I get a certain age so I can fully develop my brain and my capacity before I have kids. Kids are going to come, So what can we say about that?
I'm about to say it ain't really much we can kind of say about that, because people were moving off impulse.
That's right. And then some people are just in their natural, they're in their natural habitat. They're just saying, hey, I'm not worried about what the world thinks. I like children. I'm having kids, or we shun them. Oh, this is Keisha over here. She got 8 kids. Blah 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 blah. This, but hey, those mistakes is going to keep the human condition, the human race going on. A lot of us, we get a little education, and then the most educated have the fewest kids, because Latoya done got her degree. She done went back for her master's and all this stuff, and she done missed all her good years in baby making years.
Everything but marriage.
That's right. And then now she got to try to find a husband or somebody, or not even a husband, or that biological clock is ticking. And then all your eggs had expired by the time you're 28, 29. 80% of your reproduction ability is gone. So that's just a fine line right there. I mean, I just think that there's a lot of kids around too that we could pick up, brush off, and help out, because there's a lot of the order's out. The order's out when I'm saying that people raising kids and abusing kids. There's a lot of kids that need the help of someone to take them under their wing whether you're adopting them or whatever. Uh, I'm gonna land my plane, but it could go so many ways. But that's a dangerous line when you say uh, we shouldn't have any more kids.
Who said that?
I hear you. I hear you.
I was wondering why did you come from that angle though? I think I don't know if somebody said don't have kids. I think if
Well,
you
based on
I
the
think
question,
yeah, I
does it
think
make sense? Does it make sense to keep having babies?
yeah, they
And
said keep
that's
having
it.
babies.
Yeah, it's a direct question. So my answer to that direct question is no.
Right.
But I heard you, Breezy. I hear you. There's a lot of factors, and you mentioned the outside powers, people from other ethnic groups. They want us to unalive our kids,
True.
and they put that out there. And Breezy, you're right. I agree with that. I've been reading it, and it's crazy. You say that, and then with the Supreme Court ruling to overturn Roe versus Wade and give it back to the states, and all these protests, and it was mostly white people protesting, and then you had a lot of minorities on the bandwagon. Trump is bad. Oh my gosh, he's getting rid of this. Bad. He's bad. He's bad. But it's
No,
like,
yes. Oh no, go ahead. Please finish your
no. Go
thought.
ahead. No, you can go ahead.
Because see, we got to learn to read between the lines. When they say low birth rate, and we're at the lowest in this part of the time of creation right now, they're not talking about us. They're talking about YT. You know, they're talking about white versus non-white. You know, I would say a species or a person within their group would not want to see themselves die out. You know, but they make it generalized for everybody to make it feel the same sentiment that it's low birth rate everywhere. No. But you have to also ask the question too: how come our numbers have been consistent as a population? If like they say, we make up 13% of the population, 13 somewhere around there. That number has not changed in decades. What's keeping that number at that consistency? It's deleting your children. They're putting the idea of deleting your children um, at these institutions and stuff like that. All kind of ways to put in your mind to say, hey, I shouldn't even be even thinking about having a family, you know. And every other ethnic group is growing, you know. And now the ultimate ethnic group that's dominating the United States, theirs is dwindling, you know. But these are all questions that have to be asked. But it's not for everybody. You know, they throw out that general question like, hey, just like I said earlier, low birth rate and everything. And we internalize that like it's happening to us. And no, it's not. I'm going to land my plane.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's all people's choices though. Like literally we having lives every day about especially BLK women having these ABs and stuff. So they doing that for themselves. Like it's not it wouldn't be none of they I don't think they got nothing to do with the YT people, man. They making their own decision. Reason why they got a messed up baby father and all that stuff, it got nothing to do with the YT man. And then this thing where how is they unaliving off if they can continue having kids? Or unless we saying because we're mixing now or something, that is making them unalive off? Is that what we're saying?
No, I'm just saying when we hear stuff in the news, and sometimes you could just take it for face value, or you could read between the lines. And when they're talking about something that's supposed to be general for everybody, every red-blooded American, blah, 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 you have to step back and say, is it really applying to everybody? Or is it just applying to a certain group of people?
I get you. I don't know. That's like conspiracy stuff to me, but I guess I just choose not to believe it though, because it's just the way the world it's nothing secret no more, really that much for real. I think everybody's living their life and we thinking too deep on stuff. But you know, because everybody literally has choice. Ain't nobody holding us back. Ain't nobody, you know, all that stuff. I don't believe in that stuff. I think
exactly, Kev.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. But Yeah, but like I said, to the topic itself though, it's just like I said, it's just with situations, seeing that they because my man's I got this from my man's. I was letting him you know make a topic for me or whatever. He said he wanted to do a topic. So what I'm getting out of it, he's just saying with all these things that's happening, do it make sense to keep having babies? You know, people want it, but we understand. I think we can all sum up that it really don't make sense at all. It just don't make sense to keep on doing the same exact thing. You barely know how to parent. We have all these excuses and stuff, and then we still continue to try to make babies. So it shows that a lot of people do things off of selfish reasons. And that's all it is.
I think the lack of education. You mentioned just having babies. You have women just procreating with no good men.
True. That's true. That's exactly true. You know, because other dudes that's good is considered lame. They're
Yeah.
lame. They too nerdied out. They don't do enough. They don't make their stuff jump. You know. But that's the world
It's
we living
crazy.
in. And then people get on this app mad at everybody. F all these men and off F women. Like, no, you meant to say. And I was gonna do a topic. I'm gonna do that maybe later on today. I'm gonna do 2 topics again. One of them I want to see is like it's a lot of people having is it really that they a gender really don't like certain genders, or they just don't like their ex and they just spreading it on all genders?
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? I think it's a lot of times it's just X residue.
Ex
That's
residue.
all it really is though. And they try to say,
So you
oh
talking about
man, is
women
that
that they talk about they hate men?
yeah, or if I don't know if I really hear men say they. I think they say they don't like particular type of woman. I don't think they like women as a whole. But I'm just saying for the people that's all hurt on here, and they just put it. They some all men in one group and some all women in one group, and they really just hurt because of their ex.
Yeah, because all women are not the same. All men are not
They
the
not.
same.
They not. It's a whole she been on for. Yeah, that's why I said I'm about to probably shut it down in a second though. Yeah, because I can probably be back on in about a few hours. Cause I had got my little nap. I know we need some rest and stuff. So yeah, I got a couple more topics for y'all later.
Well, thank you, Kev. I enjoy your live.
For sure, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Shoot, my baby done held it down while I was snoozing, man. I give her a lot of credit for keeping this going. And I
Hey,
appreciate y'all for supporting and sticking in. And we try to have something ready and cooked up for y'all later.
first time here, and I like the room. It's really good, and it's
I
very.
appreciate you, man.
Yeah, me too. I like it too.
Like I said, and what we learned in here, we don't all have to agree with one another. We just want to have a discussion. That's the reason why we try to put it in a way so we can, because a lot of times we do things off of habits, right? We got a habit of cutting in. We got a habit of always trying to express ourselves, and that's why we try to. I live with this. Shoot, we should hold each other accountable to make each other better. You know, even if we don't like it or not, because we can't keep living and doing it. Because a lot of times our family not going to address certain things within us. They gonna coddle us and say this is just how they are and all that stuff. No, we all need to be better. You know what I'm saying? How we gonna communicate better without being better? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So it's just, within time it take that. Sometimes we gotta learn to agree to disagree sometimes and just hear each other out so we can open our mind and learn more. So that's just all that is. Yeah. But y'all got your last sayings, and I'm up out this thing. Give me a couple rests, and then I'll be back.
I think a good topic would be common sense is not so common these days.
Yeah, I was
You
thinking
know,
about that though.
and we
I
need
think
to
the
get better.
expectation of common sense causes disappointment. I was actually gonna make that a post though. I had a post ready in my notes already for that. But yeah, that's true. That's true.
A lot of
Oh,
confusion.
I could do that. Yeah, why is it common sense not common? Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But it's just like a lot of things where your common mind or your common sense will kick in. Just that is not logical. That doesn't make sense. And I just say that is because the world is full of confusion right now, and they're attacking the youth. They can't get at the old heads. So the old heads usually know better, and so they coming at the youth. Like it's saying that there's different
I would
sexes.
say that. I would say that, but that's why the topic like this, the way it is, because I don't believe it's a generation thing. I think it's just the era. Because I done seen these same old heads adapt to what today's era is about, and they just as brainwashed as the rest.
Well,
You telling them that you can feel young and you can be like this, and they just competing with the youngsters. So I mean, it's some gullible headed old heads too.
yeah, they're out there, man. But I'm saying that it's like something like if you ask how many genders there are, or something like that, then people gonna say, oh, somebody who's confusing them gonna say like, oh, it's more than male and female or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
It goes back to the era. He's saying the era. That's the era we live in now.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's not true though.
I agree, Breezy. It's not true.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. Common sense is not so common anymore.
Yeah, I don't think it ever been though. Real talk. Everybody been individual type thinking and stuff, and when we start being more free, which I did have a topic on that. That's what I'm doing later today. I know that the freer we got, the more mental health we had too. It ain't no order no more.
The tree of knowledge. Eve
Mhm.
ate that. Tree of knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Choices. You would have thought common sense would have worked then, but we saying it didn't. It didn't at that time. People want to do what they want to do. Shoot, the desires overpowers that nowadays. People make stupid decisions based off feelings. So that's just what it is. People don't use their brain no more. They use their emotions.
Yes, and they
What
don't
you got
want
for
to
me,
use your
Michaela? I
brain.
see you down there chilling. What you got? Is that a Michaela that up?
Is different generations the problem or the era we are in today? The era, I think different generations created the problem that we see today. This is conversations I would have with my dad because my dad was born in 1957 and he would always be like, oh, this generation, not like the generation before. And I'm like, well, you're the generation that raised us. The generations before, they had a little bit more respect about the stuff they would do because they wouldn't do it in public, but they were doing the same exact thing. There's nothing new under the sun. This generation just don't give a fuck, to be real. It's a lot of shit that goes into that brainwash. Like everything's upside down, but the older generation is the one that created this generation. Things just get worse as it goes down the line. Are children better or worse than they were? They're worse. Children have no respect. None. I worked in the school system, and this girl had on a pair of shorts, and her butt cheeks was coming out. And this is a little girl. Little girl.
Oh my God.
And I told her, I said, you need to go put some pants on. The girl got mad. I said, well, go down to the office. The office sent her back with the shorts, the same shorts on. The same shorts. And who's to blame? The parents. It always starts at home. It's always going to be foundational. You raise your children to be who you want them to be. Children don't have a say in life. They're just products of their environment. Does it make more sense? Does it make sense to keep having babies? No. Not in this climax. Not in this era that we live in. I'm scared for the next couple of generations. It's getting worse out here. Like, people just don't give a fuck. People don't love each other. Like, people are recording women getting sexually assaulted on and not even helping. Like, come on, like, no. I think that the way the world's going is not in a good direction, and that's everywhere. It's chaos everywhere. It's not just in America, but it's everywhere. So that's just my take on the problem.
Nice. I would say this too. I think even though you mentioned about the stuff be happening on recordings, I just believe overall this America is just more weaker. Anyways, I know that we more free and strong. We strong but weak in mental wise, right? And I think and we more privileged because I think the stuff that we be saying that be happening that we report every second, that stuff is a normal thing that happen outside of America. Like this man touched this woman. That's why it's a good thing that they fought for rights over here. But then we still cry about that. But it's like literally they don't care across the seas. Like that stuff. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, wait, you snitching on us? Now you about to be next. You know, that's what they gonna do over there. So thank God that we in America. That's why people don't realize how privileged we is over here that we can't cry about the things or
Yeah,
speak
but
about the
that's
things.
crazy. That's crazy though.
It
Like
is
I think
crazy, but that's
it
life.
talks to people's moral complex though to watch that and record it instead of trying to help or even trying to call the
Exactly,
police or
Michaela. It blows my mind.
yeah,
Exactly.
that's the problem. Like,
Yep.
come on, like you're right here. You're sitting and you're watching it. Now you're a part of what this person's doing. You're just as wicked as the person assault. That's the problem. The problem is wickedness. It's too much
They
of
always
it.
say it like that. It's a dog eat dog world.
Yeah, it's getting worse though. It's getting worse.
Yeah, you mentioned
Or I
the
would say,
girl
I
because I
believe
work
it
in a
been the
school
same
too.
though.
The
It's
booty
just in
shorts.
America we get to identify it. But I think I think it's been the same though, low key. You know, because we just these rules is what's kind of the rules in the laws and stuff we have. I believe it just tamed the things that humans already been doing already.
Yeah, but people are becoming unlawful. Like people don't give a fuck. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Everybody's about themselves. Like
Yeah, I
people
get that.
really don't care. That's a problem. Like of course it's always been like that. Yes, it's been in man's nature. What I'm saying is now it's becoming a masses of things. More people are like that.
In
That's
America,
not
yeah.
good. Not in America, in other places too. Cause
Yeah,
I'm
other
not my
places that's a
my
normal.
other
That's a
my
normal.
it's not a norm.
In other
It's not a
places,
norm
it
to
is.
be.
It
No,
is.
my mom's not from this country. I've spent time. I lived in her
But that's
country.
just that one spot. I'm about to say, but I'm just saying it's always been. I think my point is it's always been a dog eat dog world. But America is privileged enough to keep some type of order to go against. Thank God for jails and all the other stuff. But I'm just saying, like this stuff, it looks like you said, it's nothing literally new.
Under
And I
the
get
sun.
what you're saying. It's getting worse because things are getting more allowed and over here, or in different spots too. They're getting allowed even more and stuff, whatever. And
Yes.
so
Yes.
I see that.
Okay. Okay.
The exposure. I want to say what Michaela mentioned about the
Mhm.
little girls in the short shorts. She's not lying. I work in the school, and it's disgusting. I'm thinking to myself, your mother knows you walked out of your house to go to school.
That's what happened when you be friends with your kids. Remember that?
Breezy, I think you're right because I would not let my daughter. Your butt cheeks are hanging out. It's crazy to me.
They be having their belly out and everything. It be
Yeah,
crazy.
the belly and the girls.
Yeah, little
boys, I call
girls.
it the girls. You got the girls.
Yeah, little girls. Because that's
Oh
what
my
they
God.
are. And then all the grown men be watching them. It's like their mothers are just putting them out there for bait. It makes me sick.
It makes me sick too. And I work
Makes
at a
me
high
sick.
school. I'm like, we got grown male teachers. I'm like, what? That's disgusting.
Yeah, I was the bad guy when it came to I was in a relationship. I got married, and I was a stepdad. And out of that, my ex had a daughter, and I became the disciplinarian, and I was the bad guy because
Dang.
she would try her best to go to school and sneak outfits and something that she got from her friends to wear to school, or sneak some of her mother items and put it in her book bag, and I would catch her every time. The mom was very lax, and then I became the bad guy for trying to do the right thing.
Majority of mamas are though. So have you ever noticed that? Most of them,
I'm
you can
just
tell who ain't got fathers in their house.
right, and so yeah, I can understand what Kayla, I can understand what Miss K is saying about that discipline. You play your role as a parent. You know, I would never go down that road again or try to be a step parent really to somebody's child. That's a lesson learned from me.
Yeah, that's hard, Breezy. That's hard.
That's a big lesson learned from me. I would never recommend it. But I stood my ground as playing a role as a father figure to the daughter. Well, the daughter's respectful now in her adulthood, but man, it was something else. Checking her every day, checking her bag every day, going out to the school because the mom had a job that was full time, and I made the sacrifice to take a part time job so we wouldn't have to pay big high rates in childcare. So that's when my son was coming up too. So so I was a disciplinarian that way. And some of the conversation we had earlier about being your child's friend, nah, that's a no-no. That's a no-no to me. Yeah, you could be friendly, but I'm not your friend.
And I think that's what he was saying because I think he used the word friend. That's what threw me off. I'm like, no, I'm not
Yeah, I
my
know. That's
child's
why I
friend.
told him. I could tell he mean friendly. He ain't trying to. But I guess he wanted to. He gonna stand 10 toes on what he believes because he probably used to already saying it for so long. Some people don't want to change their word and like, oh, I say what I stand on. But
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is.
and
What it is. I
I
still
agree.
understand him.
Yeah, I agree. We all agree. But he said the word
Hmm.
friend. I was like,
Right.
no.
So, who is this? What you call it? I know you're trying to come up, Carrie, but I'm about to literally shut the live down, and I'm gonna get a little reset later. I'll be back on later though, y'all. But I appreciate y'all. I'll catch y'all in a minute.
I appreciate you, Kev.
Hopefully I'll see
Thank
y'all
you.
later. Huh? Say it again. What'd you say, Miss K?
No, I said I appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Appreciate both of y'all too. Everybody else in here. I'll
Bye,
see y'all later though. I'll
Breezy.
catch y'all.